The protagonist, Feng, traverses these fantastical realms, having bound himself to a system that empowers him through unique sign-in mechanism. From that moment forth, in the most peculiar and extraordinary locations across the multiverse, a strikingly handsome youth begins to make his presence known. Uchiha remarks, I have heard whispers that Feng possesses a pair of eyes, known as the Rebirth Eye. Though I remain unaware of their origins, their power is undoubtedly formidable, perhaps rivaling my own Rinnegan. Morgana states, you may find it hard to believe, but ever since I met Feng, I have embarked on a journey to reform my understanding of metaphysics. Warring States observes, after encountering Feng, I have come to a profound realization. If effort alone suffices, what need is there for genius? Aizen Sōsuke reflects, I once believed no one could ascend to greatness from the very outset. Until I witnessed Feng's prowess, I now recognize how gravely I was mistaken. Saitama, bewildered, inquires, who are you? How is it possible for you to withstand my punch? I am Feng, he replies, the wind that surges forth upon the waves. My philosophy is simple. Anyone who obstructs my sign-in shall face my blade. Chapter 1. The system has its flaws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and acquired the ability, mastery of micro shuriken throwing. Within a small grove of Konoha village, an indescribable force surged through Feng's being. Subsequently, a wealth of information regarding the technique of micro shuriken throwing flooded his mind. Thus far, Feng had mastered the art of shuriken throwing in all its dimensions. However, this achievement failed to elicit joy. Instead, a sense of frustration enveloped him. System, it's been nearly 2 years since I activated you at the tender age of 5, he lamented. In this time, I have completed over 10 tasks. Yet look at the rewards you bestow upon me. Mastery of shuriken throwing, mastery of kunai throwing, mastery of sunbon throwing. Do you truly believe you could justify these paltry rewards with mere dimensions? Is there no remorse in your conscience? And to top it off, I have also received mastery of nail throwing and pencil throwing. In your eyes, can anything be thrown? Feng plopped down onto the ground, voicing his grievances within his mind. It was not that he looked down upon the likes of Guy and Killer Bee, rather, the system's insistence on honing his proficiency in such a plethora of projectile techniques led him to wonder if it intended for him to strike the foolish Otsutsuki from 800 miles away with a perfectly sized shuriken during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Was that not absurd? System, you know full well what I lack. My physique is inadequate. My chakra extraction efficiency is woefully low, and the capacity of my chakra pathways is severely limited. If you cannot assist me in resolving this issue, I may very well be barred from entering school this year. Feng Sikit Havidi. The first test for enrollment at the Ninja Academy was chakra proficiency. While individuals like Lee and Mike Guy, who relied solely on taijutsu, could successfully enroll, even they required some measure of chakra. Unfortunately, Feng's aptitude for chakra was dismally poor. To illustrate, if a typical ninja expended 10 units of stamina to extract 1 unit of chakra, Feng would need to expend at least 1,000. Thus, with his current constitution, if he were to attempt chakra cultivation, it could easily deplete his body. Moreover, his chakra pathways were alarmingly narrow, allowing him to store far less chakra than the average ninja. In essence, even if Feng risked exhausting himself to accumulate chakra, he might find that a single use of the body replacement technique would deplete his reserves entirely. With such a physique, without external assistance, Feng stood little chance of becoming a ninja. It was not that he held the ninja lifestyle in particular esteem, but in Konoha village, the inability to become a ninja meant a lack of opportunity to leave the village. Without the ability to depart, Feng's sign-in locations would be confined to the boundaries of Konoha. Yet, if he remained within Konoha indefinitely, who could predict what further throwing techniques he might acquire? Thus, he resolved to find a way to become a ninja. Please remain calm, host. The sign-in locations are manifestations of the world's fortune. This system merely unlocks the fortune and materializes the rewards. It cannot conjure them from thin air. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Feng wore an expression of utter disdain. So, you're telling me that a so-called super sign-in system is merely a courier for rewards? How can I possibly believe that? After calming himself, Feng prepared to return home. Just then, the troublesome system issued a new sign-in task. Ding. Please proceed immediately to the 5th large stone located at the left front of the Moonlight Waterfall in the 13th forest of Konoha Village to sign in. Chapter 2. Can I have a chance? Upon hearing the mission assigned by the system, Yi Feng could not help but let out a sigh. The designated location for the sign-in was indeed peculiar and convoluted. However, regardless of its oddity, the fact that he could activate 2 sign-in tasks in a single day felt akin to winning a grand prize. Although the rewards were somewhat disappointing, they were certainly preferable to having no tasks at all. Upon arriving at the sign-in location, Yi Feng positioned himself atop the 5th stone as described by the system. "Come on, system, lend me a hand," he muttered. Yet, the system failed to emit the usual notification to commence the sign-in process. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether the system had faltered at a crucial moment. Just as he prepared to inquire, a sharp gust of wind suddenly surged from behind him. An ambush! Having long mastered various concealed weapons, Yi Feng was adept at recognizing the nuances of such attacks, which had honed his skills to that of a master in the art of stealth. Consequently, when he sensed the danger, he swiftly rolled away multiple times, creating distance between himself and the unseen assailants. At that moment, the stone he had just vacated exploded into a cloud of white mist. As the mist dissipated, a ninja, indistinguishable in origin, materialized before him. Konoha truly deserves its reputation as the foremost ninja village. My proud transformation technique was effortlessly discerned by a mere child, sneered one of the ninjas. Haha, Hiyu, I told you this wouldn't work. If a little brat can see through it, how can we possibly fool the higher-ups of Konoha? 2 ninjas stood before Yi Feng, one who had just disguised himself as the stone, and another who had attempted to ambush him from the shadows. Little brat, though you elicit my pity, our movements cannot be revealed. Thus, you must meet your demise. Speak your last words. Hiyu's gaze was frigid, as if Yi Feng had already become a lifeless corpse in his eyes. Meeting Hiyu's chilling stare, Yi Feng furrowed his brow and sighed. Actually, I didn't see you transform into a stone, nor do I comprehend your intentions, and I don't even know you. So why not give me a chance to forget this ever happened? After all, I'm just a child. Huh, you must be out of your mind, kid. What of it? I've taken down many children before. You're just another one. Hiyu chuckled derisively. However, before he could finish his taunt, Yi Feng had already taken action. In a flurry of movement, Yi Feng leapt into the air, his hands flying as he unleashed a barrage of miniature shurikens that he had discreetly prepared. The shurikens whistled through the air, hurtling toward the 2 ninjas with remarkable speed. For a child, your prowess with concealed weapons is commendable. Among your peers, I, Hiyu, shall deem you the strongest. The 2 ninjas soared into the air, gracefully evading Yi Feng's assault, and began to mock him. Yet, Yi Feng paid them little heed as he grasped another handful of shuriken, hurling them once more at his adversaries. Hiyu laughed coldly. I've told you, little brat. Such attacks are utterly ineffective against adults. Once again, the ninjas easily dodged Yi Feng's onslaught. However, just as they landed, a cacophony of clinking sounds erupted behind them. Hiyu strained to turn his head, witnessing the shuriken from Yi Feng's second throw, striking the first set that had lodged in the rocks. The collision caused the initial shuriken to ricochet back into the air. Amidst the chaos of the clash, 2 of the shuriken swiftly shot toward the ninjas. With a sickening thud, the sharp projectiles effortlessly pierced the carotid arteries of both ninjas. Yi Feng had claimed his first kill. After the lifeless bodies collapsed, Yi Feng approached, sighing, wasn't it better to be alive? I offered you a chance, yet you refused? Chapter 3. Night in the Mountains in the World of Naruto. Although ninjas possess superhuman abilities, they are, in essence, merely individuals with heightened offensive capabilities. Their defenses are no different from those of ordinary humans. In a completely unguarded state, a single shuriken, kunai, or even a nail could easily bring down a ninja, regardless of their rank, even that of a Kage. Yi Feng coldly regarded the fallen ninjas, swallowing hard. Taking a life was not a trivial matter. Especially after death, the body does not lie still. The involuntary reactions of nerves and muscles following death incessantly stirred and overwhelmed Yi Feng's psyche. Nevertheless, he chose not to evade this reality, for he understood that in such a world, taking a life is a requisite lesson. It was merely that this lesson had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. Those who come to the village for missions are often shadowed by ninjas. These 2 must have infiltrated stealthily. Could they be spies from the cloud or rock villages? No. If they were merely spies, they would not have breached Konoha's defenses without collusion. Could it be related to Danzo? The mere thought of the notorious Danzo caused Yi Feng's expression to grow grave. If it were indeed connected to him, it would be wise to leave this place post-haste. Ding. Host has arrived at the sign-in location. Commencing sign-in, countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. Host has successfully signed in, acquiring the Uzumaki bloodline trait. Boom! An immense and indescribable power surged forth once again. This experience felt no different from before. However, upon the dissipating force, Yi Feng distinctly sensed a significant transformation within his body. Although his muscle strength had not vastly increased, the vitality within his cells had markedly intensified, and his meridians had grown slightly thicker than before. Haha, system, you claim you're not manipulating things behind the scenes? I barely voiced my complaints, and you bestowed upon me the Uzumaki bloodline. I shan't believe you. Though the system remained silent, Yi Feng's spirits soared. Nevertheless, he did not linger to examine his newly acquired changes, but swiftly made his way toward the village. After all, remaining here was perilously unwise. Half an hour later, 3 figures emerged in the place where the night wind had claimed lives. The leader, his face and right arm wrapped in white bandages, exuded an aura of malice, unmistakably indicating he was no benign character. Danzo was already dead, with the time of death estimated to be within the last hour. The corpse bore only a single wound on the neck, suggesting it had been struck down by a miniature concealed weapon from behind. The nature of the injury indicated that the assailant was a master of stealthy assassination techniques. A masked root ninja meticulously examined the body on the ground, respectfully reporting his findings to Danzo. Danzo mused, a chilling glint emanating from his left eye. He stepped over the corpse and approached a 2-meter-high stone, tracing the marks left by shurikens. Lost in thought, could it be that a formidable adversary has discovered Orochimaru's actions? Has he secretly dispatched elite Umbu to eliminate them, deliberately leaving the body as a warning to me? With this thought, Danzo narrowed his eyes. Investigate whether anyone has traversed this forest within the last hour. Yes, Lord Danzo. Upon hearing the command, the root ninja swiftly retrieved a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it and forming a series of hand seals to perform a long-range communication ninjutsu. Lord Danzo, approximately 10 minutes ago, a 7-year-old child was reported to have exited this forest. Oh, a child? Who might it be? Has Danzo recruited another prodigy akin to Itachi Uchiha? Danzo's surprise was palpable. It seems to be the eldest son of Kainai Ye, Yamashiro Yafeng. Chapter 4. The Identity of the Night Wind. Yamashiro Yafeng? Danzo furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lord Danzo. Should I send my subordinates to retrieve him and subject him to severe interrogation? A glint of ferocity flashed in the root ninja's eyes. Danzo cast a cold glance at him and replied, No need. I have some recollection of him. This boy, despite possessing an impressive array of chakra attributes across the 5 elements, is incapable of properly refining chakra, rendering him rather useless. If he could have slain Orochimaru's subordinates, I would have been able to capture Orochimaru myself. Clean up the body. We shall return. Yes, Lord Danzo. Yamashiro Kainai is the clan leader of the Yamashiro clan in Konoha. Yafeng is the eldest son of Kainai, the brother of Yamashiro. Though the bloodline of the Yamashiro clan does not directly connect to the Otsutsuki, Yafeng, as the son of a prominent clan leader, begins with a relatively advantageous position. Unfortunately, Yafeng's mother experienced complications during her pregnancy, resulting in health issues at his birth. Of course, if physical attributes were solely considered, they could be compensated for through subsequent nurturing and training. After all, the Yamashiro clan is a significant family in Konoha, and, as the son of the clan leader, Yafeng is not lacking in resources. However, in the world of Naruto, chakra reigns supreme. Ninjas possess a unique chakra system within their bodies. Through specialized chakra extraction techniques, they can draw life energy from their cellular structure, merging it with their spiritual energy. The resultant substance is chakra, which is stored within the chakra network. When used, ninjas can manipulate chakra through hand seals to perform a myriad of jutsu. Thus, the efficiency of chakra extraction and the capacity of the chakra network directly determine a ninja's strength. Sadly, Yafeng's weaknesses lie in these 2 most critical aspects, making it evident that under normal circumstances, he would be ill-suited for the life of a ninja. However, the current situation is different. The ninja chakra system does not solely rely on bloodlines. After assimilating the traits of the Uzumaki clan, Yafeng's efficiency in chakra extraction will gradually improve, and his previously feeble chakra network will undergo secondary development. After all, the Uzumaki clan possesses exceptional talents concerning chakra. Given sufficient time, Yafeng will undoubtedly resolve his issues. Moreover, the key factor is not merely the enhancement of his bloodline, but rather that Yafeng's system has finally ceased to be a hindrance. Ultimately, the system is Yafeng's true support. Upon returning home, his mother and sister were preparing dinner. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Kainai would still be too occupied with clan matters to join them for a meal. Brother, you've gone and caused trouble again. Look at all that sweat on you. Ino, having helped their mother wash the vegetables, frowned at Yafeng, drenched in perspiration. Yafeng entered, placing his ninja tool pouch beside the entrance's storage cabinet, shaking his head with a smile. Ino, how many times must I tell you? This is training, not mischief. Ino is renowned as a beauty in Konoha, but as siblings, a romantic relationship is unequivocally off the table. Brother, did I not tell you that once I become a ninja, I would protect you? Why can't you just enjoy life without making it so arduous for yourself? Ino dried her hands and stepped in front of Yafeng, puffing her cheeks in mock indignation as she earnestly admonished him. Isn't it delightful to simply be a carefree young master in a prominent family? Why must you spend all your time training? If it were that lazy shikamaru, you would relish being a sloth. All right, I understand. My dear Ino will surely become an exceptional jonin in the future, and I shall rely on you then. Yafeng chuckled, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. Relying on Ino for protection in the future? Perhaps not. After all, the formidable Ten Tails and its tailed beast cannon will ultimately depend on Yafeng to resolve. Chapitre 5, Chakra Extraction Technique. All right, Ino, let your brother take a shower first, and we will prepare dinner. Their mother set down the ingredients and walked over to embrace her children with a warm smile. I'm only looking out for my brother, yet he doesn't trust me at all. I was even planning to make him some delicious grilled deer steak. Ino feigned annoyance, pouting her lips. Seeing this, both Yafeng and their mother couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll go shower first. Remember to season my deer steak generously with spice and cumin, and make sure it's seared nicely on both sides. Yafeng waved his hand, heading into the bathroom. Once inside, he prepared the bathwater, pouring in the secret medicinal solution of the Yamashiro clan. Medicinal baths are crucial for ninjas, albeit quite costly. However, despite Yafeng's poor aptitude, Kainai has never restricted him materially, being his beloved son. Adjusting the water temperature to perfection, Yafeng sank into the tub, allowing his body to be fully enveloped in the medicinal liquid. The gentle medicinal properties seeped through his pores, alleviating his fatigue from the day and replenishing the life force lost within his cells. Indeed, the Uzumaki bloodline allows for the medicinal effects to be maximized. The night breeze was refreshing as I lay comfortably in the bathtub, contemplating the uncertainties of the future. The issue regarding my bloodline had finally been resolved, yet I still required the technique for chakra refinement. I scooped a ladle of warm water and poured it over myself, shaking my head in doubt. Would I be able to obtain the refined technique from my father, or would I have to resort to purchasing a civilian version at the tool shop? Surely, the effectiveness would be subpar. In the world of Naruto, anyone with a reasonable constitution could cultivate chakra. However, to refine chakra, one must practice the chakra refinement technique. There are numerous versions of this technique, each exhibiting varying degrees of efficacy. Although there are no explicit classifications, the common chakra refinement techniques available in the market are, in my view, akin to a mere bronze level, extremely ineffective. Not only do they exhibit low efficiency in refining chakra, but the solidity of the extracted chakra is also lacking. Ancient clans, such as the Yamashiro clan, possess remarkably sophisticated chakra refinement techniques. Unfortunately, when I was 5, Yamashiro Hachi attempted to extract my chakra using the heart-turning technique, and the outcome was nearly fatal. The good news was that I might possess 7 different chakra attributes, but the bad news was that he barely extracted any chakra, which almost cost me my life. After that incident, I spent 3 months better than before I fully recovered. Yamashiro Hachi abandoned the idea of having me cultivate chakra, deciding it would be best to wait until I was older to reassess the situation. Thus, if I wished to request a family secret technique from my father, it seemed futile. Even if I informed him that my constitution had improved, he would still hesitate to try, for he held me dear. It is understandable, after all. Bloodline talent is not something that can simply be improved at will, and the odds are too slim. It appears I will have to seek out Uncle Kaze tonight. At the dining table, I relished the delicious venison ribs that my sister had painstakingly prepared for me. The meat was delectable, likely a gift from Uncle Rokuju. As I savored the dish, I inquired, "Is this indeed from Uncle Rokuju?" "Of course. I knew you would be the most discerning," my mother replied, her heart swelling with joy as she observed my hearty appetite. "With the entrance exam approaching, I wanted you two siblings to nourish yourselves well. Are you truly going to participate in the entrance exam, brother?" Ino hesitated, her words trailing off. According to tradition, any child in Konoha who turns 6 is eligible to enroll in the Ninja Academy's entrance exam. However, passing the exam requires certain qualifications. But could my brother truly succeed? Chapter 6. Only you can help me. As dusk fell, I departed my home with a large sack of venison, making my way towards the outskirts of the Yamashiro clan. Before long, I found myself standing before a rather inconspicuous house. I knocked gently on the door, calling out, "Uncle Kaze, are you home?" After 3 knocks, the door swung open, revealing a handsome ninja with brown hair, who regarded me with a slight frown. "Yafeng, what brings you here at this late hour?" His name was Yamashiro Kaze, sharing a single character with mine. Kaze was the younger brother of Yamashiro Hachi and my uncle. He held the rank of Umbu Jainin, though that was merely his public persona. In truth, he served as an elite member under Danzo, a root ninja. Tragically, Kaze's fate was rather grim. He was ultimately used as a vessel for the impure world reincarnation by Kabuto, a horror that few can fathom. Initially, I was reluctant to interact with him due to his somber nature, but over time, we forged an inexplicable bond as friends, one being a reincarnated soul and the other an emotionally detached root ninja. Though Kaze's demeanor was somewhat cold, I knew he genuinely cared about my well-being, which was why he was still awake at this hour. "It's nothing serious. The Nara clan delivered a batch of exquisite venison today, the kind that cannot be found on the market. I thought to bring you some, considering the toll your work in the Umbu must take," I explained, offering him the sack of meat with a smile. The Nara clan had a long-standing tradition of raising deer, whose meat possessed remarkable medicinal value and vitality, an excellent nourishment for ninjas. Kaze glanced at the venison before accepting it, his voice low as he said, "Come inside, the wind is strong out here." He turned and walked back into the house. I looked around, chuckling to myself. Is there really any wind? Once inside, I settled onto the sofa in the living room. "Uncle, even if you're in the Umbu, you don't need to carry a weapon at home, do you? Look at Itachi from the Uchiha clan. He is also in the Umbu, yet he appears so relaxed when not on a mission." I sighed, finding it perplexing that Kaze seemed perpetually on edge. I could not comprehend why he chose to follow Danzo instead of simply being an elite ninja of the Yamashiro clan. "The Umbu are not all the same. They are incomparable," Kaze replied, his expression as impassive as ever as he placed the venison into the refrigerator. "You wouldn't have come here at this hour without another reason, would you?" "Indeed, I wouldn't beat around the bush. I intend to begin practicing chakra refinement. However, I lack a superior technique, which is why I need your assistance," I stated with a grin. "Chakra refinement?" Kaze furrowed his brows and took a seat across from me. "Have you forgotten what transpired 2 years ago? You wish to cultivate chakra now? Are you courting death?" I chuckled softly, lifting a flask from the table and taking a swig of the potent liquor. The fiery sensation brought back memories of my past life. Setting the flask down, I replied, "Uncle, you mentioned that was 2 years ago. Back then, I would become intoxicated at the mere taste of alcohol, but now no." Kaze interjected with a decisive shake of his head, taking a sip from the flask as well. "Practicing chakra is an entirely different matter from drinking. You ought to understand that I cannot assist you with this." I smiled knowingly, reclaiming the flask from his grasp as a flicker of determination ignited within my gaze. "You are well aware of what I mean, and it is precisely for this reason that I have come to seek your assistance. For you're the only one who would trust someone as young as I." Chapter 7. The Secrets of the Vortex. A child, no matter how gifted, remains a mere child. During times of peace, other 7-year-olds are still engaged in trivial pursuits. Yet, from the tender age of 4, Yifeng has already begun to cultivate various blade techniques. All of this has been observed by Shan Zhongfeng. Indeed, Yifeng is unlike other children. Thus, It is unclear when Shan Zhongfeng ceased to regard Yi Feng as merely a child. Uncle Feng, you know my character. Once I have made a decision, I will not waver. If you do not assist me, I will have no choice but to purchase the common, inferior items from the weapon shop. Can you bear to see that? Shan Zhongfeng sighed. Despite being a seemingly emotionless assassin, he sometimes felt a sense of helplessness in the face of Yi Feng. Moreover, I have always approached matters with discretion. Since I have come to seek your help, I must have some confidence in my own abilities. I will be able to cultivate chakra normally and become a ninja. Yi Feng continued. Observing the resolute expression on Yi Feng's face, Shan Zhongfeng's heart finally softened. The chakra refining technique I practice is exclusive to the Umbu. It is too domineering and unsuitable for you, and I cannot casually pass it on to outsiders. Although the techniques of the Shanzhong clan are milder, I cannot divulge them without your father's permission. This is also a rule. Therefore, I can only provide you with some chakra extraction techniques that I have collected from fallen clans. While these techniques may not match those of the Shanzhong clan, they are certainly superior to those used by ordinary ninjas. Upon finishing, Shan Zhongfeng retrieved a large stack of scrolls from a cabinet and placed them before Yi Feng. The mention of fallen clans sparked a glimmer in Yi Feng's eyes. Do you have any techniques from the Senju clan? At Yi Feng's inquiry, Shan Zhongfeng shot him an exasperated glance. Has the Senju clan fallen? Do not forget that the main branch of the Senju clan still has Princess Tsunade. Yi Feng nodded. Indeed, although the pure bloodline of the Senju clan has dwindled to but one, Tsunade, as long as she is willing, she can single-handedly revive the Senju clan. It merely means that the bloodline of the next generation is not as pure. Ah, is this a technique from the Uzumaki clan? Yi Feng exclaimed, having discovered a familiar pattern among the scrolls. It was the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. Shan Zhongfeng glanced at the scroll in Yi Feng's hand and shook his head. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is quite unique and not suited for our cultivation. Their bloodline characteristics revolve around an exceptionally strong vitality, and their techniques are developed around this trait. Therefore, it is indeed unsuitable for an ordinary person to practice the techniques of the Uzumaki clan. However, Yi Feng is different. Although he does not possess pure Uzumaki blood, with the help of the system, he has already acquired the characteristics of the Uzumaki bloodline. This chakra extraction technique from the Uzumaki clan is precisely suited for him. Uncle Feng, I'll take this one. You know, my circumstances are rather unique. Perhaps the Uzumaki method is more suitable for me? Yi Feng chuckled nonchalantly, opening the scroll and perusing it. Do not be foolish. You should have some understanding of the principles of chakra extraction. How could your situation possibly be the same as that of the Uzumaki clan? Shan Zhongfeng shook his head. However, just as he prepared to instruct Yi Feng on the essentials of cultivating the chakra extraction technique, suddenly Yi Feng's aura began to surge. His complexion paled slightly, yet an invisible vortex emerged around him. Seeing this unfold, Shan Zhongfeng's expression turned to one of astonishment. What pure chakra? How can this be possible? Chapter 8. Trust beads of sweat formed on Yi Feng's forehead. Although he appeared somewhat fatigued, he wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. Uncle Feng, see? I did not deceive you. I have truly succeeded. Although Yi Feng's cellular and spiritual energy had significantly diminished, at that moment, an extraordinarily pure chakra flowed through his meridians. While it may not have been abundant, the sensation it brought him was utterly delightful. First, take this military food pill. Shan Zhongfeng quickly produced a top-grade military food pill and handed it to Yi Feng, then admonished sternly, "You are being reckless. I have yet to teach you how to cultivate the chakra extraction technique, and you dare to attempt it on your own? Are you courting danger?" Yi Feng's actions indeed left Shan Zhongfeng quite astonished. Chakra is a form of energy. Under equivalent conditions, the purer the chakra, the more potent the jutsu it can wield. Shan Zhongfeng carefully examined the chakra within Yi Feng, and its purity was such that even among seasoned ninjas, it was a rarity. Could it be that his nephew has truly awakened a remarkably unique bloodline trait? I simply couldn't contain myself. Fortunately, there are no major issues. Now you can teach me, Yi Feng said as he swallowed the military food pill, the rich aroma flooding his senses, instantly revitalizing him. You must remember, the process of refining chakra is not to be taken lightly. Each time you practice, you must be adequately prepared beforehand and proceed systematically. You must not act as recklessly as you did just now, lest you injure your foundation, Shan Zhongfeng sighed. He then meticulously explained the essentials of cultivating the chakra extraction technique to Yifeng. After listening to Shan Zhongfeng's explanation, Yifeng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it really so complicated to extract chakra? If that is the case, wouldn't it be exceedingly dangerous for a ninja to deplete their chakra in battle?" Shan Zhongfeng replied earnestly, "Chakra is fundamental to a ninja. Depleting it naturally poses a danger. However, once you master the chakra extraction technique, you can extract chakra even while engaged in combat. But the ever-changing nature of battle makes it far more perilous to extract chakra during a fight. A moment's carelessness could result in injury. Thus, diligent practice is essential." Yifeng nodded, reflecting on Kakashi's frequent hospital visits. It was evident that excessive chakra usage in battle was indeed highly perilous. "Uncle Feng, I owe you a great debt today. Thank you." After memorizing the contents of the scroll, Yifeng returned it to Shan Zhongfeng, as it was, after all, his collection. Shan Zhongfeng accepted the scroll, gazing thoughtfully at Yifeng, and advised, "Do not disclose your chakra cultivation to others, and refrain from letting anyone witness your progress. Even when you enroll in ninja school, do not display excessive talent. Merely meet the admission standards. This will be beneficial for you, and, as for the specific reasons, do not inquire." In the heart of the mountains, the elite Shino of the Yamankai clan was well aware of the happenings in the forest today. Danzo's lack of suspicion towards Nightwind stemmed from the latter's apparent lack of talent. However, should Danzo discover Nightwind's training in chakra, it might pose a disadvantage to him. With a calm smile, Nightwind thought to himself, "Very well, if you choose not to speak, I shall refrain from inquiring. I will simply conceal my abilities moving forward. Your trust in me is reciprocated." Although this trust was born from his prior knowledge of Danzo's true nature. Chapter 9. The 9 Young Prodigies of Konoha. Half a month later, the entrance examination for the Ninja Academy commenced. Early in the morning, Nightwind and Ino arrived at the examination venue. By this time, a considerable number of children eager to participate had gathered outside. Regardless of their noble or common backgrounds, parents aspired for their children to become ninjas, believing that such a path would lead to glory. "Hey, Nightwind, Ino, we're over here," shouted Akimichi Choji, waving enthusiastically alongside Shikamaru. Alas, a deer and a butterfly meet 2 pigs. It's quite the troublesome scenario, Shikamaru sighed, foreseeing the challenges that lay ahead. Hey, Nara stinky deer. Who are you calling a pig? Do you want to get punched?" Ino retorted, her brow furrowing with irritation as she raised a fist in defiance. The pig, deer, butterfly trio represented the symbolic alliance of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans of Konoha. Each generation's trio was typically composed of the clan leader's offspring, often passed down as a single heir. However, due to Nightwind's health issues at birth, his parents subsequently welcomed Ino into the world, resulting in 2 candidates from the Yamanaka clan this generation. Nonetheless, both Nightwind and Ino exhibited little interest in the role of pig. Trouble was inevitable. "I truly do not wish to be a ninja. The life of a ninja is far too complicated," Shikamaru remarked as he observed Ino's fierce demeanor from a distance. It's utterly perplexing. How can Choji's family, despite being so rotund, be dubbed butterflies, while our family, blessed with such good looks, is referred to as pigs?" Ino exclaimed, her cheeks puffing in frustration. Nightwind chuckled and comforted Ino, patting her on the head. Although Choji was indeed heavy-set, he transformed into a standard figure upon becoming a butterfly. As time passed, the number of children at the examination venue swelled. Nightwind surveyed the crowd and noted that the 9 young prodigies of Konoha had yet to assemble. Frankly speaking, this cohort seemed to have siphoned the very fortune of the entire ninja world. Fortunately, Nightwind had connections. Otherwise, he might have struggled to keep pace. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Hello, Nightwind-kun." Upon hearing the voice, Nightwind turned with a smile to find Hinata Hyuga, her head bowed in shyness. Hinata's timid nature made it difficult for her to muster the courage to greet him, though she merely wished for a moment of conversation. Thus, Nightwind did not disappoint her. "Hello, Hinata. It has been a while. You have become even more adorable," he complimented, causing Hinata's cheeks to flush crimson. She quickly lowered her head further, fiddling with her fingers. "Nightwind-kun is saying such strange things again," she murmured, her face glowing with embarrassment. Observing her flustered state, Nightwind couldn't help but laugh. It was not his intention to usurp Naruto's potential romantic interest. 2 years prior, he had intervened when a few children attempted to bully Hinata, inadvertently stealing a potential romance that was meant for Naruto. Yet, it was unavoidable. If someone had to take the blame, let it be the system. I truly hope to be placed in the same class as Hinata. That way, I could see her lovely face every day, Nightwind mused, his playful banter causing Hinata's face to redden further, to the point of nearly steaming. Just then, Ino approached Hinata and gently steadied her. "All right, big brother, stop teasing Hinata. Look, she is about to faint." As soon as Ino spoke, Hinata's eyes glazed over, and she fainted into Ino's embrace. Nightwind, Ino. Chapter 10. The entrance examination. After a moment's pause, with the grand entrance of Uchiha Sasuke, the 9 young prodigies of Konoha finally gathered. Accompanying Sasuke was his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha. At this time, the Uchiha clan had yet to face its tragic demise, and Sasuke had not yet transformed into the cold child consumed by hatred. He appeared bright and cheerful, radiating a sense of pride among the children. Their arrival ignited a wave of chatter in the crowd. "Wow, I didn't expect Itachi Uchiha's brother to be in our class. If his brother is so formidable, this one must be a genius too," pondered Inuzuka Kiba, stroking his chin. "Huh, Uchiha Itachi? Who is he? Is he really that impressive?" Choji questioned, stuffing his mouth full of chips. "Indeed, he is impressive. He entered the academy at 6, graduated at 7, and joined the Umbu at 11. The Uchiha clan is truly brimming with talent," Shikamaru clarified. "Haha, a genius you say? Then I shall be the one to defeat him in the future," exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, with his characteristic bravado, as he bounded into the group, his golden hair gleaming. "Hey, who are you? Can you keep some distance from us? Who knows if your idiocy is contagious?" Kiba retorted, pushing Naruto away in annoyance. As he observed the interactions among the young prodigies, Nightwind felt that this version of a Naruto world was finally beginning to resemble the one he was familiar with. With 6 years remaining before facing Orochimaru, he merely needed to endure and grow. It should not pose a significant challenge. However, at that moment, the system issued a new sign-in task. "Ding. Please sign in at the front row of the student lineup during the entrance ceremony." Nightwind swallowed hard, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Previously, the system would only release tasks every month or 2, yet it had recently become quite generous, offering 3 sign-in tasks within a single month. Nevertheless, this particular sign-in location, the front row of the entrance ceremony, implied that Nightwind must successfully enroll and secure the top spot among the boys. According to the customs of Konohagakure, the entrance ceremony was organized into 2 lines, one for the boys and the other for the girls, arranged according to their academic performance. At that moment, Nightwind cast a glance at Sasuke, sighed, and contemplated. It seems that continuing to remain inconspicuous is no longer feasible. Previously, Nightwind had adopted a low profile due to concerns about being targeted by Danzo, but now, for the sake of the mission, he estimated that he would have to break that restraint. From Danzo's perspective, one might argue that Nightwind merely coincidentally eliminated 2 infiltrating ninjas without acquiring any intelligence regarding Danzo. Why would Danzo risk offending the Yamanka clan to target Nightwind? Was it a case of having too much time on his hands? While exercising caution is never detrimental, one must also embrace boldness when the situation demands it. Before long, the examination commenced. The entrance test for the Ninja Academy was primarily divided into 3 parts. The first segment assessed the candidate's aptitude for chakra, focusing on the speed of chakra extraction. The examination method was straightforward. The proctor first meticulously explained the fundamental chakra extraction technique to the students, with a quality of instruction that naturally paled in comparison to the guidance Nightwind received from Yamanka Kaze. However, this approach was considerate of the children from civilian families, as not everyone has the opportunity to receive one-on-one instruction from AJ Neen. Chapter 11. I your biological sister? After the proctor elaborated on the bronze-level chakra extraction technique, he allowed the children from civilian backgrounds to review it independently. Subsequently, he assisted those candidates who had already practiced chakra in returning it to a state of mental and life energy. This meant that all candidates' foundational chakra levels were reset to 0. According to the examination requirements, all candidates were allotted 5 minutes to extract chakra. Nevertheless, This method of assessment remained unfair to children from civilian families, as those from prominent clans likely began their chakra training long ago, thus achieving a proficiency that far surpassed that of their civilian counterparts. Moreover, the chakra extraction techniques employed by the children of noble families were of superior quality, making it impossible for civilians to compete. 5 minutes later, the proctor graded the candidates based on the quantity of chakra they extracted. Uchiha Sasuke, 10 points. Nara Shikamaru, 8 points. Hyuga Hinata, 8 points. Uzumaki Naruto, 3 points. Yumeka Night Wind, 10 points. When Night Wind's score was announced, Uchiha Sasuke slightly furrowed his brow, as if to say, how could a child from a lesser clan possibly achieve the same score as him? How could that be conceivable? Indeed, in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, all other families in Konohagakure were deemed minor clans. Brother, Yumeka Ino pouted as she approached Night Wind, somewhat displeased, and reproached him. You were healed all along, yet you never told me. Do you still consider me your sister? Am I merely an adopted child? Seeing Ino's expression, Night Wind chuckled and gently ruffled her hair, explaining, I only found out today, perhaps this is just my stroke of good fortune. Now, we should prepare for the next examination. Night Wind refrained from elaborating further, as the more he explained, the more convoluted it became. It was better to simply state that he knew nothing. After all, he was just a child, ignorant of many things. The rest could be left to their imaginations. With that, Night Wind turned and walked towards the location of the next examination. Ino watched Night Wind's retreating figure, her expression transforming into one of realization as she began to piece things together. Indeed, my father mentioned that he didn't teach the chakra extraction technique to my brother and forbade me from teaching him as well. But given today as circumstances, it is clear that he is a genius. He simply hasn't been discovered yet. Upon this realization, Ino could not help but smile brightly. Of course, my brother, Yumeka Night Wind, could never be useless. At that moment, Haruno Sakura approached Ino, walking alongside her, and whispered in her ear, Ino, your brother is truly impressive. And he is so handsome too. You are so lucky. Ino turned to glance at Sakura, her eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. Hey, Sakura, that's my brother. Please don't get any ideas about him. And just so you know, he might already have someone he likes. With that, Ino covertly cast a glance towards Hyuga Hinata. Sakura followed Ino's gaze and displayed an expression of understanding. Ah, it's Hinata-chan. The Hyuga clan and the Yumeka clan do seem well matched. Sigh. It's tough being a girl from a civilian family. Chapter 12. This pretense earned you a perfect score to float for a while the second examination commenced. Focusing on the candidate's proficiency with ninja tools. It goes without saying that this was yet another disadvantage for children from civilian families. After all, weapons do not come cheap, and the wear and tear during training is quite substantial. What ordinary child would dare to train recklessly? Thus, there exists an inherent disparity between civilian practitioners and those from affluent families. The first to take the stage was Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, please select the ninja tool you wish to demonstrate, the proctor said with a smile. Stepping forward confidently, Sasuke declared, as a member of the Uchiha clan, I will, of course, choose Shuriken. After saying this, he glanced at Night Wind, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if to proclaim, in this round, I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall be the brightest star. Soon, the proctor brought forth the target for testing the Shuriken. Just as he was about to announce the start of the examination, Sasuke suddenly flashed a smug smile. Proctor, isn't this test a bit too simple? It really lacks excitement. Can we perhaps rearrange the examination according to my preferences? Of course, the other students need not worry excessively. After all, you lack the innate talent for Shuriken that our Uchiha clan possesses. So you may proceed with the examination in the most basic manner. Listen to that. Is this even appropriate to say? No wonder the Uchiha clan has a poor reputation in Konohagakure. Although the proctor felt a twinge of annoyance, he realized that Sasuke was the son of the clan leader, and as a mere chunin, it was best to avoid conflict. Thus, he complied with Sasuke's request and rearranged the examination setup. At that moment, the target area was expanded to 6. In front stood 1 target, while the other 4 were perched on trees at diagonal angles on either side. The final target was positioned behind the first, creating an absolute blind spot. And then, the examination commenced. Uchiha Sasuke smirked, producing 4 shurikens that he flung into the air. With remarkable grace, he leaped into the sky, launching 2 additional shurikens in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, clink, clink, clink. The last 2 shurikens struck the earlier 4, producing a melodious clattering sound. Ultimately, all 5 shurikens found their mark, piercing the target's red center. The last one, although it did not hit the bullseye, accurately struck the target in a blind spot. Alas, the 6th shuriken failed to find the bullseye. Today's performance was somewhat subpar. Despite his words of self-deprecation, Sasuke's expression betrayed a sense of pride. Behold, this is the legacy of the Uchiha clan. Do you dare challenge us? Uchiha Sasuke, 10 points. The proctor swallowed hard. Indeed, a distinguished clan stands apart. A mere child possesses such extraordinary talent with shurikens. Remarkable. The other candidates were equally astonished, and a group of girls, led by Sakura, displayed starry-eyed admiration, their eyes sparkling with hearts. Inufuka kivari marked, impressive, aguerdi rival. Uzumaki Naruto laughed. Haha, indeed. Only someone like this could qualify to be defeated by me in the future. Akimichi Choji, clutching a chip, forgot to eat as he asked in bewilderment, what just happened with Shikamaru? Did you see that? Shikamaru sighed, exasperated. I saw it clearly. The ability to perfectly control the force and direction of each shuriken. Those Uchiha are truly formidable. Chapter 13. Shikamaru, what's your view? Next up is Nightwind. Nightwind, please select the weapon you wish to demonstrate. The proctor exhaled deeply. While the brilliance of geniuses is awe-inspiring, it also breeds envy. However, as a professional ninja school instructor, he quickly composed himself. The examination must proceed. Upon hearing his name, Nightwind stepped forward, surveyed the surrounding targets, and calmly declared, I will test my shurikens using this classmate's target. His words sent a ripple of excitement through the examination hall. Wow, could this handsome fellow also possess exceptional shuriken skills like Sasuke? He must, or why would he choose the same testing method? Fantastic, we get to witness another captivating performance. Today's exam is surely worthwhile. These were the musings of infatuated girls who believed that beauty was an undeniable truth. Go, big brother, you are the best. Hearing the praises from the girls around, Ino felt a surge of pride. That's my brother, of course, he's amazing. Although Sasuke-kun is also handsome, he pales in comparison to my brother. Meanwhile, Hinata stole a glance at Nightwind. No wonder so many girls like him. The pressure is immense. Uchiha Sasuke laughed arrogantly, addressing Nightwind. So, you're Yamanaka Nightwind, right? My previous move was quite dangerous. Imitating it carelessly is unwise. Sasuke's shuriken techniques were learned from his brother, Uchiha Itachi, and he had endured numerous injuries to master such flashy throws. Yet this boy from a lesser clan dared to imitate him? What a joke. Nightwind shot a glance at Sasuke, choosing to ignore him. Sasuke's arrogance was a trait he had possessed since childhood, a true manifestation of his clan's legacy. Nightwind, are you certain you wish to follow Sasuke's method? If you fail, your score may suffer, the proctor kindly advised. No problem, sir. May I begin? Nightwind replied with an unperturbed demeanor. The proctor sighed. You may start. The examination commenced. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Unlike Sasuke, Nightwind did not perform any flashy maneuvers. Instead, he casually tossed his shuriken into the air, then turned away without even glancing back as he walked towards his peers. This left the audience somewhat disappointed. Is that it? Were the impressive moves? It felt rather underwhelming. However, Ino and Hinata held a different opinion in their eyes. Nightwind was the strongest. Indeed, after another round of clinking sounds, all 6 shurikens struck the bullseye. Gasps filled the air. What do you think, Shikamaru? Choji had finally placed a chip in his mouth, yet he was so astounded by the result that he forgot to chew. Shikamaru stared at Nightwind's retreating figure, perplexed. How do I see it? Obviously with my eyes, he quipped. Haha, my brother is the best. Just as the friends were left in awe, Ino joyfully leapt up, exclaiming, Look, my brother hit the bullseye all 6 times. He is far superior to that Uchiha brat. Chapter 14. The sun has emerged, the rain has ceased. As Ino's voice faded, the crowd erupted into discussions. Although Nightwind and Sasuke exhibited different styles, witnessing both handsome performances had the infatuated girls feeling as if they were on top of the world. This examination was truly rewarding. The proctor rubbed his temples, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yamanaka Nightwind, 10 points. Though both received perfect scores, it was clear that Night Wind surpassed Uchiha Sasuke. Following this, while a few other talented youths showcased their weapon skills, they paled in comparison to Sasuke and Night Wind. Of course, in the eyes of Hinata and Ino, Night Wind remained the most dazzling. Uchiha Sasuke glared intently at Night Wind, his youthful fists clenched, as if to say, Yamanaka Night Wind. In the next examination, I shall surpass you. The third examination commenced, testing physical strength, a crucial factor for any ninja. Regardless of ninjutsu or taijutsu, physical prowess was essential. Physical strength serves as the foundation for all. Thus, when a candidate can proficiently extract chakra and has acquired some knowledge regarding the use of blades, it is time to assess their physical endurance. The examination venue for the third round resembles a vast track littered with hundreds of wooden stakes acting as obstacles. The uneven terrain is fraught with various hindrances. The rules are straightforward. All candidates start from the same starting line, and the one who reaches the finish line first will attain the highest score. In essence, only one individual can achieve a perfect score in this examination. Night Wind, I concede your strength, but in this contest, I shall surely surpass you. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Night Wind, his Sharingan activated, his tone composed, and his demeanor exuding an air of superiority. However, Night Wind was already well aware of Sasuke's tactics. It was merely a case of the sun shining, the rain ceasing, and the second pillar believing in his own prowess once more. Therefore, Night Wind chose to disregard him. After all, to surpass Night Wind in physical prowess? Apologies, but he had been honing his body since the tender age of 3. Come on, brother. Show them what the genius of our clan is capable of. Though Sasuke was undeniably handsome, it was Night Wind who truly shone. As the examination commenced, Night Wind surged ahead, the towering obstacles on the track appearing as mere flat ground, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Of course, the second pillar was swift as well, yet he still lagged slightly behind Night Wind. Hinata watched from a distance, warmth blossoming within her heart. Night Wind-kun is truly remarkable. I must strive harder. I cannot fall too far behind. Summoning her courage, Hinata propelled herself forward. In an instant, her peers seemed invigorated by Night Wind's lead, all brimming with determination. Night Wind, is such a simple run not a tad dull for you and me? Dare you engage in combat while we run? Sasuke, irritated by his continuous lag behind Night Wind, proposed a challenge to increase the difficulty of the examination. If any other candidate had been subjected to such provocation, they would certainly have paused to teach Sasuke a lesson. However, for Night Wind, Sasuke was merely a child. Was it worthwhile to concern himself with such a trivial matter? Moreover, Sasuke's future was already fraught with misfortune. Could Night Wind bear to make him feel even more despondent from this point forward? Consequently, Night Wind once again disregarded Sasuke, an action that evidently infuriated him. Chapter 15. The beginning of Sasuke's tragic fate, such arrogance. Uchiha Sasuke, repeatedly ignored by Night Wind, was on the verge of losing his sanity. After all, those who revel in boasting can hardly tolerate being overlooked immediately after displaying their bravado. Thus, Sasuke exerted force with his feet, utilizing the momentum from his jump to reach for Night Wind's clothing from behind. Night Wind, noticing this, slightly shifted his body and seized Sasuke's wrist. Then, with a gentle flick, he tossed the second pillar into the air, delivering a swift kick to his backside. Boom! Sasuke shot forth like a cannonball, colliding into Naruto's arms. Thus, the premature first kiss between Naruto and Sasuke transpired. With the examination concluded, Night Wind undoubtedly claimed first place, while Uchiha Sasuke, entangled with Naruto, ultimately scored only 8 points, securing second place overall. Congratulations, Night Wind-kun, on your first place victory, Hinata said. Her cheeks flushed as she approached him, softly expressing her congratulations. Night Wind smiled, patting Hinata gently on the head, and said, Congratulations to you as well. I noticed your performance. If all goes well, we should be placed in the same class, and we can see each other every day from now on. Hinata felt a warm glow in her heart upon realizing Night Wind had been attentive to her efforts. However, when she felt his gentle pat, her eyes sparkled with delight. Thankfully, Ino skillfully caught her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Hey, brother, is it really okay to tease Hinata-chan like that? It seems rather excessive. Ino shot a glance at Night Wind. Fortunately, he was her own brother, Otherwise, who could endure being fed such dog food at every turn? Night Wind shrugged, unfazed, and chuckled. A childhood friend? That's indeed an intriguing idea. With the entrance examination concluded, the 9 young ninjas of Konoha, along with the formidable Night Wind, successfully secured their admission. On the playground of the Ninja Academy, Night Wind finally stood at the designated check-in spot as he had wished. Ding! Host has arrived at the check-in location. Check-in commenced. 109870. Congratulations, host. On successful check-in, you have been rewarded. Mastery of basic slashing. As the system's reward was credited, Night Wind could not help but smile. Previously, it was concealed weapons. Now it has transformed into weaponry. Could this system be a warrior in disguise? Nonetheless, mastery of slashing is undeniably a close combat skill. This style of intimate combat aligns well with Night Wind's preferences. Soon, a warm sensation coursed through Night Wind's body as countless experiences and techniques of slashing flooded into his mind. However, at that moment, Night Wind had no time to savor this newfound knowledge, as the third Hokage continued to deliver a rousing speech from the podium. Wherever leaves dance, flames shall ignite. The shadows of fire shall illuminate the village, and you are the future of this village. The students below erupted in applause, their spirits lifted. This message was imbued with positivity and resonated as a recurring theme throughout the world of shinobi. However, despite the eloquence of his words, had the third Hokage truly embodied this sentiment? The will of fire represents a selfless spirit. As the Hokage, did the third truly uphold such impartiality? Consider the treatment of his grandson, Konohamaru, juxtaposed against that of the fourth Hokage's son, Naruto Uzumaki, who bore an existence steeped in misfortune, forever tainted. Chapter 16. The master of fear is inferior to a dog. 3,000 U armor can swallow Wu. In truth, Night Wind did not wish to disparage the third Hokage. After all, had he truly been that duplicitous individual, he would not have risked his life against Orochimaru's invasion. Ultimately, the truth lies in the inadequacy of Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities, rendering him unfit to serve as a leader. This deficiency led to countless tragedies within the village of Konoha. It cannot solely be blamed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the educational system of the ninja world differs greatly from that of Huaxia in Yi Feng's past life, if judged through Yi Feng's perspective, one might conclude that the third Hokage possesses merely a secondary school education. Nonetheless, he oversees the political and economic affairs of the entire Hidden Leaf village, and, in this era, can be considered a commendable leader. However, he lacks a systematic scientific foundation. Given these circumstances, it is quite an achievement for the third Hokage to have developed the village to its current state. This is the highest praise Yi Feng can bestow upon him. After the entrance ceremony concluded, Yi Feng returned home with his sister. Upon entering the house, Ino leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Father, you're back." Seeing her father return home so early filled Ino with immense happiness. Yamenka Kahii smiled gently, ruffled Ino's hair, and then turned his warm gaze to Yi Feng, saying, "I heard from friend about your exam results, so I rushed back to celebrate for both of you. Especially you, Yi Feng. How did you manage to score a perfect 10 on your chakra exam? Do tell." As a high-ranking official of the Hidden Leaf Village, Yamenka Kahii had clear channels to know the details of the Ninja Academy's examinations. Truth be told, Yamenka Kahii had anticipated Yi Feng's performance in physical strength and weaponry. However, how could this son of his, who struggled to extract chakra normally, achieve a perfect score on the chakra exam? Was there an underlying secret? This was perplexing. He had yet to present any gifts. Faced with his family's eager gaze, Yi Feng shrugged. At this moment, he had already anticipated their reactions. In his 2 lifetimes, despite starting as an underdog in this one, he had not endured significant hardships. His family treated him exceptionally well. Logically, there should be no secrets among such a family. Yet, the matters concerning the system were far too crucial for Yi Feng to disclose. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it relates to my training over the past few years? Or maybe the daily medicinal baths have had an effect. Yi Feng feigned a bewildered expression, providing a vague explanation. Yamenka Kahii nodded thoughtfully. Had Yi Feng claimed that his improvements were due to training or medicinal baths before today, Kahii would have found it utterly implausible. After all, the hereditary characteristics related to chakra are not so easily altered. Yet, now the facts were laid bare before him, leaving no room for disbelief. He began to speculate that chakra might be derived from physical strength, which itself is comprised of cellular life, energy, and mental energy. The fact that Yi Feng, at such a young age, could persist in rigorous physical training and medicinal bath suggested that his mental energy might surpass that of his peers, potentially explaining his results. Yamanka Kahii did not suspect Yi Feng of harboring secrets. Rather, he sought to rationalize his achievements. After all, mental energy is a uniquely powerful force. While ninjas can refine chakra by harnessing mental energy, the power of the mind extends far beyond mere chakra extraction. For instance, if two individuals possess equal physical strength and wield the same weapon and are trained in identical combat techniques, the one with the stronger mental energy and willpower would ultimately prevail in a life-and-death scenario. As the saying goes, a master of courage is worth more than 1,000 soldiers. Chapter 17. Danzo's probe in the underground chambers of Konoha. Shimura Danzo, after perusing the intelligence report, fell into deep contemplation. He had not anticipated that the young man from the Yamanka clan would possess talent surpassing that of Itachi's brother, and also excel in shuriken techniques. With this thought, Danzo rolled up the scroll and stroked his chin, glancing at the masked Yamanka Kaze. Kaze, I've heard that the young lad has a good rapport with you. How much do you know about his situation? Among the ninjas, many have been cultivated by Danzo since childhood. These individuals lacked identity and emotions, fully obedient to his commands. However, a formidable organization cannot consist solely of such individuals. Yamanka Kaze was a notable exception. Yi Feng's physique had presented issues initially, yet he had consistently engaged in strenuous physical training and undergone daily medicinal baths using the Yamanka clan's special concoctions. Perhaps this was why his condition had improved, as the Yamanka clan is an ancient lineage. Yamanka Kaze's voice remained steady as he objectively reported on Yi Feng's situation. Oh, the events that transpired in the forest that day remained shrouded in mystery. A few days ago, I even tested that old fox Hiruzen, but found no suspicious behaviors. Could it be that those two subordinates of Orochimaru were indeed slain by Yamanka Yi Feng? Danzo narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. There is a possibility. Yi Feng's skills with hidden weapons are quite advanced, rivaling my own. Without hesitation, Kaze affirmed Danzo's observation. Upon hearing Kaze's response, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, the two fallen ninjas were merely Orochimaru's subordinates. Unless Hiruzen intervened, their deaths were inconsequential. In truth, Danzo had already gathered significant information regarding Yamanka Yi Feng. If Kaze had deliberately shielded Yi Feng, it would imply that Kaze's loyalty was questionable. More than his interest in Yi Feng, Danzo was primarily concerned about Kaze's fidelity. The following day, Yi Feng and Ino arrived punctually at the Ninja Academy. After receiving their textbooks, the two made their way to the elite class. Yamanka Yi Feng. From today onwards, we are classmates. I watched your performance yesterday. You seem quite impressive. But don't get too cocky, for one day, I shall surpass you. Uzumaki Naruto leapt onto Yi Feng's desk with a boastful demeanor. Yi Feng glanced at Naruto, revealing a contemplative expression. It appeared that since he outperformed Sasuke, Naruto had chosen him as a rival. However, the bond between Naruto and Sasuke was profound, and Yi Feng had no desire to intrude. Have you had enough? You fool. Naruto, how could a loser like you ever compare my brother? Ino exclaimed disdainfully as she pulled Naruto away from Yi Feng's desk. She simply could not comprehend why someone with such poor grades would be in the same class as them. Upon hearing Ino refer to him as a loser, Naruto felt 1,000 alpacas galloping through his mind. He was preparing to retort when Night Wind stood up, smiling. Ino, there's no need to speak like that. After all, we will all be classmates in the future. And I must say, Naruto possesses a remarkable appearance and exceptional potential. Should he achieve enlightenment one day, his accomplishments will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Perhaps he may even become Hokage. In Chapter 18, what a dish floating like this. Naruto Uzumaki initially harbored a hint of animosity towards Night Wind. However, now, Night Wind had publicly declared that he could become Hokage. In that moment, Naruto was almost moved to tears. A kindred spirit. Finally, someone recognized me. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will surely become Hokage. Night Wind, you are a good person. Since you hold such high hopes for me, we shall indeed be true friends from this day forth. Naruto flashed a toothy grin, gave Night Wind a thumbs up, and winked, exuding a reminiscent vibe of Might Guy. Night Wind nodded in satisfaction, smiling back at Naruto as a form of acknowledgement. Gaining Naruto's recognition was undoubtedly a positive development. In the future, should Night Wind encounter any formidable adversaries, he could proclaim, "I have the underling Naruto, who can silence the masses." After solidifying their friendship, Naruto approached Sasuke with the same bravado, pointing at him and declaring, "Sasuke, did you hear that? I am destined to become Hokage, so I will undoubtedly defeat you." Sasuke, exhibiting his typical aloofness, turned away, clearly uninterested in engaging with someone he deemed foolish. "Huh? What does your cold demeanor mean? Do you not believe in me?" Naruto asked, slightly displeased as he positioned himself in Sasuke's line of sight, persisting with his inquiry. "Humph, just a tail-end charmer, and you aspire to become Hokage? Dream on," Sasuke retorted, turning his face again, dismissing Naruto with scorn. In Sasuke's eyes, Itachi Uchiha was the only one worthy of becoming Hokage. Seeing Sasuke finally engage in conversation, Naruto, with a proud expression, crossed his arms and reappeared in Sasuke's view. "TCH, did you not hear what Night Wind said? I have astonishing potential. I will definitely become Hokage. Besides, Night Wind is the top of our class, and if he acknowledges me, how dare you, a mere second place, dispute that?" Naruto's logic left his companions utterly speechless. Can a second place really not overshadow someone like him? What a spectacle! Sasuke cast a glance in Night Wind's direction. There he was, Yamanaka Night Wind. Upon returning home yesterday, Sasuke's father had already learned of the entrance exam results and sighed upon seeing Sasuke, as if to say, "Indeed, Sasuke falls short compared to Itachi." This realization left Sasuke feeling quite displeased. Despite his admiration for Itachi and acceptance of his own shortcomings, he was still a child yearning for his father's approval. Yet, he had evidently failed once more, and all of this was attributed to Night Wind. Why must I, Uchiha Sasuke, be overshadowed by Yamanaka Night Wind? Thus, Sasuke pushed Naruto aside, stood up, hands in pockets, and approached Night Wind with a cool demeanor, locking eyes with him and stating calmly, "Yamanaka Night Wind, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will not be bested by you. Just wait and see. I will demonstrate the disparity between a mere mortal and an Uchiha." A crackling tension charged the air as the two handsome boys exchanged glances, prompting a chorus of excited squeals from the infatuated girls in the classroom. How thrilling! Although Night Wind appeared slightly more handsome, sunlit, approachable, and formidable, Sasuke exuded an undeniable coolness. The choice was indeed difficult. In Chapter 19, the strongest brainwashing master of Konoha, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Irika-sensei entered the classroom with enthusiasm, introducing himself before delving into the missions, responsibilities, and bonds of a ninja. The students were instantly stirred by his words, clearly a product of professional training. Night Wind, however, found this indoctrination quite dull. With his head bowed, he began to peruse the textbooks distributed by the school. As he opened the book, he stumbled upon something rather amusing. Nearly every textbook's first page bore the phrase, "Wherever leaves dance, flames shall burn, casting shadows of fire upon the village, and new leaves shall sprout." What intrigued him further was the varying signatures at the bottom of this phrase. Some read, "The strongest Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi." Others noted, "The doctor of ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi." Yet others stated, "The leader of the Sarutobi clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi." Remarkable indeed. As he turned further, he discovered even more absurdities. In one textbook, the title of the first article was "The Greatest Hokage's Amusing Anecdotes." Night Wind skimmed through it, noting it was merely a recounting of the second Hokage's courageous command during a crisis, adept management during the Ninja World War, and the orderly governance of the village. This left Night Wind feeling rather unimpressed. No wonder everyone claims that the third Hokage is the strongest among Konoha's Hokage, setting aside anything else. Simply for his prowess in brainwashing, I, Yamanaka Night Wind, would willingly dub the third Hokage as the strongest. Yet, it begs the question, did the third Hokage truly achieve any remarkable feats? The first Hokage was powerful, quelled chaos, and founded Konoha, earning accolades for his pioneering efforts. The second Hokage was innovative, established the Ninja Academy, and left behind an array of ninjutsu, contributing greatly. The fourth Hokage bravely faced the Nine Tails, sacrificing himself to protect the village, thereby earning his place in history. And what the third Hokage? Night Wind pondered thoughtfully. Before the plan to dismantle Konoha, the third Hokage's only notable moment came at the end of the First Ninja World War. At that time, the second Hokage was ambushed by the Cloud Village's Kin and Jin, and to ensure the main forces could retreat safely, Sarutobi volunteered to hold the rear. However, the question arose. After making his declaration, did Sarutobi accomplish anything tangible? The answer is no. Since then, the ninja world has erupted into 2 more ninja wars, and in both instances, Konoha emerged victorious. Yet, regrettably, during the 2 great ninja wars, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely occupied his seat in the Hokage's office, smoking and perusing battlefield reports. Take the Second Shinobi World War as an example. Whether at the front lines or commanding from the rear, it was the legendary Sannin of Konoha who truly bore the burden. The Third Shinobi World War was even more remarkable, as the third Hokage was compelled to relinquish his position due to his leadership during the conflict. Thus, one may ponder, where lies his true merit? Is it merely in having trained the legendary Sannin of Konoha? However, upon closer inspection, one must note that these 3 have since departed from the village. Consider their current statuses. One is a gambling enthusiast and heavy drinker, Tsunade. Another is Jiraiya, who indulges in peeping and writing risque novels, and Orochimaru, albeit for the sake of science, has inflicted untold harm upon innocent children in Konoha. Even now, he continues to wreak havoc upon more children in the land of rice. Therefore, a master who has nurtured such disciples can only be deemed as having a balance of merits and demerits. Consequently, such a narrative is one that Night Breeze finds utterly unbearable. Chapter 20. The future king of Flat Slashes. The first day of school has concluded, and it proved somewhat dull. After classes, Night Breeze chose not to return home with Ino. It was still afternoon, with a couple of hours remaining until dinner. Thus, Night Breeze resolved to seek a place to practice his newly acquired mastery of flat slashing techniques. At the Konoha Blade Shop, a young female clerk bent forward, her eyes fixed on Night Breeze, her face adorned with a charming smile. "Little one, would you like to purchase a set of ninja toys? What do you fancy? I can offer some recommendations." Night Breeze's gaze swept across the shop, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The vehicle was quite splendid, though regrettably, its driver was underage. Having left the blade shop with his newly purchased ninja sword, Night Breeze sought a nearby open training ground and commenced his practice session. The mastery of flat slashing, as the name implies, refers to Night Breeze's proficiency in this technique. Flat slashing is the simplest, most fundamental, and also the most effective maneuver in swordsmanship. Should he refine this technique to perfection, even in the face of an Uchiha piloting a formidable machine, Night Breeze will be capable of severing them with a single strike. With a clang, the ninja sword was drawn. Night Breeze grasped the hilt, an unusual sense of familiarity coursing through his muscles. In that moment, he felt as though he were a seasoned swordsman who had trained for over a decade in the art of flat slashing, almost merging with the sword itself. With determination, he faced a wooden post taller than himself, tirelessly practicing his flat slashes. Despite being only 7 years old, each strike left a deep mark upon the post, exhibiting strength far beyond what one would expect from a child of his age. As he continued to execute his repetitive slashes, a sudden, peculiar presence stirred behind him, sending a chill down his spine. Instinctively, he turned and swung his sword. Swiftly, the figure behind him vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow. What speed! Both felt a surge of realization regarding each other's prowess. Though Night Breeze's strike missed its mark, his innate skills, akin to those of a master of hidden weapons, compelled him to launch a series of projectiles toward the most probable landing spots of his opponent's movement. Clang! The indistinct figure, moving with equal swiftness, effortlessly countered Night Breeze's projectiles with a kunai. "Night Breeze, I hope you're well." It was Itachi Uchiha. Night Breeze furrowed his brow, finally recognizing his opponent, and his expression turned serious. The extent of Itachi's abilities remained a mystery. Just when one believed they had grasped his power, he would reveal yet another layer of strength. At this moment, Night Breeze knew he was no match for Itachi Uchiha. What then was Itachi's intention? Had Night Breeze's previous torment of Sasuke drawn the elder brother's ire for retribution? Itachi sheathed his kunai, regarding Night Breeze with a neutral gaze, his voice equally placid. "Your swordsmanship is impressive. It easily surpasses that of my younger brother, Sasuke." Night Breeze remained silent, his grip on the ninja sword unwavering, while his left hand discreetly prepared a miniature shuriken. He did not believe that Itachi had come merely to commend him. Itachi seemed to sense Night Breeze's apprehension. After a brief moment of hesitation, he forced a smile. "I apologize. I was merely curious about your swordsmanship and decided to test it. Please do not misunderstand." Chapter 21. Itachi and Hinata. Oh, a test? Night Breeze regarded Itachi with skepticism, mentally contemplating the situation. Perhaps it was indeed a test. After all, given Itachi's mastery of illusion techniques, if he had truly intended to harm Night Breeze, he could have done so effortlessly. "I happened to pass by and noticed you practicing your sword techniques. I couldn't resist watching for a moment." "Your skills are commendable," Itachi stated earnestly. He had just returned from outside the village and was on his way back to report on a mission when he fortuitously encountered Night Breeze. As Night Breeze practiced his technique, Itachi observed closely. Although his flat slashing appeared simple, each cut was executed with remarkable precision and stability, suggesting years of rigorous training. Yet, Night Breeze was merely 7 years old. To gauge the limits of Night Breeze's swordsmanship, Itachi stealthily positioned himself behind him, releasing a hint of murderous intent. As expected, Night Breeze's reaction did not disappoint Itachi. Though the specifics of his training remained unclear, his swordsmanship was indeed formidable. In the present Konoha, while many ninjas wielded ninja swords, few specialized in the art of swordsmanship. Itachi had never witnessed such speed in a blade before. Perhaps, he thought, Night Breeze could become the second Konoha White Fang. Contemplating this, Itachi sighed inwardly. "My dear little brother, you must continue to strive for excellence." The two exchanged a few words regarding swordsmanship before parting ways. Itachi Uchiha smiled and said, "By the way, I heard that there was some conflict between you and Sasuke during yesterday's exam. This matter is not your fault. It is entirely Sasuke's recklessness. Having lived in the spotlight since childhood, encountering an opponent like you inevitably stirred him. I hope you can forgive him, and that you will become friends in the future, progressing together." Night Wind sheathed his weapons. Become friends with Sasuke? Forget it. That task should be left to Naruto. After all, if Night Wind were to face Kagaya Otsutsuki in the future, he might need Naruto and Sasuke to seek out the Sage of Six Paths for assistance. Therefore, the bond between Naruto and Sasuke must not be severed. Watching Itachi Uchiha depart, Night Wind finally exhaled. The world of ninjas is one where the weak are devoured by the strong, and even with an advantage, death is easily encountered. Thus, becoming stronger is the undeniable truth. Today, as training will increase by 100 sets. Just as Night Wind prepared to continue swinging his blade, Hinata Hyuga suddenly emerged from the bushes nearby. With a blush on her cheeks, Hinata softly asked, "Night Wind-kun, you didn't encounter any problems just now, did you?" Night Wind was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hinata, but then he noticed that her ninja tool pouch was not fastened properly, with a kunai sticking out, suggesting it had just been returned. This meant that she had been watching him the entire time. After Itachi's appearance, Hinata had prepared her kunai, ready to rush to his aid if Night Wind were in danger. Feeling warmth in his heart, Night Wind smiled. "I'm fine. By the way, Hinata, would you like to train with me? Is that really all right?" Hinata shyly lowered her head. Although she felt delighted inside, she dared not show it. "Of course it is." Night Wind stepped forward and gently patted Hinata on the head. "Hinata, you must have a bit more confidence in yourself. I am thrilled to train with such a wonderful girl like you. So why doubt yourself?" Chapter 22. Practical training. Hinata suddenly received a playful pat on the head, causing her neck to flush instantly. She felt faint, but with no one around. If she succumbed to dizziness, it would surely cause trouble for Night Wind-kun. No, she couldn't faint. With sheer willpower, little Hinata fought off the dizziness. "Thank you, Night Wind-kun." She took a deep breath, her face still flushed with shyness. "What are you thanking me for? No need to be so formal." Night Wind gazed at Hinata and suddenly proposed, "By the way, Hinata, let us engage in some taijutsu practice." "Huh? Taijutsu practice?" Hinata was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for such a suggestion from Night Wind. "Yes, taijutsu practice." Night Wind nodded. "Your Hyuga clan possesses a natural talent for close combat, and since this is our first training session together, I'd like to witness your strength." Night Wind looked at Hinata earnestly, his gaze filled with encouragement. In his eyes, Hinata was truly an exceptional girl, merely lacking in confidence. Night Wind hoped that practical training would help restore Hinata's self-assurance, providing an opportunity for the two to bond. I'm not really that strong, Hinata murmured, lowering her head. She could sense Night Wind's trust in her, but she had always felt she was not living up to the potential of the Byakugan clan, fearing she would disappoint him. Not at all, Hinata. I have always believed in your excellence, so you must believe in yourself too. Come on. Night Wind smiled gently, his bright gaze enveloping Hinata's young heart in warmth akin to sunlight. Well, okay, Hinata nodded. Changing a person's mindset cannot be achieved with just a few words. However, Hinata's kind nature wouldn't allow her to reject Night Wind's expectations, so she steeled herself. Haha, that's the spirit. Let us go. The two moved to the center of the training ground, forming the unique stance for a ninja spar. Then, Hinata took a deep breath. Byakugan. As her Byakugan activated, Hinata immediately assumed a stance. Night Wind watched her with keen interest. Though she was young, in battle mode, she exuded an impressive aura, truly the princess of the Byakugan. Hinata, I'm coming. Okay. With serious expressions, they both charged toward each other, their figures soon intertwining. Bang, bang, bang. Initially, Hinata adopted a very cautious defensive strategy. Night Wind relentlessly launched his attacks. It wasn't that he lacked compassion. Despite his years of training, his physique had grown strong, and each punch carried considerable force. However, in terms of close combat, Night Wind found himself unable to breach Hinata's defenses. Hinata, you still say you're not strong? I can't seem to break through your defense at all. Why not try attacking? Night Wind chuckled, causing Hinata's face to flush anew. However, under Night Wind's continuous encouragement, Hinata finally began to take the initiative. Swish, swish, swish. The 8 trigrams, 2 palms, 8 trigrams, 4 palms. 8 trigrams, 8 palms. This was Hinata's current limit. Yet, it was enough to leave Night Wind struggling to defend himself. In reality, Night Wind could see the flaws in Hinata's gentle fist technique. It wasn't that the Hyuga clan's gentle fist had flaws, but rather, Hinata herself had openings. If this battle were a life-and-death struggle, Night Wind would have numerous opportunities to use a flat strike or hidden weapons to end Hinata. However, if it was merely a test of taijutsu, although he saw the openings in her technique, he had no means to exploit them. Indeed, there were still many areas where he lacked. Chapter 23. Truly an adorable girl, the two children moved swiftly and gracefully, like butterflies flitting among flowers, continually dancing in the training ground. In the blink of an eye, they had been sparring for 20 minutes. Hinata, being slightly weaker, had begun to pant, her stamina nearing its limits. At this moment, Night Wind smiled. He met Hinata's palm with his left hand, suddenly drawing out a ninja blade. Swish! With a swift, horizontal slash, Hinata, taken by surprise, slowed her palm's momentum, revealing a significant opening. Clang! Night Wind deliberately raised the blade an inch, striking the wooden post behind Hinata. Simultaneously, he reached out with his right hand, grasping Hinata's palm and pressing it against the post. All right, the reconciliation seal is formed. Taijutsu practice is concluded. Hinata gazed into Night Wind's close face, feeling his breath, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Under the moonlit sky, Hinata quietly murmured, her body restless and her heart racing like a startled fawn. Simultaneously, a captivating blush adorned her delicate cheeks, a hue distinct from her usual flush. Though still young, her beauty was undeniable, and the ambience was perfect. Yet, at that moment, a sudden shriek pierced the air from the edge of the training ground. Brother, what are you doing? Upon hearing Ino's exclamation, Hinata's entire being flushed crimson, her pupils dilating into swirling spirals, before she fainted in Night Wind's embrace. Observing the unconscious Hinata nestled in his arms, Night Wind sighed, helplessly as he glanced at his sister rushing towards him. Ino, look at the trouble you've caused. I was just engaging in a taijutsu spar with Hinata, and we were making great progress, having just formed the reconciliation seal. But your shout startled her, causing her to faint again. What a mood killer, he lamented, shaking his head. Ino approached the pair, her expression wary as she scrutinized Night Wind. Brother, how old are you? Engaging in wall pushes? While I think Hinata is wonderful and could very well become my sister-in-law, aren't you two a bit too young for this? Night Wind stroked his chin, casting a thoughtful gaze at Hinata. Indeed, they were rather young and still had much growing to do. After a while, Hinata finally regained consciousness. A dazed look in her eyes. "You're awake, Hinata. Your performance earlier was commendable, so remember to have more confidence in yourself." Night Wind encouraged with a smile. At his praise, Hinata's face flushed once more. Just as she prepared to respond humbly, she realized she was still in Night Wind's arms, causing her to feel lightheaded again. And she fainted anew. Night Wind sighed, realizing he had no choice but to let Ino carry Hinata away to prevent her from waking up again. What a charming girl, he mused. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, after school, Night Wind and Hinata trained together at the same training ground where they first met. In Ino's eyes, what appeared to be innocent training was, in fact, a secret rendezvous between the two. To make Hinata shy and faint, she refrained from stating the obvious. Nevertheless, it must be said that after 3 months of training, Hinata's confidence had significantly improved. Chapter 24. Chakra Blade. Hinata possessed remarkable talent. In the original storyline, while her initial performance was lackluster, she later demonstrated commendable combat prowess. After all, the title of Princess of Byakugan is not given lightly. With Night Wind's assistance, the knots in her heart began to unravel, and her psychological issues were gradually being resolved. Consequently, her progress in gentle fist techniques was evident. Perhaps for this reason, despite their daily meetings, Hyuga Hayashi did not interfere, allowing the two children to develop freely. The Hyuga and Yamanaka clans were well matched. As for Night Wind, 3 months had passed, yet he remained focused on mastering the basic sword strike, day in and day out. If one were to ask why, he would not respond. The system had been particularly troublesome. "System, I'm not trying to cause trouble. Just look at this ridiculous task you assigned. Signing in on a wooden stake painted with a pink pig? Where's this stake? What does the pink pig even look like? It's been 3 months. I've been stuck on this absurd task for a full 3 months. Are you not going to explain?" Night Wind's daily complaints concluded with the system remaining as cold and unresponsive as ever, leaving him with no other option. "Well, guess I'll just practice my sword," he thought. A look of despair etched on his face. He gestured to Ino and Hinata, signaling the start of their practical training again. In the center of the training ground, Hinata and Ino stood opposite Night Wind. Perhaps influenced by his charisma, both girls began to exude a sense of elegance and poise. "Brother, we're about to start," Ino announced. As her words fell, the two leaped gracefully backward, creating distance between themselves and Night Wind. Simultaneously, Hinata and Ino opened their ninja tool pouches, their hands soaring as they unleashed a volley of projectiles. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, shurikens, senbons, and kunai were hurled towards Night Wind, a flurry of gleaming blades aimed at him. Though the strikes were not aimed at vital points, should they connect, Night Wind's life would be at risk. Facing such an onslaught, Night Wind remained calm and collected, his expression serene. With a swift motion, the blades sliced through the air, a silvery gleam illuminating the space as all the projectiles were deflected, spiraling back to embed themselves into the target at the training ground center. "Shikamaru, what do you think?" In the distance, Choji watched in astonishment as the chip he had been about to eat fell from his mouth. Shikamaru's expression turned serious as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Night Wind, falling into deep contemplation. Is this what Ino meant by special training? This certainly doesn't seem like mere practice. Is Yamanaka Night Wind going against the heavens? Why not develop his shadow techniques and instead focus on swordplay? Moreover, Shikamaru had recently discovered another issue. Under Night Wind's guidance, even Ino had begun to wear ninja gear. Could it be that the Inoshikicho trio was about to disband? What a troublesome fellow. Impressive, my brother. Night Wind, congratulations on your success. Ino and Hinata beamed with pride and admiration as their projectiles hit the target. They had practiced this technique dozens of times and had finally perfected it. Ding! Congratulations, host. The passive skill, Basic Sword Mastery, has upgraded to Exceptional Sword Mastery. Activating the trait, Chakra Blade. Chapter 25. The second pillar seeks to shine brightest upon hearing the melodious and somewhat aloof notification from the system. Night Wind paused momentarily. System, it seems you're not as troublesome as I imagined. Basic swordplay was a skill Night Wind had initially acquired at an advanced level, and now, after 3 months of intense training, Night Wind has achieved a formidable mastery of the horizontal slash technique. It is no small feat to redirect a concealed weapon and strike the bullseye. However, what took Night Wind by surprise was the unexpected bonus skill granted by the system after upgrading the horizontal slash, the Chakra Blade. Although he has yet to grasp any form of chakra nature transformation, if he can attach chakra to his ninja blade like a samurai, it would significantly enhance his combat power. Furthermore, once he develops chakra nature transformation, he will effortlessly merge the transformed chakra into the chakra blade, creating a powerful ninjutsu variant. Truly, system, I increasingly believe you have transcended into a master swordsman. At the Ninja Academy, today is particularly special. Early in the morning, Irika gathered all the students of the elite class and brought them to the spacious training ground. Since their enrollment, the students have been immersed in theoretical studies, covering topics such as wilderness survival, the essentials of traps, task experience, support and counter-support, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Although comprehensive, these theories can be somewhat tedious. Hence, as per the Academy's tradition, 3 months later, which is today, each class conducts a practical drill. Following this exercise, the classes will commence training in physical techniques. Consequently, upon hearing this news, the students were filled with excitement, eager to showcase their skills. The first pairing for the practical drill is Nightwind and Sasuke. Sasuke strides to the center of the training ground, casting a disdainful glance at Nightwind, his face radiating an air of unfounded confidence. Irika-sensei, may I ask if ninjutsu can be used during the competition? I have recently learned a fire release technique. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, the excitement among the students surged. Impressive. He has mastered the transformation of fire chakra so quickly. No wonder he is Sasuke-kun. Indeed, the fire release technique demands a high level of chakra control. Sasuke-kun chakra must be exceptionally strong. Wow, is this the legacy of the Uchiha clan? Truly terrifying. Nightwind-kun is in danger now. He might lose his position as the top student. What are you all talking about? My brother could never lose. Ino exclaimed, but Sasuke's ninjutsu is formidable. How can an average person compete with such techniques? Upon hearing these remarks, Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression becoming increasingly exaggerated. Indeed, today Uchiha Sasuke is destined to be the most dazzling star on the field. Irika-sensei awkwardly tried to maintain order and reminded the students, Sasuke, the fire release technique is quite dangerous. Today's test primarily focuses on physical techniques, so please refrain from using ninjutsu. What a joke. The lethality of the fire release technique is considerable. Not only children, but even I, an esteemed chunin, would hesitate to face a fire-style ninjutsu head-on. Upon hearing Irika's warning, Ino and Hinata exhaled in relief. However, Sasuke seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He smirked disdainfully and said, "Oh, you're right. Ninjutsu can indeed be dangerous for them. But it's fine. Even without ninjutsu, I can still defeat Yamanaka Nightwind." Surprised? Delighted? I already knew such a test wouldn't allow the use of fire release ninjutsu. My question was merely to create an opportunity to let you know I have mastered it. How clever of me. Bro, be careful. This guy seems overly confident. Ino cautioned Nightwind. Nightwind chuckled softly, replying, "Don't worry. I know him well. His confidence will crumble in an instant. It's a law of nature that cannot be broken." As both sides took their positions, Irika-sensei declared, "Please perform the hand seals. Nightwind, today, you shall witness the fruits of the special training my brother designed for me. You must put forth your best effort. I would want you to fall before I even try." Sasuke began with a casual display of bravado. Nightwind smiled nonchalantly, intrigued. Special training? This piqued his interest. His existence had already altered the narrative of the Naruto universe. If Sasuke received Itachi's specialized training at this age, his starting point would be significantly elevated compared to the original storyline. What does that smile mean? Is it a smile of ignorance, Yamanaka Nightwind? Sasuke asked, feeling slightly irked. "I smile because of confidence. What gives you the right to smile?" But before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Nightwind dashed towards him, delivering a swift hand chop. Although distinct from a ninja blade, it carried formidable momentum. With a swift cut, Sasuke instantly forgot the training results Itachi had imparted to him. Too fast. How can I dodge this? In that moment, Sasuke's heart raced, his pupils dilating, and his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. The hand chop came to a halt at the artery of his neck. Nightwind, wearing a knowing smile, remarked, "Sasuke, is this the result of your special training? Are you certain you're not jesting?" The humiliation was palpable. Sasuke clenched his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. At that moment, he recalled his brother's training. He forcefully pushed away the hand chop from his neck, propelling himself into the air, aiming a kick towards Night Wind's temple. The attack exuded great force. However, it was merely a feint. The opponent would typically raise their hands to block, leaving an opening in their chest, an opportunity for Sasuke to unleash his ultimate technique. Bang! As expected, Night Wind fell for the trap. A smirk began to form on Sasuke's lips, but suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his ankle. It felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression twisted in agony. He forgot everything that followed. Bang! A wave of pain radiated from Sasuke's abdomen, sending him flying. Sasuke, didn't your brother provide you with special training? Is this all you've got? Have you been deceived by your brother? Night Wind furrowed his brow. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Itachi was engaged in battles against multiple foes and even playing the role of a double agent. How could he possibly have time to train Sasuke? Perhaps he had only offered a few words of guidance, leading Sasuke to believe he had significantly improved. Chapter 27. Do not call me Heir Juzi again, what audacity you possess. My earlier lapse was merely a moment of carelessness. The true me shall now emerge. Prepare yourself for the crushing defeat that awaits you. Jibo Sasuke, with his face covered in dirt, rose from the ground, squinting his eyes slightly. Furthermore, allow me to remind you one last time. Do not call me Heir Juzi again. Very well, Heir Juzi, came the retort. You scoundrel. Sasuke let out a furious roar and charged at Feng once more. Yet, awaiting him was a terrifying chop of the hand. No, this cannot be. It is utterly impossible. In physical combat, I am certainly equal to my brother. Why am I so effortlessly overpowered by Feng? Ashusi gasped for breath. Nearly devoid of strength to speak, yet inside, his heart roared. His young spirit seemed entirely oblivious to the fact that those equal moments were merely the result of his brother's leniency. Giva in, Etsu. You are no match for me. I have no interest in torturing you further. Feng shook his head, disappointment evident in his expression toward Sasuke's performance. Surrender? Upon hearing such a humiliating word, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and declared, since ancient times, there have only been Uchiha who died in battle, not those who surrendered. Fire release, great fireball technique. Under the torment of various negative emotions, Erju finally lost his rationality. He still had a chance. He could still unleash fire release. That was a technique that stood at the pinnacle of the entire ninja academy. Boom! Uchiha Sasuke gathered his chakra in his throat, and soon after, a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter erupted forth. Though the fireball was not large, its intense heat left his companions in shock. Is this the power of fire release? How formidable! Surely, Feng won't perish. In almost the same instant, Hinata and Ino rushed forward, eager to save Feng. However, did Feng require the protection of women? He swiftly drew the bamboo sword hanging at his waist. Pure, untainted chakra instantly enveloped the surface of the bamboo sword, forming a blue chakra blade. Buzz! With a single slash, the fragile bamboo sword could not withstand Feng's might. With a loud bang, the bamboo shattered, and the resulting shockwave created a gust of wind that cleaved through the oncoming fireball. Flames exploded and danced through the air. Feng's long hair billowed, reshaping the infatuated girl's perception of handsomeness. At that moment, Iriko was also taken aback. A bamboo sword cutting through a fireball? Is this the world of the little genius? I truly do not comprehend. The dazzling red light caused a deep crimson to flicker in Uchiha Sasuke's pupils. It was not the activation of the Sharingan, but the sight of the red-haired Feng standing before him. From that moment onward, Sasuke's courage was utterly shattered. Faced with Feng, he instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. However, Feng clearly had no intention of sparing him simply because he was a child. Feng grasped Sasuke's wrist and swung his body into the air. Then, with a resounding thud, he delivered a kick to Sasuke's rear end. Whoosh! Sasuke shot back into Naruto's embrace like a cannonball. Huh? Sasuke, what are you doing? Was that intentional? Clarify yourself. Uzumaki Naruto, exasperated, pushed the helpless little Sasuke away from his arms. Then, recalling their previous encounter, both boys instinctively retched in unison. Chapter 28. Ere Juzi burst into tears, Uchiha Sasuke coldly regarded Shanzhong Feng, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He covered his rear with both hands, his teeth grinding audibly, as if to convey, just wait and see. Uchiha Sasuke, will never allow you to kick me again." After shooting a fierce glare, Sasuke prepared to depart from the training ground that had caused him such anguish. At that moment, however, Feng swiftly positioned himself in front of Sasuke, his gaze icy. Attempt to leave? It won't be that simple. Feng, typically affable, bore an expression Sasuke had never witnessed before, sending a wave of panic through him. Tears brimmed in his eyes, yet he resolutely held them back. "What do you want? I have already lost. Am I not allowed to leave? You do not intend to perform some reconciliation seal, do you? Do not harbor such illusions. I will never reconcile with you," Juzi declared with his final vestiges of defiance. Irika, witnessing the scene, awkwardly chuckled a few times before stepping forward to mediate. "Sasuke, it was merely a spar. According to tradition, a reconciliation seal is necessary, so please cooperate, Feng." As Irika's words fell, Feng replied indifferently, "Teacher Irika, I believe you may have misunderstood my intentions. My obstruction of him is not for the sake of a reconciliation seal. I am stopping him because the smoke generated by his great fireball technique was too dense, choking Ino and Hinata. Therefore, he must apologize." Though the great fireball technique is often jestingly referred to as the non-lethal fire release, such a high-temperature sphere would undoubtedly harm Feng if it struck him. Were it not for the fact that Sasuke was still a child and lacked malicious intent, Feng would not have so readily allowed him to withdraw. However, despite Feng shattering Sasuke's great fireball with his chakra blade, the ensuing smoke had ensnared Ino and Hinata in its grasp as they attempted to rescue Feng. This was equally intolerable for Feng, hence his insistence on Sasuke's apology. "You all are being too oppressive." Juzi's voice quivered with tears, his eyes brimming. He was on the verge of breaking down. Was it not exceedingly unjust? Absolutely. Choking Hinata and Ino? Wasn't that smoke produced by your wretched sword's combustion? Where did my fireball smoke come from? How could you demand an apology? Is there no reasoning left? Perhaps we should let this go. It is not a significant matter. Ino awkwardly tugged at Feng's sleeve. The current state of Sasuke had lost its entertainment value. After all, he was family and could not be pushed away. If little Sasuke's character crumbled, what hope would there be for pursuing handsome ideals in the future? Indeed, Feng, let it go. The kind-hearted Hinata chimed in. "After all, we are all classmates. It is best to show mercy. Do you see? Even the victims are pleading for your clemency. As the son of the captain of the Konoha Guard, you dare to argue and refuse to apologize? Is this the honor of the Uchiha clan that you speak of?" The night breeze's tone was calm, delivering a final blow to Sasuke's heart. The guard serves as a bastion of fairness and justice in the village. As the son of the captain, how can Uchiha Sasuke fail to acknowledge his mistakes? This statement pierced through Sasuke's fragile psychological defenses. He shut his eyes and burst into tears, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, Ino and Hinata." Chapter 29. Shikamaru, what do you think? After Sasuke, with his eyes closed, voiced his apology, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. "Hey, Shikamaru, what is your take on this?" Akimichi Choji asked, munching on chips. "Well, you just look," Shikamaru retorted, rolling his eyes. "What a troublesome bunch. It's just a simple test, and they've made it such a spectacle." Subsequently, Irika arranged for someone to escort Sasuke to the infirmary, and the practical combat tests continued. Night Breeze showed little concern for the ensuing battles. He only glanced at Ino and Hinata as they faced their opponents. Otherwise, he remained preoccupied with the scene of Sasuke's breakdown. If Night Breeze wasn't mistaken, Sasuke's Sharingan had awakened. His feelings were complicated. Was this all it took for him to unlock his eye? Sasuke's fragility reshaped Night Breeze's perception of him. It seemed prudent to avoid provoking Sasuke in the future. One could only imagine the chaos if he were to unleash his full power before graduation. In the final match, Naruto, without question, lost to the second-to-last student in the class, thus securing his position at the top. With that, the entire practical test concluded successfully. Without a doubt, based on everyone's performances during the exercise, Night Breeze, like Naruto, maintained his first-place standing. Congratulations, Night Breeze. Please come up to receive your certificate. Irika beamed at Night Breeze, his enthusiasm palpable. After years in education, he had never encountered such a formidable member of the Yamanaka clan. Had there been a genetic mutation? Night Breeze stepped forward from the line with an expressionless demeanor. He held little interest in the trivial rewards of this childish game. A podium? How tedious. Until he witnessed Irika, from seemingly nowhere, producing a wooden stool adorned with a pink pig. First place, podium? A designated spot from the system? Irika, you a grown man. Carry around a pink pig stool? What does this mean? However, the meaning became irrelevant. Night Breeze stood triumphantly on the award stage, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in and receiving the reward. Mastery of Wind Release. Oh, Mastery of Wind Release? Night Breeze was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He possessed the talent for 7 chakra natures: Yin, Yang, Water, Fire, Wind, Lightning, and Earth. Quite comprehensive. However, possessing chakra natures does not equate to the ability to refine raw chakra into elemental chakra. For instance, to transform raw chakra into wind release chakra, one must first master the nature transformation of wind release. Once the technique is mastered, a ninja can convert raw chakra into ninjutsu chakra and perform an array of jutsu through hand seals. Thus, wind release is fundamentally a skill that transforms raw chakra into wind release chakra. The proficiency of a ninja in utilizing ninjutsu determines the quality of the ninjutsu chakra, which in turn affects the potency of the ninjutsu. This is why Uchiha Madara can unleash a great fire annihilation to devastating effect. It is simply because Madara has perfected his fire release to an extraordinary level. Now, with Night Breeze achieving mastery in wind release, though he still lagged far behind an elite like Madara, he had already surpassed many average jonin. Of course, having chakra surpassing that of a jonin does not mean Night Breeze possesses the combat prowess of one. After all, aside from a basic slash, he could only rely on stealth and concealed weapons for now. Chapter 30. Time to trouble the weapon shop's young lady again. After school, Night Breeze and his 2 little admirers made their way to the training ground as usual. Throughout the journey, Ino chattered incessantly, reminiscing about the events of the day involving Night Breeze and Sasuke. The Uchiha, the #1 ninja clan of Konoha, they pale in comparison to my brother. The Yamanaka clan is on the rise. Meanwhile, Hinata quietly followed Night Breeze, her demeanor demure and sweet, stealing glances at him, her face flushed with admiration. All right, little Ino. While my brother won, do not underestimate the Uchiha clan. Sasuke does not fully represent them, Night Breeze said gently. The Uchiha and their prowess are not to be taken lightly. Madara Uchiha's Susanoo can overpower even the 5 Kage. Training commenced. Hinata's focus was on Gentle Fist. The Hyuga clan utilizes the Byakugan's unique characteristics to manifest chakra for both offense and defense. In the future, should Hinata emulate the Otsutsuki's 8 divination palms and create an entirely new style of Gentle Fist, dancing gracefully behind Night Breeze would be within her reach. As for Ino, she yearned to wield a blade like Night Breeze, believing it to be incredibly cool. She dreamed of becoming a fierce warrior. However, the village of Konoha could not be without the Ino Shikacho trio. Thus, the responsibility of developing Yin Release and inheriting the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques fell upon Ino's slender shoulders. After all, could one expect Night Breeze to provide support? Night Breeze arrived at the center of the training ground. With a flick of his wrist, he began to channel his wind release chakra. A soft humming sound resonated as a small whirlwind formed in the palm of his hand. Though it appeared gentle, this vortex was composed of countless tiny wind blades, causing a stinging sensation in his palm. Truly, this was the most reflective technique of its kind. It seemed that mimicking Raikiri with wind release would prove challenging. Night Breeze clenched his palm, causing the wind vortex to vanish. Time to test the effect of enchantment. Buzz. The Night Breeze, akin to wielding a chakra blade, guided the flow of wind chakra into the sword's body. A delicate layer of white wind radiance instantaneously manifested upon the blade. Although shaping it was not particularly arduous, the wind blade on my Night Breeze sword, while appearing stable, was fraught with the friction of high-concentration wind chakra. Night Breeze sensed that the ninja sword in his grasp was on the brink of collapse. Alas, my newly purchased ninja sword, acquired with 30,000 yen in pocket money, was destined to be ruined today. With a sigh, Night Breeze resigned himself to the notion that if the sword were to break, he would have to visit the blade shop to procure a new one. With a sudden surge, the chakra within Night Breeze continued to infuse into the ninja sword. Ultimately, this newly acquired weapon could no longer withstand the friction of the wind chakra and shattered into 4 pieces. It was no wonder that practitioners of wind chakra enchantment were so scarce. One simply could not afford to engage in such pursuits without the requisite funds. Kunai, shuriken, or ninja swords, each could be enchanted. While it is true that enchantment would undoubtedly enhance their lethality, in Night Breeze's recollection, there were hardly any ninjas within the ninja world who employed enchantments. The Raijin blade, wielded by the second Hokage, was enchanted with the Kusanagi, sword bestowed by Orochimaru. Asuma's wind chakra blade was enhanced with an expensive metal chakra blade. And as for Killer Bee's lightning knife, it required no further elaboration. He was the younger brother of the Raikage and a renowned rap artist. How could he possibly lack funds? Therefore, without sufficient money, how could one even entertain the idea of enchantment? Fortunately, Night Breeze's family was affluent. After all, it was merely a fine sword. One could simply purchase another. At worst, he would just need to trouble the shop assistant once more. Chapter 31. Time flies. Years pass swiftly. Hinata and Ino discovered that Night Breeze's ninja sword had shattered. They halted their respective training sessions to approach him. "Brother, what happened? What is wrong with your sword?" Ino blinked adorably, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. Night Breeze-kun, that seemed to be wind attribute chakra you just used. Have you mastered wind release? Hinata's face radiated with admiration. What? Wind release? Brother, you could develop wind release while practicing with your sword? With such talent, why not entrust the development of Ein release to you as well? I shall simply focus on sword training. A mischievous glint flickered in Ino's eyes. Recently, she had been diligently training in Ein release. It had made no progress and was contemplating giving up. However, Night Breeze swiftly quelled this dreadful thought. Let Ino practice basic slashes. What if she becomes a muscle-bound girl? Where would the beauty be in that? Moreover, I possess no talent whatsoever. I am merely an ordinary person, albeit with some advantages. I prefer to remain modest. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Night Breeze successfully completed numerous sign-in tasks, and the sign-in system proved to be quite generous. Now, Night Breeze had mastered both wind and fire release techniques, and had acquired several complementary ninjutsu. As for his ninja swords, he had rendered countless fine blades unusable over the past 2 years. He often found himself asking the shop assistant for assistance, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the frequency. Nevertheless, his growth during these 2 years was markedly evident. Night Breeze's wind-imbued slashes could effortlessly cleave through massive boulders. He had also attempted fire release enchantment. However, the temperature of fire chakra was excessively high. Even the top-tier ninja sword, purchased for 100,000 yen, could not withstand the flame's intensity. In the end, Night Breeze had no choice but to specialize in wind release. In matters of the heart, Night Breeze's closeness with Hinata steadily ascended, although their youth prevented them from defining a clear romantic relationship. Interactions such as Night Breeze occasionally giving Hinata an affectionate head pat or displaying a touch of intimacy had become commonplace. While Hinata still experienced shyness, it was no longer to the point of fainting. Her current bashfulness stemmed purely from sweetness. As for Ino, there was little to say. She was perpetually fed dog food and insisted on staying close to the two. This tenacious determination had enabled her to successfully develop the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, the mind-body switch technique. On the training grounds, 3 agile figures became entangled in a flurry of strikes. Their punches and kicks stirred up gusts of wind. Night Breeze and Ino, you may begin, Hinata called out, her palms striking towards Night Breeze before she elegantly retreated, creating distance between them. All right, I'm coming. Ino also distanced herself from the pair. With a swift motion, she retrieved a handful of miniature shuriken from her tool pouch and launched them with precision. The multitude of shuriken, while numerous, each aimed with pinpoint accuracy at Night Breeze's vital points, without mercy. Night Breeze felt a surge of pride. His training of Ino over the past 2 years had not been in vain. Her skill in throwing hidden weapons had surpassed that of a mere genin, even outshining many chunin. Faced with the onslaught, Night Breeze nonchalantly drew the ninja sword slung at his waist. The silvery blade glimmered as it sliced through the air, deflecting all shuriken and sending them hurtling back towards Hinata. Dressed in a white training uniform, Hinata's long purple hair, left loose for Night Breeze, danced in the wind. She appeared serious, yet composed, adopting the stance of the 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams 2 palms. 8 trigrams 4 palms. 8 trigrams 8 palms. 8 trigrams 16 palms. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. The 8 trigrams palm was unleashed, each strike landing precisely on the non-bladed sections of the shuriken. A series of resounding thuds followed, as the redirected shuriken struck various targets scattered around the training ground. Chapter 32. I think Night Breeze is quite a girl. Although the shuriken failed to hit the bullseye, Hinata's performance was commendable. Outside the training ground, a group of friends gathered to watch. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno were witnessing Night Breeze's trio training for the first time, completely bewildered. Is this really how they train? It seems utterly ridiculous. Shino adjusted his glasses, beads of sweat trickling down his temple. Well, if it were me, I would probably have been slain by Ino's shuriken by now. Kiba sighed, readily admitting the disparity in skill. Night Breeze Koen is so cool. Wah. Sakura's focus appeared to differ from Shino and Kiba's. She was primarily concerned with looks. See, this is my acknowledged man, Yamanaka Night Breeze. Naruto concluded with a triumphant nod. Beside the four, 2 additional friends observed the spectacle. Akidu Dingji posed with an air of someone experienced, calmly munching on potato chips as he inquired of Nara Shikamaru. What do you think, Shikamaru? Lying on the grass. Shikamaru replied with a hint of exasperation. What do I think? I think Night Wind is a fool. If it weren't for the promise of a meal after training, I wouldn't have bothered to come watch them show off. At the training ground, Night Wind suddenly appeared in front of Hinata, patting her on the head with a look of approval. Hinata, your performance today was commendable. You have mastered the 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Aim to learn the 8 trigrams, 64 palms before graduation. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan, capable of delivering 64 strikes in an instant. When combined with the Byakugan, each strike targets the chakra points of the body, disrupting the flow of chakra and significantly weakening the opponent. Night Wind firmly believed that if Hinata could master this technique by graduation, she would not fall victim to Niji's overwhelming prowess during the Chunin exams. Thanks to you, Night Wind, Hinata said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at him with admiration. In her worldview, her success in mastering the 8 trigrams, 32 palms was not a testament to her own strength, but rather a reflection of Night Wind's excellent teaching. This is what it means to be the perfect wife. Hey, Night Wind, Hinata, training is over, right? It's time to treat everyone to a meal. Dingji glanced at the nearly empty potato chip bag, feeling his hunger intensify. Ha, great. Let's go eat at Ichiraku ramen. It's my favorite. Naruto, who usually refrained from eating ramen due to financial constraints, eagerly suggested. Huh, what's so special about ramen? We're at the age of growth, so we should definitely go for barbecue. I know a place with excellent meat that's also affordable. Inuzuka Kiba expressed his preference as a carnivore. Ramen? It's fine to have occasionally, but I'm trying to maintain my figure, so just some vegetarian options for me, please. I would want to impose. Sakura shyly emphasized her dietary choices. Anything works, Aburame Shino replied succinctly. At that moment, Akidu Dingji turned his head, giving them a disdainful glance. What are you all joking about? If that was all we were having, do you think Shikamaru would come? Night Wind is treating us to a feast. Chapter 33. The psychological shadow of the polar bear in a large forest on the outskirts of Konoha village. The group followed Night Wind into the depths of the woods, bewildered and cautious. Night Wind, didn't you say we were going out to eat? Why are we here? One of them asked. Yeah. My sister always warns me not to wander into the outer forests. There could be wild beasts. Another chimed in. Night Wind, shouldn't we head back? Agreed. They murmured in unison. Hearing the incessant chatter behind him, Night Wind paused and smiled calmly at them. Don't worry, the delivery person will arrive shortly. Going back now would be a loss. Delivery person? The group was left in confusion. Suddenly, from the 2 o'clock direction, clouds of dust erupted, and trees crashed down as if something formidable was charging toward them. Moments later, a towering polar bear, over 3 meters tall, appeared before them, baring its teeth and emitting a deep growl. Its white fangs gleamed like sharp knives, clearly viewing the children with chakra as a delectable prize. Run! Naruto shouted instinctively, ready to flee. But at that moment, Inuzuka Kiba yanked him back, adjusting his glasses and firmly stating, No way, we can't run. We will never outrun a creature of that size. Our only option is to unite and take down this bear. In this critical moment, Kiba's calm demeanor inspired an unexpected courage in his companions. Though both Sakura and Kiba felt panic rising within them, they nodded solemnly. Even Naruto halted, preparing to unleash a burst of energy. However, Night Wind and his companions appeared unaffected by Kiba's resolve, especially Dingji, whose mouth was practically watering as he stared at the bear. This sight only fueled the polar bear's fury. I am the king of the forest. You little brats dare to show no fear? Do I not deserve respect? With a ferocious roar, the bear swiped its massive paw toward the group. Just as the paw was about to descend upon Night Wind, it suddenly halted, the bear's face displaying a perplexed expression. Why was this human child not afraid? Dingji, mesmerized by the sight of the bear's paw, let drool cascade down his chin, unable to wipe it away. This scene further enraged the bear. What do you little brats mean by this? Are you coveting my body? Are you seeking death? With another furious roar, the bear reared up on its hind legs and clapped its massive paws together, creating a thunderous sound, as if to demonstrate its superiority. This display shattered any remaining courage Kiba had to fight the bear. Such a colossal creature was beyond their capacity to handle. It seemed they were doomed for the day. However, at that moment, Night Wind fixed a serious gaze upon the bear and warned, "Hey, don't go slapping those paws around. The front paws are Hinata's and Ino's favorite dish." Chapter 34. Those crimson eyes, the polar bear roared in anger. "These paws belong to me. I will do as I please." With that, the massive paws descended, creating a whirlwind aimed directly at Night Wind, intent on crushing the audacious human child. But at that moment, a glimmering blade of light sliced through the air. With a resounding thud, the bear's head was severed by Night Wind's strike, its hefty body crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. Night Wind nodded in satisfaction. While it was somewhat taxing, capturing such a vibrant polar bear made it all worthwhile. Should be barbecued or stewed. As the four companions stood in shock, still unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded, they remained frozen in place. The night breeze has entered a new phase. Let's indulge in a barbecue. Akimichi Choji thoughtfully approached and patted Shino on the shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. Shikamaru and I felt the same way during our first time. You'll get used to it. What a peculiar sentiment. Next, Choji and Shikamaru skillfully began to process the polar bear. They first stripped away the hide, then divided the flesh and blood, subsequently dragging it to the stream at the edge of the forest to cleanse it thoroughly. Ino and Hinata applied a special sauce to the bear meat, while Sakura and Shino set up the barbecue grill. Kiba and Shino gathered firewood. It was time to ignite the flames. Night Breeze nodded, forming hand seals. Fire release. Self-barbecue technique. Boom! The fierce flames ignited the firewood. Soon, the aroma of roasting bear meat wafted through the air. After a while, the bear meat turned a tantalizing golden brown, appearing exceedingly succulent. All right, it's time to eat. Night Breeze sliced off one of the forepaws for himself, cutting the other forepaw in half to share with Ino and Hinata. The remaining 2 hind paws were distributed among the other 5. As for the rest of the bear's body, it was naturally left for Choji to handle. The 4 young warriors received their share of the bear paws, still unable to believe the reality of the situation. After all, could they truly consume such a large polar bear? Night Breeze grasped the bear paw and devoured it with great zeal, as if swept away by the wind. The delectable bear paw released a vibrant essence upon entering his mouth, invigorating him and enhancing his vitality. To be candid, the nutritional value of this wild polar bear could not compare to the exquisite deer from Shikamaru's family. However, in terms of flavor, it was utterly superior. This was precisely why Shikamaru, despite his aversion to trouble, often found himself in the company of Night Breeze, simply for the sake of good food. The picnic proceeded remarkably well. After relishing the delicious feast, everyone quickly forgot the fear instilled by the polar bear. Once satisfied, Night Breeze comfortably reclined on the grass, with Ino and Hinata seated nearby. A gentle breeze rustled through as the sun shone brightly. Such days were undeniably delightful. Yet, just as Night Breeze was savoring the beauty of life, the sound of a running ninja echoed nearby. Although it seemed merely a passerby, Night Breeze remained vigilant and stood up. The individual appeared to sense Night Breeze's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. In an instant, a pair of crimson orbs reflected in Night Breeze's pupils. Uchiha Itachi. Night Breeze furrowed his brow. The figure, clad in a fitted uniform and adorned with the unique mask of the Umbu, coupled with those Sharingan eyes, led Night Breeze to confidently conclude that it was indeed Uchiha Itachi. It had been quite some time since Night Breeze last laid eyes on him. From Itachi's demeanor, Night Breeze could distinctly sense a shift in his character. If memory served him correctly, at this juncture, Uchiha Sōsuke should already be deceased. Thus, Uchiha Itachi was no longer the person Night Breeze once knew. The fate of Sasuke was surely on the brink of transformation. Chapter 35. The night of the Uchiha massacre in Konoha. Within the Umbu, Uchiha Itachi was reporting to the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura regarding the execution of his mission. Upon concluding his report, Danzo gazed thoughtfully at him and remarked, "Itachi, I have heard that the Uchiha clan has been increasingly vocal in their dissent against the village. Therefore, in order to maintain peace in Konoha and to prevent the honor of the Uchiha clan from being tarnished, I hope you will closely monitor the actions of your clan members, particularly those of your father, Uchiha Fugaku." The third Hokage sighed deeply. It was indeed an inhumane task to impose upon a son to watch over his father. Yet, there was no alternative. As Danzo stated, should the Uchiha clan betray Konoha, they would bring unfathomable calamity upon the village. Thus, the third Hokage allowed Danzo to issue commands to Itachi without interference, even though he himself was the commander of the Umbu. After all, it was fitting for Danzo, an old friend, to bear the burden of Konoha's dark deeds while the third Hokage merely feigned reluctance. Half a month later, the school bell rang at the Ninja Academy. Irika-sensei did not announce the end of class as he usually did. Instead, he tidied up the materials on his desk and proclaimed, "Students, I have good news. Starting today, as students of the elite class, you will be learning the body flicker technique. Therefore, today's dismissal time will be extended to 8 in the evening. You may freely engage in activities for now, but please do not leave the school. Dinner will be served here." Following Irika's announcement, the students reacted with mixed feelings. For those from common backgrounds who had no guidance on the body flicker technique, their excitement was palpable, as today marked their first formal lesson in ninjutsu. Conversely, for those who had already mastered the technique, the extended hours felt more like a punishment. "How unfortunate to be stuck here for dinner," Ino sighed. Although the cafeteria provided balanced nutrition, the taste was rather mediocre. "But it's all right. As long as I can be with Night Breeze Cohen, anything will taste delightful," Hinata whispered, her cheeks flushing immediately, as adorably as ever. Night Breeze gazed at the two, affectionately patting their heads. However, even more than indulging others, Night Breeze was preoccupied with the fate of Uchiha Sasuke. If his intuition was correct, tonight marked the fateful evening of the Uchiha massacre. After all, the Ninja Academy never lingered beyond schedule. Why would they delay teaching the body flicker technique? Surely, it could have waited until the following day. The only plausible explanation was that the Academy intentionally extended the elite class's dismissal to prevent Sasuke from returning home. This was the most reasonable means to safeguard Sasuke's life amidst the chaos of the massacre. If all went as anticipated after tonight, Sasuke would transform into that brooding figure consumed by vengeance. Konoha would also face a significant decline in strength due to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, subsequently becoming a target for challenges from other ninja villages. Yet, none of this concerned Night Breeze. All he needed to do was protect those he cherished. As for others, apologies, but he had little interest. Just as Night Breeze was contemplating the darkness lurking beneath the facade of peace in Konoha, suddenly, the troublesome system suddenly chimed. "Ding! Please accompany Sasuke tonight to the Uchiha clan grounds for a check-in, which must last for 15 minutes. Chapter 36. I have a bold idea. The Night Breeze felt perplexed. He had just stated that the Uchiha clan's annihilation was of no concern to him. Yet this troublesome system had immediately assigned him a task. Although the task was challenging, his life was of greater importance. The character of Itachi Uchiha had already transformed. Tonight, he was willing to kill his own parents. If the Night Breeze embarked on this task, wouldn't he be inviting his own demise? Since he had to cheat, it was best to focus on growing stronger. Why challenge the limits of a formidable foe? In any case, the Night Breeze had already assessed the task. It was different from the previous futile one involving a wooden dummy. This task had conditions for failure. As long as he survived the night, the task would be deemed a failure. Once failed, it would refresh as usual. Having come to this realization, the Night Breeze made a decision. He would abandon this task. After 2 hours of post-class recess, the school cafeteria began serving food. Choji Akimichi sat in the cafeteria, eating the meager portions that barely filled the gaps in his teeth, and couldn't help but lament, "Ah, how pitiful. My chips are all gone, and the food is still so unappetizing. I won't end up starving and losing weight, will I?" Ino Yamanaka, hearing Choji's complaints, chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Choji. With your build, even your breath would make you gain weight." The friends burst into laughter upon hearing this. At that moment, Shikamaru sighed. The school food was indeed deplorable. Otherwise, how about we all go out for barbecue after school to replenish ourselves? Despite Shikamaru's typically modest appetite, he had certain culinary expectations. After all, he was a pampered heir, and it was only natural to be a bit picky about food. The night breeze observed them with a faint smile, shaking his head internally. His classmate Sasuke was about to face a tragic fate of his clan's destruction after school. Yet they were planning to indulge in barbecue. Wasn't that a bit excessive? With this thought, the night breeze glanced at the solitary figure of Sasuke Uchiha in the corner. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked his mind. Over the past 2 years, Sasuke's emotions had stabilized considerably. Although he had awakened the Sharingan, he never flaunted it at school. The moment he mastered the Sharingan, he felt different from others. Why would he flaunt it before a group of mere children? Was it necessary? Was it meaningful? After all, Sasuke was not one to seek attention. At that moment, Sasuke was seated in the corner, eating his meal when he seemed to sense a peculiar gaze upon him. He turned to meet that gaze. Yofing Yamashiro? Sasuke, feeling somewhat proud, turned away, dismissing the night breeze. I am a man with a Sharingan now. How could I waste my time with a child from a small clan? Hey, Sasuke, since we both have nothing to do, how about we make a bet? The night breeze proposed, despite Sasuke's attempt to ignore him, taking a seat opposite him with a mischievous grin, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing Little Red Riding Hood. Sasuke turned back, squinting slightly, disdain evident in his gaze. First, I am not Feng. I am Sasuke Uchiha. Second, a bet? That's merely a child's game, of no interest to me. Third, I dislike you. Please keep your distance. The night breeze could hardly recall the last time he had spoken to Sasuke. This time, Sasuke truly astonished him. What did he transform into this version of himself? Had he been influenced by someone from another world? Chapter 37. Sasuke feels capable again. Well then. You're a fire-style ninja, while I am a wind-style ninja. I've always heard that wind-style ninjas cannot compete with fire-style ninjas. However, I believe this rule does not apply to us. Thus, I wish to wager with you to see whether your fire style or my wind style prevails. What do you say? As the night breeze coaxed, Sasuke's interest was indeed piqued. What do you mean? You wish to challenge me? Are you certain? Though Sasuke felt a twinge of excitement within, he maintained an outward facade of calm indifference. Fire-style ninjas are undoubtedly superior to wind-style ninjas. That is a rule. I merely chose not to stoop to your level before. If you insist on betting, I shall oblige. However, what shall be the stakes? Sasuke's gaze carried a flicker of enthusiasm mixed with restraint, his emotions complex. He had waited 2 years for this moment. If he had challenged the night breeze himself, he would have been accused of bullying a child simply because he had the Sharingan. But now, the night breeze had initiated the challenge. He could finally showcase his Sharingan and dazzle everyone. Sasuke had long envisioned the scene of defeating the night breeze countless times. He imagined himself standing triumphantly, one foot on the night breeze's back, as the gentle wind tousled his hair, proclaiming, "Do you think I, Sasuke Uchiha, am still the same as before? I stand before you. Take a good look and see how much I have changed." Seeing Sasuke's expression grow increasingly audacious, the night breeze knew he had hooked him. The wager was simple. The meal they were having was rather dull, so he suggested a barbecue where the loser would cook and the others would feast. The night breeze gestured toward the group of 8 strong friends nearby as he spoke. Sasuke, upon hearing the stakes, chuckled with a strange expression. Is that it? Just for a meal? Truly, you are a bunch of children. What adult would bet over such a trivial matter? All right, I accept your challenge. In a secluded corner of the school, the night breeze chose a spot that was hard to notice for their duel. The 8 companions served as both witnesses and beneficiaries of this contest. Sasuke Uchiha, hands in his pockets, wore a confident smile on his handsome face, gazing at the night breeze with an air of nonchalance. Yamashiro, these past 2 years, I have indeed kept a low profile and avoided conflict with you. But do not mistake that for fear. I tell you, today I, Uchiha Sasuke, am here to showcase the profound legacy of the Uchiha clan. In response to Sasuke's blind confidence and excessive arrogance, Nightwind remains entirely unfazed. After all, according to the customs of the ninja world, Sasuke indeed needs to initiate with a display of false bravado before he can be struck. The process unfolds and the duel commences. Both combatants charge at each other simultaneously, raising their right arms to collide. Bang! Sasuke's expression shifts slightly. This clash is purely a test of raw strength, devoid of any technique, an absolute test of might. Thus, he muses, this guy possesses an astonishing amount of strength. Chapter 38. I am no longer myself. Immediately afterward, their agile forms entangle with one another. Following a series of tentative exchanges of taijutsu, Sasuke suddenly feels a piercing pain emanating from his lower abdomen. Clearly, he has been hit. However, despite the grimace on his face, he remains composed internally. It was merely a minor misstep. After all, his trump card is yet to be revealed. While Sasuke endures the pain in his abdomen, he maintains a confident and somewhat cocky smile. He regards Nightwind and remarks, Yamamoto Nightwind, your skills are indeed commendable. But do you believe that was all I am capable of? Ha ha ha, Yamamoto Nightwind, I can assure you. 2 years ago, you bestowed upon me Uchiha Sasuke, and I am no longer the same Uchiha Sasuke of the past. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to embody the true essence of the Uchiha clan. Sharingan, activate. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly erupts into a fierce yell directed at Nightwind. In an instant, the vibrant, alluring Sharingan manifests in his eyes before the onlookers. Naruto exclaims, this is terrifying. Sasuke must have contracted a case of red eye. Sakura counters, red eye? Nonsense. Are you foolish? Those are clearly Sasuke-kun's new contact lenses. They look so cool. Choji interjects, hey, Shikamaru, what do you think? Typically, when Choji seeks Shikamaru's opinion, he would receive a straightforward response to use his eyes. However, this time, Shikamaru remains silent. His gaze intensely fixed on Sasuke's eyes as he solemnly explains, those eyes belong to the Uchiha clan, a bloodline limit known as the Sharingan. A remarkably powerful ocular technique endowed with extraordinary dynamic observation abilities. It is said that only a select few Uchiha geniuses can awaken it, superior even to the Byakugan. Upon hearing Shikamaru's elucidation, the companions collectively gasp in astonishment. If the Sharingan surpasses the Byakugan, how perilous must Nightwind's situation be? The sweet Hinata begins to worry for Nightwind's safety. Ha, Nightwind, did you hear that? He is absolutely right. The Sharingan is unparalleled power. Today, it is an honor for you to potentially be defeated by my Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan. Sasuke bellows with exhilaration, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. However, just as he utters his last word, Nightwind's figure vanishes from Sasuke's line of sight. The moment Sasuke realizes Nightwind has disappeared, his heart races. The Sharingan swiftly begins to whirl. As expected, the Sharingan possesses unparalleled dynamic vision. Nightwind's wind body technique, while swift, is still discernible to Sasuke's keen perception. In that instant, to Sasuke's eyes, Nightwind's movements appear to slow down drastically, leaving no secrets concealed. With a subtle smile, Sasuke prepares to counterattack. Yet suddenly, he discovers a grave issue. He realizes that under the scrutiny of his own eyes, his movements have also become excruciatingly slow. Slower even than Nightwind's outstretched palm. His smile, barely lifted, has not fully formed when Nightwind's hand has already struck. Slap. The sound is crisp and resounding. Chapter 39. This must be the contact lenses at this moment. Uchiha Sasuke's expression morphs into one of bewilderment. He has concealed the Sharingan for 2 long years. After such a lengthy wait, he finally anticipates the opportunity to unleash its power. How could he possibly be struck? Moreover, through the lens of his own ocular abilities, he perceives a flicker of pity in Nightwind's expression. What does this mean? I am the son of the Uchiha clan's leader, the foremost family in Konoha, a prodigy who awakened the Sharingan at a tender age. Why should you feel pity for me? Are you jesting? As Sasuke's subconscious spirals into a frenzy of chaotic thoughts, Nightwind delivers a powerful slap that sends him flying. Witnessing this scene, his companions exclaim in delight. This is what you get for boasting before the battle has even begun. Shikamaru remarks, so, this is what you meant by a technique superior to the Byakugan? I see no difference from before. Sakura adds, I think she might be right. Those are definitely contact lenses. Naruto ponders, stroking his chin. Poor Sasuke-kun, once again bested by Nightwind-kun. But they are both such handsome guys. It's truly difficult to choose sides. Sakura feels overwhelmed. There are just too many handsome boys in our class. It's so hard to decide. Sasuke, dazed from the blow, hears the ignorant chatter around him, and a wave of humiliation washes over him. Nightwind, do not be so arrogant. Witness my technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! Uchiha Sasuke fervently channels his fire release chakra. A searing blaze erupts from his throat, forming a massive fireball over 3 meters in diameter, a formidable force. At this moment, Sasuke completely loses his composure. Regardless of the potential danger to life, he is intent on overwhelming Nightwind first. Suddenly, a piercing buzz fills the air as a silver-white gust of wind slices through the fireball. Everyone understands that this is Nightwind's wind release, Gale Slash, an extraordinarily powerful technique. The flames at the core of the fireball, while intensified by the wind, cannot withstand the overwhelming force of Nightwind's chakra. After a brief enhancement, it erupts spectacularly, sending fiery brilliance cascading outward. The dazzling red light abruptly reminds Sasuke of some rather unpleasant memories. He widened his Sharingan eyes in disbelief. Indeed, even before he could retract the hand sign for the great fireball, Night Wind reappeared before him. Instinctively, Sasuke wanted to shield his face. However, Night Wind unceremoniously seized Sasuke's wrist and hurled him into the air. In that instant, Sasuke's expression became exaggerated. He hurriedly stretched out his arms, attempting to place them behind him to protect his dignity. Yet, Night Wind's leg moved too swiftly. His foot struck Sasuke squarely on the rear. Boom! Like a cannonball, Sasuke was launched into Naruto's embrace. Hey, Night Wind, could you refrain from kicking in my way in the future? There are so many people here. If it's absolutely necessary, you could always kick him to Sakura. Naruto complained with a look of disdain as he pushed Sasuke away. Sakura, upon hearing this news, appeared somewhat bashful, yet her alter ego began to laugh maniacally within her mind. Come here, my dear. I shall cherish you well, my little Sasuke. Chapter 40. Two Old Foxes. Night Wind approached Sasuke, silently observing him. A tiny flicker of guilt suddenly arose within him. Was it truly fair to bully Sasuke like this? However, as he recalled Sasuke's future tribulations, Night Wind felt that his actions were but a trivial mischief compared to what that esteemed figure, Kishimoto Musashi, would impose upon him. As the contest concluded, Night Wind successfully won the wager. Consequently, after school at 8 o'clock, he could joyfully accompany this large group of friends to Sasuke's home. As for the threat of the night of the Uchiha massacre, just look at his circle of friends. Either they were prodigies from prominent clans, or the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Who would dare to lay a hand on them? Even if Itachi Uchiha were to unleash his full power right there. The third Hokage and Danzo would likely bury him on the spot. Thus, this sign-in mission posed no significant issues. At 8 in the evening, the Ninja Academy dismissed its students. Night Wind, accompanied by his companions, marched boldly alongside Uchiha Sasuke towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, the root ninja assigned to monitor Sasuke noticed this unusual development. He decided to report back to his superiors to avoid taking the blame later. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Danzo sat across from each other, with a chessboard placed between them, though they were not engaged in a game. Danzo, after tonight, Konoha will undergo a monumental transformation, but is this truly the right course of action? The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling a smoke ring towards Danzo. Shimura Danzo frowned, dismissing the smoke with a wave of his hand, and coldly remarked, "Humph, Sir Toby, have you forgotten the teacher's views on the Uchiha clan? They are destined to be a malevolent lineage. Now that they seek to betray us, as high-ranking members of Konoha, we must decisively eliminate them. But the Uchiha are also our comrades, our allies." The third Hokage, tapping his pipe, revealed a hint of sorrow in his murky gaze. He then began to reminisce about the past. Danzo, with his stern demeanor, listened to Sir Toby's nostalgic musings, all the while sneering internally. Was sentimental third Hokage? Had they not known each other for a lifetime, he might have been deceived by Sarutobi's masterful acting. Originally, Danzo had planned to have Itachi Uchiha collaborate with the root ninjas to carry out the cleansing of the Uchiha clan. In the end, they would pin the blame on Itachi, allowing him to leave Konoha with the guilt. However, the astute Sarutobi managed to persuade Itachi to take matters into his own hands and execute the massacre himself. Uchiha extermination? TSK, TSK, TSK. The thought made Danzo snicker coldly. Truly, old ginger is the spiciest. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Danzo frowned at the root ninja who entered. Weren't you supposed to be watching Sasuke? Why are you here? Lord Danzo. After class, Sasuke left with a few classmates, seemingly planning some sort of gathering. I intended to stop them, but feared it would raise suspicions. So I returned to report to the Hokage, and you. Chapter 41. This is serious business, although the root ninja directly followed Danzo's orders. They still had to mention the Hokage's name in front of him. Oh, classmates? The third Hokage sighed. This truly is a troublesome time. However, these children are quite thoughtless. If they get Sasuke involved, it would be a pity. They're just a bunch of kids. Let them fend for themselves, Danzo scoffed. The root ninja, feeling that Danzo's plan was solidified since the third Hokage did not express any opposition, was about to leave. At that moment, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired, I recall that Sasuke doesn't have many friends. Who did he invite? Upon hearing the third Hokage's question, the root ninja halted and began to report. There are Yagami Nightwind, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikumo, Akimichi Choji, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Uzumaki Naruto, and a nameless common girl. Upon hearing each familiar name, the third Hokage's excitement caused his pipe to fall to the ground. The Inuzuka clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Hyuga clan, the Jinchuriki, a mere passerby, and even the prodigy of the Yamanaka clan, Yagami Wind. How could Sasuke invite them all to the Uchiha clan gathering at this time? If something goes awry, Konoha will undoubtedly be in turmoil. This burden is far too heavy. Even my old ally Danzo will struggle to bear it. Danzo quickly summoned the root ninjas. We must prevent these innocent youths from being embroiled in the Uchiha clan's crisis. They're the future of the village. The Uchiha massacre was already a foregone conclusion, although the third Hokage would ultimately place the blame on Itachi. The prominent clans were not fools. If it did not involve them, they would remain blissfully ignorant, allowing the matter to settle. However, if their children were to perish amidst the Uchiha massacre, just imagine how they would collectively storm in. Moreover, there exists the illustrious Naruto, Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Danzo cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at the third Hokage. Innocent youth? Just moments ago, I contemplated allowing these so-called innocents to fend for themselves. Yet you chose not to intervene on their behalf. Now that their identities have been revealed, you suddenly spring to their defense. Such a commendable performance, akin to that of a master thespian. In the realm of acting, I, Shimura Danzo, would gladly anoint you as the strongest. The Uchiha clan resides in a secluded area near the forest in Konoha village. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding the Uchiha, the parents of the younger generation frequently admonish their children to refrain from visiting the Uchiha territory. Thus, the rare opportunity to enjoy a barbecue at Sasuke Uchiha's home tonight has left the young ones brimming with excitement, with the exception of Nightwind and Hinata. Nightwind observed with his eyes that numerous Umbu ninjas were covertly monitoring their surroundings. Surely, there must be some underlying issue. Hinata's cherubic face exhibited a look of concern as she nestled closer to Nightwind. He chuckled softly, ruffling her short hair in a comforting gesture, assuring her, "Rest easy. The Umbu are the guardians of the village. With them present, we are in no peril." In truth, Nightwind felt a pang of guilt for involving Ino and Hinata in this undertaking. Fortunately, events unfolded as he had anticipated. The higher-ups of Konoha would not permit them to confront Itachi Uchiha alone. After all, whether it be the offspring of a prominent clan or the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, any misfortune that befell them would undoubtedly incite turmoil within Konoha. The Uchiha clan had already faced annihilation, should further calamity strike. Even Danzo would shy away from bearing such a burden. Of course, had Nightwind discovered that the third Hokage had failed to dispatch anyone for their protection, he would have promptly concocted a reason to terminate this assignment. Chapter 42. My foolish little brother. Upon entering the Uchiha clan's territory, the sign-in system indeed began its countdown. Sasuke Uchiha led the way, while the others followed behind, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Hinata emitted a gasp. Nightwind, it appears that the individuals in those houses ahead are lifeless. Startled, Hinata closed her Byakugan and sought refuge in Nightwind's embrace, revealing her youthful innocence and naivety. The other companions halted, exchanging bewildered glances. Dead? All of them? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. In truth, he had sensed something amiss from the moment they entered Uchiha territory. Although it was late, the eerie silence enveloping the clan left him uneasy. And now, the Uchiha, responsible for the security of Konoha, had seemingly encountered a massacre? How perplexing. All they sought was a simple barbecue, yet they found themselves embroiled in such trouble. At this juncture, Itachi Uchiha had efficiently executed the clan's eradication. He lingered, awaiting a final opportunity to meet with his younger brother. He wished to impart to Sasuke the harsh realities of the world, that strength was paramount. The future of the Uchiha rested upon him. However, upon seeing that Sasuke was accompanied by a gaggle of children, he fell into deep contemplation. Though Itachi, consumed by bloodlust, would not hesitate to eliminate them all, it was evident that those concealed in the shadows were there to protect them, especially two formidable presences among them. If Itachi's instincts were correct, they belonged to the third Hokage in Danzo. How ironic it was that when he annihilated his own clan, no shinobi from Konoha came to their aid, yet for the sake of other clans' children, even the Hokage and Danzo mobilized? In that moment, Itachi began to question the validity of his choices. Shaking his head, Itachi's gaze regained its steely resolve. Regardless, for the honor of the Uchiha clan, he could not allow them to be branded as traitors to the village. If all perished, and only Sasuke remained, then the Uchiha would not be deemed betrayers. In the future, once Sasuke awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan, he, as the elder brother, would ensure that Sasuke attained the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. At that point, Sasuke would undoubtedly ascend to the position of Hokage, and the Uchiha clan would bask in the brightest glory. This was Itachi's mission. Having pondered these matters, Itachi boldly appeared before his brother, Sasuke. My foolish little brother, on such a night, your thoughts dwell upon a class reunion? You have truly disappointed me. Henceforth, allow me to impart to you the suffering inherent in this world. As Itachi, the devoted brother, suppressed his affection for Sasuke, he invoked a Genjutsu Tsukimi, mimicking the tone of a person he had recently encountered. Within the illusion, Sasuke witnessed the horrific events of the clan slaughter, seeing their father and mother fall to the hands of his brother. This approach was exceedingly cruel, yet Itachi believed that one day, Sasuke would comprehend the burdens of his elder brother. If understanding did not come willingly, then he would compel it upon him. Though there was a grave risk of inadvertently causing Sasuke's demise, he thought to himself, I shall merely release him from the depths of despair. Chapter 43. The pursuit of strength with Tsukuyami firmly entrenched in his soul, aside from Night Wind, no one grasped the gravity of the situation. They merely witnessed Itachi cast a penetrating gaze at Sasuke before he collapsed, with Itachi vanishing into the night. The gears of fate are indeed ruthlessly unforgiving. Ding! The host's time in the sign-in area has expired. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. Byakugan, optimized version, mastery of Ein release. Upon receiving the system reward, Night Wind furrowed his brow. Byakugan? System. Surely you jest. On the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, I accompanied Sasuke Uchiha to the Uchiha estate and completed the sign-in before Itachi. Yet, the reward is Byakugan instead of Sharingan. Is this some sort of mockery? Not that Byakugan lacks strength. Just look at the Otsutsuki clan to see its true power. The Byakugan's capabilities are astonishing, capable of shattering even Sasuke's perfect Susanoo with ease. Moreover, the evolved Rinnegan is equally formidable. However, as a member of the time-traveling army, I feel a profound sense of alienation from others, particularly since I lack a red-eye condition. Fortunately, I have undergone optimization, rendering me undetectable to outsiders. The white eye optimization, once activated, it grants the abilities of the white eye without its physical manifestation. In essence, Nightwind need not worry about his father questioning his mother regarding the origin of his alleged white eye. Mastery of Ein release. The white eye of the Hyuga clan is, at its core, a combination of Ein release and the bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Thus, when Night Wind acquired the white eye, he naturally also gained mastery over Ein release. Let us proceed to take Sasuke to the hospital. Night Wind sighed as he watched Sasuke helplessly collapse at his feet. At that moment, he felt a pang of empathy for Sasuke, who was oppressed at school and would inevitably be compared to Itachi upon returning home. Night Wind could easily envision the scene during family gatherings. where Sasuke's relatives would surround Itachi, showering him with praises from every angle. Meanwhile, Sasuke would likely receive nothing more than a fleeting acknowledgement of being Itachi's brother. Such a burden, yet Sasuke's resilience in maintaining his confidence is truly commendable. Before long, the elite members of the Umbu arrived at the scene, taking charge of Sasuke and escorting the young masters and ladies to safety. The atmosphere among the companions was heavy. Even the ravenous Choji remained silent about his hunger. "What are your thoughts, Shikamaru?" He sighed. "What can I say? The entire Uchiha clan is shrouded in gloom. The Umbu have appeared, yet not a single Uchiha can be seen. Something grave must have transpired." Night Wind halted, glancing at everyone before stating, "No one could have anticipated today's events. Let us return home and not dwell on it. We have classes tomorrow. Although the Uchiha clan has faced annihilation, life must go on. All right, let us leave. It would be inappropriate to dine while Sasuke remains in the hospital," Shikamaru replied. "Farewell, everyone." The companions departed, each burdened by their thoughts. Night Wind and Ino first escorted Hinata back to the Hyuga clan's territory. "Hinata, I deeply apologize for today's events. If it weren't for my bet with Sasuke, you would not have witnessed those terrifying scenes," Night Wind expressed. Hinata blushed, offering a gentle smile as she replied, "It's all right, Night Wind-kun. With you here, I fear nothing." Night Wind affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair, filled with regret. Simultaneously, he resolved to strengthen himself swiftly, vowing never to allow Hinata to fall into danger again. Chapter 44. Annihilation. The following day, the ninja school resumed its classes as usual. Aside from Sasuke's absence, the remaining students and teachers appeared largely unchanged from the previous day. However, the atmosphere among the younger generation was notably somber, as the events of the previous night weighed heavily on their hearts. Although the other companions, aside from Hinata, had not directly witnessed the corpses, the pervasive dread lingered, leaving an indelible impression. During the break, the companions gathered as usual. Naruto and Sakura exchanged grave glances, silently inquiring about Sasuke's well-being. Both had struggled to sleep well the previous night. Yet, as commoners, their surroundings seemed unaffected by the Uchiha clan's calamity, as if the village remained untouched. Late last night, Umbu ninjas had visited Naruto's father, citing an urgent matter from the Hokage, but he had yet to return, suggesting the situation was dire. Ino and Night Wind exchanged looks, worry etched on Ino's face. While she was indifferent to the Uchiha clan, she was deeply concerned about her father's safety. "I feel the same way. What are your thoughts, Shikamaru?" He sighed. Several clan leaders summoned by the Hokage in the dead of night, and not returning is highly unusual, unless they were playing cards. It must be related to the Uchiha incident. This morning I took a detour to the police department, and it was locked up tight, not a soul in sight. This is abnormal. All signs indicate that the Uchiha clan is in serious trouble, coupled with the strange atmosphere surrounding their compound last night. Could it be that they have defected? If so, why would the clan leader's son remain behind? What about Itachi? What did that peculiar conversation mean about feeling pain? This is indeed a troubling situation. Curiosity can be a double-edged sword. While we may not be cats, speculating endlessly benefits no one. Thus, let us eat and sleep as usual, awaiting our father's return when news of the Uchiha clan will likely be disclosed. Night Wind embraced Hinata and Ino, comforting them amid their distress. The truth of the Uchiha's annihilation would surely be concealed, yet the news would spread throughout the village soon enough. After all, such a large group disappearing simultaneously could not remain suppressed by the Hokage. Indeed, I concur with Night Wind's assessment. Let us proceed with our classes as planned. Our fathers are prominent clan leaders. Their collective absence should not be a cause for alarm, Shikamaru slowly articulated. Subsequently, Naruto and Sakura exited the group chat. After school, Night Wind and the others did not head to the training grounds, as Ino and Hinata were eager to learn about their father's situations. Thus, they parted ways for the day. Upon returning home, Ino noticed her father's clothes hanging by the entrance and inquired, "Mother, is father back? Is he safe?" Her mother approached, gently removing their backpacks, and reassuringly replied, "Yes, he is fine. Your father and the others did not sleep all night. He fell asleep upon returning and has yet to awaken." "Oh, as long as father is safe," Ino sighed in relief, then asked, "By the way, did he say anything upon returning?" "Yes, he mentioned that the Uchiha clan has been annihilated." Chapter 45. The White Annihilation. What a terrifying word. It is essential to recognize that the Uchiha clan was the most formidable family in Konoha. How could an entire clan of skilled warriors be wiped out in a single night? If that were indeed the case, what safety could Konoha possibly guarantee? Although the third Hokage ultimately placed the blame on Itachi Uchiha, asserting that the massacre was a result of internal strife within the Uchiha clan, a sudden and unforeseen slaughter. Could such rhetoric truly convince the various clans? Would they regard him, the third Hokage, with the same esteem as before? On this matter, Night Wind undoubtedly held the most authority to comment, as he vividly recalled that after Orochimaru ensnared Sarutobi Hiruzen within the Four Purple Flames formation, very few from the clans came to his rescue. In the end, the third Hokage sought righteousness and sacrificed himself heroically for the village, becoming one of the true heroes of Konoha in the twilight of his life. With merely 3 years left until he had to confront Orochimaru's sinister machinations, Night Wind recognized his current strength was still woefully inadequate. In truth, preserving one's life amidst the impending collapse of Konoha was not an exceedingly challenging endeavor. During the Chunin exams, most villagers had been adequately sheltered. If survival was the sole aim, Night Wind could easily find a place to hide with his family. However, given the nature of this system, it would undoubtedly compel him to venture into perilous situations to sign in, under the guise that danger concentrates good fortune. Thus, for the challenge posed by Orochimaru, Night Wind needed to prepare thoroughly in advance. And this preparation was fundamentally about power. In a secluded forest, Night Wind surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight, and activated the Byakugan he had acquired through signing in. The 360-degree perspective was indeed a remarkable experience, albeit the entire world viewed through the Byakugan, save for chakra, was rendered in shades of black and white. The Byakugan, a dojutsu originating from the Tsutsuki clan, endowed its wielder with a comprehensive field of vision, enabling them to see the chakra pathways and the flow of chakra within the human body. Nevertheless, the capabilities exhibited by the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan were not particularly high. Night Wind pondered whether the Byakugan he possessed was aligned with the style of the Hyuga clan or that of the Tsutsuki. If he could emulate Tsutsuki Kagaya in the future, it would indeed be a significant gain. Familiarizing himself with the Byakugan's functions, Night Wind nodded in satisfaction. So it was that by perceiving his own chakra points and pathways, he could regulate his chakra with enhanced efficacy. Most ninjas possess various chakra affinities, but are unable to simultaneously generate multiple types of ninjutsu chakra within their bodies. Night Wind, however, was distinct. With the Byakugan, he could clearly see every chakra flow within him. Through meticulous control, he could refine different types of ninjutsu chakra concurrently. Nevertheless, Hinata had once informed Night Wind that if 2 different types of ninjutsu chakra were merged within one's body, the resultant force could overwhelm a ninja's physical form. Instances of death from such fusion were reportedly not uncommon. Therefore, only those with special bloodline limits could directly create fused ninjutsu chakra within themselves. For example, in Sunagakure, the character Yagura possessed the Kekai Genkai of Scorch Release, allowing him to generate chakra that fused wind release and fire release. Ordinary ninjas, however, could not achieve this. Thus, Night Wind conceived a bold idea. Chapter 46. The development of the Byakugan. Previously, Night Wind had consulted Hinata regarding the possibility of merging chakra externally if it could not be achieved internally. To that end, Hinata sought guidance from Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi shared that an elder from their clan had experimented with Night Wind's concept. However, for ninjutsu chakra to fuse externally and form bloodline chakra, one must possess highly refined ninjutsu chakra. That elder devoted his life to this pursuit and barely succeeded in merging a type of bloodline ninjutsu. However, externally fused ninjutsu could not be utilized directly for ninjutsu. It could only be projected from chakra points in a manner akin to the 8 trigrams empty palm. Although the power was commendable, the elder's comprehensive combat prowess paled in comparison to that of his untrained Hyuga peers due to his singular focus on extracting high-purity ninjutsu chakra. This was why the Hyuga clan now specialized in gentle fist rather than ninjutsu. Night Wind, however, was different. His ninjutsu could be obtained and upgraded through signing in. Thus, theoretically, as long as he could refine chakra that met the necessary conditions, Night Wind could potentially master all chakra bloodline limits. As for the externally fused ninjutsu chakra being unusable for ninjutsu, it was of little consequence. He could develop alternative methods of application. After careful contemplation, Night Wind clenched his fist, extending his thumb. A small stream of pure wind release chakra emanated from his fingertip. He then extended his index finger, allowing a flow of fire release chakra to emerge. Next, he attempted the fusion. With a gentle press of his thumb, he cautiously directed the wind release chakra towards the fire release chakra, merging them together. The wind pressure from the wind release chakra instantaneously elevated the temperature of the fire release chakra. Scorch release? No. The potency of this chakra seemed to fall considerably short of that of Yagura's scorch release. It appeared that even proficient-level ninjutsu did not fulfill the conditions necessary for chakra fusion. Although Night Wind's attempt this time was unsuccessful, he remained undeterred. After all of his skills were subject to enhancement. As long as this method was feasible, Night Wind was certain to master various transformations of chakra in the future. Moreover, he had already conceived a direction for developing his techniques. He would employ finger strikes, a close-range slash, and a long-range thrust. How splendid it sounded. 3 years later, Night Wind was 13 years old. Although he still appeared to be a child by age, his daily commitment to physical training and medicinal baths had rendered him looking more akin to a 15 or 16-year-old. During these 3 years, Konoha village had largely been devoid of significant events. Despite the Uchiha clan's annihilation prompting an increased deployment of ninja forces by the Cloud Village at the borders of the Land of Fire, and occasional minor skirmishes erupting between the two, the threshold for war remained distant. Within the village, it seemed that everyone had forgotten the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke Uchiha had grown increasingly withdrawn. Lacking friends, he now spoke to no one except Night Wind and a few others. Even the infatuated girls gradually cast aside their icy demeanor due to the presence of the night breeze. Alas, graduation is approaching, and it will be challenging for us to remain together as we do now. This thought weighs heavily on Ino and Hinata, who both sighed in unison. Chapter 47. The melancholy of graduation season student life is indeed beautiful, especially for the trio of Night Breeze, who are inseparable day by day. Their days together are filled with happiness. However, once graduation arrives, everything will change. After graduation, all students will face class separation and begin undertaking ninja missions under the guidance of Aizen. Sometimes, these missions may take them to distant places. It is said that a single mission could span months, and the prospect of not seeing Night Breeze for such a long time fills Ino and Hinata with sorrow. Yet, how should one phrase it? People must grow up. There is no need to be so pessimistic. Moreover, if we were to remain students indefinitely, how could I ever propose to Hinata? The relationship between Night Breeze and Hinata has been clearly established. However, in Night Breeze's eyes, the 12-year-old Hinata is still a child, and thus, they have not engaged in anything overly intimate, merely sharing hugs and embraces. Oh, how I wish to be placed in the same class as Night Breeze. Hinata nestled in his arms, sighed dreamily. Night Breeze, too, was curious about the class separation. Originally, without Night Breeze, the Konoha 9 would have been easily divided into classes. However, with Night Breeze now part of the equation, the Konoha 9 has transformed into the Konoha 10. How? Then, will the third Hokage decide to split the classes? The three leaned together, watching the sunset, each lost in their own thoughts. At that moment, Naruto approached from a distance, appearing quite dejected. Hey Naruto, what's wrong? Night Breeze greeted him with a smile. Upon hearing his name, Naruto perked up momentarily, but soon fell back into his despondent state. Ah, Night Breeze. The graduation exam is just around the corner, but I can't seem to master the shadow clone technique. I genuinely want to graduate and become a ninja. After all, I aspire to be Hokage one day. Naruto, the shadow clone technique is actually quite simple. I really don't understand why you can't get it right. How can you become Hokage like this? Ino teased, a playful smile on her face. Hinata nodded in agreement. Despite the Hyuga clan's ethos of avoiding ninjutsu, the basic body replacement technique is still relatively easy to learn. I don't know what is going wrong. I always follow what Irika-sensei says, carefully controlling my chakra to create clones, but it always goes awry. Naruto lamented, his eyelids drooping in frustration. Don't worry, Naruto, I believe you can graduate. Even if you don't pass the shadow clone technique, it's alright. Just take it easy. You've got this, Night Breeze reassured him with a smile. It's amusing how he can instantly grasp the multiple shadow clone technique, but struggles with the basic one. Truly, being the protagonist requires a touch of uniqueness. 3 days later, the graduation examinations concluded. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was puffing away at his pipe, a frown adorning his face. How should the class separation be handled appropriately? Ordinarily, such matters do not require the Hokage's direct involvement. However, as the honorary principal of the Ninja Academy, the final decision rests with him. The trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji is the least contentious choice. Although there are 2 from the Yamanaka clan this generation, it is well known that Yamanaka Night Breeze follows a bold path, showing no interest in the clan's secret techniques. Therefore, the team can consist of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. As for the Byakugan, the insect users, and the dog users, since all 3 excel in reconnaissance, forming a reconnaissance team is quite reasonable. But how should Yamanaka Night Breeze, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto be arranged? Chapter 48. Yuzuki-in Uchiha Sasuke, the prodigy who has awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, is the last remaining descendant of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Thus, the most suitable Nin to guide Sasuke would be Kakashi Hatake, who also possesses a Sharingan and is known as the Copy Ninja. Moreover, Kakashi is a disciple of the 4th Hokage, making him the ideal mentor for Naruto as well. Should Night Breeze also join Kakashi's team? Although Night Breeze's abilities certainly qualify him, by Ninja World conventions, each team must include at least 1 girl. Haruno Sakura is actually quite fitting, but what about Night Breeze? Should he be placed with other students? Unfortunately, aside from the aforementioned 3 teams, the skill levels of the remaining students are rather average. If Night Breeze were to team up with them, it would surely hinder his progress, leading to discontent from the Yamanaka clan. It is indeed a challenge. Being Hokage is difficult, but being a responsible Hokage is even more so. The 3rd Hokage gazed out of the window at his own likeness carved in a Hokage rock, took a puff of his pipe, and sighed, deeply ensnared in a quandary. Perhaps it would be best to meet with this child and discover his thoughts. The results of the graduation exams have been announced. The companions have successfully graduated and received their ninja headbands. All that remains is to await the results of the class separation. At the Yamanaka clan training ground, Night Breeze practiced his swordsmanship alone. Ino had been taken to Shikamaru's house by her father. The formation of the Ino Shikacho trio was a certainty. Thus, there were many traditions that the older generation needed to pass on to the new. Hinata did not come to visit Night Breeze today, as the Hyuga clan was celebrating her graduation. Consequently, Night Breeze found himself practicing alone in the clan's training ground. Clang, clang. Night Breeze struck steadily at the wooden post. Although his movements resembled those from years past, each swing now bore a steadier rhythm. Over the past 3 years, Night Breeze has significantly improved through countless missions. His proficiency in basic sword strikes has excelled, as has his mastery of hidden weapons and wind release techniques. He has also attained expertise in taijutsu and ninjutsu in both wind and fire styles. However, his fire release remains at the level of proficiency, and thus, the fusion of the Byakugan with bloodline chakra remains unprogressed. Nevertheless, even so, Night Breeze's strength has already reached the level of a Nin. The Night Breeze simply prefers to remain understated, seldom revealing itself in public. Night Wind practiced his swordsmanship for a while when, suddenly, a tall female ninja with flowing purple hair from the Umbu appeared before him. Night Wind, the Hokage requests your presence, she stated. After executing his final strike, Night Wind wiped the sweat from his brow and sized up his opponent. With her purple hair, Umbu attire, and sword at her side, he deduced that this female ninja was likely Yuzuki Yuka. There were few sword masters left in the village. Would she care to engage in a duel? He had never battled a ninja skilled with a blade before. Facing Yuzuki Yuka, Night Wind voiced his request. Beneath her mask, her expression became somewhat peculiar. A freshly graduated student from the Ninja Academy dared to challenge an elite Umbu? Such audacity was indeed rare. Nevertheless, it was increasingly uncommon to find young sword enthusiasts like Night Wind. Therefore, Yuzuki Yuka would not disappoint him. However, with her mission being of utmost importance, she couldn't afford to waste too much time. Thus, she resolved to demonstrate to Night Wind what a true swordsman was like. Of course, if he could glean any insights from her techniques, it would be a stroke of fortune for him. Very well, I accept your challenge. but I shall only use one technique. Chapter 49. In the name of Hero's moonlit night of the Konoha sword technique. In an instant, Uzuki Yuka unsheathed her sword. As she wielded her ninja blade, an ethereal shadow resembling a full moon manifested before her, a sight of exquisite beauty. Buzzing, countless indistinguishable afterimages surged toward Nightwind, enveloping him entirely. Naturally, as a skilled sword-wielding ninja, Uzuki Yuka maintained control over her blade, ensuring that Nightwind would not be harmed. She merely wished to show him what a true swordsman was like. However, as she struck with the intent to instruct, Nightwind unsheathed his sword from his waist. The silvery blade sliced through the air, as though the dim moonlight had encountered the brilliance of day. Its glow instantly eclipsed and extinguished. With a swift motion, Nightwind returned his sword to its sheath, his expression tinged with melancholy as he murmured, "What a pity to have been born too late. I will never witness the swordsmanship of White Fang." He then turned to leave. Uzuki Yuka remained in her stance, watching the departing Nightwind, her emotions difficult to articulate. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting a strand of her purple hair and swirling it around before letting it drift away. Swallowing hard, Uzuki Yuka removed her mask, revealing her delicate features, and with a wry smile, she remarked, "No wonder the third Hokage regards you so highly. You truly are a prodigious talent. Such a youth. Why then does he receive the characterization of being low-key in the 13 years of intelligence reports from the third Hokage? Do not question, it is fate. For 13 years. Although Nightwind is the eldest son of the Yamashiro clan, this marks his first visit to the Hokage's office. Nightwind, you've arrived rather swiftly. Please take a seat." The third Hokage's face lit up with a kind smile as he gestured for Nightwind to sit, indicating that there was no need for formality in front of the elder. "Third Hokage, you summon me unexpectedly. May I inquire as to the matter?" Nightwind gazed calmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he suspected it might relate to class assignments, he still politely inquired. The third Hokage chuckled softly and replied, "It concerns your class assignment following your graduation from the Ninja Academy. As the eldest son of the Yamashiro clan, you are expected to be grouped with Shikamaru and Chuji to carry on the legacy of the original Ino Shikicho trio. However, since your family has chosen to have your sister assume that role, how do you feel about your own placement?" Nightwind regarded the third Hokage silently. In truth, his opinion of the third Hokage had not been particularly high. Yet, he had just noticed a small detail. The third Hokage had attempted to reach for his pipe but hesitated, retracting his hand with difficulty. This brief moment of instinctive struggle revealed itself as genuine, rather than an act. Seen in this light, the third Hokage appeared to be concerned about Nightwind inhaling secondhand smoke, suppressing the urge to smoke. Thus, from a human perspective, the third Hokage could not be considered wholly malevolent. Rather, his long life of mediocrity had led to criticism from future generations. Had it been the third Hokage who valiantly sealed the Nine Tails 12 years ago on that fateful night instead of the fourth Hokage, he might have been lauded as a hero of Konoha, akin to the first and second Hokages. Alas, the old man missed his chance. Though he sought to reverse his fortunes through textbooks, the blemishes of his life remained indelible, impossible to cleanse. Fortunately, he had a commendable disciple in Orochimaru, who ultimately helped cement his heroic legacy. Chapter 50. Your idea is quite audacious regarding the matter class assignments. I have given it considerable thought. I wish to operate independently, without the need for a team or a guiding jonin, Nightwind stated slowly. This notion had been in his mind for quite some time. First, the class assignment model of the Konoha 11 was quite sensible. Nightwind did not wish to disrupt their unity. Secondly, over the years, he had occasionally received assignments requiring him to venture into peculiar locations outside the village. If he could not act alone, fulfilling these missions would become exceedingly cumbersome. What if he encountered a task akin to the pink pig stump? Would he then find himself ensnared for an extended period? Time was of the essence. Thus, seizing this opportunity, Nightwind articulated his desire for an independent team. An independent team? Without a guiding jonin? The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a look of astonishment. I must admit, your idea is quite audacious. Though Uzuki Yuka had already returned to report her mission prior to Nightwind arrival, and the third Hokage was aware of his accomplishments in swordsmanship, Nightwind was still just a child. How could a lone ninja navigate such a perilous profession? Indeed, An independent team. Otherwise, Hokage-sama. Who else could possibly qualify to be my teammate? Night Wind stated boldly, observing Night Wind's resolute demeanor. The third Hokage felt the urge to smoke once more. The Uchiha brat had also approached the third Hokage, expressing a desire for an independent team, only to be warmly declined. After all, did one not possess an understanding of their own capabilities? In solitude, one must tread carefully, should any misfortune arise. That fellow Itachi might mistakenly believe that this Hokage intends to harm you. However, Night Wind is different. As Yuzuki Yuin previously remarked, Night Wind's blade is formidable, imparting upon her a sensation akin to that of an elite jonin. Indeed, mere mastery of swordsmanship does not suffice to become an exceptional ninja. Nevertheless, given Night Wind's current prowess, it is rather ill-suited for him to commence his development anew. Yet, one must ponder, would this Hokage truly permit Night Wind to undertake missions alone immediately after graduation? Would Yamashiro Kai agree to such a notion? The offspring of noble clans are notoriously challenging to manage. Night Wind, you do not comprehend the perils of the ninja world. Executing missions alone is exceedingly perilous and fraught with complications. Moreover, have you even broached this idea with your father? The third Hokage, unable to contain himself, retrieved his pipe, extinguished the flame, and feigned an action of smoking to console himself. These children truly provide no respite. Is it not preferable to proceed methodically? Why complicate matters so? I shall persuade my father in due course, provided that the Hokage consents. Night Wind cast a glance at the third Hokage. You claim I lack understanding of the ninja world? I endured watching Boruto to its conclusion, and now you assert that I do not comprehend? Ridiculous. Upon hearing Night Wind's retort, the third Hokage pondered deeply, the sound of his pipe clacking against his teeth echoing in the silence. How enviable these youths are, full of vigor and audacity, unafraid to take risks. Alas, age has made me hesitant, even in decision-making. Just as the third Hokage prepared to make a decision, a knock resounded at the door of the Hokage's office. Surprised, he uttered a prompt, "Enter." A boisterous female ninja with short purple hair strode in. "Old man, the mission is complete. Here is the scroll signed by the employer." She carelessly tossed the scroll toward the third Hokage, then, with keen interest, appraised Night Wind and inquired, "Old man, who is this young lad? He appears rather dashing." The third Hokage tucked the mission scroll away, appearing somewhat bemused. "This is Yamashiro Night Wind. Just graduated from the Ninja Academy. We were discussing his placement. We shall revisit your mission later. If there is nothing else, you may return home to rest." The third Hokage said wearily, "Huh, old man, do you really have to send me away immediately upon my return? At least be courteous and pretend to offer me tea." The female ninja shot a disbelieving glance at the third Hokage. How am I to respond to that? At that moment, Night Wind scrutinized the lively female ninja before him. Her short purple hair exuded a sense of professionalism, and although she was not tall, her figure was alluringly curvaceous. Notably, her vibrant yellow jacket over a fishnet outfit was particularly striking. If Night Wind's instincts were correct, she must be Orochimaru's disciple, Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai seemed to sense the third Hokage's discomfort and chuckled, her expression playful. "Old man, I caught a bit of your earlier conversation. This young lad possesses quite the audacity. I quite like him. How about I take him under my wing as his guiding jonin for the time being? You?" The third Hokage furrowed his brow. "Indeed, I've grown weary of mundane missions. Let me have a turn as a guiding jonin. I have a feeling this kid will suit me well. Worst case, once he is capable, I can let him fly solo." With a mischievous wink at Night Wind, Kurenai licked her lips like Orochimaru. "Night Wind, does suit you well imply you intend to devour him? Do not hesitate. Regardless of whether he possesses the strength to operate alone, he will still need someone to teach him the ropes. Do you not agree that I am quite suitable?" Kurenai's demeanor grew increasingly relaxed. The third Hokage hesitated, regretting not having summoned Nara Shikaku to consult. Otherwise, he could have asked, "Shikaku, what do you think?" At that moment, Night Wind, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. "Third Hokage, regarding the knowledge of ninja missions, the Academy has already provided thorough instruction. After all, those are the very textbooks you personally endorsed, rich in content and effectiveness. Do you not recall? I do not require a guiding jonin to accompany me." Seeing the third Hokage appear ready to acquiesce to Kurenai's proposal, Night Wind felt compelled to voice his concerns. After all, being paired with Orochimaru's disciple felt somewhat peculiar. What you say is not without merit. Indeed, the textbooks I endorsed encompass all pertinent knowledge regarding ninja missions. However, the third Hokage donned a proud expression before continuing earnestly, for the sake of prudence. I believe Kurenai's suggestion merits consideration. Let her serve as your guiding jonin for now, and when you are capable of undertaking missions independently, we can reassess. Night Wind sighed inwardly. Even flattery could not sway this old man. He had a certain shrewdness about him. Yet, must he truly team up with Kurenai? Fortunately, the third Hokage's implication suggested that their partnership would not be permanent. Such an outcome was not entirely unfavorable. It certainly outweighed being assigned to a conventional team. Thus, Kurenai threw her arms around Night Wind's shoulders, her ample assets pressing against him. Come along, handsome. You'll soon discover the advantages of having a teacher like me. Night Wind shot her an incredulous glance. No, I'm already quite aware of your advantages. In an isolated grove, Kurenai reclined languidly against a wooden post. Her sultry gaze fixed intently on Night Wind, occasionally licking her lips. Ah, I never anticipated that my first student would be such a striking young man. I hear you are 13 this year. You look the part. After all, I'm only a decade your senior. They say a woman 3 years your elder is a treasure. If you chose to be with me, you would be embracing a mountain of gold. Hearing this, Night Wind let out a resigned sigh. It seems that the most amusing yet frustrating encounters arise from such seasoned women. However, Kurenai-sensei, considering the time, should we follow protocol or directly establish our relationship? Night Wind inquired. In a flash, Kurenai appeared before him, her demeanor playful and mischievous. With one arm wrapped around Night Wind's neck, she smiled playfully, scrutinizing him. Little fellow, be sure to articulate your words clearly when you speak. Otherwise, the teacher might misunderstand your meaning, Hongdo said with a mischievous grin. In response, Night Wind smirked slightly, his gaze roaming freely over Hongdo's form as he raised a finger to her chin, replying, You guessed correctly. That is precisely what I meant. In a ninja academy, there exists a set of rules. To mentor a student, the jonin must first engage in a game of snatching a bell with them. Only upon successfully passing this trial can the teacher-student relationship be formally established. Indeed, this was the very essence of Night Wind's words. Feeling the warmth of Night Wind's fingertip, Hongdo involuntarily shivered and swiftly increased the distance between them. Humph, little trickster, it seems that becoming your teacher won't be as simple as I thought, she remarked, pouting slightly. Although Hongdo possessed the potential of an experienced driver, she was ultimately just a 23-year-old girl. Much like a flower poised to bloom, she could tease others, but being teased herself? That sensation was entirely different, especially when it came from a handsome and sunny boy like Night Wind. The tingling feeling on her chin lingered. Let's follow the procedure. I have a bell here. If you can snatch it from me within an hour, I will allow you to pass this test. Otherwise, you shall return to school and start over, Hongdo stated, steadying her resolve. As a professional ninja, she knew the importance of adhering to protocol. Thus, the bell-snatching challenge commenced. As a disciple of Orochimaru, once she set aside her flamboyant demeanor, a wild and dangerous aura reminiscent of her master enveloped her. An elite jonin proficient in fire-style ninjutsu and skilled in Orochimaru's snake techniques, it seemed the best way to deal with her would be through combat. Night Wind pondered, drawing on his knowledge of the Naruto storyline. The principle of fire overcoming wind remained relevant. A gentle breeze stirred, and Night Wind's figure vanished from sight. With a swift motion, his blade sliced through the air, cleaving Hongdo in half. However, the moment she was struck, her expression shifted oddly, and she transformed into a severed poisonous snake. A substitution technique? Night Wind chuckled lightly. It was no surprise given her lineage. Hey kid, is it necessary to take a mere bell, snatching so seriously? If not for my quick reflexes, would you have truly intended to kill me? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hongdo's face as she narrowly escaped. In the face of Night Wind's recent strike, a singular thought consumed her. If she had not evaded it, she could have truly perished. Teacher Hongdo, if you wish to become my guiding jonin, your abilities must be sufficient. Otherwise, it could be perilous, Night Wind observed, his smile laden with significance. Over the years, his strength had markedly improved. Yet he lacked practical experience. Though his blade had astonished both Uzuki Yugugo and Hongdo, the latter, as an exceptional ninja, could easily devise a targeted strategy now that she understood Night Wind's capabilities. Thus, he recognized that to dominate the ninja world, he must continually hone his skills through real combat. To be underestimated by a mere child. Your looks may be charming, but a displeased teacher is a truly dangerous matter. Hong Do retorted, licking her lips with a sinister grin. Oh, then show me your true strength. Let me see if your displeasure is as endearing as it seems. Night Wind smiled faintly as a pale blue chakra manifested upon the surface of his blade. Chakra blade? Quite impressive, Hong Do acknowledged, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, nearly 4 meters in diameter, surged toward Night Wind. The intense heat radiating from it was already making him uncomfortable before it even reached him. With a decisive slash, Night Wind cleaved the fireball in two, causing it to erupt in a blinding explosion. Narrowing his eyes against the brilliance, he was suddenly aware of the ground behind him fracturing, and Hong Do emerged from beneath the earth. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. 3 large, azure serpents, their fangs glistening, lunged at Night Wind's neck, arms, and thighs with astonishing speed. However, it was as if Night Wind had anticipated this attack. He deftly flipped his wrist, sending 3 shuriken that sliced through the serpent's mid-strike. Feeling a tremor of unease, Hong Do quickly prepared to defend against Night Wind's counterattack. But at that moment, he had already turned to face her. A shuriken shot forth like a streak of cold light, aiming for the bell dangling from her waist. Clang! Hong Do raised her eyelids, swiftly drawing a kunai to block the shuriken's assault. However, just as she believed this exchange had momentarily concluded, a slight gust of wind emanated from the blocked shuriken, severing the red string that held the bell. Wind release enhancement? Hong Do reacted swiftly, reaching for the bell again. But before she could, another flash of cold light zipped through the air. The string binding the bell was pierced by a sunbon, embedding itself into a nearby tree. Teacher Hong Do, do you still wish to snatch the bell from the tree? My body flicker technique is the wind body flicker technique. It surpasses ordinary body flicker techniques by a considerable margin, Night Wind remarked with a smirk, not advancing further. Hong Do glanced at the bell on the tree, then turned back to the audacious Night Wind, her teeth gritting in frustration. You little brat. To think you can imbue shuriken with wind release. No wonder you dared to request to form a team with the 3rd Hokage. She seethed. In a situation where information was lacking, this wind release shuriken technique alone could easily cause an opponent to falter. Yet this child had only just graduated. How could he distill such formidable wind release chakra? At that moment, Night Wind sheathed his ninja blade, gazing at Hong Do with a cheerful demeanor. So, am I qualified now? Or do you still have other tricks you wish to showcase? With that, suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a gigantic serpent erupted from the earth beneath Night Wind, coiling around him like a divine dragon, binding him tightly. Ha, you little rascal. You're merely a lowly genin. Do not underestimate the elite J-nin of Konohagakure, or you might find yourself in grave trouble, chuckled Mitarashi Anko. However, she couldn't shake the peculiar expression on Yakumo's face. The next moment confirmed her suspicions. A sudden bang resonated through the air, and a cloud of white smoke erupted. The snake that had ensnared Yakumo transformed into a mere wooden substitute, while Yakumo had already appeared behind Anko, a bell in hand. Anko-sensei, you may be misunderstanding the situation in Konohagakure. It is the lowly genin who should not be underestimated, Yakumo remarked with a grin. Hearing that languid voice from behind, Anko swallowed hard, her neck stiffening as she turned around, shock etched across her face. How could you possibly discover the snake I secretly laid in the ground? In the face of Anko's skepticism, Yakumo smiled nonchalantly, casting a meaningful gaze her way. When did I discover it? Do you truly believe such clandestine maneuvers would work in the presence of these Byakugan eyes? Not only the snake, but even those 2 old geezers hiding in the treetops observing us from afar. I had already noticed them. In the distance, atop the treetops, the 3rd Hokage exhaled a contented puff of smoke, his heart swelling with pride. To apply such basic body substitution technique to this extent in real combat, Yakumo is indeed a promising talent. With proper nurturing, he could certainly become an exceptional elite J-nin. Standing beside the 3rd Hokage was Shimura Danzo, who gazed coldly towards Yakumo and Anko. Though the body substitution technique is simple, it is the keen observation and judgment that are truly rare. Yet how did he uncover Anko's setup? The third Hokage took a deep breath, releasing a smoke ring before replying. Hiruzen mentioned to me that Yakumo might not intend to inherit the Inoshikacho, but he has already developed the In release and learned some of the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. It is entirely plausible for him to enhance his perceptive abilities through those skills. Danzo raised his hand to wave away the second-hand smoke, his brows furrowing slightly, his eyes betraying his disdain for the third Hokage. This old fool, how can he still be alive after smoking so much? Yakumo is a rare talent. I propose you entrust him to me. I assure you I can train him to become a master akin to Uchiha Itachi. Danzo squinted, attempting to lay claim to Yakumo. In response, the third Hokage cast a sidelong glance at his old comrade, exasperation evident in his expression. Train him to be like Uchiha Itachi? Are you jesting? The Yamanaka clan has always been a supporter of the Hokage. How could I allow Yakumo to become like Uchiha Itachi? Danzo, you have recently reorganized the root ninjas and developed your own power. I have refrained from saying much, but do not set your sights on Yakumo. He is not suited for your dark ambitions. My will of fire is far more fitting for him. With that, the third Hokage turned and departed toward the Hokage building. Yakumo possesses great strength, a noble lineage, and a sunny disposition. He maintains good relations with the heirs of the major clans and is a close friend of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He may very well become a son-in-law of the Hyuga clan in the future. To entrust such a youth to my old friend Danzo? Is this not a jest? On the contrary, I believe Yakumo is exceptionally suited to inherit my will in several decades and become the next Hokage. Thus, I must ensure that Danzo does not meddle with Yakumo. Chapter 55. You do not understand my contributions. Danzo quietly watched Hiruzen Sarutobi as he walked away, his eyes flickering with a chilling intensity. Not suited for your darkness? Huh. What a noble and righteous third Hokage. If it weren't for me, would Konohagakure be as stable as it is now? If I had not secretly acted as the executioner of the shadows, would you be able to sit comfortably in your office, smoking every day? Think of the Konoha white Feng, driven to his demise by my machinations. Consider the Uchiha clan, rooted out entirely due to my persistence. What significant event has occurred without my contributions? And you, Hiruzen Sarutobi? All you do is smoke. Smoke, smoke, smoke. One day, you will smoke yourself to death. After cursing his old friend in the shadows, Danzo cast a peculiar glance at Mitarashi Anko. It won't be long now, Hiruzen. Your era is nearing its end. The future of Konohagakure will belong to me, Shimura Danzo. After the departure of the third Hokage and Danzo, Yakumo appeared contemplative. It seemed he had caught the attention of the old schemer Danzo. However, it mattered little. From his recent battle with Anko, Yakumo concluded that with his current strength, if he exerted himself fully, he was nearing the prowess of an elite J-nin. Coupled with his noble background, Yakumo felt no trepidation towards Danzo. He was ready to confront him head-on. Anko, now that our relationship has been established, what shall we do tomorrow? Shall we dive straight into missions? Yakumo inquired, tossing the bell back to Anko. In her post-battle state, Mitarashi Anko resumed her boisterous demeanor, shedding any remnants of her previous coldness. Tomorrow, let us have a day of free activities. After all, you finish your assessment early, while your companions will have to wait for tomorrow to take theirs. Anko tossed the bell aside casually, smiling as she added, by the way, you little rascals still haven't told me how you discovered that snake. Guess, Yakumo shrugged. TCH, what an irritating little brat. If you're really not going to tell me, then you must treat me to a meal as compensation. Anko pouted. Fortunately, she was not overly curious. If he chose not to share, so be it. But she still wanted to seize the opportunity for a benefit. Today is probably not feasible. I have plans with my friends to celebrate. Tomorrow, then, I'll treat you to a grand feast. But be careful. Eating too much isn't good for girls. You might end up becoming a chubby one. Yakumo shook his head. What a pity. A perfectly alluring lady is destined to become a round figure in the future. The night breeze felt that such a regrettable matter required his intervention. As he turned to leave, Redbean suddenly called out to him, saying, by the way, there's still a process we haven't completed. How about the 3 questions of a ninja? The questions are, what do you like? What do you dislike? What are your dreams for the future? Although it seemed rather pointless, in reality, it was indeed quite futile. Chapter 56. Night Breeze's aspirations despite its lack of utility. This was a rule established by the third Hokage. Every genin was required to disclose such information to their guiding jonin. Consequently, Night Breeze stroked his chin and pondered seriously. I like beautiful young ladies, just like you right now. I dislike girls who are plump and round, much like what you have become. He continued, my future dream is to prevent beautiful young ladies from becoming the kind I dislike. Yusho Mizuho's face turned slightly red, and she felt speechless. Old man, can this kid's guiding jonin really be changed? At this rate, I fear that one day this little brat will drive me to my grave. Upon returning home, his father and sister had already returned from the Nara family. Brother, you're back. Who did you end up with? Ino asked with concern. I requested to be in a class by myself without teammates, and the third Hokage has already approved it, Night Breeze replied. Oh, Yamanka. Ino raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You're in a class by yourself? Who is your guiding jonin then? A class of one? You two are quite bold to agree to such a thing. Night Breeze being still young and naive was one thing. What was the third Hokage thinking? Surely, he wouldn't be deceiving my son, would he? My guiding jonin is Yusho Mizuho. We just completed the bell-grabbing exercise and have successfully paired up, Night Breeze stated. Successfully paired up? Yamanka Ino's facial muscles twitched slightly. Our son is good at everything, except he speaks a bit too seriously. Can pairing up with a female guiding teacher truly be called a success? I have a feeling something will go awry in the future. Father, is Yusho Mizuho an elite jonin? I don't think I've heard of her, Ino inquired. In her worldview, only elite jonin were worthy of being her brother's guiding teacher. Moreover, if the Hokage were available, he ought to personally guide her brother. Mizuho was not an elite jonin. Her overall ranking was not particularly high, placing her as a special jonin. Yamanka Ino shook his head. What? A special jonin? One who is even inferior to a regular jonin? How could the Hokage allow such a thing? Father, you must quickly speak to the Hokage and at least help your brother secure an elite jonin for guidance. Ino pouted angrily. How could a special jonin suffice? It was said that special jonin were merely elite chunin with unique abilities, still significantly lacking in comparison to true jonin. Yamanka Ino shook his head and replied, Mizuho's situation differs from that of other special jonin. I cannot explain too much to you. Just know this. The third Hokage, allowing Mizuho to be Night Breeze's guiding jonin, indicates that he holds Night Breeze in high regard. Mizuho is a carefully trained disciple of Orochimaru. Her potential is commendable, yet due to Orochimaru's defection, a part of her memories and powers were erased by him. Although Orochimaru left her with a Heaven's Curse mark, Mizuho has had the third Hokage assist in sealing it. Thus, her abilities are intentionally suppressed. Indeed, what father says is correct. Mizuho comes from the Hokage lineage, and the third Hokage, choosing her as my guiding jonin, implies a desire for me to also become part of the Hokage's direct line. However, while I understand his intentions, I harbor no interest in such matters. Night Breeze shook his head. Chapter 57. Do you want a drink? The third Hokage is the teacher of Orochimaru, who in turn is Mizuho's teacher. Therefore, if Mizuho becomes Night Breeze's teacher, it establishes a lineage connection between him and the third Hokage. This affiliation holds considerable weight during future Hokage selections. Regrettably, Night Breeze's aspirations have long surpassed their expectations. A Hokage is merely not what he seeks to pursue. Yamanka Ino gazed at Night Breeze with mild astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that Night Breeze possessed such knowledge regarding Mizuho. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Although Night Breeze appeared to be a child, his mental maturity far exceeded that of his peers. At times, Yamanka Ino felt as if he were conversing with an adult, strong in power and steady in temperament. Come, the Yamanka clan is truly on the rise. That evening, in a small grove of Konoha village by the creek, a tent was pitched. Friends gathered around the barbecue grill, joyfully indulging in a picnic. Don't ask why no beasts ever disturb our barbecues. It's simply fate. Hey, Night Breeze, is the alcohol really that good? Every time we barbecue, we see you drinking. Can we have some? Naruto Uzumaki watched Night Breeze enjoy meat and drink enviously. Upon hearing Naruto's question, Night Breeze shook the flask in his hand and smiled at him. You're still young. You shouldn't be drinking. Naruto crossed his arms defiantly. But you're only a year older than us. If I recall correctly, you started drinking at 8. Yes, it was during the Great White Bear Feast. Inazuka Kiba chimed in enthusiastically. First, let me correct your misunderstanding. I actually started drinking at 6, not 8. Night Breeze placed the flask down and regarded them with interest. Besides, do you really want to drink? If you genuinely wish to experience it, I could let you have a taste. After all, I'm not your guardian. Gulp. The friends swallowed in unison. Alcohol was something they were not permitted to consume at their age, and they had no means of acquiring it. Yet, they often witnessed adults gathering in groups, drinking heartily, their faces flushed with joy. Thus, children were naturally curious about alcohol, yet firmly believed they should not drink it. However, Night Breeze was different. He always brought alcohol with him, supposedly filled by his father. This had long been a source of envy among his friends. Nonetheless, the notion that children should not drink had deeply ingrained itself in their minds. Therefore, they had never considered trying it like Night Breeze. But today was different. With the excitement of graduation, Naruto proposed this request, igniting curiosity among his friends. Spring Sakura displayed a coy demeanor and remarked, "In truth, we are merely sampling a little bit. It shouldn't be considered a violation, should it?" Naruto nodded in agreement, adding, "Sakura is right." Inuzuka Kiba interjected, "Primarily, I sensed that Akamaru wanted to taste it, and, as his owner, I must assist him in discerning." Akimichi Choji stuffed a chunk of fatty meat into his mouth, chewing noisily while glancing at Shikamaru, asking, "What do you think, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru sighed in exasperation. "I advise against going overboard. Do remember we need to rise early tomorrow. If we get drunk, waking up could be a disaster." Chapter 58. Children should not drink alcohol. Indeed, the division of the 9 young strong has been finalized. Today, their guiding instructor uniformly instructed them to gather at the training ground by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Moreover, they were advised to forego breakfast. The rationale behind this behavior was to induce a state of hunger and fatigue before testing whether they could still work together harmoniously. Only those who passed this trial would be deemed worthy of becoming teammates. However, Night Wind had faith in his companions. They did not require such testing. Thus, to spare his friends from ridicule, Night Wind revealed the truth and advised them to have a sound sleep tonight, as long as they arrived at the training ground before 10 o'clock tomorrow. Moreover, they must ensure to have a hearty meal beforehand, for the lunchboxes brought by the guiding Jonin would be cold by noon. Upon learning the truth about the bell-grabbing exercise, his companions were rendered speechless. Was there really a need to test a bond? Clearly not. Although, in the original narrative, the 9 young strong initially did not share such camaraderie. Thanks to Night Wind, or perhaps due to the barbecue, they had long since become good friends. As the saying goes, nothing can't be resolved with a barbecue. They had been enjoying it for 3 years. With that in mind, Naruto was the first to seize the wine jug, taking a hearty gulp. "Gah! This strong liquor burns my throat like flames," he exclaimed, spitting out the unconsumed drink. "What on earth, Night Wind? Is this what you drink every day? It's even worse than bitter medicine. Do you have a penchant for self-torture?" Kiba, curious, took the jug from Naruto and sampled a small sip. He struggled to refrain from spitting it out, but his friend's eyes were sharp. He certainly did not enjoy it. I'd rather savor the barbecue, after all. I'm still a child," Choji declared, stuffing a fist-sized piece of grilled meat into his mouth. The reasoning behind preventing children from drinking was sound. After all, wouldn't he eating meat be more enjoyable? Observing the reluctance of his friends to partake, Night Wind sighed. Subsequently, he performed a hand sign, summoning a shadow clone that mirrored him. The clone seized another jug of wine and clinked it with Night Wind's, both sighing in unison. See, finding a friend to share meat and drink with is indeed a challenge. Early the next morning, Uchiha Sasuke arrived punctually at the designated training ground with Kakashi. Upon his arrival, he frowned momentarily, then allowed the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. It seems I alone possess a commendable sense of time in this class. Teaming up with these fools is undoubtedly a drag. The Jonin, Kakashi, appeared lethargic, as if perpetually in need of sleep, clearly another disappointment. Once they arrived, he intended to demonstrate what it truly meant to be an Uchiha. However, 5 hours elapsed, and Sasuke was left ravenous, his stomach grumbling in protest. Yet, no one had shown up, which incited his ire. Finally, as the clock struck, Sakura and Naruto arrived, brimming with energy. "Good morning, Sasuke." "Oh, Sasuke, you seem rather lackluster today. Still half asleep? Today is the team test. You wouldn't want to hold us back, would you?" Sasuke's eyelids fluttered in annoyance. "You are the one holding back. I, the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke, destined to eliminate that man, could never be the one to lag behind." Chapter 59. A large appetite in the bustling streets of Konoha, Akane, adorned in a delicate makeup, led Night Wind into a highly popular specialty restaurant. Kid, this place is my favorite. Not only do they serve delectable dumplings, but they also have delightful red bean soup. However, I must insist, today you are treating me. Akane winked. Though Akane was a special jonin, earning a considerable sum from missions, the prices in the Hokage world were exorbitant. For instance, a bowl of ordinary Ichiraka ramen costs around 60 ryo, while a premium bowl could reach about 100 ryo. Hypothetically, if one were to indulge in premium ramen 3 times a day, the daily expenditure would total 300 ryo, resulting in a monthly cost of 9,000 ryo. And that's merely for ramen. If one were to factor in sushi, sashimi, hot pot, barbecue, tempura, oden, sukiyaki, various rice dishes, beverages, fruits, milk tea, and desserts, the monthly living expenses would be considerable. A mere genin, after a simple mission, would find that, after the village S cut, the jonin's share, and dividing among team members, they might not even see 1,000 ryo. Additionally, genin are not guaranteed missions consistently. Furthermore, ninjas must purchase expensive tools and medicinal herbs for training. Thus, for an ordinary genin, merely being able to enjoy ramen daily is already a significant blessing. As for Akane, although she held the title of Special Jonin and primarily undertook A or S rank missions, the higher the mission level, the greater the associated danger and expenses. Just the cost for explosive tags, soldier pills, and healing ointments represented nearly half of Akane's expenditures. Coupled with daily training and the cost of dining out and beauty treatments, by year's end, Akane barely managed to save any money. Hence, when opportunities to cut costs arose, she naturally seized them. Upon entering, Akane chose a window side table, retrieving the menu and promptly handing it to Nightwind. Do not claim that the teacher is bullying you. Since you're the host, you should take charge of the menu. However, I must make it clear that my appetite is quite substantial. Yifeng cast a silent glance at Hongdo before taking the menu. As the eldest son of the Shanzhong family, he was well acquainted with this establishment, possessing an intimate knowledge of the flavors of every dish. With a flourish, he marked his selections on the menu and summoned the waitress. Hongdo, curious, craned her neck, resembling a snake in her eagerness. She glanced at the menu and expressed her indignation. Are you serious? This paltry selection is hardly enough for the two of us. Trust me, you'll be stuffed, Yifeng retorted, casting a sidelong glare at her. The waitress, observing the limited choices he had made, raised an eyebrow. It was evident that even the cost of a single bowl of ramen would not be covered by such a meager order. Despite her internal skepticism, she maintained a professional demeanor and inquired, "Are you certain these are all you wish to order?" "No, we'll have one of everything else," Yifeng replied, shaking his head. Aside from the few items he had crossed off, the other dishes were quite delectable. Therefore, this method of ordering was entirely reasonable. The waitress, taken aback, covered her mouth in disbelief. With a vast array of dishes available, each requiring a considerable sum to prepare, she wondered if two youngsters could even finish such a feast. Upholding her commitment to excellent service, she gently reminded them, "The portions are quite generous. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" At that moment, Hongdo joyfully pounded the table and laughed heartily. "No need to think twice. For my appetite, this is merely a trifle." Afterward, she shot a glance at Yifeng, adding, "But little guy, do you have enough money? You're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? Order or eat, and then feign crying to get me to pay? Such lowly tricks won't work here." Yifeng shrugged, producing a 10,000 tael note from his pocket with nonchalance. "Rest assured, money is not an issue. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Money is not a problem. On du musée incrédulité." Is this how the children of wealthy families talk? However, the phrase, "if it's not enough, we can order more," genuinely warmed her heart. At that moment, she realized that her suggestion to become Yifeng's guide was not a futile endeavor after all. Soon, an array of dishes began to arrive at their table. Yifeng, indifferent to the food, merely sampled a few bites. In contrast, Hongdo devoured her meal with unrestrained enthusiasm, akin to a tempest sweeping through. "All right, that should be enough. I ordered plenty just so you could taste everything, not to finish it all. At this rate, you'll end up overweight," Yifeng remarked, shaking his head. It was no wonder she would eventually become plump. "It's fine, just indulging a little. I rarely have anyone to eat with, so it's not like I can consume this much regularly." Hongdo dismissed his concerns, grabbing a colorful meatball and popping it into her mouth. Yifeng gazed at her thoughtfully. It suddenly dawned on him why Hongdo might be prone to weight gain. Currently, she had yet to emerge from the shadows of her past, and while she appeared carefree, her circle of friends was limited. However, this would change during Boruto's era. With Orochimaru's redemption and the village's newfound harmony, Hongdo would truly embrace her freedom. Yifeng sighed inwardly, pondering whether Hongdo's plight could ever be altered. After all, if the world remained unchanged, she would inevitably become overweight. What would be done about that? Just as Yifeng was deep in thought, a familiar voice broke through. Hey, Hinata, isn't that Yifeng? Turning around, he spotted Hinata's team and greeted them with a smile. It seems your test was successful. Are you celebrating? Why not join us? My treat. Hongdo's expression stiffened, and she swallowed hard. Ah, the perks of coming from a big family. Spending money is no concern for them. Unlike herself, who, although she could earn from missions, had to be prudent with her expenses. Oh, it's Yifeng and Hongdo. Let us all join together. Inuzuka Kiba chimed in, accompanied by his teammates, including the ever-smiling Yugao. Congratulations, Hinata. From today onward, you are a true ninja. Yifeng encouraged while taking the opportunity to order another round for the table, extending his hand to clasp Hinata's gently. Thank you, Yifeng. I will strive to keep up with you, Hinata said, her cheeks tinged with pink, her happiness evident. Just don't overexert yourself, after all. I'll be here to protect you in the future, Yifeng replied with a warm smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Hey, isn't this a bit too much? Showing affection at such a young age? What will it be like in the future? Hongdo interjected, unexpectedly inundated with a wave of jealousy, feeling that even the meatballs had lost their appeal. Ah, the youth today are far too precocious. In our time, we were blissfully ignorant of such matters, Hongdo remarked, her mouth still full of tuna sushi. Speaking of which, Hongdo, perhaps it's time for you to find a boyfriend, Yugao suggested with a playful smile. What's so great about boyfriends? They just compete with me for food. No way, Hongdo retorted dismissively, grabbing another skewer of meatballs. After a while, Asuma's team and Kakashi's group also joined the gathering. Initially, Yifeng had intended to treat everyone, but Asuma, the son of the third Hokage and head of the Sarutobi clan, decisively took charge, covering the entire bill. With someone eager to spend, Yifeng felt relieved. There was no need for false modesty. Eventually, he noticed Sasuke, who was absorbed in his meal, and smiled. Sasuke, why do you look so starved? Did you forget to eat breakfast? Sasuke nearly choked on his food, recalling the events of that morning, suddenly finding the feast before him far less appealing. The following day, the adventures of the freshly graduated ninjas officially commenced. As newly minted ninjas, they could only embark on basic tasks under the guidance of their superior ninjas. These tasks typically included internal village work, such as repairing houses, weeding, cleaning debris, finding lost cats, or babysitting, among other simple errands. Typically, it is the prominent households in the village that issue the tasks. Nightwind used to frequently seek out the lower-ranking shinobi for assistance. However, now he finds himself compelled to undertake these tasks personally. Red Bean, when will we finally be entrusted with more advanced missions? The current missions are far too tedious, restricting us to the confines of the village. By the stream, Nightwind meticulously cleansed several large baskets of weapons, voicing his frustrations to Red Bean, who was lounging in the trees, enjoying the breeze. Do not be so impatient. There will be plenty of tasks in the future, but first, you must familiarize yourself with the fundamental procedures, Red Bean replied with a smirk. Subsequently, she leapt down from the tree to inspect the state of the weapons, nodding in satisfaction. Procedures? It's simply a matter of receiving a mission at the Hokage's office, executing it, and then returning to report? Such a straightforward task. Why must I familiarize myself with it? Nightwind retorted, perplexed. Do not underestimate the basic tasks. They are essential for laying the groundwork and instilling the will of fire. Red Bean chuckled, clearly unconvinced by her own reasoning. Just when I finally get a chance to enjoy some leisurely downtime, you cannot allow me a moment of ease? She shrugged. Enough of this nonsense. I have been utilizing my shadow identity for work lately, completing missions at a rate 3 or 4 times greater than other teams. Surely, that has been beneficial for you, yes? So, please, tell me how I can secure a higher-level mission, Nightwind asserted earnestly. To be honest, Nightwind did not possess a particularly strong desire for missions. After all, he was not in need of money. Was it not more enjoyable to flirt with his beautiful teacher within the village? However, the task system had issued a significant mission, directing Nightwind to sign in at the grave of Zabuza Momochi in the Land of Waves. What the heck? Zabuza is still alive, isn't he? And even if he were slain by Kakashi, how could I possibly know the exact location of his grave? Moreover, shinobi cannot act recklessly. Thus, it is imperative that Nightwind secures the escort mission to bring Tizuna back to the Land of Waves before Kakashi's team does. Following that, he must eliminate Zabuza and establish his grave to complete the sign-in. Chapter 62. Do you see me, Red Bean, as a greedy person? Though, given the combined strength of Nightwind and Red Bean, they should be capable of handling Zabuza without issue. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in whether they can indeed accept this mission. Therefore, Nightwind must convincingly display his eagerness for missions, particularly for higher-level ones. After all, tasks like escorting Tizuna are ideally suited for freshly graduated lower-ranking shinobi. He must ensure that the third Hokage reserves this opportunity for him. While it is not impossible to request higher-level missions in advance, it requires an application to the Hokage. However, it is crucial to understand that such decisions are often made not by the Hokage himself, but by the administrative shinobi within the Hokage's office. My relationship with them is rather mediocre. It would require some financial inducement, making it quite complicated. Therefore, it would be best for you to proceed with missions in a systematic manner. Upon hearing Red Bean's endless chatter, Nightwind produced a banknote of 50,000 ryo. This isn't about money. Do you think I'm the kind of teacher who lacks funds? With a swift motion, he revealed another 50,000 ryo. I can assist you, but he revealed a third. Red Bean gulped. As a special J-nin of Konoha, even after completing a B-rank mission and enduring various deductions, she would only receive around 2 to 300,000 ryo on average. Yet now, 15,000 ryo lay before her. Could she, Yuhi Red Bean, forsake her principles as a guiding J-nin for a mere 15,000 ryo? This was unacceptable. Upon hearing that delightful sound once more, her lips curled into a smile, reminiscent of a playful husky, her face glowing with genuine joy. Good child. Tomorrow I will take you outside the village to undertake a B-rank mission. The following day, Ino thoughtfully prepared a pouch of tools and a medical kit for Nightwind. The tool pouch contained various commonly used concealed weapons, explosive tags, smoke bombs, and more. The medical kit housed secret medicines from the Yamanaka clan, suitable for emergencies and stamina recovery. Brother, while B-rank missions do not typically involve encounters with shinobi, do be cautious. Use the explosive tags when necessary. Do not hold back. We are not lacking in resources. And don't forget the soldier pills. Take one before the fight to enhance your endurance. Don't skimp, we have plenty. Though Ino knew her brother was strong, this was his first combat mission, and she felt it necessary to offer thorough advice, especially since Red Bean seemed quite unreliable. Rest assured, you are beginning to sound just like Mom, he replied as they departed from home, meeting Red Bean at the village gates. As they were about to leave, Hinata hurried over from a distance, panting, Nightwind, I prepared this medical kit specifically for you. Please take it. Nightwind paused, slightly taken aback, but smiled as he accepted Hinata's thoughtful gesture. Don't worry, I won't encounter danger. Hinata nodded vigorously, trusting Nightwind. Yet, belief aside, she still wished to convey her intentions. Once outside the village, Red Bean scrutinized the two bulging medical kits hanging from Nightwind's side, and then glanced at her own meager one, unable to suppress a sigh. The secret medicines from the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans would command a hefty price in the market. I truly envy you children from the noble clans. Chapter 63. The memories long forgotten. You are a J-nin. Do not present yourself as if you are in dire need of money, seeking medicines from me. Just speak plainly. Nightwind retorted. Red Bean's face flushed, as if Nightwind had struck a chord deep within her, and she quickly clarified, I meant when I was your age, not now. Really? Do you think I would covet your meager pills? Enough chatter. Do you want them or not? Nightwind cast a sidelong glance at Red Bean. Yes. Red Bean beamed as she accepted the pills from Nightwind. Suddenly, from the depths of her memory, it felt as if long-buried recollections were awakening. These pills are my latest concoction. Do you want them? Yes. If you want them, just say so in the future. After all, I am your teacher. Red Bean suddenly gasped, clutching her throat with her left hand, her expression darkening. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Nightwind frowned. Nothing, let us hurry. Red Bean's cold tone left Nightwind bewildered. How could such a normal conversation take such a sudden turn? Women truly are perplexing. Indeed, what is the specific task this time? The night breeze followed Hong Do closely, observing her cold demeanor, and sought a topic to ease the atmosphere. What is the task? You ask? It is, of course, to allow you, a novice, to witness bloodshed. Hongdo's expression remained somber as she licked her lips, her demeanor growing increasingly wild. Night Breeze sighed softly. Must it be so exaggerated? Is it truly necessary to provoke misunderstandings with such antics? 2 hours later, the duo arrived at the foot of a small mountain. Night Breeze activated his Byakugan and surveyed the area. Atop the mountain lay a bandit stronghold, presumably the den of a notorious gang. Shortly thereafter, a small green snake slithered from the grass, and Hongdo gently tapped its head with her finger. The situation atop the mountain aligned with the intel received. A gang of bandits awaited, and your mission is to eradicate them all, Hongdo stated matter-of-factly. Oh, understood. Night Breeze calmly nodded. At that moment, Hongdo glanced at him. In a typical scenario, it would be Hongdo executing the task, while Night Breeze would merely observe the act of killing, perhaps even practicing his courage with a finishing blow. However, the memories of past traumas that Night Breeze stirred in Hongdo left her in a foul mood, prompting her to deliberately intimidate him. Yet, what is this reaction from you now? Do you not harbor any psychological barriers? This is murder, after all, your first kill. As they ascended the mountain, Hongdo refrained from intervening. Night Breeze, with his Byakugan activated and armed with a kunai, charged into the stronghold like a deity of death, devoid of any compassion. During the climb, Night Breeze had inquired about the mission's origins. It was funded by the villagers nearby, who had coexisted with the bandits for over a decade. The bandits would not engage in self-destructive behavior, nor allow the villagers to amass sufficient funds for a bounty. Nevertheless, the villagers never surrendered hope. Bit by bit, they devised strategies to outwit the bandits, ultimately gathering enough currency to post this mission. Thus, when confronting these parasitic bandits, Night Breeze wielded his weapon with ruthless efficiency. Soon, the mountaintop was drenched in blood. In that moment, Night Breeze reveled in the sensation of absolute power and control. Chapter 64. The Third Hokage's Achievement on the Hillside. Beneath the waterfall, Night Breeze allowed the icy river water to cleanse his body and wash away the blood that had stained him. Hongdo stood at a distance, observing Night Breeze's robust physique and austere demeanor, and let out a sigh. This insufferable brat, could he possibly be the reincarnation of a malevolent spirit? To kill for the first time, and to have taken so many lives, yet he seemingly savors the experience. How perverse! After cleansing himself, Night Breeze donned a fresh set of clothes. Hongdo accompanied him to meticulously assess the stronghold's condition, accurately documenting the execution of their mission. Subsequently, they both affixed their signatures to the scroll, marking the successful completion of their task. On their return to the village, Hongdo remained furrowed in thought, occasionally stealing glances at Night Breeze. Finally, she could no longer restrain her curiosity and questioned him. Hey, little brat, after killing so many, do you not have any thoughts on the matter? How can you remain so composed? Typically, a ninja's first kill induces overwhelming anxiety, often resulting in nausea. Hongdo herself was no exception. Yet, Night Breeze's calm demeanor was decidedly abnormal. At this, Night Breeze turned to Hongdo and smiled broadly. Of course, I'm not entirely at ease, but I chose to suppress my emotions deliberately to observe your adorable curiosity, the way you wish to inquire but hesitate to do so. Enough, you insufferable brat, she retorted. Huh, who told you to sulk on the way here? May you perish. In the following month, both Night Breeze and Hongdo primarily undertook D-rank missions, only occasionally engaging in C-rank tasks. After all, suitable missions for novices are scarce. The previous task of eliminating bandits was hardly appropriate for beginners. However, with no other options available, Hongdo had persistently pleaded with the third Hokage to secure that mission for the sake of their shared bond, worth 200,000 ryo. Such opportunities would not present themselves again. Upon hearing Hongdo's report, the third Hokage began to suspect that Night Breeze might harbor dark tendencies. Consequently, he resolved that Night Breeze would henceforth be assigned only low-risk escort missions. Upon learning of the third Hokage's decision, Night Breeze immediately acknowledged the difficulty of leadership. It is no small feat to be a Hokage, and an even greater challenge to understand the thoughts of someone like Night Breeze. One day, Hongdo brought Night Breeze to the Hokage's office, searching for suitable C-rank missions. Coincidentally, Kakashi's team was present as well. "Hey, Hondo, Night Breeze, how are you?" Kakashi greeted them with a lackluster demeanor. Others may not comprehend why Kakashi appeared so lackadaisical, but Night Breeze understood well. The toll of Obito's Sharingan had drained his vitality, and his penchant for reading adult novels only added to his woes. The fact that Kakashi could still stand and converse was commendable. Night Breeze recognized this as fate's design to diminish Kakashi's prowess. Otherwise, he would not merely be a supporting character, but rather the protagonist. After some brief pleasantries, the third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaled towards the window, and smiled at Night Breeze. "You two have arrived at the perfect time. There is a C-rank mission suitable for you. Here is the mission scroll. Take a look." Chapter 65. The Mission of the Land of Waves. What? Why oh why? Third Grandpa. Does Night Breeze get to undertake C-rank missions while our team remains confined to D-rank tasks? Naruto exclaimed from the side. Though he had abandoned thoughts of competing with Night Breeze, he genuinely yearned for the opportunity to embark on a higher-level assignment. After all, he aspired to become Hokage. How could he be relegated to trivial tasks like walking cats or walking dogs? The third Hokage regarded Naruto with a discerning eye. This child possesses a kind heart, though his boisterousness is reminiscent of Kushina. You see, Night Breeze has completed 20 D-rank missions and 3 C-rank missions since graduation, while you three, despite being a team, have only managed to complete 3 D-rank missions and even receive a complaint. Such accomplishments, how could I possibly assign you a more significant mission? The third Hokage spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Naruto, feeling indignant, pouted and said, "Isn't it true that the complaint arose because that guy Sasuke wanted to show off, which led to the mess? I really don't understand why you, old man Hokage, made me team up with Sasuke. He feels like a burden to me, doesn't he?" The others were speechless. Who is truly a burden? Do you not have any self-awareness? After leaving the Hokage building, Hondo unrolled the mission scroll. Upon glancing at it, she exclaimed, "Great! This time we're heading to the Land of Waves for a mission. I've heard it's a beautiful water nation. Surely there will be plenty of delicious food." Feng shot a disdainful glance at Hondo. Does a beautiful water nation inherently guarantee good food? Is beauty synonymous with taste? From another perspective, it seems somewhat logical. Feng took the scroll from Hondo's hands and examined it. Though he maintained a calm facade, he finally breathed a sigh of relief internally. The Land of Waves, Dazna, and the infamous Sabuza. Feng finally awaited his chance for a significant encounter. Upon arriving at the mission room, Hondo handed the scroll to the staff member responsible for the client. Soon, the master builder Dazna emerged from the building, reeking of alcohol. "Is this truly a 2-person team? And one of them is a child? I say, have you made a mistake? I commissioned a B-rank mission, not a team of just 2, Dazna remarked, furrowing his brow as he removed his hat. He had finally saved enough for a B-rank mission, yet Konoha seemed to be treating him with such disdain. Hearing Dazna's complaints, the staff member explained with a smile, "Rest assured, sir, this team consists of only 2 members due to their unique circumstances. Their strength is beyond question. Additionally, I can discreetly inform you that they are both direct disciples of the Hokage." The mention of the Hokage's disciples raised Dazna's eyebrows. He had misrepresented the task's rank. If anything were to happen, and these 2 were indeed connected to the Hokage, wouldn't he be offending Konohagakure? Yet, Dazna's mission to build a bridge in the Land of Waves was of utmost importance. The journey would likely be perilous. Having such capable individuals to guard him was a prudent choice. For the sake of the people of the Land of Waves, he had to persevere. On the road to the Land of Waves, Hondo and Feng walked ahead, while Dazna, feeling guilty, silently trailed behind them. Feng, the distance from Konoha to the Land of Waves is considerable. Our current pace, it will likely take us 4 to 5 days to arrive. Therefore, as your guiding ninja, I believe it is necessary to impart some wilderness survival skills to you. Chapter 66. Impressive, my young brother. Hondo stroked her chin, adopting a teacherly demeanor. She walked to a patch of grass, used a kunai to dig up a piece of kudzu root, rinsed it with water, and began to munch on it. Although we have soldier pills with us, they're precious, so it's best to reserve them for combat situations. If you get hungry, you can dig up such plants in the wild to fill your stomach, understand? A subtle smile danced on Hondo's face. While this isn't a forest, we can still find some rabbits or wild chickens, right? Why forego meat to eat grass? Feng gazed at Hondo as if she were a fool, his expression one of bewilderment. It seemed Hondo had anticipated Feng's question. Hence, she retorted disdainfully, Isn't that a ridiculous statement? Rabbits and wild chickens are raw. How can we eat them? Just then, Yefeng halted, casting a glance at Hondo, his gaze revealing a distinct expression. So, you're telling me that as a girl, you can't even cook? Of course not. We are ninjas, not chefs. Hondo scoffed. Half an hour later, Yefeng unearthed the prepared beggar's chicken from the earth. As he cracked open the clay surrounding the chicken, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Wow, you can actually cook. And it seems your skills are quite impressive. Hondo's eyes fixated on the chicken in Yefeng's hands, her mouth watering in anticipation. Seeing something delicious makes you unable to look away. You must be the silly daughter mistakenly swapped from the Akimichi clan, right? Yefeng rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Hondo, undeterred by Yefeng's teasing, seized half of the chicken from his hands without hesitation, biting into it with pure delight. Impressive, my charming young disciple. This chicken is simply exquisite. I shall indulge. She devoured it with gusto, as if a tempest swept through. Fortunately, Yefeng had reserved half of the chicken. Otherwise, he might have gone hungry. As Yefeng chewed on a drumstick, he glanced at Dazna, who sat alone not far away, and said, Mr. Dazna, would you care to join us for a bite? Dazna chuckled, waving a piece of dry food in his hand, replying, No, thank you, young man. I'm fine with this. After all, he had misreported the task rank. Dazna felt a twinge of guilt. How could he accept Yefeng's chicken? To speak frankly, Dazna's act of misrepresenting the task rank was quite reprehensible. Although he did so for the benefit of the people of the Land of Waves, it was very unfriendly to the ninjas of Konoha. If the task had been assigned to anyone other than Kakashi's or Hondo's team, the executing ninjas could have faced dire consequences. However, hypotheticals remained just that. In Yefeng's eyes, Dazna was merely a character leading the narrative, just a participant in the mission. Thus, Yefeng casually smiled and said, Would you be interested in sharing a drink? Dazna, eyeing the flask in Yefeng's hand, could no longer resist swallowing hard. While a meal could be foregone, alcohol was truly enticing. Thank you, young man. Dazna eagerly retrieved a flask from his pack and sat beside Yefeng. Yefeng poured him a bit of strong liquor. Young man, you seem too young to be drinking alcohol, Hondo remarked, her expression peculiar as she watched Yefeng. At such a tender age, he dared to indulge in alcohol? Wasn't he still a child? Chapter 67. I shall teach you another lesson. Yefeng took a swig of the liquor and offered the flask toward Hondo, signaling her to take a sip. Hondo promptly shook her head. Drink? Wouldn't that ruin the taste of the chicken? Thus, the night breeze spoke unabashedly. See? The ability to drink alcohol is unrelated to age. With that, he clinked glasses with Dazna and downed a sip. Refreshing, he exclaimed. Mr. Dazna, I heard that your return to the Land of Waves is to help your homeland construct a bridge connecting land and sea. Night Breeze inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, the Land of Waves comprises numerous islands surrounded by water. Without a bridge to connect the roads, development is exceedingly difficult, Dazna replied with a smile. I see. Night Breeze nodded, continuing, according to the mission's requirements, we can protect you until the bridge is completed. However, constructing a bridge is arduous, and destroying one is quite effortless. Is this endeavor truly meaningful? Meaningful. Dazna took a hearty gulp of his drink, his gaze resolute. Young man, I understand your reasoning, as does everyone in the Land of Waves. Yet, we have no choice. We must build the bridge. It symbolizes our protest against the feudal lords. If this bridge cannot be completed, the spirit of the Land of Waves will be utterly lost, and we will forever remain ensnared in poverty and backwardness. The strength of spirit is indeed formidable. A bridge is merely a tool. To demolish a grand bridge, a single explosive tag could suffice. If Kato merely aimed to deal with a bridge, he wouldn't need to hire a rogue ninja like Zabuza to ambush us midway. This bridge will serve as a symbol, a representation that can influence the decisions of the feudal lords. Hence the need for Zabuza's involvement. 3 days later, Night Breeze and his companions were nearing the border of the Land of Fire. During this time, they had encountered no enemies. However, based on Night Breeze's understanding of the narrative, it wouldn't be long before 2 minor foes would appear. After walking for half a day, 2 puddles indeed materialized in the middle of the road. Yet, such a hiding tactic appeared rather crude in the eyes of Night Breeze and Akane. After all, the chakra emanating from them was unmistakable. The 2 casually strolled past the puddles. Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind rushed from behind. Whoosh! Silver blades sliced through the air. as two shurikens were repelled and lodged into the throats of Zabuza's subordinates, killing them instantly. Hey, you little brat, you can show off all you want. But why not leave one alive? Akane frowned and adopted a teacherly demeanor. It seems I must give you another lesson today. When a ninja encounters an ambush during a mission, one must leave a survivor to extract information. Understand? Night Breeze shrugged, not paying any heed to Akane, for he knew her performance had only just begun. However, even without leaving a survivor, the teacher still has ways to gather some intelligence. Akane placed her hands on her hips, feigning profundity. From their forehead protectors, it's clear they are rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. The trajectory of their shurikens indicates their target was Dazna. So, Mr. Dazna, it seems your mission rank may need to be elevated, Akane said, a knowing smile on her face. It is quite common for the mission rank to be temporarily raised during the course of task. After all, upon learning that Dazna had hired ninjas from the Leaf Village, the enemy could also employ ninjas for a price. But I don't even know them. How can your Leaf Village ninjas tarnish my reputation out of thin air? Perhaps they were merely highway robbers? They targeted me first, thinking I was the weakest? Dazna gulped nervously, his expression stiffening as he stubbornly denied any involvement. Mr. Dazna, I am a special J-nin from the Leaf Village. Are you doubting my judgment of the mission? Akane licked her lips, her gaze piercing into Dazna. Such a tactic of stubborn denial is rather lowbrow. Since it is a judgment, it lacks evidence. Be careful, or I might just file a complaint against you. Dazna frowned deeply, adamantly insisting that he had no connection to the matter. Complaint? Akane laughed in exasperation, refusing to back down. Do you think I fear complaints? I, Akane Yamanaka, have never feared such things. Otherwise, do you think I would only be a special J-nin now? You can't do this without solid evidence. I want to let you elevate the mission rank. Dazna gritted his teeth, beginning to brew his emotions. At that moment, Night Breeze interjected calmly. Kato, right? You wish to build a bridge and alter the situation in the Land of Waves. The first to be affected will be Kato himself. Therefore, your attempt to misrepresent the mission rank is futile. Kato? Who is Kato? Akane frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Kato is a wealthy merchant in the Land of Waves, controlling its waterways, wealthier than the feudal lord himself. If a bridge is built in the Land of Waves, Kato's business will be adversely affected. Teacher Akane, knowledge of background investigations for missions is covered in the ninja school textbooks. Surely, you haven't forgotten such essential teachings? Night Breeze said with a peculiar tone, winking at Akane. Hey, you little brat. Akane paused momentarily before erupting into a torrent of curses, having been repeatedly belittled by her own student. She suddenly felt that her identity as a guiding J-nin was far from appealing. Besides, how could a mere child possess such extensive knowledge? Not only could he eat, but he also seemed to grasp the intricate dynamics of the Land of Waves. Have children become so formidable these days? Truth cannot be concealed, Dazna. If your adversary is indeed Kato, the road ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Therefore, denial serves no purpose. Night Breeze fixed a sharp gaze upon Dazna. Seeing that Night Breeze's analysis was entirely accurate, Dazna finally conceded. However, he was not averse to hiring ninjas from the Leaf Village at the standard mission rank. He simply lacked the financial means. Dazna, now that ninjas have appeared, the mission rank begins at level D. If Kato sends elite J-nin to eliminate us, the mission rank could escalate to level A. The decision to upgrade is yours alone. If you choose to forfeit, we can return immediately. Akane stated coldly. I'm truly out of money, Dazna sighed, feeling utterly helpless. What? No money? Then I'm afraid it's goodbye, Akane scoffed. Ninjas are professionals, not mercenaries. Without payment, they will never risk their lives. At that moment, however, Night Breeze raised his hand to halt Akane. Lack of funds is no issue. I'm not short on money. Shall we continue the mission? Both Dazna and Akane stared blankly at Night Breeze. Your audacity is rather impressive, they thought. Night Breeze, what do you mean? Your actions are not in accordance with established protocols, and undertaking this mission is no trivial matter. If the opponent truly deploys a Jonin, our safety cannot be assured. Red Bean solemnly cautioned. I am aware this is against the rules, but you must have heard Dazna mention that he has a daughter and a granddaughter in the Land of Waves. If he were to perish, would not his lovely granddaughter weep daily? Would not his helpless daughter harbor a lifetime of resentment towards the hidden Leaf Village, living in solitude until her last breath? How cruel that would be. Night Wind remarked nonchalantly. Upon overhearing their conversation, Dasna looked bewildered at Night Wind. Wasn't this precisely the justification he had been pondering? How had it been articulated by someone else first? Redbean pulled Night Wind aside and whispered in his ear, "Hey, you little rascal, what are you scheming? Do not underestimate a Jonin." Night Wind leaned in closer and replied, "Is it not obvious? Since Kato enjoys hiring rogue ninjas, let me ask you, how much do you think a Jonin-level rogue ninja is worth? You can ponder that yourself." Redbean recoiled slightly, feeling a tickle at her neck. "This is not merely a matter of money. Taking on a Jonin carries its own risks," she stated. Night Wind persisted, leaning in even closer. "Consider this. One is a Jinin, the other a special Jonin. The opponent will undoubtedly let their guard down. With our true prowess, catching them off guard would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it?" Redbean hesitated, retreating her neck further. Night Wind continued to entice her. "Think carefully. If we succeed, we split the reward equally. You could buy whatever you desire without a second thought. Do you not yearn to experience the luxury of having no financial worries?" Undeniably. Night Wind's final 3 rhetorical questions swayed Redbean. "Money is not a concern. I have no interest in wealth. Just imagine. She could flaunt her success in such a manner. How delightful that would be." Moreover, Night Wind was correct. In battles between ninjas, information is paramount. However, their intelligence was decidedly unconventional, particularly suited for a ruse. With that in mind, Redbean's eyes narrowed, and she began to contemplate the possibilities. After concluding their hushed exchange, Redbean approached Dasna with a serious demeanor. "Ahem, we have just conferred, and the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village uphold the will of fire. Seeing your plight, we may continue to escort you. However, the mission's rank must be elevated. We can allow you to issue an IOU. For how else will we report back to the Hokage?" Of course, the Hidden Leaf Village had no precedent for issuing IOUs. Nevertheless, who is Redbean? If there is no precedent, then she shall create one. After drafting the IOU, the mission resumed. The trio successfully arrived at the shores of the Land of Fire, where a small boat, prearranged by Dasna, awaited them. As they boarded the vessel and traversed the Wavefire Strait, they reached the Land of Waves. "Such thick fog. Everyone be cautious," Redbean warned, drawing a kunai and taking the lead in vigilance. After all, their previous encounter had involved rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, masters of mist techniques. Thus, this fog was likely a harbinger of danger. Chapter 70. Zabuza Momochi. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Indeed, as the trio ventured forth, a terrifying gust of wind surged towards them, heralding the approach of Zabuza's executioner's blade, intent on cleaving them in two, using the thick fog to obscure their vision. Followed by a surprise attack with the sword, was indeed a flawlessly executed strategy. However, under the scrutiny of Night Wind Byakugan, Zabuza appeared as transparent as a garmentless maiden, devoid of any secrets. With a clang, the ninja blade was drawn, meeting the executioner's sword with a forceful strike, igniting sparks amidst the mist. It was indeed a renowned blade, exhibiting considerable weight and power. Night Wind furrowed his brow. This blow resulted in a stalemate. "Are you all right, little one?" Redbean swiftly positioned herself in front of Night Wind, shielding him. At that moment, the executioner's sword struck the trunk of a large tree. Zabuza emerged. "Oh, so, it is the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf. If you have reached this point, it indicates that my 2 incompetent subordinates have met their demise, correct?" Zabuza fixed his gaze on Redbean and Night Wind, exuding a formidable aura of menace. The sword, bandages, and murderous intent filled the air. Redbean could not help but swallow hard. "You are a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi." A bitter expression crossed her face. They had set out to fish and ended up reeling in a shark. What terrible luck. "Ha, so you recognize me. That simplifies matters. Out of consideration for the Hidden Leaf Village, I can spare your lives, but this old man must be handed over to me." Redbean swallowed again, her expression grave. Zabuza was undeniably powerful, far superior to her current state. Should a confrontation ensue, she had no chance of victory unless she forcibly broke the 3rd Hokage's seal and utilized the dark powers bestowed upon her by that man. Abandoning Dasna was indeed the wisest choice. "Redbean, do you truly believe someone like Zabuza would let us go? He merely wishes to see if the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf will abandon their employer, if they will turn into traitors like him when faced with peril." Night Wind remarked with a calm demeanor. "Oh, you speak as if you know me well. Do you understand why I defected?" Zabuza narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Nightwind. Forgive me, but I have no interest in the secrets of a dying man. I am far more intrigued by the value you could bring me upon your demise. Nightwind shrugged. Gulp. Red Bean swallowed hard. Truly, the fearless bravado of youth. This was the infamous demon of the mist. The audacity of this boy to contemplate rewards amidst such peril was madness. Aren't you uninterested in wealth? Ah, amusing. I hope your strength is as entertaining as your words, Zabuza declared, and with that, the executioner's sword descended from the sky. Red Bean and Nightwind leaped aside, narrowly evading the blade's arc as it struck the surface of the lake. Nightwind, be careful. Red Bean noticed Zabuza had pushed Nightwind to the opposite side with his sword, and a sense of urgency filled her heart. She yearned to rush over and join him. Yet at that moment, from beneath the placid lake, another Zabuza emerged. Water-style, water prison jutsu. Hongo had her entire attention focused on the Nightwind, thus failing to notice that Zabuza's clone was concealed within the lake. In a moment of carelessness, she found herself trapped within a water prison. This is bad. Nightwind, flee. You are no match for him. Don't worry about me. Run away. As a special jonin of Konohagakure, Hondo was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the water prison technique employed by the Hidden Mist Village. In a short span, she could devise no effective means to counter this jutsu. Therefore, she could only shout desperately at Nightwind, hoping he would not play the hero and would abandon her to escape alone. After all, she was his mentor, just as that man once told her. Hondo, if one day I'm trapped by the enemy, you need not rescue me, for anyone capable of ensnaring a teacher is not someone you can face. Nightwind glanced in Hondo's direction, a warm smile gracing his face. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Upon hearing his words, Hondo's expression froze. Her greatest fear had manifested. You reckless kid, please don't be stubborn. I am merely your temporary guiding jonin. Zabuza scoffed. Humph, stop boasting, you little brat from Konoha. In the next moment, with a swift motion, he activated the body flicker technique, appearing directly before Nightwind, swinging his massive sword down with lethal intent. Clang! The clash of blades echoed. A contest of strength between men. Wind release enhancement? It is indeed commendable for a child like you to develop chakra blades to such a degree. However, before my blade, any sword technique practitioner becomes insignificant. Even with your wind release enhancement, how many of my strikes can your blade withstand? Zabuza taunted. Oh, is that so? Nightwind replied calmly, dragging his blade across Zabuza's, igniting a shower of sparks. When did you come to the misconception that I am merely a sword technique practitioner? As his words fell, Nightwind completed a hand seal with his left hand. Fire release. Great fireball technique. What? Zabuza exclaimed. One-handed hand seals. A torrent of heat surged forth from Nightwind's mouth, racing directly towards Zabuza. The intense heat of the fireball was something even Zabuza regarded with trepidation. Swiftly, Zabuza employed the body flicker technique to evade the flames, increasing the distance between himself and Nightwind. Nightwind, however, scoffed. Zabuza, why do you distance yourself? As a practitioner of the sword and hidden mist assassination techniques, should you not engage me in close quarters? Or do you believe maintaining distance grants you greater safety? If that is the case, I must regrettably inform you that the distance between us holds no significance in this battle. Hondo, who had been striving to break the water prison technique, felt her chakra wane upon hearing Nightwind's voice, rendering her previous efforts futile. Damn it, will you die if you don't act all tough, you little brat? She couldn't help but think. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, Zabuza exclaimed, performing hand seals to unleash his signature water jutsu. Nightwind could only counter with a combination of wind and fire release. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Wind release, pressure damage. While water release counters fire release, Nightwind's hand seals were executed with remarkable speed. With the enhancement of superior wind release, the power of the fire dragon bullet surged. As water and fire collided, a thunderous roar erupted in the air. You little brat, I never expected your chakra to be so pure. If I let you leave alive today, you might become a formidable foe for the Hidden Mist Village. Therefore, you must die. Water release, great waterfall technique, Zabuza commanded, unleashing a massive water-based assault. Nightwind stood resolute, countering with the signature move of Uchiha Madara. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Faced with such a grand water release attack, Night Wind did not falter, unleashing a vast inferno that enveloped the water sphere. Instantly, Zabuza's water evaporated into a thick fog. However, this was precisely Zabuza's intention. In a flash, Zabuza, wielding kunai, positioned himself behind Night Wind, the weapon glinting ominously against Night Wind's throat. "Thank you, little brat, for creating such dense fog for me. In this state, no one can match my speed. The thicker the fog, the swifter the hidden mist assassination techniques can be executed. This was my strategy from the outset." Yet, Night Wind did not even glance at the kunai at his neck. With a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "Is that so? I have heard that your 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were once taken down by a single kick from a Konoha genin. So, what gives you such confidence against me, a fellow Konoha ninja?" Zabuza frowned slightly, preparing to take Night Wind's life. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Following the noise, Zabuza's face changed drastically. "Explosive attack. Are you insane?" Boom! The specially crafted explosive tag from the Mountain Clan unleashed tremendous power, engulfing Night Wind's body in flames. Although Zabuza hastily activated the body flicker technique, he was still caught in the blast's aftermath. "This is madness. Konoha's genin are all lunatics." Zabuza spat blood, his body battered and wrapped in torn bandages. Meanwhile, Night Wind emerged from the fog, his expression unperturbed. "The sensation of my shadow clone's self-detonation is quite overwhelming, yet being able to catch you off guard makes it worthwhile." The explosive tag had been ignited by Night Wind's shadow clone. As soon as his great fire extinguishing technique collided with Zabuza's great waterfall technique, Night Wind had anticipated Zabuza would attempt the hidden mist assassination technique. Thus, he left behind a shadow clone to ignite the explosive tag in advance. Indeed, Zabuza's arrogance led Night Wind's clone to detonate the tag completely. At that moment, Hondo, trapped within a water prison, was left in a daze. It was important to note that any experience encountered by the shadow clone would be relayed back to the original upon its demise. Thus, while Night Wind remained unharmed by the explosion, he had vividly experienced the sensation of being engulfed by an explosive tag at close range. Imagining the discomfort was quite a bitter pill to swallow. Night Wind instantly appeared before Zabuza, his gaze calm and unwavering. "Zabuza, your life is now forfeit." With a swift motion, the blade gleamed as it cut through the air. The goal was to eliminate Zabuza. However, just as the blade was about to sweep past him, a young figure suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of Zabuza, allowing the ninja blade to pierce his body. It was Mizujetsu, a boy with delicate features reminiscent of a young lady. A chilling surge of chakra emanated from Mizujetsu, transferring to the blade of Night Wind. By the time Night Wind's blade clashed with Zabuza's, it had already been severely damaged. Now, under the power of Mizujetsu's ice shield, the blade shattered, leaving only the hilt. "Lord Zabuza, you cannot witness the day when your dreams are realized. You must escape quickly." Mizujetsu uttered his last words. Unfortunately, he could no longer flee. Night Wind shook his head, letting the hilt fall from his hand, his index finger extending forward. Boom! A slender gust of wind chakra pierced through Zabuza's heart. Chapter 73. Traitor or hero, is this truly how it ends? My ideals remain unfulfilled, and the new era of the Hidden Mist Village has yet to arrive. How can I fall in such a place? Zabuza spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing alongside Mizujetsu. Although he was a rogue ninja, his heart had always been tied to the future of his village. In truth, Zabuza was not as despicable as the rumors suggested. Night Wind knew this well. Rest assured, the Blood Mist will come to an end. In just a few years, the Hidden Mist Village will once again become the place you and Haku fought for. Night Wind whispered gently in Zabuza's ear. Upon hearing this, Zabuza strained to lift his head and gazed at Night Wind. You actually know hope. I hope you're not deceiving me." Thus, an era of heroism drew to a close. Though a rogue ninja, he was nonetheless recognized as a hero of the Hidden Mist Village. "Stupid kid, how could you be so strong and not tell me earlier? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Konoha's Red Bean, her eyes shimmering with excitement, rushed towards Night Wind. Night Wind initially thought she would scold him, but instead, she embraced him and kissed his forehead. "Thank you, you little brat," she smiled faintly. Night Wind did not resist, but internally thought, "Hey, the guy's barely cold. And you want to play this way? You foolish woman." After defeating Zabuza, Red Bean severed his head, storing the executioner's blade as proof for the bounty. Nightwind, alongside Dazuna, erected graves for Zabuza and Haku. However, as Nightwind stood atop Zabuza's grave, the system did not provide a sign-in prompt. Frowning, he remarked, "Red Bean, is it not a bit cruel to leave him in such a state, even in death?" With that, he retrieved Zabuza's head, dug open the grave, and buried it anew. Huh. Red Bean and Dazuna looked perplexed. Ding. The host has arrived at the sign-in location, beginning the sign-in process. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Mastery of Water Release. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Zabuza Water Release gift pack. Nightwind nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, he had acquired water release techniques. Hey, you little brat, if you bury the head, how are we supposed to claim the bounty? Red Bean pouted. Of course, we'll use his executioner's blade. Does that not suffice as proof? If they dare refuse payment, just watch me threaten them with this blade. Nightwind replied nonchalantly. Ha! You truly are my student. You're just like me. I like it. Red Bean laughed heartily. By the way, considering your performance in the recent battle, I think 5% is too generous. How about 1%? Nightwind asked. Get lost, you little brat. After the news of Zabuza's death spread, the Kato group fell silent. Dazuna was indeed ruthless. To oppose me, he actually hired someone capable of killing a rogue ninja of Zabuza's caliber from Konoha. Is Konoha planning to intervene in the Land of Waves? With such thoughts, if Kato dared to target Nightwind, he would surely be a fool. By the way, Red Bean, should we consider robbing Kato? He is the wealthiest man in the Land of Waves and must have a fortune, Nightwind suggested. Chapter 74. The odd worldview of the ninja realm. Although Kato had ceased his pursuit of Nightwind, Nightwind had set his sights on Kato. Are you joking? You go ahead. I'm not interested. With the money from Zabuza, I am content and do not wish to risk my life further, Red Bean scoffed. Robbing the wealthy? If it were that easy, would ninjas need to exhaust themselves doing missions to earn money? Rogue ninjas wouldn't serve the rich, would they? They could simply kidnap them. Nightwind expressed his curiosity about the strength of samurai in the ninja world. While the three ships of the Land of Iron could defeat the reincarnated Hanzo, samurai were generally weaker than ninjas. Samurai were not inherently weak. Rather, it was that most of them lacked strength. However, they were numerous. While ninjas could unleash large-scale ninjutsu to overwhelm samurai, their chakra and stamina were ultimately limited. Faced with a tactic of sheer numbers, even ninjas would eventually be worn down. Red Bean explained dismissively. And do you think someone like Kato would have known ninjas protecting him? There are many rogue ninjas in this world who specifically serve the wealthy elite, and their power should not be underestimated. Without intelligence on the enemy, we could easily fall into a tactical trap, which could lead to our demise. Therefore, once he completes the bridge, we must leave immediately. After Red Bean's enlightening explanation, Nightwind wore a contemplative expression. Ultimately, ninjas are still mere mortals. For instance, in the face of a rain of arrows, while a ninja can employ some ninjutsu for defense. How much chakra does a typical ninja possess? How many times can they withstand such a barrage? The third Raikage, through lightning release, achieved a physique capable of contending with tailed beasts. Yet, he too fell victim to 1,000 IWA ninjas. Thus, in a world like that of Naruto, unless facing the later Six Paths level, is raw power the most important? In reality, it is not. Strategy holds far greater significance. A prime example is Haiden, who possessed the strength to hunt shadow-level powerhouses but was ultimately outwitted by Shikamaru, the strategist. This delineates the distinction between tactics and combat strength. Therefore, unless one can transcend this mortal coil, any ninja may fall prey to tactical targeting by the enemy. Yet, how does one achieve transcendence in this world? Is it through signing in with the system? Or perhaps by merging with the bloodline of the Tenseigan? Who knows if such rewards even exist? Nightwind sighed quietly, departing from the bridgehead to practice alone in the wilderness. I have now attained an exceptional level of wind release and water release. It is time to see if I can create an ice shield. Nightwind extended his fingers, utilizing his Byakugan to discern the chakra pathways. The pure wind release chakra and water release chakra converged at his fingertips, coalescing into a cold, shimmering ice shield. It truly works. This will enhance the speed of launching hidden weapons, and I can also utilize the ice shield as a spear. This task will yield great rewards. The mission in the Land of Waves was completed. Although Dazna left an IOU, both Red Bean and Nightwind profited significantly. Zabuza Momochi was a rogue ninja of the Mist Village, and his situation differed slightly from Asuma and the black market bounties. The bounties for rogue ninjas from the 5 great villages were intended to alert other villages to be wary of these traitors, rather than to encourage reckless pursuit for the reward. Thus, Zabuza's actual bounty was only 10 million Ryo, due to the recovery of his beheading sword. Nonetheless, without middlemen profiting from the transaction, Red Bean and her companion still earned a substantial sum. Chapter 75. The Shadow of Konoha. 5 million Ryo. That's equivalent to executing 6 or 7 A-rank missions. What delight. By the way, Nightwind, now that you have money, how do you plan to spend it? Red Bean grinned widely, almost bursting into laughter. Well, I have always lived the life of the wealthy, so I suppose I will spend it as usual. I apologize, but I cannot quite comprehend your feelings, Nightwind replied, pondering thoughtfully. Damn, you little brat. If I ever create another opportunity for you to show off, I swear I will change my surname. Red Bean was nearly in tears. This little brat was insufferable. Upon returning to Konoha, Nightwind headed directly to find Ino and Hinata. Meanwhile, Red Bean reported the details of the mission to the 3rd Hokage alone. The integrity of the mission process cannot be compromised. This is the ironclad rule of ninjas. After hearing about the events involving Zabuza, the 3rd Hokage displayed a look of relief. Although there were minor issues with the mission's ranking, fortunately, neither of them encountered any mishaps. Moreover, Nightwind's performance left the 3rd Hokage quite satisfied. He was strong, well-born, and compassionate. Such a young man is perfectly suited to inherit his will in the future. At the training ground, Nightwind embraced Ino and Hinata, recounting the events that transpired in the Land of Waves. Brother, in the future, if you encounter such situations, you must adhere to the rules. Your actions are far too dangerous, Ino said, a hint of fear in her voice. After all, that was an A-rank rogue ninja. Indeed, Nightwind. That kind of ninja should be on par with our Jonin instructor, right? Hinata asked, concerned. Nightwind chuckled. Zabuza's strength should not surpass Asuma's. But he is slightly stronger than Kurenai. This was all for the bounty, after all. It was 1 million Ryo. Nightwind offered his justification. Come on, it's only 5 million Ryo. That isn't even enough for our 3's annual allowances. Why take such a huge risk? Yes, it's just money, Red Bean added. After reporting to the 3rd Hokage, she originally intended to invite Nightwind and his girlfriend out for a celebratory meal. However, as she approached the edge of the training ground, she overheard their conversation. Her expression darkened instantly, fists clenched. You little brats, you infuriate me. News of Nightwind's defeat of Zabuza quickly spread through certain circles in Konoha. In the Hyuga household, Hayashi and Shikaku sat together, sipping tea, appearing relaxed and at ease. Those who excel stand out and attract the wind. Those who excel among the masses inevitably face envy. Nightwind's exceptional performance would likely attract the attention of the elusive shadow of Konoha. Hayashi raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip. I see no issue. After all, Nightwind is not alone. Behind him stand Ino, Shikamaru, and you, Hayashi. Even if he is the shadow of Konoha. So what? Shikaku gazed out at the shifting clouds, offering a faint smile. It is precisely because Nightwind has our support that Danzo would set his sights on him. Hayashi sighed, his gaze distant. The 3rd Hokage is growing old. He has already expressed a desire to cultivate Nightwind as the next Hokage at such a young age. The days ahead for that little fellow may not be as easy. Shikaku chuckled heartily. No worries. My son Nightwind possesses the demeanor of a Hokage. Achoo! Nightwind suddenly sneezed 3 times in quick succession, leaving him puzzled. How could I catch a cold with my constitution? Could it be that someone is speaking of me disparagingly behind my back? Chapter 76. Who do you think you are? Nightwind and his companions strolled hand in hand down the street. Suddenly, a dark-clad female ninja with purple hair and a sword on her back appeared before them. You again? Nightwind halted, frowning as he regarded Yuzuki Yugao. What brings you here? Nightwind of the Nara clan. The Hokage requests your presence. Yuzuki Yugao locked eyes with Nightwind, a peculiar expression in her gaze. This boy, in just a few months, has managed to kill the Mist Ghost, Zabuza. She had initially planned to guide Nightwind in swordsmanship, but how blind and arrogant she had been. Oh, the 3rd Hokage is looking for me? You two can head back without me. I will join you shortly, Nightwind instructed, following Yuzuki Yugao to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, Nightwind immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Not only were the third Hokage and Red Bean present, but Danzo and two elders were also in attendance. Red Bean's expression appeared somewhat grim. Nightwind, you've arrived, the third Hokage greeted with a slightly awkward smile. Nightwind calmly scanned the faces before him, slowly asking, Hokage, you summoned me. What is the matter? Ah, it is concerning the mission in the Land of Waves. You performed exceptionally well, the third Hokage began, but he was abruptly interrupted by Danzo. There's no need for pleasantries, Hokage. Those two unilaterally elevated the mission's rank using IOUs, which is against the rules. For actions that defy protocol, punishment must be administered. Why Shida Akane, amidst the mountain's night breeze, after our unanimous decision. The bounty you were to receive this time will serve as your punishment. With those words from Danzo, two elders nodded in agreement. Although the third Hokage furrowed his brow, he chose not to voice his concerns, much like the actions he had taken over the past decades. However, a smirk of derision curled at the corner of Waishida's mouth as he cast a disdainful glance at them. He then turned to Akane and inquired, Akane, have you surrendered your funds? Not yet, she replied with a cold scoff, evidently displeased with the higher-up's decision. Waishida nodded, his gaze sharpening as he addressed Danzo, stating, since you incessantly speak of rules, let me ask you, which rule published by Konoha prohibits the use of IOUs to elevate mission ranks? Danzo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Waishida. We are drafting it. You shall see it in a few days. Danzo retorted coldly. Then it follows that when we were executing the mission in the Land of Waves, Konoha had not yet published this rule, correct? Waishida scoffed. If there is no such regulation now, what do you want from us? Are you planning to reward us for rectifying the loopholes in Konoha's missions? Hearing this, Akane couldn't help but commend Waishida's cleverness. This little brat not only excels in confronting me, but also possesses quite the sharp tongue against others. You are merely quibbling, sharp-tongued as you are. Although this rule has yet to be inscribed, your actions are undeniably wrong. Punishing you is for the sake of the village. No further argument will suffice. Danzo replied coldly. Oh, for the village, you say? Who do you think you are? Do you represent Konoha? And just because you claim we are at fault, does that make it true? You are neither Hokage nor an elder. Who do you think you are to dictate to me? With a loud bang, Danzo slammed his palm on the table in frustration. Though his position as an elder had been revoked by the third Hokage, who would dare speak to him in such a manner within Konoha? Though I am neither Hokage nor an elder of Konoha, I am the leader of Root, Danzo declared proudly. Oh, Root? My apologies, I've never heard of it. Next, Isita wab dismissibly. At that moment, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. Danzo glared fiercely at Waishida, his teeth gritting audibly. Yet, Waishida remained unfazed. At this juncture, the previously silent Konomaru spoke up. Waishida, while Danzo may not be an elder of the village, he is indeed one of the higher-ups. The proposal he just mentioned has received our endorsement, so you should hand over the bounty. A bounty of 10 million, equivalent to the cut from several high-ranked missions. How could we allow two individuals who disregard the rules to claim it? Thus, the two elders and Danzo were genuinely perturbed. Actually, if you wish for me to relinquish my share, it is not impossible. Just present Konoha's policies to me and show me where it states that using an IOU to elevate mission ranks incurs a penalty. If it exists, you may take the money, but if it does not, then I am very sorry. After all, what gives you the right to demand the bounty from Akane and me? Just because of your aged faces? Waishida's words were piercing and offered no quarter. Indeed, 5 million is not an insignificant sum. However, we must reclaim this dignity. Does merely being elders of Konoha not suffice? Mito and Nan stood up in fury. In Konoha, the status of elders was second only to the Hokage, and often even the Hokage had to heed their counsel. This insolent brat dared to speak back to them publicly. Do you think you can intimidate me with your elder status? I recall a phrase from the ninja school textbooks, suggesting that Konoha belongs to everyone, not merely a select few. Am I correct, third Hokage? Those were your own penned words. Isita rimarked nonchalantly. That is indeed the case, the third Hokage sighed. If that is so, then matters in Konoha should be conducted according to Konoha's customs, not according to the whims of any elders. Am I right? You insolent child. How dare you speak so boldly? Mito, Inan, and Danzo rose together, exuding an aura of menace as if preparing to strike. Is this to be a display of your anger? I am quite eager to witness what abilities you so-called higher-ups possess to maintain your positions. Waishida adjusted his ninja blade, a mocking smile gracing his lips. As tension escalated, Akane couldn't help but swallow nervously. Waishida, do not act impulsively. We cannot resort to violence here. She tugged at Waishida, aware that openly confronting them could label them as renegades. Isita laughed dismissively, drawing his ninja blade and pulling an apple from his pack, stating coolly, "Fight? Who said anything about fighting? I merely wish to ascertain whether my blade remains sharp enough to slice an apple." The implication was unmistakable. The atmosphere in the office was fraught with tension, on the brink of eruption. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, and Naruto Uzumaki barged in, exclaiming jovially upon spotting Waishida, "Ah, Waishida, you are indeed here. I heard you completed a D-rank mission. Uncle Dashi, Uncle Isita, Uncle Nara, Uncle Akimichi, Uncle Aburame, Uncle Inuzuka. They all wish to celebrate with you." After Naruto's exuberant announcement, he seemed to finally realize the presence of others in the room. Apologetically scratching the back of his head, he chuckled, "Sorry, third Hokage, did I interrupt your meeting? You aren't planning to reward Waishida, are you? Hee, how enviable." Following Naruto's innocent laughter, the atmosphere in the office grew even more peculiar. The third Hokage sighed, approaching Danzo and Mito, patting their shoulders, "Let this matter rest. Waishida has a point. This is a loophole in Konoha's rules, and he should not be held accountable." "Absolutely not. They must be severely punished. Danzo, have you lost your senses?" The indignation of the two elder companions darkened Sarutobi's countenance. "I declare it is settled. What I say goes. Do not forget, I am a Hokage of Konoha." Sarutobi's voice echoed with authority, a tiger that would not be mistaken for a meerkat. "You old fellows, did you not hear that the 6 great clans are standing with Nightwind? Are you still contemplating a scheme against him? Have you lost your senses? Is it merely a bounty of 10 million Ryo? Is it merely money? Look at you all. Money is the easiest thing to acquire in Konoha. I have no interest in wealth whatsoever. That is that." As Nightwind departed from the Hokage building, Naruto, brimming with excitement, followed closely beside him. "Nightwind, how was my performance just now? Uncle Jukyu helped me write the lines, and I think I did quite well, right? It didn't seem forced at all? Indeed, a significant improvement. No wonder you are destined to become Hokage one day." Nightwind smiled and complimented. "Ha ha, I knew it. I truly am a genius," Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Amidst this, Akane walked alongside Nightwind, her gaze towards him rather complex. "Nightwind, we owe you a great deal this time. However, you have offended Danzo and the 2 elders. The days ahead may not be easy," she cautioned, although the bounty had been secured. Witnessing Nightwind confront those old geezers head-on made Akane genuinely worried for him. If given a choice again, she would willingly forfeit the bounty. Nightwind cast a sidelong glance at Akane, shrugged, and replied with a smile, "It matters not. Since we have money now, we can simply focus on high-level missions in the future. In Konoha, I have no fear of them." Akane chuckled softly. "Yes, as long as we do not leave the village. Even with Danzo controlling the route, he would not dare act recklessly against you. But will we still be able to undertake missions together in the future? Actually, based on your performance in the Land of Waves, the Hokage has decided that you will execute missions independently from now on. My temporary role as your guiding Jonin has come to an end." Akane sighed. The mention of the end stirred a complex feeling within her. Upon realizing she would no longer be able to team up with Nightwind, she felt an inexplicable twinge of sadness. Yet, he was merely an annoying brat. Why should I feel sorrow? Chapter 79. Are we truly siblings? Oh, is this really the end? Nightwind paused, his expression momentarily faltering. Then, with a smile, he looked at Akane. "Without this pesky kid to protect you, you must be extra cautious during missions." Upon hearing Nightwind's words, Akane chuckled lightly, saying, "You little brat, do not underestimate me. I am a special Jonin of Konoha, Mitarashi Akane." Nightwind nodded, smiling as he replied, "Oh, very well. But there is one thing you must pay special attention to. Do not consume too many sweets. If one day you truly become a plump lady, do not blame me for turning my back on you. After all, I only prefer to associate with ladies of your current figure. How could I possibly get fat? Go to hell." A month swiftly passed. During this time, Night Wind did not trigger any sign-in tasks. After all, this cursed system is notoriously unstable. Night Wind remained unperturbed with his current strength. Even if he encountered Orochimaru amidst Konoha's collapse plan, he was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. He wondered how Akane was faring lately, feeling as though he had not seen her in ages. Night Wind shook his head. It seemed Akane had gone out on some high-level mission and had yet to return. He occasionally wished to check on her, but had no opportunity. Nevertheless, Night Wind knew it wouldn't be long before he would reunite with Akane. For the Chunin exams in Konoha were about to commence. At the training ground, Hinata and Ino were diligently sweating as they trained. Hinata practiced the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, while Ino trained with her sword. Night Wind, meanwhile, sat serenely on a bench, observing them and occasionally offering pointers. At this moment, Night Wind felt he no longer needed training, for his strength had nearly reached a plateau. Mere daily practice would hardly yield further breakthroughs. Only a fortunate turn of events could do so. Hinata, I feel I am on the verge of grasping the opportunity you mentioned. Please assist me one more time. Hinata exclaimed, leaping in front of Night Wind, drenched in sweat. Though still young, her figure was beginning to take shape. All right, Night Wind replied. Hinata had been training the 8 trigrams 64 palms for a while, but had yet to succeed. According to Night Wind, she had yet to find the opportunity to advance. Once she discovered that feeling, she would naturally be able to execute the technique. Do not ask how Night Wind knew this. Simply put, he had long mastered it. After all, he was a player with an advantage. Thud, thud, thud. In the center of the training ground, Night Wind and Hinata moved in a flurry, engaging in a series of warm-up drills. Finally, Hinata activated her Byakugan. Night Wind recognized that the moment had arrived. Raising his hand, an array of projectiles surged forth, targeting Hinata's vital points without mercy. 8 trigrams, 8 palms. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Beneath Hinata's feet, a chakra-formed 8 trigrams diagram suddenly materialized. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Boom! The barrage of projectiles was instantaneously neutralized by Hinata. She had finally mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Congratulations, Hinata. You have successfully learned this technique. Ino approached with a smile, albeit with a hint of envy in her heart. Hinata was growing increasingly formidable. But my swordsmanship, why is there such a vast disparity in talent between us, despite being siblings? Chapter 80. What a misfortune, Night Wind. Thank you. Without you, I might never have mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata panted, gazing at Night Wind with admiration. Did I not tell you? You are truly exceptional. Far surpassing that Niji from the Hyuga clan, Night Wind said, ruffling Hinata's hair and pulling her into an embrace. In the original storyline, during the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams, Hinata was gravely injured by Niji. However, this time was different. Hinata's character had transformed. She was no longer the timid girl from the original plot, and had even mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Do not be misled. While Niji also possessed the 8 trigrams, 60 palms, Hinata had rapidly progressed in strength, speed, and the utilization of her Byakugan through her training with Night Wind. She had long surpassed Niji Hyuga. Thus, Night Wind never regarded Niji as Hinata's rival in life. He was merely a child. Feeling Night Wind's trust, Hinata shyly rested her head against Night Wind's heart, surrendering to the gentle breeze that tousled her violet locks. In this moment, the only feeling she could perceive was pure happiness. Night Wind gazed down at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Soon, they would embark on the training of the 8 trigrams empty palm. Hinata, I will surely assist you in becoming the true heir of the Byakugan, he assured her. Following this exchange, the trio lingered in the training grounds for a while longer. Suddenly, a slender figure rushed toward them from a distance, halting before Night Wind. Is it you again? Does the Hokage seek me once more? Night Wind inquired playfully, observing Uzuki Yugao with a smile. Yugao regarded the affectionate pair of Night Wind and Hinata, her expression behind the mask revealing a hint of complexity. No, I am here to inform you that your previous guiding Jonin has yet to return to the village. Therefore, I have come to notify you that in 7 days, the village will host the Chunin exam. Here is the application form. If you wish to participate, please inscribe your name and present it at the Ninja School S Administrative Office, room 301, in 7 days. Understood, Night Wind replied, stowing away the registration form without further comment. In a small grove, Yuzuki Yugao hurried along until she reached a waterfall, where she finally paused to remove the mask that concealed her beauty, revealing her exquisite features. "So, how is that troublesome brat faring?" she asked, her gaze landing on Akamichi Karui, who appeared before her, shaking her head silently. "Nothing? How dare that brat, having acquired a long-haired little girlfriend, neglect to inquire about my situation? Just wait until I deal with him," Karui exclaimed angrily. She was Yugao's close friend. Yet Yugao often sensed that Karui was on the brink of losing herself, being a decade older than the boy she referred to. "What are you really thinking? Karui, tell me the truth. You aren't developing feelings for that little brat, are you?" After much hesitation, Yugao finally posed the question. "Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? That annoying brat is so infuriating, and he is much younger than I am. How could I possibly like him? Don't say such things, or we might not be friends anymore," Karui vehemently denied. "I, Akamichi Karui, could never have feelings for such a child. My concern is solely because he is my student." Yugao sighed. "If you truly do not like him, then why the blush? We are all women. Do you think I wouldn't understand? This is truly a tragic situation." Chapter 81. The Chunin exam commences 7 days later. On a crisp morning, Nightwind and Ino packed their bags and enjoyed a hearty breakfast before departing their home. Before they left, their parents reiterated their advice to the siblings. During the Chunin exam, you must remain composed. With your abilities, ascending to Chunin should pose no challenge as long as you stay grounded. After leaving the mountain clan, the siblings made their way to the Hyuga clan to pick up Hinata before heading to the examination venue. The first phase of the Chunin exam was a written test, taking place at the ninja school. Consequently, the students were granted a day off, leaving only the candidates who had traveled from afar and the Umbu ninjas of Konohagakure to ensure their safety. "Wait, is it really true that the corridor is so crowded? Are all these people here for the exam? If this continues, we might miss the registration deadline," Ino remarked, frowning at the throng in the hallway. "Look, it seems there's a commotion at the entrance, which is why everyone is blocked here. But ISNT, the reporting area on the 3rd floor? What are they doing here?" Hinata activated her Byakugan, perceiving the scene beyond the crowd. It was merely 2 Chunin from Konoha who had cast an illusion on the 2nd floor, leading everyone to mistakenly believe that this was the registration area, room 301. However, possessing the Byakugan, Hinata saw through the ruse immediately. "It's just a minor tactic to filter the candidates. Let us not concern ourselves with it. We can simply bypass it," Nightwind suggested, lacking the desire to draw attention to himself, preferring to let the others handle it. "Should we inform Shikamaru and Shino?" Ino queried. "No need. Someone will step forward soon enough. Let us take advantage of the fewer people and head up first. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in line later," Nightwind replied nonchalantly. As anticipated, after Nightwind and his companions completed their registration, ninjas began to rush up from the 1st floor. Due to the public display of bravado from the two, the carefully orchestrated first assessment of the Chunin exam by Konoha faltered. The group gradually completed their registrations and entered the examination hall. Memories of familiar faces and events unfolded in an orderly fashion, such as Lee's confession, Gaara's aloofness, and Kabuto's performance. Kabuto had even meticulously gathered intelligence on Nightwind, actively instigating animosity among the candidates. However, Nightwind remained unfazed, as he was more preoccupied with the imminent encounter with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the notorious figure from the early stages of Naruto, later transformed into a scientist. Although Orochimaru ultimately found redemption, Nightwind still felt a looming sense of danger in his presence. Fortunately, with his foresight and current strength, he believed he would not fall victim to Orochimaru's schemes. Reflecting on Orochimaru, Nightwind thought of Karui again. It was curious that he hadn't seen her since her return. If all went according to plan, she would likely serve as the proctor for the 2nd phase of the exam. Before long, the proctor for the 1st phase of the exam, Marino Ibiki, accompanied by a group of invigilators, entered the classroom. Marino Ibiki, the captain of the torture and interrogation division of the Umbu, bore a fearsome countenance, adept at psychological warfare. The instant he entered the examination hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as his intimidating aura instilled an invisible pressure upon the candidates. Even Naruto Uzumaki found himself swallowing nervously, subdued by the atmosphere. And then, the exam commenced. Chapter 82. Do not attempt to guess a woman's thoughts as Nightwind opened the examination paper. He experienced a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of taking the college entrance exam in his past life. However, the questions for the Chunin exam were evidently simpler than those of the Gaokao. He distinctly remembered mastering various subjects such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology prior to university. He could even calculate the trajectories of satellites and planets, as well as comprehend genetic inheritance and myriad other complexities. It was indeed the pinnacle of his academic journey. Though he relinquished this knowledge to his teachers after graduation, the studying skills honed under the pressure of exam-oriented education rendered the Chunin exam a mere trifle. Others clearly did not share the same ease. Batch after batch of candidates were eliminated due to their crude cheating methods. Yet despite this, a considerable number of candidates remained in the examination hall. Although Seinwa Ibiki maintained a facade of composure, internally he was already lamenting the situation. Based on previous experiences, after the first and second rounds of screening, such a large number of candidates should not have persisted. It seemed that the long-dormant 10th question was finally required to be unveiled. The first examination commenced with 9 questions. Ideally, if the screening process had gone well, the 10th question could have been simplified, serving merely as a formality. However, given today's circumstances, a formidable challenge was necessary. Thus, the 10th question began, with Seinwa Ibiki articulating its requirements with vivid clarity. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire room. To forego the 10th question was tantamount to relinquishing the opportunity to participate in this Chunin exam. Choosing to engage with the 10th question, on the other hand, would mean that a wrong answer would irrevocably disqualify a candidate from becoming Chunin. Faced with such a profound dilemma, a significant number of candidates chose to withdraw. Observing this scene, Seinwa Ibiki nodded with satisfaction. Nevertheless, many candidates still remained. Just as Seinwa Ibiki was preparing to further intensify the pressure on the candidates, our little genius Naruto burst forth. Even if I remain a genin my entire life, I will strive towards becoming Hokage. Pose your questions. I shall not fear you. His exuberant positivity electrified the atmosphere, thwarting Seinwa Ibiki's plans once more. After a brief pause, the chief examiner, noticing that no more candidates had chosen to withdraw, couldn't help but sigh. Given these circumstances, he was certain he would incur the displeasure of the chief examiner for the second round. As expected, once Seinwa Ibiki announced the examination results and elucidated the significance of the 10th question, two Kanai burst through the window, cloaked in black cloth, obscuring Seinwa Ibiki from view. "Ha! You lot are so jubilant now. Do you not think it is still too early for such merriment?" Yamanaka Red Bean made a grand entrance, clad in her familiar fishnet attire. Ibiki, why are there still so many candidates left in the first exam? You seem quite unqualified as a chief examiner. But fret not. In the second exam, I shall at least have your numbers. Anticipate it." With that, Yamanaka Red Bean licked her lips in a somewhat wild manner, instilling a sense of pressure among her companions. Night Wind observed Red Bean, initially wishing to greet her with a knowing glance. However, he was taken aback to find that Red Bean seemed to avoid his gaze entirely, as if evading him. This left Night Wind perplexed. What had transpired during their time apart? What was this woman up to? Truly, the intricacies of a woman's mind are beyond comprehension. Chapter 83. A new sign-in task ding. You have a new sign-in task. Please check it promptly. Upon hearing the notification, Night Wind felt a surge of joy. He quickly opened the system's task panel. Indeed, a new sign-in task had been issued. Please proceed to the Akaba Lake at the number 44 training ground in Konoha for sign-in, with a time limit of 3 days. Training ground number 44? Night Wind raised an eyebrow. If memory served him correctly, this training ground was notorious as the Forest of Death, the venue for the second round of the Chunin exam. The radius of the Forest of Death was approximately 10 kilometers, making it no easy feat to locate a lake within such an expansive area. Night Wind furrowed his brow. The Forest of Death was vast. For instance, in the capital where he lived in his previous life, 10 kilometers would already extend beyond the 4th ring, nearing the 5th. Thus, without detailed intelligence about the Forest of Death, completing the sign-in within 3 days would prove to be quite challenging. Seeking assistance from his father was not an option. Should word get out, it could inadvertently implicate Red Bean, and explaining the situation to his father would be difficult. The Forest of Death was under the jurisdiction of Konoha's Umbu, while Yamanaka Hayashi could easily procure information regarding the Forest of Death given his standing in Konoha. The content of the second exam had not yet been disclosed. The day before the exam, the chief examiner's sole disciple probing into the examination site. This would undoubtedly provide Danzo with an opportunity to undermine Night Wind and Red Bean. Therefore, it was imperative to limit the number of individuals privy to this information. He couldn't approach Uncle Wind either, as that would also raise Danzo's suspicions. Yamanaka Wind held significant authority among the Root Ninjas, and because of this, Night Wind needed to avoid any appearance of impropriety to prevent Yamanaka Wind from becoming a target for Danzo. After much contemplation, it seemed his only option was to seek out that foolish woman. He wondered if her mental state had improved. On the way, Ino and Hinata noticed that Night Wind was often frowning and sighing, prompting their curiosity. Brother, what is wrong? Are you worried about the second exam? With your strength, I'm sure whatever the exam entails will be a piece of cake. Ino expressed her unwavering confidence in Night Wind. Ino, he might be concerned about the two of us. Hinata's comment enlightened Ino. Indeed, the Chunin exam was trivial for her brother, but for them, passing the exam was far from certain. Upon overhearing their conversation, Night Wind brushed aside his task concerns, took their small hands in his, and smiled. Do not feel overly pressured. Whether or not you become Chunin is not what truly matters. What is important is ensuring your safety. It's a joke. Even the Hokage has fallen in this Chunin exam. Who still cares about becoming a Chunin? As night fell, in a small izakaya tucked away in a remote corner of Konoha, Yamanaka Red Bean sat at the bar, drinking alone under the moonlight. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. You little brat, I am the chief examiner for the second round, and in front of so many people, you dare to make eyes at me? I won't pay you any mind. Red Bean muttered to herself as she sipped her drink, already feeling a bit tipsy. Oof. Now you realize you should be making eyes at me? Where were you when I was out on a mission, nearly meeting my end? You didn't even bother to inquire about my well-being. Truly an ungrateful little brat. Chapter 84. The three great joys of life. As Red Bean continued to drink and lament about Night Wind, her irritation grew. She made a firm decision never to acknowledge that insufferable little brat again. Just then, someone suddenly appeared beside Red Bean. Hey, what's the point of drinking alone? If you want to drink, call me to join you. Isn't that more delightful? Upon hearing this voice, Hongdo was slightly taken aback and turned to look. Indeed, it was that somewhat handsome yet slightly annoying face. You little brat, what are you doing here? You know you can't buy alcohol at your age, don't you? Hongdo pouted, feigning indifference to the night breeze. What I need to buy alcohol for? I have plenty of fine liquor at home. I never drink outside. After all, I am a rich second generation, Yi Feng said with a smile as he leaned closer to Hongdo, pulling out a flask and giving it a shake. Damn, you are as infuriating as ever. Though Hongdo verbally expressed her disdain, the coldness in her gaze had already dissipated. Hey, the second round of exams starts tomorrow. As the chief examiner, aren't you worried about being late, drinking at this hour? Yi Feng poured a glass for Hongdo. Late? I'm the chief examiner. Whenever I arrive, that's when the exam begins. Got it. Hongdo raised the glass he poured for her and downed it in one go. Unable to suppress her surprise. What kind of terrible liquor is this? It's so fiery. Can anyone even drink this? Feeling the fiery sensation slide down her throat, Hongdo cast an even more peculiar look at Yi Feng. This little brat has been drinking such strong liquor, and he started at the age of 6? He hardly resembles a child, drinking the strongest liquor, wielding the sharpest blade, and defeating the fiercest opponents. These are the three great pleasures of life. You wouldn't understand, Yi Feng said with a nonchalant smile as he took another swig of the strong alcohol. As if that's true. You're just a 13-year-old kid. Yet you speak as if you've experienced so much, Hongdo scoffed. Though Yi Feng's words stirred a yearning in Hongdo's heart, she refused to concede verbally. Yi Feng, lafet heartily. Indeed, he was merely a 13-year-old child, yet in terms of psychological age, with 2 lifetimes combined, he was nearing 40. Thus, in his eyes, Hongdo appeared more like a young girl, somewhat carefree in nature. By the way, when did you return? You didn't even bother to come see me? Have you forgotten about your friend? Yi Feng said with a grin. Hearing the word friend, Hongdo felt a warmth in her heart. Technically, she was Yi Feng's temporary guiding instructor and had a teacher-student relationship with him. Yet, for Yi Feng to call her a friend indicated his fondness for her. However, how could the proud Hongdo easily be swayed? True, if you hadn't sought me out tonight, I might have indeed forgotten about such an annoying disciple, she retorted. By the way, have you participated in the CHNing exams? I am the chief examiner for the second round, Hongdo said, pouting. Yifeng rolled his eyes at her serious tone. Since you've forgotten about your annoying disciple, I might as well take back that pendant hanging around your neck. I could use it as a gift for someone else. Hongdo glanced down, and her face instantly flushed. She hurriedly tucked the pendant into her clothing, snorting, absolutely not. I am a Pishio. Once something is in my possession, it can never be returned. Chapter 85. I, Hongdo, am indeed formidable. Fine, I believe you, Yifeng shrugged, refilling Hongdo's glass. Seeing Yifeng's perpetually carefree expression, Hongdo couldn't help but snort internally. You believe in nonsense. I merely cherish the pendant you gifted me. However, would she reveal that to him? Stinky little brother, by the way, did you come to me for something? Hongdo asked, her face cold. Is it wrong for me to come see you just because I have no business? Yifeng replied. You know, if a girl keeps wearing a cold expression, she is likely to age quickly, he added with a gentle smile. Upon hearing his response, Hongdo's expression softened slightly, and warmth surged within her. I suppose you have some conscience. However, as the chief examiner for the second round of the CHNIN exam, don't you have any questions for me? She looked at Yifeng, feigning mystery, like a wolf waiting for its prey. No, Yifeng shook his head decisively, continuing to drink, as though that was the most vital matter at hand. Honestly, I am amazed at you. The CHNIN exam is so crucial. Yet you don't care about the essential information? Hongdo said, exasperated. There was no way around it. She had already dangled the bait, and no one took it. Given her personality, how could she endure that? How about this? In light of our teacher-student relationship, I can give you a little inside scoop. For instance, I can secretly tell you that the exam's location for the second round is at the number 44 training ground in Konoha, Hongdo said, deliberately revealing a somewhat mysterious smile, her large eyes blinking eagerly. Thus, Yifeng, not wanting to disappoint her, feigned astonishment. Oh, really? I think I've heard of that place. ISNT their Choya Lake? Do you know its exact location? Yifeng inwided. Choya Lake? Why do you ask about that? Hongdo was momentarily taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. I just heard there is such a lake, and the scenery seems nice. I wanted to take a look, Yifeng said, feigning seriousness. The scenery at Choya Lake is nice. That excuse is utterly pathetic. You were just trying to ask me for the exam map without knowing how to approach it. Hongdo smirked, as if she had seen through his ruse. It's no surprise that the esteemed special jonin of Konoha, the magnificent Hongdo, could guess my thoughts in an instant. Impressive. Yifeng chuckled foolishly, playing along. Need I say more? Hongdo straightened her posture, displaying an air of pride. Then, she dipped her finger in the liquor and sketched a rough map on the table. Here, this is the number 44 training ground. This spot is the Choya Lake you mentioned. Soon, Yifeng memorized all the crucial locations on the map in his mind and then wiped away the marks on the table. By the way, I'm well aware of your abilities. What use do you have for this map? Ondusuden Liponde. You, who can even defeat Zabuza, could simply snatch the scroll and return it to the central tower to complete the task. Why bother with a map? Yifeng looked at her speechless. You're the one who said I wanted to ask for a map. Why are you questioning me now? However, since she asked, Yifeng felt compelled to explain. I still have a younger sister and a girlfriend, so with some knowledge of the map details, I can arrange a meeting point with them in advance. Chapter 86. The rich delivery of chicken dinner. Upon hearing the explanation from Night Wind, Red Bean was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, she pinched Night Wind's arm with considerable force. Damn it, you came to find me just for the map, didn't you? I can't shake the feeling that this little rascal has set me up. How annoying. The next day, the examination in the Death Forest officially commenced. Before the exam began, Night Wind had already discussed the meeting point with Ino and Hinata. Akaba Lake was unsuitable as a rendezvous spot, for typically, locations designated for sign-in tasks are often fraught with extraordinary challenges, likely to attract various troublesome occurrences. Night Wind wished to spare Hinata and Ino from such chaos. The central tower was also inappropriate, as the paths leading there would surely be rife with lurking foes waiting to ambush others. Therefore, to ensure safety, Night Wind sought out Shikamaru. Shikamaru, possessing a high intellect, deduced that the entrance to the exam would be assigned randomly to the entrance. After complex calculations, he ultimately identified the most suitable assembly point. Once Night Wind entered the examination venue, he immediately rushed toward the designated meeting location. Although, in the original storyline, Hinata and Ino's team had navigated the exam without peril, Night Wind's presence had significantly altered their abilities and character. They would not be as cautious as before. No matter how Night Wind urged them, they would not adopt a passive approach. Thus, as the saying goes, it is a matter of survival, and to prevent them from becoming mere delivery runners. Night Wind needed to rendezvous with them swiftly. Gaara and Orochimaru, if you dare to lay a hand on my women, I shall make you question your very existence. On the other side of the forest, Hinata's team had successfully seized the scrolls they required. Ha! Hinata, you were incredible. We didn't even need to set our traps. You took them all down by yourself. No wonder you're Night Wind's girlfriend. Kiba was starting to feel rather proud. Indeed, there is nothing quite as satisfying as a dominating victory. Since we have secured the scroll, let us hasten to the central tower to avoid any prolonged uncertainties, suggested Shino, adjusting his glasses with caution. Huh, no way. This is a rare opportunity to showcase our strength. I want to take down at least 10 more. Kiba flexed his fists, brimming with fighting spirit. That may not be wise, Shino frowned slightly. What is unwise about it? With Hinata on our side, what do we have to fear? Kiba dismissed his concerns. Hinata, what do you think? Shino's mannerisms seemed to have been influenced by his time with Choji. Night Wind mentioned that there might be many teams lying in ambush near the central tower. Therefore, we prearranged a meeting point, and the route from here is comparatively safe. Let's first unite with Night Wind, Hinata replied. Oh, I see, Shino nodded. Isn't that reasoning rather obvious? Why did I overlook it? I feel as though I've changed so much over the years. Why is that? Going to the meeting point is fine, but if we encounter any weaklings along the way, I must take action. Kiba remained undeterred. Very well. Agreed. After reaching a consensus, the three of them began to make their way toward the assembly point. Chapter 87. Is my childhood friend Night Wind someone you can touch? One cannot deny that Hinata's team now possessed far greater overall strength than in the original narrative. This was undoubtedly attributed to Night Wind's leadership and the provision of quality resources from the Nara clan. As they journeyed, they indeed encountered several teams. However, Shino maintained control of the battlefield with his insects. Kiba and Akamaru thwarted the opposing team's attempts to unite, while Hinata systematically dismantled their defenses, cutting through the obstacles with remarkable skill. It wasn't long before they encountered Gaara's team. In the original storyline, Hinata's team had not directly confronted Gaara's squad, largely due to their tendency to avoid conflict, allowing Gaara to disregard them entirely. However, this time was different. Kiba's unrestrained advance had left him overly confident, and even Shino felt he could take on 10 opponents. Then, Gaara made his move, delivering a formidable lesson. This lesson was so impactful that both Shino and Kiba found themselves incapacitated. I have long heard that the Byakugan and Sharingan of Konoha are two of the most formidable ocular techniques. I have witnessed the Byakugan. Once I eliminate you, I will seek out the one with the Sharingan. I shall ensure that the village of Konoha remembers that I, Gaara of the Sand, am the strongest of this generation. Sand coffin. Swish. Countless grains of yellow sand surged toward Hinata. Should she be ensnared by this technique, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Hinata's expression grew grave. Although she had broken the sand coffin numerous times with her 8 trigrams, 64 palms, it felt as though her opponent's chakra was inexhaustible. Meanwhile, her own chakra was nearly depleted. What to do? Escape? But if she fled, Kiba and Shino would surely meet their doom. Here I go. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The pale blue 8 trigrams pattern formed beneath Hinata's feet once more. However, due to extreme exhaustion, her vision suddenly darkened, and she could no longer maintain the 8 trigrams formation. As the torrential sand bore down upon her, Hinata wore a bitter smile. Night Wind, please forgive me for not being able to stay by your side any longer. With that, Hinata prepared to close her eyes. Yet, in the final moment before her eyelids descended, a silvery flash of a blade pierced her line of sight. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, cleaving the encroaching sand. Night Wind stood before Hinata, wielding a kunai. Yet another pest from Konoha? No matter, to Gaara of the Sand, crushing a pest is no different than crushing 2. Sand coffin. The sand, previously split apart by the blade's wind, reassembled and surged toward Night Wind. This time, Gaara intended to ensnare both Night Wind and Hinata within the sands, allowing them to experience the agony of being buried by a sandstorm. Sand burial. Boom! The jutsu was unleashed. Gaara did not witness the blood-soaked scene he longed for. Instead, the sand surrounding Night Wind and Hinata was forcefully blown away. How could this be possible? Although Gaara's sand funeral was an all-encompassing attack, Night Wind had long mastered the art of simultaneously releasing wind chakra from all 361 chakra points in his body. Countless wind blades surged forth, effortlessly shattering Gaara's sand. At this moment, Night Wind hoisted Hinata onto his shoulder, brandishing his ninja knife towards Gaara, the blade emanating a chilling aura. The boy playing with sand, though Hinata merely fainted from exhaustion, would not be allowed to bully my childhood friend. Chapter 88. Crushing Gaara with a swift stroke, a powerful wind blade surged towards Gaara. Gaara, known for his extreme arrogance, felt an unexpected surge of fear at the prospect of death upon facing such an attack. How could this be? In a critical moment, a tempest of yellow sand returned, forming a shield of sand before Gaara to block Night Wind's assault. "See, I possess the absolute defense of my sand waterfall," Gaara declared, his expression wild. Yet he had barely completed his statement when Night Wind's figure suddenly appeared before him. With another simple yet decisive stroke, devoid of any flamboyant techniques, Night Wind struck. Yet Gaara found himself utterly unable to evade. The sand once more acted defensively, rushing towards Night Wind's blade. However, Night Wind's speed was too great. The sand could not keep pace. With a resounding crash, Gaara was sent flying, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Sand armor? Boy, if you consider yourself so exceptional, why hide like a coward within your shell? Night Wind mocked. Had it not been for the wear on his blade from the combined assault of wind, chakra, and Gaara's sand, that strike would have surely obliterated Gaara's sand armor. In the distance, Temari and Kankuro helped Gaara to his feet. Gaara spat blood, his face and body marred with cracks resembling a parched earth. What manner of monster is this, capable of injuring Gaara? Kankuro swallowed hard, astonished. "Kankuro, take Gaara and leave. I'll hold him off. If it comes to it, I'll perish with him. Gaara must not come to harm," Temari said, her brow furrowed, prepared for a desperate fight. Night Wind regarded Temari with a smirk. Did she truly believe she possessed the strength for mutual destruction? At that moment, the injured Gaara suddenly erupted into a fit of wild laughter, forcefully pushing away Temari and Kankuro. "Ha, what an amusing fellow. You have successfully awakened my true, killing intent. Today, I shall end your life." Gaara's eyes turned crimson, brimming with murderous intent as he roared at Night Wind. Simultaneously, Gaara's right hand transformed into the form of Shikaku, his mouth contorting into a monstrous visage. With a swift motion, the sand surged towards Night Wind, a colossal hand infused with terrifying chakra, aiming to strike. However, no matter the challenge, as long as Night Wind wielded his blade, he would cleave through anything. The clash of yellow sand against the wind was fierce, countless wind blades colliding with the sand, creating a tumult of friction and impact. Ultimately, Gaara's sand arm, empowered by Shikaku, was shattered by Night Wind's strike, sending Gaara flying once more. This cannot be. How could he be unable to withstand even this move? I had foolishly thought I could perish alongside him. This is bad. Gaara's condition is deteriorating. If he loses consciousness completely, that monster will emerge. Temari and Kankuro, despite their urgency, refrained from aiding Gaara, revealing expressions that suggested they would flee at the first sign of trouble. Night Wind coldly observed the struggling Gaara on the ground, his gaze filled with disdain. A Jinchuriki? Just this? Chapter 89. The challenge of the two tails, the transformation into a tailed beast indeed posed a troublesome dilemma. It was not that Night Wind feared Gaara's transformation. After all, have you ever seen a cockpit of a Gundam placed outside? Gaara was akin to such a beleaguered pilot. However, Night Wind had no intention of engaging Gaara in a life-or-death struggle at this moment. Hinata had merely fainted from exhaustion, not injury, and the other two were similarly fatigued. Night Wind held no vendetta against them. A lesson for Gaara would suffice. After all, summoning Shikaku during the Chunin exams would certainly lead to its cancellation. If that happened, the Death Forest would once again become a forbidden zone for Konoha, complicating Night Wind's future endeavors. Leave your scrolls and be gone. Do not let me encounter you again, or I shall strike each time. Night Wind's icy gaze bore into them. Although Temari might eventually become Shikamaru's wife, she was not his concern, nor did he feel the need to show mercy. Upon hearing these words, Temari and Kankuro appeared as though they had been granted a reprieve. hastily discarding the gathered scrolls and fleeing with Gaara. Though Gaara was fearsome, he paled in comparison to Night Wind. Having dispatched the Sand siblings, Night Wind gently lowered Hinata from his shoulder. Although he lacked medical ninjutsu knowledge, he was familiar with basic first aid techniques. From his medical kit, Night Wind retrieved a premium soldier pill from the Yamashiro clan, placing it in his palm. Channeling chakra, he melted the pill into a liquid that flowed into Hinata's mouth. Soon, Hinata awakened, her gaze initially dazed. However, upon recognizing Night Wind's face, she immediately embraced him. Night Wind, I thought I would never see you again. Foolish girl, how could that be? Night Wind comforted her, enveloping her in his embrace. Subsequently, they rescued Shino and Kiba. Upon awakening, Shino and Kiba appeared bewildered. Did we escape? Kiba inquired. Was that monster from the Sand Village defeated by you? Shino asked. It wasn't us. Night Wind single-handedly drove him away. Hinata replied with a smile, nestling proudly against Night Wind. Shino adjusted his black-framed glasses and cast a solemn glance at Yakumo, sighing deeply. He sincerely hoped they would not encounter Yakumo during the combat exercise. After a brief recovery of their strength, Yakumo led the three of them onward. With an issue arising on Hinata's end, they needed to locate Ino promptly. If anything were to happen to her, Yakumo might never forgive himself for being the butterfly that flapped its wings. On the other side of the Death Forest, the Ino-Shikicho team had successfully rendezvoused with Naruto's group at the appointed meeting place. Judging by their condition, Naruto and Sasuke were both injured, while Sakura had cut her long hair into a bob, evidently having been dealt with by Orochimaru and the Sound Ninjas. How is Sasuke doing? Is the curse mark on your neck really okay? Sakura inquired with evident concern. Don't be ridiculous. How can anything be wrong with me? I feel brimming with power. Those Sound Ninjas were no match for me without their interference, Sasuke replied, suppressing the pain emanating from the curse mark, striving to maintain his composure. Being a ninja is tough. Being a stealth ninja is even tougher. But being a cool and enduring stealth ninja is the hardest of all. Not long ago, Naruto and his companions had encountered Orochimaru, just as the script dictated. There were no surprises. Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra was sealed by Orochimaru, and Sasuke was afflicted with the curse mark. After Orochimaru departed, Sakura faced off against 3 Sound Ninjas alone, setting traps, showcasing tactics, and testing her courage. Even sacrificing her hair. Though it appeared valiant, she ultimately succumbed to being overwhelmed. Then, as luck would have it, the Ino-Shikicho team passed by, led by Ino, who decisively intervened. The current Ino-Shikicho was no longer the traditional team. Under Yakumo's guidance, Ino had honed her swordsmanship. With Shikamaru's ingenuity, they created a new tactic centered around Ino, decisively defeating the Sound Ninjas. Ino led them to the agreed meeting point with Yakumo. Come on, Sasuke, just admit it. Is it really that hard to thank Ino and the others? If it weren't for them, we might not have woken up at all. Naruto scoffed. Enough with your nonsense. I am destined to kill that man. I cannot perish here. Sasuke clenched his fist defiantly. However, the pain from the curse mark soon overwhelmed him, causing him to falter and collapse into Naruto's embrace. Look at you. You don't even need Yakumo to intervene. Anyone here could easily take you out. Naruto shook his head, expertly pushing Sasuke away. In truth, Naruto had come to accept Sasuke as a teammate. Yet, Sasuke remained oblivious to his own state. It would be one thing to act tough in front of him, but if Yakumo showed up and Sasuke was still like this, he would surely face another beating. Poor guy, but it's all right. Naruto Uzumaki, will surely save him. After all, Yakumo said, I possess the talent for verbal persuasion. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm not that good at lecturing, honestly. A while later, Yakumo finally arrived with Hinata and the others. The siblings met, naturally showering everyone with their affectionate antics. After distributing the excess scrolls, Yakumo announced, let us head to the central tower to submit our tasks first. I have other matters to attend to. Other matters? Ino and Hinata exchanged puzzled glances. Brother, what else do you need to do? Do you require our assistance? Ino asked. I've actually wanted to hunt in this forest for a while, but never had the opportunity. Now that I can enter, I intend to savor the local delicacies and see how they compare to other regions. Yakumo's eyes glinted with mischief. Yakumo often took his friends hunting in the forest, but it seemed the ferocious beast had grown wise to his presence, fleeing at the mere hint of his approach. Consequently, they usually captured only weaker creatures. rendering the experience increasingly unsatisfying. Thus, Yakumo's excuse was sufficient to convince his companions. Can we stay and try some? It looks delicious. Akimichi Choji drooled. Wild game. It must be exquisite in the Death Forest. Absolutely not. The Death Forest is fraught with danger, and there are many other ninjas from different villages around. It's too perilous for you to remain here, Yakumo firmly rejected. Indeed, that long-tongued ninja is particularly fearsome. She can summon snakes the size of houses. Let us heed Yakumo and submit our tasks, Sakura nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Sakura's description, Choji's mouth watered profusely. A snake as large as a house. It must be delicious. Shikamaru, what do you think? Who cares? Let us hurry and submit our tasks, Shikamaru replied lethargically, resting his chin on his hand. It was best to leave such a dangerous place as swiftly as possible to avoid complications. The journey to submit their tasks was uneventful. Hinata's team possessed exceptional sensory abilities. Detecting ambushes from afar, Yakumo swiftly dealt with the lurking enemies. After completing their tasks, Yakumo departed from the central tower alone, racing toward the direction of Ikigawa Lake, guided by the map from Akagami. Meanwhile, Akagami had discovered a corpse with a dissolved face outside the examination area. Orochimaru, she exclaimed. As Orochimaru's disciple, she recognized the ninja's cause of death immediately. If Orochimaru was in the Death Forest, the situation was dire. Ignoring the others, Akagami resolved, we cannot allow Yakumo to encounter that terrifying man. You must report to the third Hokage and inform him that at least 2 teams of Umbu ninjas are necessary for support. Yes, Akagami-sama. After arranging his subordinates, Hongdo opened the barrier to the Death Forest and swiftly dashed inside. You little rascal, you mustn't die. Chiuya Lake was actually not too far from the central tower. Before long, Yifeng arrived at the designated sign-in location. Upon gazing at Chiuya Lake, Yifeng finally understood why Hongdo had displayed such a peculiar expression when he mentioned the lake's picturesque scenery. Chiuya Lake turned out to be a swamp. The swamp was deep and reeked of death, devoid of any beauty. Even as Byakugan could not perceive any charm. Ding! Host has arrived at the sign-in location. The system begins signing in. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host has received a reward. The famed sword Kitch. Kitch? Which version of Kitch? What does the seal mean? Yifeng's mind was filled with numerous questions. System, dare you come out and explain? Yifeng attempted to inquire. However, the system, as usual, chose to remain silent. Sigh, not only is this system not a girl, but it's also mute. What a disappointment. Yifeng shook his head and retrieved Kitch from the system space. The blade was straight, black in color, and exuded an undeniable charm, leaving an inexplicable impression. The black blade Kitch was indeed intriguing. Yifeng's previous ninja sword, although newly acquired and rather expensive, had been thoroughly worn out during the exam. It must be said that the consumption of ninja swords by those who practiced enchanted blade techniques was exceedingly high. The appearance of this black blade was just in time. Chapter 92, The Ominous Blade Clang. Yifeng cast aside his old love and grasped his new affection, gently flicking the blade to produce a melodious chime. What a fine sword. Let us try the wind release enchantment. Yifeng channeled the wind release chakra within him into the hilt. Buzz. A blazing white light emerged. The black blade, adorned with a white wind blade, was enveloped in an ineffable aura of mystery. It was no wonder it was a famed sword. The wind blade brushed against it without leaving a trace. It must not be made of ordinary metal. Let us try the fire release enchantment. Yifeng, filled with enthusiasm, prepare to test it. Fire release was generally unsuitable for enchantments due to the simple reason that most metals could not withstand the intense heat at the heart of flames. The damage from fire release enchantment would be far greater than that from wind release. However, considering that this sword was produced by the system, Yifeng could not resist giving a shot. Swish! It resembled the flowing blade of flames. Although the power was vastly different, one could still visualize the scene of Yamamoto. What if, in the future, he could wield a technique that turned everything into ashes? Just as Yifeng was enjoying his new blade and preparing to attempt the Ice Shield enchantment, a cold, slightly hoarse voice suddenly emerged from the swamp. Hee, little one. That black blade of yours seems rather interesting. Could it possibly be the legendary curse blade, the demon sword Kitch? The raspy voice echoed abruptly, sending a shiver down Yifeng's spine. It felt as though he had been targeted by a venomous snake. Orochimaru? Yifeng took a step back, increasing the distance between himself and Orochimaru. Hee, no need to be so alarmed. I'm merely interested in your sword. It houses an evil spirit that can erode a person's mind. It is said that the masters of Kitch throughout the ages ultimately fall victim to this malevolent spirit and meet untimely deaths. Although I do not know where you obtained this blade, to prevent your future demise, why not relinquish it to me? What do you say? Orochimaru was never one to resort to violence. When he could use his words, he generally refrained from using force. Faced with such a figure, Yifeng took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Although Orochimaru belonged to the ranks of elite shinobi, his visit to Konoha was primarily to place a curse mark on Sasuke and to execute the plan for Konoha's destruction. Therefore, he would not dare to act too ostentatiously. Techniques such as the 10,000 snakes formation, Edo Tensei, and the 8-headed serpent were not something Orochimaru would casually employ. Given this, Yifeng believed he might be able to contend. I'm sorry, but a ninja sword is like a beloved. I have no intentions of giving it away. If you truly desire it, why not try to seize it? Yifeng's gaze was sharp as he fixed it on Orochimaru, his aura unwavering. Oh, quite audacious, aren't you? But that's fine. Young people should be audacious. Orochimaru's hoarse voice, coupled with his serpent-like eyes, scrutinized Yifeng with keen interest. By the way, would you be interested in following me? I can help you master this demon sword better. This statement was not a mere ploy. Orochimaru was genuinely intrigued by Kitch and wished to delve into the secrets behind it. After all, many secrets lay hidden in this world. The more he studied, the more bewildering it became. Thus, he truly sought to recruit Yifeng. However, Yifeng would never consider following Orochimaru. He was the scion of the Yamanaka clan in Konoha, rooted firmly in his loyalties, and had a wealthy childhood friend. Unless he were to lose his mind, he would never betray Konoha. Chapter 93. The Repugnant Snake Techniques. Hee. I see you're dismissive of my invitation, but that's understandable. After all, you do not yet know who I am. Orochimaru's words were cut short as a wind shuriken flew over, slicing through his body in two. Hee, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you, Hongdo. A wild grin spread across Orochimaru's face. Subsequently, a multitude of venomous snakes surged from the severed sections of his body. Rejoining him, the scene was unsettling and grotesque. Yifeng, are you all right? Hongdo appeared beside Yifeng, inspecting his neck. Upon confirming the absence of a curse mark, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not covet your body. It's not a serious issue. His name is Orochimaru, a highly dangerous rogue ninja. Hold on. I will confront him. You must hurry to the central tower and seek reinforcements. Hongdo understood Orochimaru's strength all too well. She and Yifeng were certainly no match for him. Hence, she sought to deceive Yifeng into leaving, believing that was the only way she could save him. As for herself, she had long desired to perish alongside Orochimaru. Yet, how could Yifeng possibly leave alone? Ondu, have you forgotten what happened in the Land of Waves? Yifeng chuckled. You scoundrel. Do not compare him to someone like Zabuza. You have no idea who Orochimaru is. Quickly, go find someone for support. The Red Bean shouted into the night wind, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Indeed, it was the night wind that had slain Zabuza. However, in the eyes of the Red Bean, it was merely a tactical maneuver, a clever use of shadow clones to self-destruct, wounding Zabuza. Yet, Orochimaru was a different story. Though both he and Zabuza were rogue ninjas of the same caliber, their strengths were worlds apart, operating on entirely different planes of power. Tactics alone could not bridge such a chasm. Night Wind cast a glance at the Red Bean, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Of course. I recognize the distinction between Orochimaru and Zabuza, but did I not assure you in the Land of Waves that as long as I am here, I will protect you without fail?" Upon hearing Night Wind's response, the Red Bean felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. She watched as Night Wind drew a black ninja blade and charged towards Orochimaru. Clang! Orochimaru smirked, drawing the Kusanagi sword to parry Night Wind's black blade. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Orochimaru sensed a chilling aura emanating from a blade. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a layer of frost clinging to its surface. An ice shield? How intriguing, little one. It seems you harbor many secrets. Orochimaru licked his lips, akin to a scientist who had stumbled upon exceptional experimental material. Hidden shadow, Snake hands. With a flurry, dozens of serpent-like arms surged towards Night Wind. Night Wind deftly twisted his wrist, the blade's light slicing through the air. Though seemingly unremarkable, it effortlessly dismantled Orochimaru's signature technique. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from showcasing such trifles, lest we squander each other's time. With a black blade in hand, Night Wind exuded an unparalleled aura. "Ha, little one, your name is Night Wind, is it not? I must admit, I underestimated you. Your swordsmanship is remarkably steady, and your chakra is quite pure. However, had I not other pressing matters to attend to, I would have captured you today and conducted a thorough study on the operating table." As Orochimaru spoke, he licked his corner, implying, "Indeed, I am quite tempted by your physique. Orochimaru, cease your monologue. The Umbu from Konoha should be arriving soon. If you do not wish to be apprehended and turned into snake soup, you must demonstrate some genuine prowess." Clang! In the midst of their exchange, the two clashed blades several more times before both leapt backward, creating distance between them. Water style, water dragon bullet. While retreating, Night Wind formed hand seals, summoning a roaring blue water dragon that lunged at Orochimaru. Such pure water-style chakra. It has been ages since I faced a young opponent of your caliber. Alas, time is too short. Next time, I shall properly educate you. Orochimaru struck the ground with both hands, and a wall of earth adorned with a snake's head rose instantaneously, blocking the water dragon's assault. Simultaneously, 6 shimmering shuriken shot toward Orochimaru from an exceptionally cunning angle, aiming for his back. Orochimaru did not flinch. His body transformed into countless venomous snakes. The shuriken glided effortlessly through the gaps, evading the Red Bean's ambush. Meanwhile, he formed a tiger seal. The Red Bean, originally blocking Orochimaru's escape to assist Night Wind, suddenly felt a jolt of excruciating pain radiate from the cursed mark on her neck. Her chakra spiraled into chaos, and she collapsed to the ground. "Ha, Red Bean, all the techniques you employ were taught to you by me. Do you not find it amusing that you would attempt to use them against me?" With that, Orochimaru's figure vanished into the distance. Seeing the Red Bean fall, Night Wind instantly teleported to her side, cradling her in his arms. "This is a special pain relief medicine from the Mountain Clan. Take it. I will carry you back to the central tower." Night Wind gazed into her eyes, speaking softly. "Orochimaru's cursed mark is incredibly potent. The pain is life-threatening. The only remedy is to seal it, but I lack the sealing techniques. We must return quickly to have the third Hokage seal it anew." As they made their way, the Red Bean endured the torment of the curse, yet lying in Night Wind's embrace, gazing at his resolute face, her emotions were a tumultuous blend. This little rascal dared to draw his blade against Orochimaru for her sake. Was he truly willing to risk his life? "Alas," she lamented, "I am 10 years his senior." Upon returning to the central tower, the Umbu ninjas took the Red Bean to seek the third Hokage's assistance with the curse. Night Wind dutifully submitted the mission scroll, marking the completion of the second exam. In the lounge, his companions greeted him cheerfully, inquiring about the delicacies of the Forest of Death. Observing the expressions on their faces, Night Wind smiled faintly, pondering that sometimes ignorance could indeed lead to greater happiness. Just like these friends of his, their lives remained blissfully simple and joyful until the moment Orochimaru set his plan for the destruction of Konoha in motion. Of course, Sasuke was an exception. In the days that followed, Night Wind and the others remained in the central tower. Though there was little to occupy their time, the company made it bearable. During this period, Night Wind did not encounter the Red Bean again. He was uncertain how the third Hokage intended to address Orochimaru's subsequent actions. But the fact that the Chunin exam had not been halted suggested that the Hokage's decisions aligned with the original narrative. He had underestimated Orochimaru's resolve, failing to recognize that the crisis for Konoha had already begun. 5 days later, all students who had passed the second exam were brought to the training ground of Konoha. The third Hokage greeted them warmly, congratulating them before announcing the commencement of the third exam's preliminary rounds. As it was merely a preliminary event, there were no spectators present, only their supervising jonin. "Aha, Kakashi, your team is quite fortunate. I heard they completed their mission on the first day. However, their luck may not hold for long, for my disciples are also participating in the Chunin exams this time. After all, the third round is all about proving one's strength. Youth can be so bittersweet and harsh. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi?" Guy stood beside Kakashi, his face radiant with youthful exuberance. Chattering incessantly, Kakashi seemed utterly disinterested as he turned his head, his expression riddled with questions. Huh? Are you speaking to me? Ah, as expected of a perpetual rival. He coldly disregarded my enthusiasm. My guy was beaming with vigor. Amidst the crowd, Yefeng listened to the somewhat comical exchange between Might Guy and Kakashi, a smile gracing his lips. Kakashi had activated his Manjiki Sharingan upon Lin's death. However, during the unfolding of the Konoha destruction plan, he had not utilized even a single tomo of his Sharingan. The same could be said for Might Guy, who had not even opened the first gate nor shed his weights. They were merely using lackluster taijutsu to dispatch some minor enemies, cheerfully counting their kills as if it were competition. The Hokage was ensnared by the antagonists, and these two still had the leisure to compete? What does this signify? It indicates that the current Konoha village has increasingly fewer shinobi who genuinely respect the third Hokage. As the heir of the Yamashiro clan, Yefeng had long sensed this shift. Indeed, it was time for the third Hokage to take his final bow. At the very least, after this battle, the third Hokage would still be revered as the hero safeguarding Konoha, receiving homage from future generations. Reflecting on this, Yefeng glanced once more at Sasuke. Due to Yefeng's influence, Naruto's team had completed their mission on the first day. Therefore, the third Hokage personally assisted Sasuke in controlling his cursed seal. Although it could not be entirely removed, the effect surpassed Kakashi's inferior imitation. Perhaps sensing Yefeng's gaze, Sasuke abruptly turned and shot him a glare, prompting Yefeng to sigh. Sasuke truly was an enigma. Look at Obito and Kakashi. Witnessing the deaths of their comrades, they immediately activated their Manjiki Sharingan. Yet Sasuke, after reliving the tragic scene of his parents' murder at Itachi's hands during Tsukuyomi, merely gained an additional tomo. Is this truly the prodigy who gambled everything? Uchiha Itachi? Chapter 95. You are unworthy of my blade. A total of 22 genin passed the second stage of the examination. Kabuto, adhering to the script, raised his hand to forfeit. Ultimately, only 21 remained for the selection round. The presence of an extra participant meant one person would receive a bye. Soon, names began flashing on the large screen, ultimately settling on Hinata Hyuga. What fortuitous luck. It seems even the heavens favor the main branch. Hinata, Niji Hyuga, stood amidst the crowd, his expression indifferent as he cast a fleeting glance at the screen, yet turmoil brewed within him. He had once looked down upon Hinata, believing her talent unworthy of a shinobi. However, it was said that after meeting that boy, Yamashiro Yefeng, she had undergone a significant transformation, both in character and strength. Yet in Niji's eyes, he was unequivocally the one most suited to inherit the legacy of the Hyuga clan, without exception. As for Hinata, did she genuinely believe she could rise from mediocrity simply by relying on a man? In this CHNIN exam, I, Niji Hyuga, shall defeat you all. The competition commenced, with Yefeng being the first to step forward. His opponent, named Chick NK, bore a name that suggested he was yet another expendable. Chick NK, like Kabuto, was a spy planted by Orochimaru in Konoha. However, his strength paled in comparison to Kabuto, who was reputed to be evenly matched with Kakashi Hatake. In the original narrative, Chick NK served merely as a backdrop for Sasuke's display of prowess. Nevertheless, in this battle, he bore Orochimaru's directive to teach Yamashiro Yefeng a harsh lesson. Draw your sword, young scion of the Yamashiro clan. Chick NK adjusted his glasses, his voice chillingly cold. Draw my sword? You, whose name suggests you are but cannon fodder, may have misconstrued the matter. The blade of Yamashiro Yefeng is not one that just anyone is entitled to approach. A smirk played upon Yefeng's lips as he formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive sphere of water erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Chick NK. Boom! The torrent of water crashed into Chick NK, sending him flying, unconscious. The battle concluded. The proctor for the third round, Moonlight Kakashi, swiftly approached Chick NK, assessing him with a gulp. This boy, indeed, was as extraordinary as Yuin had described. Truly a monster. In the first match, Yamashiro Yefeng emerged victorious. In the audience, Gaara from Sunagakure, Sasuke Uchiha from Konoha, and Niji Hyuga, consumed by jealousy, all stared intently at Yefeng, their thoughts remarkably synchronized. How could this fellow be so powerful? Yet, I will surely defeat him, for I am a genius." The three young prodigies rallied themselves, almost convincing themselves of their own declarations. On the VIP platform, the third Hokage puffed contemplatively on his pipe, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. This boy has mastered such refined water release techniques. My decision to endorse him publicly was not in vain. I have finally made a choice that, while seemingly impulsive, is profoundly correct. It is a rare occurrence indeed. Among the Jonin, Kakashi and others had long been aware of Yefeng's prowess. Witnessing it today, they confirmed the rumors. Such mastery of water release techniques was rare. Others might not realize it, but Kakashi knew he could only match Yefeng on equal terms. As Yefeng exited the arena, Ino and Hinata rushed into his embrace. "TCH, you think you can make me draw my sword? Have you assessed your own capabilities?" "Yes, indeed. Utilizing ninjutsu to eliminate minor foes and drawing my blade. This is the essence of Yamashiro Yefeng's style." From a distance, Akane grimaced at the girl's remarks. Eliminating minor foes with ninjutsu? The Great Waterfall technique is a high-level jutsu. Even among Jonin, this is a challenging water release technique to master. And in your eyes, is this merely for clearing out minions? Alas, the Hyuga girls seem completely smitten. I wonder what this insufferable brat possesses that is so captivating. With that, the competition continued. In summary, today was merely the preliminary round. Many individuals have yet to truly showcase their abilities. The Night Breeze, while momentarily acknowledging Ino's performance, remained indifferent to the others. Ultimately, the matchups for the third finals were confirmed. Night Breeze versus Hinata, Sasuke versus Gaara, Naruto versus Neji, Temari versus Shikamaru, Shino versus Kankuro, Ino versus TS. As the names flashed across the big screen, the companions exchanged glances, feeling both fortunate and awkward. They were fortunate to avoid facing Night Breeze. It was rather embarrassing that Hinata was set to compete against him. "Oh, your opponent is Hinata. This match is bound to be interesting, huh?" Ino chuckled, reveling in the commotion. Could this be an act of manipulation? What do you think, Shikamaru? Don't cast such a dark shadow over the village. A 1 in 11 chance is already quite high. This is merely a test of fate for them, Shikamaru retorted, rolling his eyes. Everyone was aware of the romantic relationship between Night Breeze and Hinata, which was exceptionally strong. Yet now, they found themselves as adversaries in the arena. One cannot help but acknowledge the cruel humor of fate. "Night Breeze, I'm not particularly interested in becoming a CH-Nin. I plan to forfeit," Hinata said softly, gazing at him with a gentle expression, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Night Breeze's prowess undoubtedly surpassed Hinata's, but she understood him well. If she were his opponent, he might not fight with his full strength. However, Hinata wished to avoid hindering Night Breeze's progress and did not want him to face difficult choices. Thus, she had resolved to withdraw, ensuring that he would not have to worry excessively. This is Hinata Hyuga, a childhood friend who always considers matters from Night Breeze's perspective. Dear fool, the CH-Nin exam is not merely about winning or losing, but rather about everyone's overall performance during the test. So, let your true self shine and show everyone just how strong you are when you give it your all. Night Breeze gently caressed Hinata's soft lavender hair, his voice tender. Due to Night Breeze's influence, Hinata had transformed significantly from the shy girl of the original story. However, her confidence had yet to be fully restored. Night Breeze hoped this opportunity would allow her to showcase her strongest self and regain her confidence, evolving into the embodiment of grace, beauty, and virtue that is Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 96. The net-wearing boss, is that how it is? Hinata paused, slightly taken aback, then exhaled in relief. So, even if I were to lose, there would still be a chance for me to become a CH-Nin? As a ninja with a grounded perspective, no one wished to remain a genin indefinitely. And Hinata was no exception. If what Night Breeze said held true, that losing would not preclude her from becoming a CH-Nin, then she was eager to present her very best. After all, revealing her finest self before the one she loves and bringing him joy is a beautiful endeavor. Of course not. How could I deceive you? You are simply too adorable. You will undoubtedly become a CH-Nin, Night Breeze said with a smile, embracing Hinata. Upon hearing his words, their friends collectively rolled their eyes. Does cuteness correlate with the ability to become a CH-Nin? Typically, in this CH-Nin exam, only Shikamaru among the 9 rookie achieved promotion. However, many candidates possess the qualifications to ascend to CH-Nin status. Hinata would certainly succeed. In the original plot, the reason only Shikamaru advanced was due to the third Hokage's policy, which strictly controlled the number of nin during peacetime to avoid overpopulation. Thus, the pass rate for nin exams was exceedingly low. Yet, Night Breeze believed the third Hokage's policies were outdated. As other ninja villages aggressively expanded their ranks and eyed Konoha with envy, it was imperative for Konoha to reclaim its position as the dominant force in the ninja world. Seeing Hinata nestled against Night Breeze, their friends could not help but sigh. "Ah, these chips suddenly seem less appealing," Akimichi Choji lamented, munching on chips that somehow tasted like dog food. After the preliminary matches concluded, the official third match would not commence immediately. As per tradition, there would be a month-long break between the two rounds. This month served to allow participants to restore their optimal states, while also providing time for tailored training. After all, most victors had already showcased portions of their strength during the preliminaries. Thus, devising effective training based on insights gained from the preliminary matches was another test for the competitors. That evening, Night Breeze hosted a feast to celebrate the conclusion of the second exam. Even Sasuke was forcibly brought along by Naruto and Sakura. "Brother, that TS was merely my subordinate. I have no doubt about the formal match, but the others are less certain," Ino remarked with ease. "I should have just forfeited during the preliminaries to avoid this troublesome final match," Shikamaru sighed, propping his chin on his hand, appearing rather disheartened. "Huh, if you're not afraid of getting a beating from your mother when you return home, you could always forfeit," Ino teased. Everyone knew that Shikamaru despised trouble. If not for the relentless push from his mother, he might not have even graduated. By the way, all three from Sunagakure have made it to the finals. Their strength cannot be underestimated. "Shino, Sasuke, you both need to step up in this coming month," Shikamaru recalled the trio's performance during the preliminaries, feeling they had not yet revealed their full capabilities, as if they were concealing something. Indeed, the ninjas from Sunagakure are formidable, especially that Gaara. If Night Breeze hadn't arrived during the second exam, we might have been wiped out by him alone, Sasuke warned, a hint of caution in his voice. "Just take care of yourselves. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. There is no way I would lose to ninjas from Sunagakure," Sasuke retorted, rolling his eyes in a slightly proud manner, as if they could not comprehend what it meant to be an Uchiha. "Just be cautious, Sasuke. Anything can happen in the arena," Naruto interjected. "For instance, who would have thought I could win against Kiba?" he said, shrugging, seemingly oblivious to Kiba's furious expression. "What the heck? You still dare to say that?" Kiba exclaimed, clearly irate. "Hey, I already said it was an accident. You insisted on charging at me. What could I do?" "Shut up." The Night Breeze caressed softly as he sipped on his drink, observing his companions in their playful antics. This sensation was profoundly delightful. Alas, behind this realm lay numerous ancient coins, and to prolong this blissful existence, he realized he must decisively confront them. A month's time is not overly long, and his friends are diligently engaged in their respective training. Even the stubborn Sasuke and the laid-back Ino can be seen immersing themselves in practice daily. By the reckoning of time, Naruto must have already made contact with Jiraiya. Although at this stage, Jiraiya has imparted no other skills to Naruto besides summoning techniques. He has lifted the five-element seal, restoring Naruto's rightful identity as a host. That alone suffices. In the training ground, he sat languidly on a bench, lost in thought. After a while, Akimichi appeared. "Hey, Night Breeze, where's your little girlfriend? I hope you two aren't quarreling?" she teased as she settled beside him. It had been several days since he last saw Hinata. It was said that at her behest, Hyuga Hayashi was conducting secret training with her. Clearly, Hinata was intent on surprising him. Quarreling? Rest assured, with Hinata's gentle nature, even if I were to indulge in revelry, she would not be angry, but would instead prepare a flask of wine for me, he replied with a confident smile on his face. Of course, he would never engage in such tasteless pursuits. He merely wanted to express Hinata's virtuous character. "Cut it out, you brat. Drinking in such a manner? What unhealthy thoughts occupy your mind?" Akimichi rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Drinking? As if you have ever indulged in such things." Nonetheless, she scrutinized him closely. Though merely 13, he had developed more rapidly than his peers, resembling a youth of 15 or 16. Could it be that this little rascal had truly partaken in such activities? Unhealthy? Look at your fishnet outfit. Now, that is truly unhealthy. Night Breeze quipped, casting a teasing glance at her. "Fishnet outfit, huh? This is simply a meticulously crafted, form-fitting attire designed for missions. You wouldn't understand, she retorted with irritation. If it weren't for the need for mobility, I could wear something far more appealing than this. Enough with the banter. Is that curse seal on your neck, all right? Night Breeze inquired, nonchalantly lifting her collar to inspect. All fine, the third Hokage's techniques are quite proficient. Her cheeks flushed slightly at his boldness as she quickly adjusted her collar. She thought, this cheeky boy acts so casually. He must have truly indulged. Actually, I have perused some documents. Orochimaru's curse seal can grant you power. Have you never contemplated mastering it? Night Breeze asked. Although Akamichi's strength was not remarkable, the power of Orochimaru's seal was formidable. If she could harness it, her combat experience could swiftly elevate her beyond that of an average elite ninja. My dream is to personally eradicate that man. How could I possibly use his power? Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, her expression darkened. I'm leaving. I have matters to attend to. What? Leaving so soon? Aren't you going to stay a bit longer? Night Breeze sighed, shrugging helplessly. Mentioning Orochimaru always set her on edge. Clearly, the resentment ran deep. As Night Breeze understood, Akamichi had always viewed herself as a mere experiment of Orochimaru. Hence, she harbored deep animosity towards her cold-hearted mentor. Yet, was there truly no bond of teacher and student between them? If there was none, why did Orochimaru not simply eliminate her, but instead painstakingly erase her memories? After all, once her memories were wiped, the immediate benefit was that she no longer had to endure the Umbu's interrogation and could continue living as a normal ninja in Konoha. Aside from the cursed seal, Akamichi had nearly led a normal life. Therefore, could it be that the memories erased by Orochimaru pertained solely to his experiments? To Night Breeze, this might represent a unique connection between a master and disciple. Ding! You have a new sign-in task. Please check it. On this day, as Night Breeze enjoyed a refreshing nap, suddenly, the system chimed in his mind. Oh system, when will you evolve the silent mode? How about a do not disturb feature? Night Breeze grumbled, rising from his bed to open the task panel. Sign in at the rooftop of Mizuyu Bathhouse. What kind of absurd task is this? He sighed. Although somewhat reluctant, he dressed and descended to the rooftop. Thankfully, it was merely a rooftop sign-in. Had it been a sign-in at the women's bathhouse, he would have had to seek Naruto for academic discussions on transformation techniques. Mizuyu Bathhouse, the largest bathing center in Konoha. Night Breeze sighed at the entrance before vanishing in a flash to the rooftop. Ding! Host has reached the sign-in location. The sign-in duration is 30 minutes. 30 minutes? Night Breeze frowned. Staying on this rooftop for 30 minutes would surely tarnish his reputation as the young master of the Yamanaka clan. Watching the women's bathhouse was one thing. But if rumors spread that he was peeping at the men's bathhouse, it would be utterly disastrous. Splash. Water release. Water transformation technique. Night Breeze cleverly performed the hand seals, transforming into a puddle of water lying on the rooftop. After 30 minutes passed, ding. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. Reward. Mastery of Earth Release and an Earth Release gift pack. Earth Release? Just mastery? Why not Lightning Release? Night Breeze, feeling disgruntled, reverted from his transformation and was about to leave when, bang, a nearby tile emitted a puff of white smoke. Haha, young brother, it seems we are kindred spirits. But to appreciate the beauty, one must endure solitude. Only 30 minutes, and you couldn't hold out? Night Breeze gazed at the figure before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. The man had white hair, appearing at times dignified, and at others, exceedingly lecherous. Without needing further introduction, it was the infamous Jiraiya. Just signing in, nothing more. What an unexpected encounter with Jiraiya. Just as the Night Breeze transformed into a mist, I glanced downwards. Ino, Hinata, and Akamaru were absent. If they had been present, I would have certainly ensured that Jiraiya was put in his place. However, now that I had been caught by him, despite my thick skin, I found myself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain myself. Haha, don't feel embarrassed. From the looks of you, you must still be a novice. But you have a striking resemblance to me. You don't seem like someone who would resort to such underhanded tactics. Honestly, are you a fellow writer of adult fiction? Jiraiya chuckled heartily, stepping closer to pat my shoulder, his gaze oddly intense. No, you may be mistaken. My face twitched as I attempted to clarify. Yet before I could finish, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, interrupting my explanation. Listen, my young friend, Jiraiya, never belittle my fellow creators. After all, I have reached the pinnacle of this industry. So even if you are a fledgling writer, you need not feel inferior in my presence. Everyone starts as a novice. After all, I understand. Understand? Really? I sighed, lamenting my hasty decision to come here instead of enjoying a peaceful nap at home. Although I had not encountered any danger, being embroiled in such a situation left me wondering how my peers would perceive me. Yet, as the saying goes, a dragon returns to the sea, and the sea does not shun Jiraiya. Under normal circumstances, I would have been eager to engage with him further. However, Jiraiya's demeanor was evidently off-kilter. Hey, don't be shy. It seems fate has brought us together. Here, take this book titled Intimate Dynamics, a novel I have yet to officially publish. The content is absolutely explosive. I'm giving it to you. While the title Intimate Dynamics rolled off the tongue awkwardly, I was aware that its descriptive prowess far surpassed that of Intimate Paradise. Of course, since arriving in this world, I had not read Jiraiya's works. My knowledge stemmed solely from memories of my previous life. Although I initially intended to discard the book, as I would not lack for women in the future, I ultimately decided to respect Jiraiya by opening the new book he had gifted me. So what do you think, my young friend? ISNT, my new book exhilarating? Does it not stir your blood? Chapter 98. This book is utterly terrible instantly. Jiraiya transitioned into the guise of a lecherous uncle, eagerly observing my reaction. After all, a book recognized by peers is deemed a masterpiece. I approached my first encounter with Jiraiya's work with great anticipation. However, after flipping through a few pages, I was disappointed. Is this it? This level of writing can drain Kakashi dry? What a desperate lot you are. Why not find a girlfriend to address your needs? Mr. Jiraiya, this is not a personal attack. Your writing truly leaves much to be desired. I shook my head in disappointment. What? Not good? Are you certain? This is a divine book. Jiraiya appeared bewildered. Truly, it lacks merit. Both character development and atmosphere are so poorly executed that reading it feels like chewing on wax. Although it may seem explicit, this style fails to evoke the desired emotional response from readers. In essence, a book of this nature should leave readers yearning for more. But it is evident you lack that capability. I candidly share my thoughts and offer constructive criticism. Jiraiya's expression morphed into one of disbelief, and he gathered himself, retrieving the best-selling book Intimate Paradise from the market. Then take a look at this one. A successful author does not guarantee continued success. With this mindset, I began to peruse Intimate Paradise. However, upon finishing, I disdainfully tossed the book back. Is this it? Mr. Jiraiya, your previous work was superior to this. It appears your book's popularity hinges entirely on the enthusiasm of this generation of readers. Your writing skills are simply subpar. This phrase echoed relentlessly in Jiraiya's mind. Clearly, he had never received such harsh criticism. Even those envious of him would not dare utter such vicious words. In that moment, Jiraiya felt as though he had been struck by lightning. I, the legendary Jiraiya, renowned among the Sannin, the leading author in the ninja world, have achieved remarkable success with Intimate Paradise, a book that has brought countless adversaries together in camaraderie. How can you possibly claim my writing is inadequate? Come, take my pen. You, the critic, write something for me to see. Thus, Jiraiya led me to a restaurant. We ordered a few dishes to mask our conversation. And then he retrieved a pen and paper. You dare to say my writing is subpar? Here, take this pen. If you cannot produce something worthwhile today, I will not let you leave easily. I will involve your parents. He crossed his arms, uttering the most terrifying words for a child. While he was indifferent to many matters, writing was something Jiraiya took seriously. In response, I could only shake my head in resignation. What situation this was? However, as I regarded Jiraiya, a sudden smile crossed my face. Why write so dryly? How about we wager on it? Wager? How so? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. He was not the gambling type, like Tsunade. Wait a moment. I will write the beginnings of 3 drafts, and I confidently assert that they will utterly surpass your Intimate series. However, since you have seen my beginnings, you must offer some acknowledgement, yes? Therefore, if I win, you will teach me the summoning technique of Mayaboka Mountain. I propose slowly. The summoning technique falls under the category of space-time ninjutsu. While it is not particularly difficult to learn, the challenge lies in finding a summoning beast willing to sign a contract with the practitioner. Hence, I specifically referred to the summoning technique of Mayaboka Mountain, meaning I wanted Jiraiya to add my name to the contract scroll of Mayaboka Mountain. After all, During Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha, not only was there chaos caused by the snake, but the Shikaku also appear to cause trouble. For dealing with such formidable creatures, ordinary ninjutsu may not yield significant results, but if one could summon a spirit beast like Gamabunta, the strength of Yefeng would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. You seek the summoning contract of Myobo-Kuzan? It appears this lowly genin possesses quite a wealth of knowledge. Jiraiya observed Yefeng with a knowing smile. Jiraiya was no fool. He would never casually wager the summoning contract of Myobo-Kuzan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yefeng, the son of the clan leader of the Yamanaka clan. It is hardly surprising that you, one of the legendary Sannin, are aware of my background. Yefeng shrugged nonchalantly. You are indeed Yamanaka Yefeng? Jiraiya gazed at Yefeng in mild astonishment. Upon returning to the village, Jiraiya had already met with the third Hokage, who had expressed a desire for Jiraiya to assist in nurturing Yefeng. However, Jiraiya had lost interest in the affairs of Konoha, thus he declined the third Hokage's request. Little did he expect to encounter Yefeng in such a manner. Indeed, it is no fabrication, Yefeng replied with a faint smile. How delightful it is to discover that the Yamanaka Yefeng, often mentioned by the old man, shares my path. Very well. As long as you can compose an opening that impresses me, I shall impart to you the summoning techniques of Myobo-Kuzan. Jiraiya nodded in agreement to the wager. Speaking of which, Yefeng could be considered a half-disciple of Akane, inheriting the same lineage as Jiraiya. Coupled with the third Hokage's request, Jiraiya readily accepted the bet. Upon the agreement's conclusion, Yefeng's expression radiated satisfaction. He then picked up a pen and swiftly began to inscribe scenes from his memories onto the paper. For instance, the tale of the fallen or the trials of love. Although years had passed, Yefeng retained vivid recollections of the classic scenes from renowned web novels. In a matter of time equivalent to a single meal, he penned 1,000 words, 3 openings, swiftly completed. Jiraiya reached for one of Yefeng's manuscripts. The title is quite commendable, indicative of one of our kind. However, a mere title does not convey much, as the saying goes. Writing novels can lead to a dead end, unless one possesses talent akin to mine, or else one may find no chance of success. After uttering this, Jiraiya opened Yefeng's manuscript, reading with a critical mindset. 10 minutes passed, and he finally finished the first manuscript's opening. He read each word with meticulous care, even avoiding punctuation marks for fear of disrupting the ambience. Jiraiya, how do you find my opening? Yefeng inquired, lowering his gaze to sip his drink. Chapter 99. The Draw of the Blade, Gamabunta. To be candid, when it comes to writing in this style, the talent within Great Xia is abundant, easily eclipsing a relic of an old man who has never even experienced romance. Jiraiya gulped, his eyes widening, and his expression began to betray discomfort. After a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly remarked, "It seems Yefeng has indulged a bit too much in his drink. Allow me to excuse myself to the restroom, and upon my return, we shall discuss literature." See, this is true prowess, Yefeng mused, setting down his cup with a nonchalant smile. Go ahead, I shall await your return. Such a reaction was entirely expected in Yefeng's eyes. After all, everyone understands. Within 3 minutes, Jiraiya returned, his expression suggesting immense satisfaction. Yefeng, your writing is impressive. Your narrative construction commendable, and the character portrayal is exquisite. It's no wonder you have garnered the third Hokage's recognition. Jiraiya exclaimed wholeheartedly. Strong in skill, noble in lineage, and remarkable in writing prowess. Aside from having slightly less experience in sourcing material than I, Jiraiya, you are already exceptional. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter. There are still 2 manuscripts to review, so let us continue. Yefeng gestured towards the openings on the table, as if already envisioning Gamabunta beckoning to him. Oh, no need to review those 2 just yet, Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Such divine works are not suited for excessive consumption in a single day. Otherwise, my old body might be left drained. Thus, Jiraiya decided to save them for a quiet night when he could delve into them leisurely. By the way, Yefeng, you composed that opening so swiftly. You must have penned it long ago, correct? Why is there no trace of your books in the market? Is it due to lack of publication? If so, might I borrow it for my own enjoyment? Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, recalling the cliffhanger at the end of the previous manuscript, feeling a burning desire to continue reading. It is said that one day, all chapters will be in hand, vanquishing the chapter hunters of the world. Were it not for the third Hokage's influence, Jiraiya would have considered abducting Yefeng and using Jinjutsu to compel him. No, these are merely my casual writings. There is no finished book, Yefeng replied, cracking a peanut and tossing it into his mouth, interrupting Jiraiya's daydreams. After all, I am the young master of the Yamanaka clan, and lacking for money is not my plight. Why would I toil away writing books? The stark reality of this statement caused Jiraiya's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. To achieve such quality in casual writing, my word, in the realm of writing romance novels, I, Jiraiya, would gladly deem you the strongest, Yefeng. By the way, Yefeng, why would someone of your genius choose to be a ninja? It is a complete waste of talent, Jiraiya stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Yefeng rolled his eyes in exasperation. To deceive me into writing a script, you, one of the legendary Sannin, dare utter such words? Does your conscience not ache? Why would I choose to be a ninja? In this perilous world, how could I not? What if Nagato comes knocking to ask me to carry rice? Should I summon a tome of Liu Bei and empty myself? Writing novels is not as arduous as you imagine. As long as the scenes are vivid enough, you can sell a story even if the plot is somewhat lacking. Trust me, I possess considerable experience in this regard. Jiraiya earnestly attempted to persuade Yefeng, speaking with sincerity and determination, relentlessly attempting to sway him. However, Yefeng remained unconvinced. Observing those who write novels in the previous life, they were either balding or portly. Clearly a difficult existence. Let us dispense with the trivialities. I am willing to wager. So swiftly grant me the summoning techniques of Myobo Kuzan, Yefeng declared with a look of disdain, unapologetically addressing Jiraiya. In Yefeng's eyes, the only truth that mattered was the pursuit of strength. As for those novels laden with romance, he had no interest whatsoever. After all, in the future, he would be a man with a perfect wife. Was there really a need to venture out alone? A few hours later, atop a small mountain on the outskirts of Konoha village, the night breeze had fully grasped the essence of the summoning technique. It must be said that Jiraiya indeed possessed a remarkable talent for teaching. Subsequently, Jiraiya produced the summoning contract scroll for Myoboka Mountain, bit his finger, and inscribed his name upon it, completing the necessary ritual. The night breeze glanced at the list on the scroll: Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Naruto Uzumaki. Soon, the name Yofeng Yamashita would be added. This alteration was quite significant. One could only wonder how the dream-predicting toad from Myoboka Mountain would react to this change. All right, now you may attempt to summon a toad, Jiraiya instructed. Good. Ha, Yichu, Ayu, Shin, Mei. The night breeze completed the hand seals with both hands and then gently clapped the ground. Boom! As the white mist dissipated, a massive toad appeared before Jiraiya and Yofeng. Oh no, not you again. Jiraiya gulped nervously. You actually summoned Gamabunta? When did the Yamashita clan's chakra become so formidable? The principle of the summoning technique is rather straightforward. By controlling the amount of chakra utilized, one can summon various levels of summoning beasts. The fact that Yofeng could summon Gamabunta indicated that his chakra was indeed powerful. What in the world are you doing, Jiraiya? You taught the Myoboka Mountain contract to 2 kids and let them summon me twice for training? Have you lost your mind? Gamabunta grumbled as he appeared, squinting his eyes and clearly displeased. I am Gamabunta, the esteemed toad of Myoboka Mountain, to be summoned repeatedly by mere children, merely for testing their summoning techniques? Do I not deserve some dignity? Ah, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Gamabunta, please do not take it to heart. You may leave now. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. He understood Gamabunta's temperament well. He was a top-tier toad that even Jiraiya struggled to control, known for his volatile nature and formidable strength. Hey, you there, little human. If you dare summon me again, be prepared for my blade. Gamabunta boasted, flicking away ash arrogantly, casting a fierce glare at Yofeng. Just as he was about to dismiss the summoning and return to Myoboka Mountain, Yofeng smiled faintly. Draw your blade, Gamabunta. I've heard you are the finest swordsman among the toads of Myoboka Mountain. If you wish to strike me down, do not wait for the next opportunity. Chapter 100, The Mysterious Autumn Leaf. Yofeng gripped his kunai tightly at his waist, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he faced Gamabunta. Yofeng was acutely aware of Gamabunta's standing within Myoboka Mountain. Although he was not among the oldest, in terms of combat prowess, Gamabunta was undoubtedly a top-tier toad. Thus, Commanding him as a summoning beast was no simple feat. Unlike Naruto, Feng would not fawn over Gamabunta in a sycophantic manner. That was not his style. Instead, he intended to engage in a test of swordsmanship. Jiraiya, are you certain this kid isn't insane? He actually wants to duel me? Has he lost his senses? Gamabunta sneered. This mere human dares to challenge my massive blade? What a farce. I'll give you a 10-meter head start. At that moment, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that Feng would be so audacious. Not only did he dare to confront the 3 legendary ninjas, but now he was also challenging Gamabunta. Should the giant toad unleash his wrath, it would be a formidable challenge. Feng apologized to Gamabunta. His swordsmanship is on an entirely different level. Jiraiya urged in a hushed tone, standing beside Feng. There are many forms of swordsmanship. A large blade is one of them, but it is challenging for humans to master. However, it suits the towering toads perfectly. Hearing Jiraiya's advice, Feng calmly shook his head, fixing his gaze on Gamabunta. Draw your blade, Gamabunta. Feng's desire to challenge Gamabunta was not a mere impulse. His horizontal slash technique had already reached an exceptional level. Unless he happened upon a higher grade of horizontal slash, it would be quite difficult for him to advance further. Therefore, this duel of swordsmanship was also a test for Feng himself. If you're willing to face death, I shall gladly bury you. Behold my blade. With a whoosh, Gamabunta's enormous sword was unsheathed, conjuring a gust of ominous wind as it descended towards Feng's head. Witnessing this, Jiraiya's complexion drained of color, his chakra surging to its peak. He could not allow Feng to perish here. Otherwise, the continuation of the 3 sacred texts would remain forever out of reach. Just as Jiraiya prepared to intervene, Feng's black blade was already drawn. Pure wind chakra erupted from the blade, and with a seemingly ordinary horizontal slash, a terrifying blade aura surged forth. Clang! The overwhelming blade aura collided with Gamabunta's massive sword, producing a series of resonating clangs. Gamabunta sensed the power emanating from the sword and narrowed his eyes. A mere human child had actually cultivated a blade aura? Furthermore, when did human blades ever withstand such intensity? Even a Kusanagi sword would struggle against it, wouldn't it? Gamabunta sheathed his sword, and as the dust settled, Feng stood there, black blade in hand, his face pale, clearly drained of chakra. Yet despite this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The horizontal slash had finally leveled up. With the stimulation of Gamabunta's blade, Feng's horizontal slash broke through to its ultimate realm. At this pinnacle, the horizontal slash could convert chakra into a formidable blade aura, surpassing the power of a chakra blade. However, this technique consumed an enormous amount of chakra. Given Feng's current physique, merely executing one slash had nearly depleted his chakra reserves. Although the Uzumaki clan possessed a remarkable chakra recovery ability, the total amount that Feng could store within his meridians was ultimately limited. While he could temporarily extract chakra after exhausting it, it would severely strain his body. Thus, for Feng at this moment, chakra has instead become the ultimate bottleneck for straightforward attacks. Young man, from where did you acquire that black blade? Upon discerning the weapon in Night Wind's hand, Gamabunta's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The demon blade, Kichigai. Gamabunta had only heard of it a few times from the great toad sage. You are merely my summoning beast. There is no need for you to know how I came by my sword, is there? Night Wind sheathed his blade, his gaze calmly fixed on Gamabunta. First Orochimaru, and now Gamabunta. They both recognized this black sword. This weapon, produced by the system, must possess some intriguing backstory. Young man, if I'm not mistaken, this black blade is indeed the demon blade, Kichigai. I must inform you that Kichigai is not a sword forged by humanity. It is a power beyond human control. Tread carefully. Gamabunta warned Night Wind with a grave look. Subsequently, he dispelled the summoning technique and returned to Mount Mayaboku. After Gamabunta's departure, Jiraiya remained in a state of profound shock. To think that one could contend with Gamabunta in close combat. This young man is simply extraordinary. Moreover, what did Gamabunta's final words imply? A sword not of human origin? What could that mean? Night Wind, what precisely is the story behind your blade? Jiraiya inquired thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Night Wind. Having interacted with the toads of Mount Mayaboku for decades, he had never witnessed Gamabunta exhibit such seriousness. This sword must be extraordinary. I obtained this blade at the Autumn Leaf Lake in the Forest of Death. It suits me well, and beyond that, I have no further disclosures, Night Wind replied nonchalantly. Sooner or later, someone will come to inquire about the origins of this black sword. Thus, rather than being the subject of speculation, it is better to inform others through Jiraiya. After all, I found the sword, and I know nothing else. As for why I, Night Wind of the Yamanaka clan, could find it while others could not, do not ask. To inquire is to question fate. After hearing Night Wind's explanation, Jiraiya stroked his chin, appearing to contemplate something. Although the Forest of Death serves as a training ground for Konoha village, it harbors many secrets. For instance, how deep is the lake bottom of Autumn Leaf Lake? And does life exist beneath it? No one truly knows. Therefore, in such a mysterious place, it is not unreasonable for Night Wind to have acquired a blade shrouded in enigma. I have heard that you encountered Orochimaru at Autumn Leaf Lake. Was he also in pursuit of this black blade? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling Orochimaru. Could it be that Orochimaru's purpose for coming to Konoha was to uncover the secrets of Autumn Leaf Lake? Given Jiraiya's understanding of Orochimaru, such an endeavor would not be beyond him. Yet, what mysteries lie within Autumn Leaf Lake? Chapter 101. What a complex world of ninjas this is. Jiraiya, if you truly wish to know Orochimaru's intentions, should you not ask him directly? You ask me, and I should ask whom, for I am not his father. Night Wind shrugged, turning towards the village. Having acquired the summoning technique of Mount Myaboku and advanced beyond the limitations of straightforward attacks, Night Wind felt quite satisfied with his gains today. Therefore, he intended to distance himself from Jiraiya, lest he incessantly urge him to provide updates. Just like that. Hey Night Wind, write a little more for me. On his way home, Night Wind repeatedly pondered Gamabunta's warning. What did the statement that Kichigai is not a human-forged sword truly signify? Could it be that Kichigai was crafted by the Otsutsuki clan? Or perhaps it existed even before the emergence of the Otsutsuki? Night Wind suddenly contemplated a question. The current ninja system was introduced to Earth only after Kagaya Otsutsuki descended. Thus, what was Earth like before Kagaya's arrival? What were the three great sacred lands at that time? There are many mysteries, and Night Wind felt utterly at a loss. What a pity that my system is a mute one. Otherwise, I could surely unravel these secrets and understand Naruto better than Kishimoto himself. At that moment, the long silent system unexpectedly spoke up. First, this system is not a mute system. It is a super sign-in system. Second, this system merely assists the host in unlocking the luck seal and obtaining the rewards manifested from fate. Other matters are none of this system's concern. Third, if the host dares to refer to this system as a mute one again, this system will shut down in protest. Upon hearing the system's sudden retort, Night Wind stumbled, his expression turning peculiar. He had assumed this system was merely a warrior spirit. Now, it seemed it might be the reincarnation of a certain character. In the blink of an eye, the month of preparatory time before the competition had concluded. On this day, the training grounds of Konoha village were bustling with energy. The atmosphere was truly festive, with drums beating, firecrackers exploding, and ninja banners fluttering amidst a sea of spectators. In short, it was a magnificent spectacle. Although the competition had yet to commence, the stands were already filled with eager onlookers. Among them, besides the spectators, many Umbu operatives were intermingled in the crowd. However, it seemed that ultimately, they were of little consequence. Night Wind, accompanied by his friends, had already taken his seat in the audience, eagerly awaiting the official start of the competition. Hey, Hinata and Uncle Hizashi have arrived. Are you not going to greet your future father-in-law? Ino chimed in playfully. Indeed, Night Wind has never met Uncle Hizashi alone, has he? We have encountered him several times. Choji munched on his chips, sensing something peculiar, as if the two had never met at all. You little troublemakers, can't you just sit quietly? Night Wind shot them both a glance, exasperated by their antics. Yet, he truly had never met Hizashi alone. The reason was simple. Although Night Wind was well matched with Hinata, he hoped that in the future, he would have a more distinguished identity when meeting Hizashi, rather than just being the son of Yamanaka and Oichi. Hizashi likely harbored similar thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have consistently avoided Night Wind. Sister, that Night Wind is so inconsiderate. It's been a month since he last saw you, yet he hasn't even bothered to greet you. Does he expect you to seek him out? Hinata Hanabi pouted, somewhat displeased. As a boy, he should take the initiative in everything. What else are boys for? Why are you so excited? As long as I share a deep understanding with the night breeze, that is sufficient. The distinction between who is proactive and who is passive holds little significance. Hinata chuckled lightly, her gaze tenderly fixed on Hanabi. Who says that? The roles of initiative and passivity are of utmost importance. If you consistently consider everything from his perspective, you will inevitably find yourself losing dramatically in this relationship. Hanabi posed as a seasoned relationship advisor. Ah, little Hanabi, have you been reading too many romance novels lately? Hinata replied with a smile. In truth, love knows no winners or losers. As long as we can accompany each other during our finest moments, that suffices. Perhaps both the night breeze and Hinata sensed each other's expectations, for they turned their heads in unison, their eyes meeting. Then, they exchanged a knowing smile, warming one another. That alone was enough. How enviable Hinata is able to come here with her father, while ours are all preoccupied with matters. Ino sighed, clearly wishing to showcase her progress to her father. However, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were all tied up with missions and could not accompany her. Indeed, today's exam is exceptionally important. Not only are the feudal lord from the land of fire and the land of wind present, but also wealthy patrons from various countries. As the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, our fathers bear the responsibility for the village's security. Shikamaru spoke slowly. The elite Jonin present in the arena were few, as two powerful Kage were overseeing the event. Thus, under normal circumstances, who would dare to cause a disturbance here? For this reason, the security forces of Konoha have been evenly distributed throughout the village. This arrangement helps prevent incidents that could leave a bad impression on the feudal lords and patrons regarding Konoha security, ultimately influencing future mission commissions. Feudal lords truly are fascinating beings, the night breeze mused aloud. Their power is not to be underestimated. They command numerous samurai and retain elite wandering shinobi as personal guards. Even for a shinobi village of Konoha's caliber, completely conquering the land of fire would not be an easy task. After all, the shinobi world is not limited to just Konoha. Should a conflict arise between Konoha and a feudal lord, other factions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to encroach upon Konoha and the land of fire. In the end, both Konoha and the land of fire would suffer a mutually destructive fate. Therefore, the relationship between the feudal lords and shinobi villages is incredibly delicate. If managed well, it leads to mutual benefit. If mishandled, the consequences can be dire. Before long, the third round of the exam officially commenced. The third Hokage delivered a brief opening statement, after which Nara Shikaku appeared at the center of the arena as the chief examiner for the third round. It seems that Moonlight Gale has indeed perished. What a pity. For Yuzuki Yuki was a fine young lady, the night breeze lamented. Although he had not met Yuzuki Yuki often, he held a favorable impression of her. Yet, he had no reason to rescue Moonlight Gale. After all, ensuring the security of Konoha was Gale's responsibility. Being killed by Maki was merely a consequence of his own inadequacy. Ultimately, the night breeze recognized that he was still not strong enough to act on a whim. He needed to fabricate reasonable excuses for his actions. The match officially began, and the first pair to take the stage were Yamanaka Night Breeze and Hyuga Hinata. They stood at the center of the arena. After Nara Shikaku announced the rules of the match, they formed a stance as they had done during training. Night Breeze, please attack with all your might. My father trained me intensively for a month, and my strength has increased significantly. Hinata's small face radiated confidence, which brought comfort to the night breeze. This was the Hinata he cherished the most. However, an all-out attack? He smiled knowingly. When Hinata grew older and they engaged in some special activities, he would undoubtedly unleash his full strength. But for now, that was simply not feasible. Her petite frame would not withstand it. As the battle commenced, the night breeze took the initiative. Although they had not seen each other for a month, the bond forged over years remained unchanged. The night breeze utilized the wind body flicker technique to appear behind Hinata, who instantly activated her Byakugan and captured his figure. Though she could not turn in time, the chakra emanating from her shoulder repelled his attack. A blue octagonal pattern flickered beneath Hinata's feet. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata executed the technique, engaging in combat with the night breeze. In the audience, Niji Hyuga furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. That girl, Hinata, can actually master the 8 trigrams, 64 palms? Is this the talent of the main family? Even if she was inept as a child, she can rise up in adulthood? Neji felt trapped in the curse of the main and branch families, though he was fortunate to encounter Naruto. Hinata, your 8 trigrams, 60 palms have indeed become more refined. However, your month of special training must have yielded more than this, right? The night breeze remarked with a smile. Hinata's execution of the 8 trigrams, 60 palms was fluid, while the night breeze evaded with ease. From an aesthetic perspective, their clash was indeed captivating. Yet, the night breeze thought that if Hinata merely aimed to reach her current level of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, a month of training was unnecessary. Thus, the true performance was yet to unfold. Of course, it's not just this, night breeze. You should be on guard now. As soon as Hinata's words fell, an immense amount of chakra began to gather in her palms. Following this, the gathered chakra transformed into the shape of 2 large blue lion heads. Gentle step twin lion fists? The night breeze observed with keen interest. The gentle step twin lion fists were an advanced taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. Once successfully executed, the power and range of the gentle fist would significantly increase. Although Hinata currently lacked the chakra capacity to form particularly large lion heads, she could still amplify the power of her gentle fist. However, mastering the gentle step twin lion fist required exceptional chakra control skills. This was why Hinata chose not to meet the night breeze for an entire month. Whenever she was with him, she could hardly concentrate, making it impossible to learn such a challenging taijutsu. The companions were utterly astounded by Hinata's performance. They had never anticipated that taijutsu could be executed in such a manner. The blue lion's head roared, embodying Hinata's indomitable spirit and her determination to keep pace with Nightwind. At that moment, the petite Hinata charged forth like a valiant lion, unleashing the double lion fist, a technique exclusive to the Hyuga clan. How could someone of her caliber master such a prestigious technique? Was it solely due to her noble lineage? Neji Hyuga clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to accept the superiority of the main family over the branch family, especially as he had always looked down upon Hinata's abilities. Little did he know the immense power of love could lead to such remarkable growth. In the next instant, Hinata and Nightwind became entangled once more in the arena. The double lion fist expanded the range of the gentle fist attacks. Even the slightest brush from the lion's head would allow the chakra to instantly devour the target's chakra channels. In the face of such a terrifying offensive, it was impossible to engage in close combat. Nightwind could only evade while smiling at Hinata. Truly, she was delightful, having mastered such an exceptional technique. Hinata, you have earned the right to provoke my blade. With that, his black blade was drawn, releasing a terrifying wave of energy that collided with Hinata's lions. A tremendous explosion ensued, enveloping their figures in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai's expressions shifted dramatically. Wasn't this supposed to be a romantic display of affection? What was that strike all about? Had he lost his mind? The 4 figures vanished from their positions in an instant. They could not let Hinata be harmed by Nightwind. Meanwhile, Nightwind's companions appeared far more composed. As he had previously mentioned the existence of an inviolable law within the ninja world, the principle of no harm. The immense smoke resulting from their clash indicated that everything was indeed fine. As expected, upon rushing into the smoke, the 4 Jonin found that Nightwind's blade had already returned to its sheath. The 2 stood facing one another, fingers interlaced, forming a sign of reconciliation. They had been unexpectedly served a dose of romantic affection. What a delightful surprise. Ah, the fervor of youth knows no bounds. It was no wonder Hayashi remained unperturbed. He understood these 2 children quite well. He felt genuinely happy for Hinata, who managed to turn the Chunin exams into such a romantic affair. Asuma, you ought to take a lesson from this. Absolutely. The 4 Jonin returned to the audience, while Niji's heart began to sour once more. The main family could mobilize 4 elite Jonin for a mere hint of danger. Was this the privilege of the main family? It was utterly unjust. Unbeknownst to them, Shiranui Ginma returned to the center of the arena, a special kunai clamped in his mouth, observing the 2 competitors with a troubled expression. Gentlemen, the match is not yet concluded. Is it not a bit premature to seal a reconciliation? According to the rules of the 3rd match, it would only end upon one party's death or surrender. But now, with them forming a sign of reconciliation, How could a judgment be made? Glancing towards the third Hokage in the stands, the third took a puff of smoke, feeling a warmth in his heart despite the minor hiccup in the proceedings. Night Wind not only possessed formidable strength, but also a deeply moving compassion. Such a youth was indeed worthy of admiration. Lord Wind Shadow, how do you suggest we proceed in this situation? The third Hokage turned to the fourth Wind Shadow, who was disguised as Orochimaru. Even though this was Konoha's home turf, a modicum of respect for the Wind Shadow was necessary. Since these two wished to reconcile, let us declare it a draw, Orochimaru decisively stated. The third Hokage, seeing the fourth agree, nodded in approval and gestured for Gunma to announce the results. Ultimately, both Night Wind and Hinata were exceptional. Any injury to either would be a loss for Konoha. With the Wind Shadow's agreement, a draw was indeed acceptable. After all, a candidate's advancement to Chunin was not solely determined by victories or defeats, but rather by the decision of the third Hokage. Thus, they could enjoy their moment. Following Gunma's declaration of a draw, many spectators, unaware of the underlying circumstances, lamented the fate of Night Wind and Hinata. Such talented individuals, brought together by fate, otherwise could have both become Chunin. As Orochimaru observed Night Wind depart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. According to his initial plan, as long as Gaara emerged victorious, both he and Gaara would strike the third Hokage during the award ceremony. This would likely result in a significant advantage. Even if the attack did not claim the third's life, it would surely wound him, making a subsequent assault far simpler. However, upon arriving in Konoha, Orochimaru discovered that Night Wind had become the most unpredictable variable in his plan. With Night Wind's presence, Gaara was destined for defeat. Orochimaru even considered abandoning his original plan and opting for a direct assassination. To his surprise, just as he was about to act, Night Wind had orchestrated a draw and exited the arena. One could not deny the extraordinary strength of love. Alas, Orochimaru did not understand it, nor did he need to. Night Wind and Hinata returned to the audience, and the competition continued. The next match featured Neji Hyuga against Naruto Uzumaki. Stimulated by the previous bout, Neji unleashed his full power, leaving Naruto's mother nearly unrecognizable. Fortunately, the day had come for the Nine Tails to pay rent. Holding the warm rent money, Naruto unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, leaving the prodigy Neji dazed. In that moment, Naruto activated his verbal assault mode, and Neji suddenly realized, I understand your reasoning, but why had I never considered it before? So this is the extent of your abilities. Neji was subsequently carried off by medical ninjas. Hayashi Hyuga, watching from the stands, felt a wave of emotions. The obsessions of the branch family would be addressed by him, the clan leader. Thus, Hinata and Hinata's foot left the stands with little Hanabi, intending to offer some guidance to Neji, hoping to bring a satisfying conclusion to Naruto's verbal escapades. Following this, yet another enthralling match commenced. Shikamaru Nara faced Temari, Gaara's sister. With an intellect surpassing 200, Shikamaru, after considerable effort, ultimately employed his sinister shadow possession technique to gain complete control over Temari's body. Just as he prepared to make his next move, he suddenly felt as though his essence had been drained. Left with no choice, he raised his hand in surrender. However, despite his defeat, Shikamaru ended up with a beautiful wife and successfully ascended to the rank of CH Nin. Who could dare assert that his intellect was of no use? Next, Ino smirked, brandishing her ninja blade as she leaped gracefully into the center of the arena. Finally, it's my turn. Her opponent was TS from the Sound Village. This time, TS did not foolishly abandon the fight to challenge Gaara. Thus he remained in the competition. As they stood opposite each other, Noera Gima officially announced the rules of the match and declared the contest to begin. TS, regarding Ino with disdain, taunted, I admit you performed commendably in the Forest of Death, but now it's one-on-one. Little girl, today I shall show you whether your blade is swifter or my sound-based ninjutsu is faster. In response to TS's derision, Ino haughtily snorted. She then positioned her ninja blade horizontally on her wrist and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Ninjutsu, mind-body technique. With a hum, TS found himself ensnared and, under Ino's control, voluntarily conceded defeat. The match concluded. As her spirit returned to her body, Ino casually remarked, when did you ever get the impression that I was merely a blade-wielding ninja? Upon hearing this, Feng cast a bemused glance at Ino. Learning to wield a blade is acceptable, but why the need for pretentiousness? After Ino's match concluded, it was time for the next duel between Shino Aburame and Kankuro. Shino, however, immediately forfeited, eliciting a chorus of disappointment from the audience. The previous two matches had been rather captivating, but after that girl-esque display, the excitement seemed to wane. Nonetheless, the climactic bout was finally upon them. The final match featured Sasuke Uchiha from the Hidden Leaf Village against Gaara from the Sand Village. Once Noiragama announced the last matchup, the crowd erupted once more. Among all the participants, Yofeng's prowess was undoubtedly formidable. However, the most thrilling performances in the preliminaries had come from Gaara and Sasuke. Now, they were set to take center stage. This time, Sasuke's curse mark had been sealed by the third Hokage, not Kakashi's inferior version, resulting in an enhanced experience. His Chidori technique had accelerated, avoiding the glitch of a dramatic entrance at the end of the match. Go Sasuke! Cheered Naruto and Sakura, rallying behind him. This time, it wasn't team merely Sasuke's confidence. It was the collective belief in his capability. Let us hope he won to be crushed. As the match commenced, Sasuke inexplicably flashed a mysterious smile at Yofeng before engaging Gaara in a fierce exchange. The two warriors showcased their exceptional ninjutsu and taijutsu. Meanwhile, Gaara remained expressionless, allowing his sand to autonomously engage in offense and defense, as if to challenge Sasuke to land a blow. Finally, in a climactic moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and unleashed a flurry of Chidori, piercing through Gaara's sand defenses and injuring his shoulder. As blood was drawn, Gaara's expression shifted to one of fury, and the power of Shikaku was on the brink of eruption. Orochimaru observed intently, his eyes narrowing. The Kazekage's offspring was woefully inadequate, failing to withstand an assault from Sasuke. Would he truly need to resort to his tailed beast mode ahead of time? With a sigh, Orochimaru glanced at the third Hokage. Oh, Hiruzen, in my time of sacrifice for the village, you chose Minato as the fourth Hokage and overlooked my potential. Today, I shall show you the folly of your choice. Suddenly, white feathers began to fall from the sky as Orochimaru's grand illusion commenced. Yofeng, what is happening? Why is everyone collapsing? Hinata stood by Yofeng, activating her Byakugan in vigilance. The situation had unfolded too abruptly. Many were caught off guard during the intense battle between Gaara and Sasuke. Fortunately, Hinata's focus had remained on Yofeng, shielding her from the illusion. It's merely an illusion. Stay close to me, and I shall protect you, Yofeng reassured her. Observing the chaos around him, Yofeng mentally replayed this scene numerous times. Although his attitude toward the third Hokage had shifted considerably, the truth remained. Under his leadership, the Hidden Leaf Village would never attain true strength. Moreover, the ninjas around him remained preoccupied with their own affairs, entirely neglecting to devise a strategy to break Orochimaru's Four Violet Flames formation. Even Asuma Sarutobi, the third son, had absconded with Kurenai to deal with intruders. One could not help but feel pity for the third Hokage. Yofeng mused that allowing him to perish like a hero might be a dignified exit. Otherwise, what legacy would he leave behind after his demise? His three disciples had subtly allowed Danzo to force the White Fang of Konoha to his end. Wasn't it the third Hokage who had pressured Hisashi Hyuga into taking his own life under false accusations? During the fourth Hokage's era, had he not intervened inappropriately? Thus, it seemed only fitting for the third Hokage to take his final bow. Yofeng-kun, I entrust you with a task. Please ensure Sasuke returns to the Hidden Leaf Village. After the illusion was cast, Temari and Kankuro had already whisked Gaara away. Sasuke, true to the original narrative, dramatically pursued them. Consequently, Kakashi approached Yofeng, intending to persuade him to retrieve Sasuke. I apologize, Kakashi, but I have more important individuals to protect. If you wish to rescue Sasuke, then do so yourself. Do not expect assistance from a mere genin like me. Chapter 106, New Sign-In Task. Yefeng cast a fleeting glance at Kakashi, his expression indifferent. Although Yefeng possessed the capability to confront the formidable One-Tail, this did not imply that he was willing to play the role of a mere enforcer. Moreover, Yefeng was reluctant to interfere too much in the bond between Naruto and Sasuke. The reasoning was simple. Who knows if he could manage the Otsutsuki fool in the future? Thus, it was essential to preserve the card of Naruto and Sasuke. Upon hearing Yefeng's response, Kakashi offered an awkward smile. Indeed, It was somewhat inappropriate to task a freshly graduated genin with such a daunting responsibility. Yet could he go himself? After all, the third Hokage was still trapped here. To neglect the third Hokage and pursue a young boy, as a pillar of the village, he had to maintain a semblance of propriety. Kakashi-sensei, let me go. I assure you I can bring Sasuke back. Please trust me, Sakura exclaimed. After breaking the Jinjutsu and understanding the situation, Naruto declared that he would take responsibility for Sasuke's safety as the future Hokage. Thus, under Naruto's leadership, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Ino formed a temporary team and set off in pursuit of Sasuke's direction. Yefeng also departed the training ground alongside Ino and Hinata. Brother, do you think Naruto can really do it? Should we not lend a hand? Ino inquired beside Yefeng. He shot her a disapproving glance. Ino was acting rather recklessly, often exhibiting an impulsive desire to fight. However, war was cruel, rife with uncertainties, and Yefeng did not wish for them to confront such horrors at their current age. Trust in Naruto. His strength far exceeds our expectations, Hinata interjected. During Naruto's battle with Neji, Hinata had activated her Byakugan, allowing her to witness the immense chakra within Naruto. Although she did not fully comprehend its nature, there was no denying Naruto's power. Moreover, the most crucial factor was her faith in Yefeng's judgment. Ding! You have a new sign-in task. Please check it. Just as Yefeng ensured Ino and Hinata as safety, the system issued a sign-in task. Finally, the task has arrived. I knew you wouldn't allow me to rest. Yefeng opened the task panel. Please proceed to the 4 purple flames formation and sign in within 1 meter of it. This task is time-limited to 15 minutes. The 4 purple flames formation? ISNT that the site of the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru? 15 minutes indicated that the fight was likely nearing its conclusion. Yefeng quickly briefed Ino and Hinata, and then selected the nearest path, hastening toward the training ground. Along the way, he encountered numerous Leaf Village ninjas embroiled in fierce combat. Although the upper echelons of the village had begun to lose faith in the third Hokage, the Chunin and Genin remained steadfast in their belief in the will of fire. At a street corner, a young female ninja, wielding a kunai, faced an opponent. Judging by her skills, she appeared to be a Genin, while her adversary was a Chunin. Koyuki often, I will avenge you. The young female ninja suddenly screamed in despair. Ignoring her opponent's strikes, she charged forward to embrace the enemy. Boom! An explosive attack detonated. Yefeng initially intended to assist, but the events unfolded too swiftly. He could only watch helplessly as the young female ninja perished with her foe. Sighing, Yefeng lamented the brutality of war. If it were possible, his greatest wish would be for peace in the ninja world. Just as Yefeng pondered this, a group of enemy ninjas suddenly appeared, blocking his path. You! Yefeng furrowed his brow. The leading ninja was none other than Kabuto. Why was he not observing from the training ground, but had instead come forward for his own gain? Yefeng-kun, how delightful to see you, Kabuto said, a mocking smile gracing his face, as if he sought to provoke a display of panic from Yefeng. Regrettably, apart from a fierce, killing intent, Yefeng exhibited no other emotion. Kabuto, remove yourself from my path, and I may spare your life, Yefeng replied coldly. Kabuto was no weakling. To defeat him swiftly, Yefeng would need to unleash his blade's might. However, with the sign-in imminent, who knew what might transpire? Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Yefeng did not wish to squander chakra. Ha ha, Lord Orochimaru was right. You truly are an arrogant youth, Kabuto laughed. Yamashiro Yefeng, do you not think that my display during the Chunin exams represented my true strength? Pushing up his glasses, a glimmer reflected off them. To be frank, I'm a trusted subordinate of Lord Orochimaru. My strength is likely on par with that of Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Kabuto's demeanor was composed as he attempted to feign nonchalance, but such calmness was, in itself, a facade. A smirk crept across Yefeng's face as he responded. I thought you were formidable. Parity with Kakashi? I'm afraid such power is commonplace in the ninja world. Sharingan's balance is a unique gift bestowed upon him by fate. To claim equality with him is hardly something to boast about. With time running short for his task, Yefeng ceased his banter with Kabuto. He unleashed a devastating slash. The overwhelming might of his blade enveloped Kabuto and his companions. In the face of such an earth-shattering force, Kabuto's complexion drained of color. What kind of sword technique is this? It's impossibly strong, he thought incredulously. Boom! The strike was utterly unexpected, far beyond Kabuto's imagination. All of his subordinates were instantaneously eliminated by Yefeng's blade. However, Yefeng had moderated the release of his chakra and did not unleash his full potential. Thus, although caught off guard, Kabuto managed to evade, albeit at the cost of his left ear. Damn it, his power exceeds Lord Orochimaru's description. Was he concealing his true power all along? Yakushi Kabuto hastily employed medical ninjutsu to staunch his own bleeding. Then, without hesitation, he utilized a drop of blood bestowed by Orochimaru to summon a giant serpent. Go, slay him, he commanded the serpent before making his escape. In the face of the colossal serpent from the dragon cave, Night Wind executed a technique of earth release, ensnaring the serpent in a mire. With a swift stroke, he severed its head. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next, it won't merely be a severed ear. Chapter 107. The Sound of Living Slaughter upon returning to the training ground. Night Wind observed that everything unfolded much like he recalled. Kakashi and Might Guy were cheerfully dispatching the lesser foes, engaged in their daily routine of contests. Surrounding the four purple flames formation were several masked Umbu ninjas, whispering amongst themselves, presumably critiquing the battle within. Night Wind sighed as he approached the formation. The four purple flames formation is a barrier ninjutsu that requires a quartet of individuals to execute. The closer one gets to the barrier, the higher the temperature rises. Thankfully, Night Wind's designated spot was a meter away from the formation. Although it would be somewhat uncomfortable, it posed no significant danger, as only contact with the flames would result in burns. Just as Night Wind was about to reach his designated area, a masked Umbu ninja obstructed his path. Who are you? This matter is of great importance. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to approach. The Umbu's voice was chillingly cold. Night Wind furrowed his brow slightly. The Hokage is trapped inside. I must see if I can assist him. He prepared to step forward once more. However, the Umbu ninja refused to yield, blocking Night Wind again. The Hokage is deliberately keeping the battle contained within this barrier to prevent damage to the village. What do you understand? If you dare to approach again, do not blame me for being impolite. Night Wind scrutinized his surroundings. The Umbu members were dispersed around the barrier, seemingly intent on preventing anyone from attempting to breach the four purple flames formation. Are you implying that the third Hokage has willingly allowed himself to be ensnared by Orochimaru? Yet it appears to me that the third is on the verge of collapse, Night Wind scoffed. Had he been unaware of the third's fate, he might have been swayed by the Umbu's words. However, the third Hokage had aged and was no match for Orochimaru. Thus, the notion of trapping Orochimaru here was absurd. Surely, with so many skilled ninjas in Konoha, a coordinated assault would be the optimal strategy. The Hokage is the strongest Kage in Konoha. His strength is beyond the comprehension of a mere nin. The Umbu ninja retorted coldly. Night Wind raised an eyebrow. The Umbu ninja appeared to have unwavering faith in the third Hokage, yet his eyes betrayed a disdain for him. Could he be a member of Root? At the thought of Root, Night Wind's expression darkened, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. He had no intention of rescuing the third Hokage, nor did he possess the strength to do so. However, if a Root member obstructed his ability to sign in, Night Wind would not hold back. He stepped forward again, prompting the Root member to draw his blade, intent on slaying him. In the Root member's eyes, while the four purple flames formation seemed impenetrable, safety was paramount. He could not allow any mishaps to occur. Yet, when the Root member beheld Night Wind unsheath his sword, a wave of dread washed over him. Swish! A flash of blinding steel sliced through the air. The Root member's weapon clattered to the ground, his hands falling limply to his sides, confusion filling his eyes. What has happened to my strength? He murmured before collapsing to the ground, a line of crimson blossoming at his neck. Thud! His head rolled away. The Sound of Living Slaughter? Chapter 108. I am the strongest Hokage within the four purple flames formation. 3 Hokage and Orochimaru were drawn to Night Wind's blade technique. When did the village acquire such a swordsman capable of executing the Sound of Living Slaughter? Senju Tobarama, an aficionado of swordsmanship, knew that even he could not achieve the legendary prowess of the Sound of Living Slaughter. This is Night Wind, the disciple of my disciple's disciple. I had intended to groom him as the 5th Hokage. Alas, it seems I shall not have that opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a faint smile. The third Hokage struggled against the first and second Hokage alongside Orochimaru, nearly spent. Yet, witnessing Night Wind's prowess brought him solace. Do not flatter yourself, Sarutobi. Your so-called disciple's disciple is merely my disciple's disciple, is he not? Rest assured, once you have passed, I shall personally take him under my wing to delve into the secrets of his remarkable power. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, licking his lips. Such exquisite experimental material. How could I? Orochimaru, let it slip away. Orochimaru, do not be so arrogant. I am the most beloved and strongest Hokage in Konoha's history. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks. After a habitual self-promotion, the third Hokage glanced awkwardly towards the first and second Hokages, his face reddening with embarrassment. Actually, breaking the four purple flames formation is not particularly difficult. One simply needs to unleash enough chakra to shatter the barrier. When will you break it? Asked the first Hokage. Monkey, those ninjas outside are likely Umbu, correct? Why are they merely observing? Yet no one is coming to your aid. Are you truly the Hokage? Or have you been usurped? Inquired the second Hokage. Regrettably, the fourth Hokage was not present. Otherwise, he might have remarked, isn't it just the four purple flames formation? With Flying Thunder God, one can come and go as they please. Faced with these soul-piercing inquiries, the third Hokage sighed. I am on the verge of death, and yet I am still being slapped in the face. How utterly vexing. Within the four purple flames formation, four elite figures engaged in battle while bantering. Outside, Night Wind had similarly dispatched all root members. He stood at his designated sign-in location. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Rewards, Senju bloodline. Boom! And familiar, indescribable power erupted within Night Wind. Soon, the traits of the Senju clan's bloodline seamlessly merged with those of the Uzumaki clan, enhancing his vitality, accelerating chakra refinement, and increasing the purity of the chakra within his meridians. In this moment, the Night Wind finally comprehended why the Senju clan was once the most formidable lineage in the ninja world. After acquiring the Senju bloodline, the potency of a Night Wind's chakra became significantly more refined. With the same amount of chakra, its unleashed power surged several-fold. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the Night Wind cultivating chakra outside the barrier, and his heart warmed. He was already aware of the circumstances outside the barrier. The Umbu had been slain, and the root ninjas had taken control of the scene. This indicated that Danzo either collaborated with Orochimaru or sought to exacerbate the situation. However, the third Hokage was not surprised by Danzo's betrayal. He understood his old companion all too well. It was merely that Hiruzen needed Danzo to bear the blame, which was why he had kept him around. Yet, what perplexed the third Hokage was why none of the numerous elite ninjas in the village sought to devise a way to rescue him. Although the four purple flames formation was a formidable spatial barrier, the number of skilled ninjas in Konoha was vast. Did they not even want to make an attempt? Even his proud disciple Jiraiya and his son Asoma had not come. Was it that they blindly believed he would be fine, or was it that he, as Hokage, had utterly failed? It must be the latter. At that moment, Hiruzen's heart had grown cold. Only upon the Night Wind's arrival did a smile of relief grace his face. Night Wind, there is no need for you to attempt to save me. I'm already on the brink of exhaustion. Even if I were rescued, I would surely not survive. However, if I must perish, I shall take down that scoundrel Orochimaru before I meet my end, ensuring no future calamities for the village. Just as the fourth Hokage did. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly filled with fervor. So this is the will of the fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage? Sarutobi-sensei. Cease your prattling. Today, I shall show you just how foolish your choice of Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage was. Orochimaru sneered. His mood began to sour further. How could there still be individuals in Konoha willing to side with Sarutobi Hiruzen? This diminished Orochimaru's sense of vengeance. That useless D you had failed to capture Yamanaka Yofeng. Once I, Orochimaru, acquire the vessel I desire, I will deal with all of you. Hearing the commotion within the barrier, the Night Wind furrowed his brow, halting his exploration of new abilities. Night Wind, you should leave and protect the village's children. They are the future of Konoha. Leave this to me, the Hokage who should have long since returned to the earth. The third Hokage, in concert with the Shuriken, repelled the combined assault of the first and second Hokages, then smiled warmly at the Night Wind. Do not boast so brazenly. With your current strength, what makes you think you can defeat me, Orochimaru? I am an indomitable existence. And you, Yamanaka Yofeng, do not even dream of escaping. In my laboratory, there lies a cold iron bed, your best destination. Orochimaru had repeatedly expressed his desire to capture the Night Wind for experimental dissection. The Night Wind understood that Orochimaru was not merely speaking idly. He truly intended to enact harm upon him. Yet, capturing the Night Wind would not be an easy task. The Night Wind gazed at Orochimaru with icy resolve, and then, drawing his blade, unleashed a terrifying arc of energy that struck the surface of the four purple flames formation. Boom! The four sound ninjas suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanate from the barrier. They simultaneously spat blood, their faces paling instantly. Meanwhile, the surface of the four purple flames formation began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. What is happening? We cannot allow him to breach the barrier. Orochimaru's expression darkened. The plan to dismantle Konoha relied on surprise and decapitation. If the four purple flames formation fell, Orochimaru would have to face the entirety of Konoha. Though he was arrogant, he was still aware of his limitations. Konoha's foundation was formidable, and certainly not something he could contend with alone. Chapter 109. The Third Hokage's Curtain Call. A new era approaches. The four sound ninjas, upon hearing Orochimaru's command, gritted their teeth and activated their cursed seals, channeling chakra fervently. After their concerted efforts, they managed to stabilize the four purple flames formation once more. Witnessing this scene, the Night Wind frowned. Although the purity of his chakra had increased and the power of his blade surged, the consumption of chakra was immense. Having already executed one strike, the power of his second blow was not at full capacity. Moreover, the four purple flames formation was indeed formidable. Yamanaka Yofeng, your strength has once again reshaped my perception of you, which is commendable, yet regrettable. These four are my subordinates, nurtured since childhood, specifically born for the four purple flames formation. Even I cannot forcibly breach the barrier they have woven together. So today, no one can rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. To be frank, the Night Wind's previous strike had indeed delivered a significant shock to Orochimaru. Based on Orochimaru's estimations, the Night Wind's strength was likely nearing that of Kage. However, as long as the four purple flames formation remained intact, Orochimaru was confident he could eliminate the third Hokage. Afterward, he would simply employ his prearranged escape route to flee from Konoha. As for the Night Wind, he would have ample opportunities to return and capture him in the future. Since you are so intrigued by me, Orochimaru, should you survive this encounter and possess the audacity, I, Yamanaka Yofeng, welcome you to seek me out at any time. The Night Wind cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru, scoffing coldly, his presence unwavering. The Night Wind had now reached the level of a Kage in terms of chakra. However, having unleashed 2 consecutive blade strikes had depleted at least 80% of his chakra reserves. Thus, a third strike would not be feasible for the time being. Remaining here held little significance for the Night Wind. Furthermore, although Orochimaru's arm would be sealed, given Orochimaru's escape capabilities, the Night Wind was not yet able to ensure his complete demise. Consequently, the Night Wind opted to withdraw from the battlefield and join the fight within the village. Observing the Konoha ninjas battling valiantly to protect their families, comrades, and villagers, the Night Wind resolved that Konoha must undergo transformation. Otherwise, these valiant ninjas would have perished in vain. This village was certainly not a playground for Danzo and his ilk to manipulate power. Before long, the third Hokage made his anticipated exit. Orochimaru had escaped through forbidden techniques, but at the cost of his arms. The atmosphere in the Hidden Leaf Village was profoundly somber. When the third Hokage faced his calamity, most of the elite Jonin were preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving no one to come to his aid. Yet the third Hokage, at the peril of having his soul sealed by the Grim Reaper, exerted every ounce of his strength to seal away Orochimaru's hands, thereby preventing another assault on the village. Such a feat commanded deep respect from all. Perhaps what the third Hokage lacked was merely an opportunity to achieve greater glory. Had the second Hokage consented to allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to cut ties sooner, and had he been able to command on the front lines during both great ninja wars, the fourth Hokage's demise on the Night of the Nine Tails might have been averted. If he had merely been the clan leader of the Sarutobi, rather than the Hokage, perhaps Hiruzen's renown would not have reached its current heights. Fortunately, his unworthy disciple provided him this chance, allowing Hiruzen to uphold the honor of the title ninja hero. On a rainy day, Night Wind departed early from the third Hokage's funeral, feeling uncomfortable amidst the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the gathering. He sought solace in his blade, striking again and again, each slash bringing a slight improvement in his technique and a corresponding lift in his spirits. This mastery of basic strikes not only steadied his hand, but also endowed him with the capacity to unleash blade techniques. However, from his attempt against the Four Purple Flames formation, it was clear that his chakra still fell short of maximizing the blade's potential. Ultimately, the Senju bloodline remained distinct from that of Senju Hashirama, leaving him ample room for growth. As the Jinchuriki, Night Wind pondered while wielding his blade, contemplating whether he should capture a tailed beast for himself to become a Jinchuriki. Just then, Jiraiya appeared within his line of sight, having also felt the weight of the funeral's atmosphere and decided to leave early. To his surprise, he found Night Wind practicing with his sword. "Jiraiya, do you require my assistance?" Night Wind asked, not pausing in his movements, casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. "Oh, it's nothing. I just returned to this training ground where we once played the bell game with the old man," Jiraiya replied lazily, leaning against a wooden post, lost in nostalgic thoughts of the past. At this moment, Night Wind halted his training, wiped the sweat from his brow, and regarded Jiraiya thoughtfully. "If you cherish the bond between you and your master so dearly, why didn't you save him that day?" He sheathed his black blade and curiously inquired. "You had long since left the hidden leaf, being of common origin without familial constraints. Surely, your relationship with the third Hokage was merely that of a teacher and student." The dynamics among the high-ranking ninjas of the village were complex. They often refrained from acting to save Sarutobi Hiruzen due to various ties and reasons. Yet, Jiraiya seemed different. Taken aback by Night Wind's question, Jiraiya chuckled softly. A 13-year-old lad articulating such thoughts is quite remarkable. It's no wonder the old man had faith in you. However, Night Wind, do you understand? In the world we inhabit, it matters less how one lives, but rather how one dies. A ninja's worth is not determined by their survival, but by their deeds before death. The old man met his end with dignity. His conclusion was magnificent, befitting of his title as Hokage. Jiraiya sighed. Though he professed this, he had genuinely believed the third could handle Orochimaru on his own, desiring to allow Hiruzen to achieve heroic status once more. Little did he expect Orochimaru to unveil such formidable jutsu. Night Wind regarded Jiraiya, sharing a mutual understanding of the third Hokage's sacrifice. Yet he disagreed with Jiraiya's perspective on a ninja's value. To Night Wind, life itself held the greatest significance. If the world were not as it should be, then he would strive to change it. Chapter 110. The ninja world needs change. Night Wind, I've heard you killed one of Danzo's subordinates. Do you know who he is? You acted too impulsively. After reminiscing for a moment, Jiraiya looked at Night Wind with a serious expression. Although Danzo seemed inconspicuous within the village, his notorious reputation was well known among the higher-ups. Opposing Danzo was exceedingly perilous. Danzo Shimura? Isn't he the head of Root? Those Root ninjas obstructed my path. I killed them without hesitation, Night Wind replied, disdain evident in his gaze. Moreover, shouldn't they be eliminated? Indeed, they should, Jiraiya conceded, but it shouldn't be you who does the killing. He shook his head. Night Wind, do you realize that your actions will bring you considerable trouble in the future? I harbor no fondness for Danzo either, but the Root ninjas are exceptionally unique. Even the village elders are reluctant to directly confront him. Yet you've brazenly killed his subordinate? While everyone understood Danzo's intentions at that moment, no one possessed evidence. Trouble? Problems are ever present unless one eliminates the very source of the chaos, Night Wind countered, shaking his head. Ultimately, it is the hidden leaf that must change. Under the leadership of those old geezers, the village has encountered increasingly numerous issues. Without change, the hidden leaf will never flourish. You wish to transform the village? Jiraiya paused, taken aback, then his eyes brightened. Your thoughts echo those of Minato in his youth. Alas, as one of the legendary Sannin, I have failed to protect even my own disciple. At this point, Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh, reflecting on his life filled with failures. Repeatedly rejected by girls in his youth, Unable to prevent his friends from straying down dark paths in adulthood and failing to safeguard both his disciple and mentor. The trivialities I engaged in pale in comparison to the great legacies of the Hokage. Perhaps one day, I too shall die as a great ninja like those before me. The journey may lack excitement, but as long as the conclusion is splendid, it can still be enjoyable. Night Wind, observing Jiraiya's poignant reflection, shook his head. Firstly, I am not like Namikaze Minato. Secondly, this world is not as you envision. Do not assume that your perceptions reflect reality. Thirdly, I shall undoubtedly change this world, transforming it into a true realm of fervor. I hope you live to witness that day. With that, Night Wind turned and departed. This world is not merely a realm of motion. It is a domain where the night breeze exists. Within this world, there are numerous individuals and matters that the night breeze cherishes. He shall not permit such a world to descend into ruin as depicted in the original narrative. The night breeze aims to transform Konoha, to alter the ninja world, and to explore the mysteries of this universe. Perched upon the towering walls encircling Konoha, one can gaze far and wide, absorbing the entire vista of the village, particularly beneath those crimson-hued pupils. It is truly lamentable to witness the once flourishing Konoha so utterly ravaged by Orochimaru. Mr. Itachi, seeing such a village, I dare say even you must feel a twinge of sorrow, do you not? The corners of Kisame's mouth twisted into a grin, devoid of malice. Yet his expression appeared quite menacing. Sorrow? Kisame, do you believe that one capable of ruthlessly annihilating his entire clan would feel grief for a mere village? The Uchiha Itachi's scarlet, three-tomo Sharingan radiated an air of indifference, a detachment from all worldly matters. Let us proceed and gather intelligence regarding the aftermath of the battle in Konoha, in the training grounds nestled within the mountains of Konoha after a day of rigorous practice. The young companions spread a picnic mat in the center of the training field and began to partake in their lunch. Although 3 days had passed since the third Hokage's funeral, the expressions of the companions revealed that they remained enveloped in the sorrow of losing their leader. Sighing deeply, Naruto Uzumaki lamented, "Even though I hold the most expensive takeout from Ichiraku in my hands, it feels rather tasteless. Why did such a kind-hearted person as the third Hokage have to die?" Naruto could never comprehend why the third Hokage, so powerful, and the elite ninjas of Konoha were unable to prevent Orochimaru from taking his life. Why do the virtuous not enjoy longevity, while nefarious villains like Orochimaru thrive? This is war. War is inherently brutal and merciless. The night breeze lifted his head, took a swig of sake, and glanced toward the lofty Hokage rock, murmuring, in truth. Orochimaru. He did not continue, as he initially intended to suggest that Orochimaru was not entirely malevolent. After all, he had no need to assassinate the fourth Kazekage mid-examination. If he had disguised himself as the Kazekage's bodyguard, their combined strength could have dealt a far more devastating blow to Konoha. However, Orochimaru chose not to pursue that course of action. Ultimately, the night breeze perceived that Orochimaru's so-called plan to dismantle Konoha was not genuinely aimed at its destruction. Rather, he sought to demonstrate to the third Hokage just how foolish his choices were. It was akin to a once underestimated student returning to confront his teacher after achieving success, eager to showcase his triumph. Yet, regrettably, Orochimaru's plan had evidently gone awry, costing him his own arms. Meanwhile, the companions continued to enjoy their lunch while discussing the future of Konoha. They were youthful and vibrant, relishing the age of spirited debate and eloquence. The night breeze, sipping his drink while observing their fervent discussions, felt a pleasant intoxication from the rhythm of life. Yet at that moment, the absurd system in his mind issued a new task. Ding! Please proceed to Erlong Bridge to check in. The task is time-limited to 1 hour. Erlong Bridge? Isn't too far from here. The night breeze discreetly secured his flask at his waist and fabricated an excuse to depart the training ground. Upon arriving at Erlong Bridge, he successfully completed the check-in task. Given the ease of this task, the night breeze suspected the reward might be insignificant. However, this time the system proved unexpectedly generous. Ding! Congratulations on a successful check-in. Reward: Een Release, Ultimate. The familiar power surged within the night breeze. His Een Release had reached a new pinnacle. Chapter 111. Uchiha Itachi's dark humor in release differs from the Five Elements release. It is connected to mental prowess and cannot be utilized for enchantment. Moreover, throughout the ninja world, apart from Genjutsu, there are few techniques that can employ in chakra. The ancient clans, like the Yamanka and Nara, have perfected their in-shield secret arts through generations, rendering it exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, the enhancement of in release is significantly beneficial for the Night Breeze, as he can distinctly feel a substantial increase in his mental strength, along with an improvement in the Byakugan's ocular prowess. The Byakugan's range of observation seems to have extended and its clarity heightened. Yet, if this is all it amounts to, it appears rather trivial. The Byakugan and Sharingan are both the pinnacle of ocular techniques in Konoha. However, unless the Byakugan can evolve into the Rinnegan, it pales in comparison. The Rinnegan and the Transcendent Eye are on the same tier of ocular techniques. With the skills of the Transcendent Eye, such as the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion and Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion, exhibiting immense power. The Transcendent Eye also boasts superior control over attraction and repulsion. It can even directly create infinite truth-seeking balls, launching them in a barrage that even Susanoo cannot withstand. But can the Night Breeze's eyes truly evolve into the Transcendent Eye? That may well be a matter of fate. While the Night Breeze contemplated these thoughts, he suddenly sensed two formidable auras approaching. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. The Night Breeze furrowed his brow. Indeed, encountering such perilous individuals was an inevitable consequence of his check-in. Yamashita Kaze, long time no see. Itachi's voice was remarkably flat as he approached the bridge's edge, pausing to remove his straw hat, revealing his pair of crimson three-tomo Sharingan. The Night Breeze could only roll his eyes at the sight. Given your frail condition, why would you so readily activate your Sharingan? Are you eager to hasten your demise? Mr. Itachi, this boy appears to be merely a genin, yet he has compelled you to halt. Is there something remarkable about him? Kisame inquired curiously. Understanding Itachi's nature, he recognized that someone who could draw his attention must be quite extraordinary. Though a genin, he had managed to slay Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Itachi replied nonchalantly. So far, 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have perished at the hands of Konoha's genin. Indeed, quite remarkable. Oh, so he is the one who killed Zabuza? What an interesting lad. Kisame Hoshigaki removed his conical hat, thrusting his great sword, Samahata, into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Now, within the borders of Konohagakure, 2 rogue ninjas of considerable renown had willingly revealed their identities, signifying that they would not allow Yakumo to depart easily. You too, behold this expansive and round lake. Admire the picturesque scenery of Konoha village. With your attire, you must be here for a leisurely visit, correct? If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, Yakumo chuckled, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Though Kisame was famously paired with Zabuza, his prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of his comrade, given his reputation as a Jinchuriki and his extensive combat experience. As for Itachi Uchiha, he was a man capable of dispatching Orochimaru with but a glance. Despite having integrated the Senju bloodline and possessing strength akin to that of a shadow, Yakumo pondered why he should engage in a fierce battle with them when there was no enmity between them. He had already fulfilled his mission. What was there to gain from a conflict? While Yakumo exhibited remarkable composure, it was evident that Kisame lacked any sense of rhythm. So you wish to leave? Though my rapport with Zabuza is merely average, as the master of Samahata, I must uphold the honor of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame snarled, leveling his sword at Yakumo. With the situation escalating, Yakumo could only sigh in resignation. Facing 2 opponents was perilous, yet as long as he avoided eye contact with Itachi, he could observe their movements through his Byakugan, making combat feasible. Moreover, it would not be long before Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy arrived to assist. Should the situation escalate, the combined might of the 7th Gate and Kemui would be necessary to impart some understanding. As Itachi noticed Yakumo gripping his ninja blade, he lowered his gaze, clearly avoiding Itachi's eyes. In the face of the Sharingan, your strategy is sound. However, it is regrettable that many years ago, I cast a special Jinjutsu upon you, Itachi stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Yakumo's brow furrowed, and he suddenly felt the world around him spin, transforming into an eerie realm of red, black, and white. What the hell? Am I trapped in Tsukuyomi? In this bizarre world, the sky was filled with swirling blood clouds, turning the moon crimson, a truly disconcerting sight. Yakumo, you are indeed formidable. I sensed long ago that you harbored secrets. Might you share them with me? Itachi, typically not one for curiosity, felt compelled to unravel the mystery, especially since his foolish younger brother was to inherit the Uchiha legacy. Yakumo frowned as he found himself bound to a cross by Itachi's twisted amusement. With a knife in hand, Itachi seemed poised to enact some dreadful fate upon him. In this realm of Tsukuyomi, I control time, space, and mass entirely. Thus, I could sever a part of your body, allow it to regenerate, and repeat this process for 72 hours. However, should you believe this to be mere illusion, you are gravely mistaken. Although Tsukuyomi is indeed a genjutsu, the pain you endure will be etched in your memory for a lifetime. Do you comprehend? As Itachi lingered between Yakumo's legs, Yakumo's expression tightened. If this continues for 72 hours, I will be utterly ruined. Suddenly, the first strike came. Thud! The blade pierced flesh. Splashing water. What? A water clone? How is that possible? At that moment, even the composed Itachi displayed a look of disbelief. This was his Tsukuyomi, a domain he believed he completely controlled. How could Yakumo summon a water clone here? Just as Itachi was taken aback, Yakumo appeared behind him, delivering a swift slash that struck Itachi's back. The moment he was hit, Itachi transformed into a flock of crows, scattering into the sky. Fortunately, I mastered the water clone technique. Otherwise, using a shadow clone to withstand that blow would have been quite painful, Yakumo mused, standing with hands behind his back, observing the crows circling above. There's no need for such theatrics. After circling 3 times, the crows descended, reverting to Itachi's form. Indeed, you harbor extraordinary secrets, Yakumo, Itachi remarked. Contemplating. Secrets? Who doesn't possess a few? Wouldn't you agree, Itachi? Yakumo replied with a nonchalant smile. In truth, when Yakumo first entered Tsukuyomi, he felt a tinge of panic. However, the notion of complete control over time, space, and mass made him scoff. With your elementary understanding, do you truly grasp the significance of those 3 concepts? Ultimately, Tsukuyomi was merely a genjutsu based on shadow manipulation, and Yakumo had just refined his shadow techniques to an extraordinary level. His mental fortitude and resistance to illusions were exceptional. Despite Itachi's Tsukuyomi still ensnaring Yakumo's mind, he could not dictate Yakumo's actions within that realm. In this peculiar world, fighting seems futile. Why not sit down and discuss the trivial matters of your Uchiha clan? I am privy to quite a few secrets, Yakumo proposed, gesturing for Itachi to join him. Oh! Itachi's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Yakumo, remaining silent for a moment before finally sighing and taking a seat opposite him. You seem to know something. Speak. I am all ears, he said coolly. Let's not be so serious. I merely wish to inquire. Does Konoha truly hold such significance for you that you would go so far as to slay your own parents? If I recall correctly, you were about my age when that occurred, weren't you? How did you summon the resolve to do such a thing? Yakumo asked curiously. In his view, Itachi's parents had loved him deeply, and he had grown up in a warm and harmonious household. How could one possibly commit such an act that incites the wrath of both gods and men, even if Itachi's character is somewhat precocious? Contemplating the issues of the village and clan at a tender age, the act of patricide and matricide is utterly preposterous. You are mistaken. The reason I eliminated them prior to the Uchiha clan's rebellion was not for Konoha, but to preserve the honor of the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha shook his head. Though his gaze appeared resolute, it bore a hint of anguish. Oh, for the honor of the Uchiha clan? The night wind suddenly drew a sharp breath. Considering the original narrative, Uchiha Sōsuke ultimately became the great hero who saved the ninja world. His daughter, Uchiha Sarada, also ascended to become an exceptional ninja of Konoha. If this trajectory continues, it is conceivable that Uchiha Sarada could one day become the Hokage of Konoha. Viewed in this light, Itachi indeed preserved the honor of the Uchiha clan. At the very least, the Uchiha would not bear the title of traitors, leading to their annihilation at the hands of Konoha or fleeing in despair. The Yamanaka clan has always possessed honor from the very beginning, a sentiment you, as the son of Yamanaka Kaiji, may not comprehend. Itachi Uchiha shook his head again. The Uchiha clan was one of the 2 founding families of Konoha. However, despite being responsible for the vital department of law enforcement, the higher-ups of the village have perpetually harbored animosity towards the Uchiha. A clan in such circumstances could never thrive. Thus, the betrayal of my kin provided me with an opportunity, a chance to restore the Uchiha's glory. Consequently, the massacre occurred. The Night Wind gazed thoughtfully at Itachi Uchiha. It was indeed difficult for him to comprehend such a version of Itachi. Yet, he had previously interacted with him and knew he was not always this way. It seemed that after the demise of Sōsuke Uchiha, Itachi underwent a profound transformation. With this thought, a bold idea suddenly arose in the Night Wind's mind. Itachi, are you certain you were not subjected to Sōsuke's Kodo Amatsukami? For instance, did he compel you to safeguard the honor of the Uchiha clan at all costs? The Night Wind regarded Itachi with a curious gaze, feeling that this could explain everything. Oh, you even know about Kodo Amatsukami? I find you increasingly inscrutable, Itachi Uchiha mused. If I could tell you whether I was affected by Kodo Amatsukami or not, then it would no longer be Kodo Amatsukami. While Itachi maintained a calm demeanor, turmoil brewed within him. After acquiring Sōsuke's eyes, he indeed discovered that Kodo Amatsukami had been previously employed. However, Kodo Amatsukami is the Uchiha clan's most formidable jinjutsu, capable of permanently altering a person's ideological framework without their awareness. Essentially, one could become a different person and remain oblivious to it. This jinjutsu can even break the constraints of Edo Tensei. Therefore, unless the caster reveals the truth, no one can ascertain whether they have fallen victim to such an illusion. Even though Itachi had obtained Sōsuke's eyes and mastered the application of Kodo Amatsukami, he remained unable to determine whether he had been ensnared by it. Nonetheless, if what the Night Wind suggested were true, that he had indeed succumbed to Sōsuke's Kodo Amatsukami, then how bewildering would such a life be? Enough of the Kodo Amatsukami for now. I have another question to pose. Your objective has been to safeguard the honor of the Uchiha clan, which is commendable. Yet, why did you feel the need to personally annihilate your clan? Was there truly no alternative? The Night Wind inquired. Itachi Uchiha gazed silently at the Night Wind, a profound pain evident on his face. There were indeed many alternatives. However, by the time I became aware of the situation, the higher-ups of Konoha had already resolved to preemptively strike against the Uchiha clan. My original mission was to assist the Umbu in purging the Uchiha. Yet, were I to pursue that course, the Uchiha clan would bear the stigma of betraying the village. Thus, I had no choice but to act. In doing so, all the blame would rest solely on my shoulders, allowing the Uchiha clan's reputation to remain unblemished. Chapter 113, it stands to reason that I should have been able to hold my own against him. Upon hearing this, the Night Wind finally grasped the situation's complexities. Setting aside the matter of Kodo Amatsukami, Itachi's life was indeed a tragic tale. So, are you a spy embedded within the Akatsuki organization by Konoha? The Night Wind continued to inquire. You even know about the Akatsuki? Night Wind, who exactly are you? Itachi Uchiha shook his head, stating, I have never relayed any information to Konoha. Do you consider me a spy? The Night Wind nodded. Indeed, if Itachi were truly a spy, how could Konoha possess no intelligence regarding pain? How could Jiraiya have lost his life in vain? To put it plainly, Itachi had long since severed his ties of affection with Konoha. The reason he later set up Kodo Amatsukami, instructing Sasuke to protect Konoha, was that as long as Sasuke safeguarded Konoha, the Uchiha's honor would be preserved. Such a notion is indeed remarkable. Alas, it is regrettable that while there is a story, there is no wine. Otherwise, I would dearly love to share a few drinks with you. The Night Wind shook his head. Must we remain in this cursed place for 72 hours to be released? As the caster, do you not have the ability to let me out early? It is impossible. Though in the real world, Tsukuyami is but a fleeting moment. Once it is activated, you and I must endure 72 hours here. Very well, so be it. 72 hours passed. The spirits of the Night Wind and Itachi returned to the real world. Kisame gazed at the blood tears streaming from Itachi's left eye, fully aware of their significance. However, when he observed the Night Wind standing there with an air of nonchalance, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Mr. Itachi, under your technique, he still possesses the strength to stand. No wonder he was able to slay Zabuza. A grin spread across Kisame's face as he exclaimed, Excellent. If Mr. Itachi's abilities prove ineffective against you, then let me introduce you to my sword, Samahata. With a swift motion, Kisame raised his great sword, leaped into the air, and brought it crashing down towards the Night Wind's head. The attack range of Samahata is extensive, and it possesses sentience. The Night Wind dared not underestimate it. Drawing the sword at his waist, he swiftly parried, the two famed blades clashing together and igniting a dazzling spark. This blade of yours can instill fear in Samahata. It appears quite extraordinary. However, do you truly believe that the 7 ninja swordsmen are merely masters of swordsmanship? Kisame forcefully swung his large sword, repelling the Night Wind's advance. Immediately thereafter, he began to form hand signs with a serious demeanor. Water release, great shark bullet technique. As the incantation fell, a colossal shark-shaped water bullet surged toward Night Wind. His expression turned grave as he focused on the incoming water release shark. The great shark bullet technique was not an ordinary water ninjutsu. Upon contact, the shark water bullet would absorb the chakra of the target, whether it be ninjutsu or ninja. This meant Night Wind could not use techniques like the Earth-style wall to defend against the great shark bullet. Not only would it fail to block the attack, but the chakra from the Earth release would also enhance the bullet's power. To counter this technique, he would need to employ moves unrelated to chakra, such as Night Wind's blade technique. With a swift motion, Night Wind unleashed his sword, and a terrifying wave of blade energy erupted, shattering the great shark bullet. However, the residual force did not dissipate entirely. It continued to advance toward the shark. Reacting swiftly, the shark raised its large sword, meeting Night Wind's blade energy head-on. A thunderous explosion followed, and the shark smirked, relieved to have blocked the attack. Just then, he heard a crackling sound behind him. Raikiri. Kakashi Hatake had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Although known as the Copy Ninja, Kakashi's most renowned ability was his assassination technique. Raikiri could activate his cells, granting him extraordinary speed, coupled with formidable penetrating power. With a single strike, it could nearly achieve instantaneous elimination. As the shark realized he could not evade Kakashi's lethal blow, a red Susanoo materialized, shielding him from the attack. The massive, red skeletal hand seized the shark, teleporting him away to the water's surface. Thank goodness for you, Itachi. Otherwise, I might have truly met my end just now. The shark gasped, feeling the urgency of the situation. Knowing that Itachi had resorted to such a move, he thought, prepare yourselves for death. Kakashi, gazing at Itachi, suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Was this the true power of the Uchiha clan? It was terrifying. Itachi, you wouldn't truly intend to fight us here, would you? Night Wind observed Itachi calmly, with his weapon crossed over his chest. After their extensive conversation over the past 72 hours, Night Wind had gained deeper insights into Itachi. Coupled with the later revelations that exonerated Itachi, Night Wind genuinely wished to avoid a confrontation with him at this moment. You know too much, Night Wind, Itachi remarked. Hearing this, the shark nearly rushed out to silence him. But Itachi added, Kisame, let us retreat. The shark hesitated. Itachi, with our combined strength, can't we eliminate them if we unleash our full power? He was perplexed, well aware of Itachi's prowess. In the Akatsuki, apart from Madara and Pain, none could rival Itachi. And even Pain's ability to defeat Itachi was uncertain. So why retreat? Night Wind can not only resist my Jinjutsu, but also counter your chakra absorption abilities. Moreover, with the Copy Ninja Kakashi here, our chances of victory are slim. Besides, this is Konoha. It won't be long before other ninjas arrive to assist. We should withdraw. Itachi explained slowly. Konoha is not a place you can enter and exit at will, Kakashi declared, adhering to the principle of advancing as the enemy retreats. His Sharingan spun rapidly as lightning crackled in his right hand. I have never underestimated the ninjas of Konoha, but regrettably, the power of your eye does not belong to you. In an instant, a tear of blood fell from Itachi's left eye. Before Kakashi could activate his Kamui, he was pulled into Itachi's Tsukuyami world. When the illusion ended, Kakashi collapsed beside Night Wind. Chapter 114. The old ones are up to something again. Goodness, Itachi. Using the Manjiki Sharingan 3 times in such a short span is perilous for you, the shark mentioned, glancing at Itachi. He understood Itachi's condition well. Although formidable, Itachi's body was compromised. In ordinary circumstances, he would not easily employ the Manjiki's power. Yes, frequent use of the Manjiki does strain my body. We should leave, Itachi replied, dispelling the Susanoo and vanishing from Night Wind's sight with the shark. With the left eye for offense and the right eye for defense, if both Kamui were at hand, It would be extraordinarily advantageous, Night Wind mused, observing Itachi's disappearance and then glancing at Kakashi. What a pity. Madara seems to be misguided, insisting on using a single eye. Otherwise, the ninja world would have been thoroughly cleansed by now. Night Wind, go after them. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine, Kakashi urged, though he was breathless and unsteady. Had I not fallen victim to the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, I might have held my own. Many things must be experienced to be understood. Kakashi's suggestion for Night Wind to pursue Itachi and the shark was simple. Night Wind had thwarted the Tsukuyomi that nearly broke Kakashi's spirit. This indicated that Night Wind was even stronger than Kakashi had anticipated. However, Night Wind was not one to act recklessly. He shook his head. No need to pursue. Now that they have revealed themselves, they will not linger in the village. I will take you to the hospital. Let the Umbu handle the rest. I'm not chasing after Itachi. If a mere level 1 Susanoo could intimidate you so, what would happen if he truly felt threatened and unleashed a full Susanoo? After all, this was a world of high-level ninjas, not to be underestimated. With that, Night Wind escorted Kakashi to the village hospital, where he was admitted to a room. The doctors and nurses expertly administered nutrition IVs to Kakashi, clearly indicating he was a frequent visitor, which evoked a sense of pity. Night Breeze genuinely wished to advise Kakashi to refrain from indulging in those dreadful books penned by Jiraiya. With his frail constitution, he ought to cherish his health, lest he face dire consequences sooner or later. After ensuring Kakashi was settled, Night Breeze relayed the essential details to the medical ninjas in the hospital, instructing them to inform the Umbu for coordination with Kakashi. Subsequently, Night Breeze departed the hospital as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to the training ground, he discovered that his companions had already concluded their gathering. Nonetheless, they continued to engage in discussions about elusive matters. Uchiha Itachi, the Akatsuki organization, and the Otsutsuki clan, concepts that were entirely foreign to them. To their minds, Orochimaru was already a formidable figure. How could there possibly exist anyone more fearsome? It must be said, those with such naive thoughts were indeed fortunate, for ignorance breeds courage. From tomorrow onwards, we might be tasked with higher-level missions, and it will be difficult for us to meet frequently. Hinata leaned against Night Breeze's shoulder, her lovely face betraying a sense of reluctance. Following the death of the third Hokage, Konoha faced immense external pressure to prevent other villages from perceiving Konoha as weakened. The higher-ups resolved to dispatch as many ninjas as possible to elevate the mission execution rate, thereby signaling to other nations that even in the absence of a Hokage, Konoha remained unassailable. It was precisely for this reason that the younger generation S-teams were finally set to embark on their missions. Undertaking higher-level tasks signified their growth, and since they were still young, there would be ample time for future interactions. Night Breeze gently ruffled Hinata's hair, smiling tenderly, although farewells were inherently sorrowful. Such was the nature of a ninja, a group of individuals endowed with formidable abilities, yet relegated to serve the affluent. Night Breeze resolved to alter the intrinsic value of a ninja's existence. The following day, he practiced his swordsmanship alone in the training ground. Suddenly, 4 unfamiliar Umbu ninjas appear before him. Yamashiro Night Breeze, you are to accompany us to the Hokage Tower immediately for an inquiry by the elders, the team leader proclaimed. Inquiry? About what? Night Breeze sheathed his sword, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 4 Umbu ninjas. The palpable pressure emanating from him made the elite Umbu feel distinctly uneasy. It was perplexing. He was merely a freshly graduated student, yet he instilled such a sense of dread. This is the command of the 3 elders. We are merely messengers and do not possess the specifics. We ask for your understanding. One of the Umbu ninjas gulped nervously, forcing the words out. Very well, I understand. Night Breeze nodded. At this juncture, the selection of the 5th Hokage had yet to be finalized. Accordingly, to ensure that Konoha's governance remained intact, Danzo had assumed the role of elder. This implied that mere days after the 3rd Hokage's demise, those old men were already eager to manipulate matters. Moreover, they had dispatched an Umbu team specifically to interrogate him. It seemed those elders retained a modicum of caution. Under the escort of the Umbu ninjas, Night Breeze arrived at the Hokage's office, where a considerable assembly had already gathered. Apart from the 3 elders, the heads of various clans were also present. Night Breeze? What brings you here? Yamashiro High, upon seeing his son unexpectedly arrive, was momentarily taken aback. What purpose could he have at this high-level meeting? Oh, I just received word from the Umbu instructing me to come for an inquiry by the elders. So here I am. Night Breeze shrugged. Inquiry? What sort of inquiry? Yamashiro Hai's brow furrowed, his sharp gaze scanning the trio of elders. What does this mean? The incident involving Night Breeze's elimination of a root ninja during the Chunin exams had been suppressed. Shimura Danzo publicly claimed that the slain were merely pawns of Orochimaru, even symbolically awarding Night Breeze a commendation for being a model genin. However, considering Danzo's character, it was implausible that he would let Night Breeze off so easily. Thus, Yamashiro Hai quickly grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly Danzo scheming behind the scenes. Chapter 115. Do you still want your heads? Yesterday, 2 rogue ninjas infiltrated the village. They were none other than Uchiha Itachi from Konoha and Hoshigaki Kisame from the Mist Village. Our elite ninja, Hatake Kakashi, valiantly repelled the 2 intruders for the village's safety. But unfortunately, he fell prey to Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu, rendering him unable to personally thwart the rogue ninja's escape. However, Night Breeze was uninjured at that moment. So why did he allow the 2 rogue ninjas to depart? Did he perhaps have a peculiar connection with them? This is the reason we summon Night Breeze. As soon as Kurama Kokoro finished speaking, Yamashiro Hai erupted. Elder Kokoro, please clarify your words. My son, Night Breeze, could never be associated with rogue ninjas. Yamashiro Hai clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was acutely aware of his son's character. Despite his occasional frivolity, he would never align himself with rogue ninjas. Hai, please do not be so agitated. We recognize that Night Breeze is your child, but we merely wish to clarify the matter, Mito Menka said nonchalantly. Clarify? How many innocent people has Konoha wronged over the years? Even the legendary White Fang was driven to death by rumors. How can you expect me to believe that you would not wrong an innocent boy like Night Breeze? As Yamashiro Hai prepared to unleash his wrath, Night Breeze approached and placed a reassuring hand on his father's shoulder. Father, don't be too hasty. Guard your health. I am young and can handle this. After saying this, Night Breeze moved to the opposite side of the Hokage's desk, pulled out a chair, and nonchalantly sat down. He then retrieved an orange from behind him, frowning slightly. Why did Mother bring me an orange today? Doesn't that mean I don't even have to peel it? At this remark, the 3 elders simultaneously scoffed. The last time Night Breeze had sliced an apple in front of everyone with a blade was still fresh in their memories. But then, he had the support of Sarutobi Hiruzen backing him up. This time, no one can help him. I have listened to your incessant chatter. And you believe my association with the rogue ninjas is solely because I failed to intervene with the 2 of them, correct? The Night Breeze casually consumed an orange while casting a disdainful glance at the 3 elderly men before him. Indeed, why did you allow them to escape? The cold glare from Suji was filled with contempt. Eating an orange so nonchalantly in such a place is utterly audacious. Such disobedient individuals are unworthy of being ninjas of Konoha. Night Breeze tossed the orange peel directly onto the Hokage's desk and retrieved a banana from his bag. Excuse me, madam, if my memory serves me right, I am still merely a genin, am I not? Do you truly expect a genin to confront 2 rogue ninjas of higher rank? I suspect you may be losing your faculties. Perhaps it is time for you to step aside and make way for the capable. As soon as Night Breeze uttered these words, the office fell into an uproar. Although he was not entirely wrong, openly defying the elders of Konoha posed a significant risk. How audacious! How arrogant! Yamashiro Night Breeze, though merely a genin, as a ninja of Konoha, you must possess the resolve to sacrifice your life for the village. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, you should charge forth without hesitation. Indeed, do you not have a clear understanding of your own capabilities? Even Zabuza was slain. How could you not stop Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki? It is said that during the training ground incident, you displayed remarkable prowess. Why then did you falter in the face of rogue ninjas? The heads of the elder factions, akin to jumping clowns, rose in unison to condemn Night Breeze. Unfazed by their vitriol, he cast a dismissive glance their way and mockingly inquired, "Oh, charge forth without fear? I would like to ask you all, where were you when the 3rd Hokage was battling Orochimaru? I did not see any of you rushing to his aid." At Night Breeze's retort, the most vociferous of the elders momentarily paused, regaining their composure. Do we owe you an explanation? A mere genin? While it is true that we were not particularly active at that time, this is not a matter concerning just one or two families. You, Yamashiro Hachi, were also idle then. What face do you have to question us? At this moment, Yamashiro Hachi could no longer contain himself. Gentlemen, I ask you this. If it had been your sons present yesterday, would you have sent them to confront Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki? What a joke. They are among the most dangerous figures in the ninja world. Even elite shinobi like Kakashi Hitaki have fallen victim to them. Would you truly risk your sons' lives? Faced with this probing question, the members of the elder faction began to engage in familiar tactics of evasion. Oh, Yamashiro Hachi, we are discussing your son. Why bring us into this? Please do not confuse the issue. What do you mean by dragging us into this? Hachi's query is entirely valid. You all fiercely protect your own, yet now you display double standards. The Night Breeze faction responded. How can this be called double standards? Your assertion is flawed. The elder faction countered. Let us not delve into yesterday's events. Night Breeze has shown disrespect to the elders of Konoha, which is against our village's regulations. This is simply a consequence of Night Breeze facing unwarranted doubt. He merely spoke out of urgency. How can that be deemed disrespectful? Retorted the Night Breeze faction. Is he in a rush? Look at him, having just finished an orange, now consuming a banana, and it appears he has seeds in his bag, preparing to snack on them. Does he seem rushed to you? The elder faction interjected. Let us not get sidetracked. I, Akimichi Choza, believe that eating a little is inconsequential. Night Breeze has no connection to the rogue ninjas. The debate intensified as both camps rallied around Night Breeze. Upon hearing the cacophony surrounding him, Night Breeze rose from his chair, signaling for his uncles and elders to calm their tempers. He then remarked nonchalantly, You wish to hand me over to the Umbu for interrogation? Have you consulted my ninja blade? Be careful, lest you find your heads severed before you finish speaking. As soon as Night Breeze finished his statement, silence enveloped the room. Everyone had heard of his recent exploits. 12 root ninjas had met their demise at his hands. Even these elite shinobi elders felt a degree of trepidation regarding Night Breeze's blade techniques. Elders, look at his audacious demeanor. Even if he is not currently affiliated with rogue ninjas, who is to say he might not become one in the future? After a moment, someone finally dared to continue the confrontation. After expressing his thoughts, he touched his neck, relief washing over his face. The elders exchanged glances, and then Tsuji Koharu stood, coldly stating, Yamashiro Night Breeze, no one has claimed you were necessarily connected to the rogue ninjas. However, you must accept an investigation to reveal the truth. Do you not trust the Umbu of Konoha? Trust? My response is rather straightforward, Night Breeze replied. So audacious. I see that without capturing you for interrogation by the Umbu, the truth will remain elusive. Mito Gaidon, having struck the table, was about to command the Umbu to take action. But at that moment, Jiraiya suddenly leapt through the window. Uncle Gaiden, it's been years since we last met. Why the sudden fury? Jiraiya's entrance disrupted the tense atmosphere in the room. He laughed heartily, casually inquiring, and then added, Gentlemen, regarding this matter, I perceive you are overthinking it. Earlier this morning, I engaged with Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki outside the village. Even I cannot stop them. Do you expect a mere genin like Night Breeze to do so? Do you believe I, Jiraiya, am inferior to a genin? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the crowd exchanged glances. Although he had distanced himself from Konoha, the name of one of the legendary three still resonated. In other words, as long as Jiraiya was willing to don the village headband again, he could reclaim his status as an elite shinobi of Konoha, and he was indeed the strongest among them. Thus, with his words delivered so emphatically, who would dare to stir up trouble? Observing that the elder faction had finally quieted, Jiraiya approached Night Breeze with a smile and whispered, No need for thanks. Just ensure you provide me with an additional 10,000 words today. Night Breeze shrugged in response. An increase? That is absolutely out of the question. Not a single word. He then addressed the elders. All right, Aunt Caruncle Gaidon, you need not maintain such solemn expressions. The temperament of the Night Wind may be somewhat unpleasant, yet his loyalty to the Hidden Leaf Village is indisputable. I, Jiraiya, can vouch for that. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Although Mito Gaiden and T-Rin Komatsu harbor a dislike for Night Wind, they still hold Jiraiya in high regard. Their intention was indeed to use this matter to undermine Night Wind. However, since Jiraiya is willing to stand up for him, this matter must come to a halt. At that moment, Shimizu Danzo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly rose from his seat. He approached the window, gazing out at the Hokage rock, and remarked nonchalantly, "Behold the consequences of a village lacking the guidance of a Hokage. This is merely a trivial matter, and yet you nearly fractured into two factions? I can only imagine how Hiruzen would feel upon witnessing this chaos." Night Wind raised an eyebrow and gave Danzo a thumbs up. "I must commend your acting skills, Danzo. Yamashiro Night Wind, deem you the strongest. A village cannot go a single day without a Hokage. This is a truth universally acknowledged. Nevertheless, the process of selecting a Hokage is far from simple. The daimyo's approval is one aspect, and while the Hidden Leaf Village relies on the daimyo's financial support, it does not imply that the village is under the daimyo's thumb. Involving the daimyo in the selection of the Hokage is merely a matter of courtesy. Should he dare to meddle excessively, his demise would not be far off. To ascend to the position of Hokage, aside from symbolically seeking the daimyo's consent, one must also gain the recognition of the majority of the elite Genin. This is no easy feat presently. The village is in disarray, with many elite Genin dispatched on missions to bolster our village's reputation. Gathering them together for the selection of a Hokage will require significant effort. Moreover, if the nominated individual fails to secure the approval of the majority of the Genin, it would necessitate further complications. Thus, the matter of the fifth Hokage has remained unresolved, as there is simply no suitable candidate. No one can guarantee that they will receive the endorsement of the majority of the Genin. I believe that at this juncture, we cannot be bound by the conventions of the past. A village without a Hokage is untenable. I propose that Danzo-senpai directly assume the role of Hokage. A clan leader from Danzo's faction boldly stepped forward. As soon as this suggestion was made, several others began to echo their agreement. The other two elders exchanged glances. Having known Danzo for a lifetime, they were well aware of his ambition to become Hokage. Previously, he had no opportunity due to Hiruzen's presence. With Hiruzen now deceased, Danzo succeeding him as Hokage seems a commendable choice, thereby solidifying their own positions. Consequently, the two elders also stood up to express their support for Danzo. In urgent matters, we must adapt to circumstances, given the current situation and lacking a better candidate. I believe we should heed the proposal of clan leader Yamashiro and allow Shimizu Danzo to directly succeed as the fifth Hokage, declared Midogate. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. No one had anticipated that the issue concerning Night Wind would lead to a proposal for Danzo's direct succession to the Hokage. Although many held dissenting opinions, no one was willing to be the first to voice opposition. To put it bluntly, should Danzo indeed become Hokage, those who opposed him now would inevitably face repercussions later. Sensing the silence of the assembly, Danzo felt a sense of satisfaction. He was preparing to feign humility when Night Wind suddenly interjected, "Everyone, please hold on. Allow me to finish this bunch of grapes first." Danzo narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from his gaze. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen spent his days in frivolity, and now this Yamashiro Night Wind is merely indulging in fruit. The two are equally detestable. Upon finishing the last grape, Night Wind remarked, "While I am unaware of what this Danzo-senpai has done in the past, nor do I understand why these two elders hold him in such high esteem, during Orochimaru's assault on the Hidden Leaf Village, I neither witnessed Danzo rallying to defend, nor saw these two elders stepping forth to fight. Therefore, I believe the three of you are unqualified to nominate a Hokage." Danzo had prepared an acceptance speech, waiting to build emotional momentum before delivering it with fervor. Yet, he never anticipated that, at this juncture, Yamashiro Night Wind would audaciously oppose him with such arrogance. "What do you think you are? We are discussing the candidate for Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. You, a mere genin, dare to voice your opinion? This is utterly outrageous." Midogate exclaimed, furiously pointing his finger at Night Wind, nearly touching him. Night Wind, drawing his kunai, brushed aside his finger and calmly stated, "Old man, besides being a genin, I am also the future clan leader of the Yamashiro clan. Am I not entitled to express my opinion on behalf of my clan? Furthermore, should you dare to point at me again, do not blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing Night Wind's warning, a chill coursed through Midogate-on's heart. However, as a venerable elder of the Hidden Leaf Village, he was not about to be intimidated by a genin. You represent the Yamashiro clan? Yamashiro Haichi, is this how you raise your son?" and shot a glance at Yamashiro Haichi, dismissing Night Wind as merely a child. Yet, the subsequent response from Yamashiro Haichi astonished him. Night Wind is correct. He is my son, and thus he can represent the stance of the Yamashiro clan. His opinion is my opinion. After declaring this, Yamashiro Haichi stood resolutely behind Night Wind. Yamashiro Haichi, you are being utterly foolish. Rin Komatsu retorted angrily. Foolish? The three clans of Nara, Yamashiro, and Akimichi have always been united. Haichi's stance is also that of the Akimichi clan, and we support Night Wind. Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza also stood behind Night Wind. Witnessing this scene, Yamanaka Shitomi and Inazuka Jin exchanged glances and silently positioned themselves alongside the Akimichi clan, their intentions unmistakable. This young man, indeed, did not disappoint the third Hokage's regard for him in life, nor did he fail to live up to Hinata's affections. He is truly remarkable. A warm feeling surged within Hyuga Hayashi, and he too stood behind Night Wind. The six prominent clans hold deep roots within the Hidden Leaf village. With their support, Night Wind found his confidence bolstered, and others began to rally behind him as well. Aside from the faction led by Danzo, no one is truly willing to entrust the village to this shadow of Konoha. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya stroked his chin with a hint of a smile. This young man, surprisingly popular? Should he ever publish a book, it would undoubtedly become a sensational success, given his inherent charisma. Danzo Shimura cast a cold glance at Yakumo. What was once a foregone conclusion had been thwarted by this young man. It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, despite the anger brewing within him, Danzo could not afford to unleash his fury in front of others. After all, he was a man of stature. Returning to the Hokage's desk, Danzo pretended to survey the room with an air of profundity, and then spoke softly. What Yakumo has said is not without merit. Given my character and abilities, I might not be fit to assume the role of Hokage. However, at this very moment, while Konoha stands as the foremost village in the ninja world, it is without a Hokage to guide it. This is indeed a perilous time for our survival. Though I may lack talent, I am a disciple of the second Hokage and a trusted aide to the third Hokage. For the future of Konoha, for the greater good of our village, I am willing to temporarily shoulder the responsibilities of Hokage and lead us through this crisis. Once the threat to Konoha has passed, I shall gladly retire to a peaceful pastoral life. With a deep sigh, Danzo concluded, his emotions appearing quite heartfelt, as if he had no desire to be Hokage, but felt compelled to do so for the sake of the village. Following Danzo's speech, scattered applause erupted in the office. Well said, Lord Danzo. Let's learn from Lord Danzo. Please, do not retire. Konoha needs you. In response, Yakumo smiled disdainfully and pointed the hilt of his blade at Danzo, asking, Do you think you could just take on this burden because you say so? Let me ask you, what outstanding contributions have you made to Konoha over the years? Upon hearing Yakumo's inquiry, a proud expression surfaced on Danzo's face. If contributions were to be discussed, surely his were far greater than those of Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, just as Danzo prepared to speak, he found himself at a loss for words. How could he articulate the merits of his deeds? The manipulation of rumors that led to the demise of Konoha's White Fang, forcing the Uchiha clan into rebellion, eradicating them to remove thorns from the side of Konoha's upper echelons, supporting Orochimaru's human experiments to enhance his own power with a hand infused with the first Hokage's cells, collaborating with Orochimaru to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi and further Konoha's advancement. It seemed impossible to voice any of these accomplishments openly. Seeing Danzo's hesitation, Yakumo scoffed. Could it be that you cannot name a single one? As a mere chunin, I can claim the killing of Zabuza raised Konoha's profile. If you have done nothing, what qualifies you to be Hokage? I am the leader of the Root. The Root is an organization that operates beneath the grand tree of Konoha. The actions of the Root are beyond the comprehension of those who dwell in the light. Danzo retorted, if not for my clandestine efforts, do you think Konoha would be as prosperous as it is today? Could you provide a detailed account for everyone? I cannot. Then if you cannot even present a specific achievement, I suggest you withdraw from the Hokage race. Frankly, I believe Jiraiya would be an excellent candidate, Yakumo stated nonchalantly. Jiraiya? Danzo interjected. He is one of the legendary Sannin, a disciple of the third Hokage, and a mentor to the fourth Hokage. His credentials and capabilities are indisputable. Of course, Yakumo was aware that Jiraiya had little interest in the position of Hokage. However, the proposition of Tsunade as Hokage would carry much more weight if Jiraiya himself put it forth. Indeed, after Yakumo suggested Jiraiya take on the role, murmurs of agreement filled the room. Clearly, when compared to Danzo, the majority favored Jiraiya. Yakumo, you may not fully understand my character. I prefer a more carefree and liberated existence. I'm not suited for the role of Hokage. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched the back of his head after speaking. This audacious young man truly dared to suggest he take on the mantle of Hokage? If he became Hokage, how would he continue to gather material for his writings? Without inspiration, his life would lack much joy. Was he jesting with him? Were it not for Jiraiya's awareness that Yakumo was more adept in the realm of literature than he might have suspected this was a scheme from a rival. Regardless, although Jiraiya harbored his inner doubts, he noticed the support for Yakumo's proposal growing among the crowd. Reluctantly, he brought Tsunade into the conversation. While I may not be fit for Hokage, I do have an excellent candidate to propose, Princess Tsunade, who shares the title of Sannin with me, Jiraiya asserted, confident in Tsunade's potential to reignite the stagnant wheels of Konoha's progress. Tsunade? Senju Tsunade, the infamous high-stakes gambler? Is she truly capable? Danzo's supporters voiced their skepticism. However, under Jiraiya's piercing gaze, their objections were notably muted. Uncle Minyan, Aunt Xiao Chun, you know Tsunade well. If she is unqualified for the role of Hokage, I dare say none among us are fit for the position, Jiraiya remarked with a gentle smile. Indeed, Jiraiya makes a valid point. We support Tsunade as the 5th Hokage, Yakumo proclaimed, representing the 6 prominent clans behind him. At this moment, due to the intervention of Jiraiya and Yakumo, Danzo's influence in the selection of the 5th Hokage appeared to diminish significantly. Rather than allow the shadow of Konoha to ascend to Hokage, it would be preferable for the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage to take on the role. It is worth noting that although the Senju clan has integrated into Konoha, Tsunade still commands considerable respect among the populace. What is your opinion, Danzo? Questioned Koharu Yuditane, furrowing her brow. Jiraiya's proposal held merit. However, Danzo's viewpoint should still be considered, as they were all old friends. I suppose no one knows where Tsunade is, right? If everyone continues to search in vain, will the position of Hokage remain vacant indefinitely? Shimura, Danzo scoffed, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Jiraiya, by nature a carefree spirit, found Tsunade's whereabouts elusive. Danzo had never regarded them as worthy adversaries. Well, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had initially refrained from suggesting Tsunade for the Hokage position due to this very concern. Tsunade's movements were erratic. If she remained untraceable for too long, the Hokage role in Konohagakure could not remain unfilled. At that moment, Feng raised his hand once more. Give me a month. I am confident I can find Tsunade. His confidence was palpable. You? A month? Danzo narrowed his eyes, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze at Feng. You are merely a junior. I doubt you could even recognize her face to face. Feng shrugged nonchalantly. What about that unmistakable pair of bright eyes? How could I possibly not recognize her? You underestimate Lady Tsunade's prowess. How about this? I shall accompany Feng in the search. If we fail to locate Tsunade in a month, I, Jiraiya, shall withdraw from the Hokage election. Jiraiya declared. Agreed. It's a promise. Danzo's eyes glinted with malice. A mere month? It will pass in the blink of an eye. If Tsunade remains lost, Jiraiya will step back from the Hokage selection, paving the way for me to claim the title. When Feng exited the Hokage's office, night had already fallen. The higher-ups were still preoccupied with pressing matters. Thus Yamashiro Haichi did not depart with Feng. Feng, a month is quite a commitment. Are you truly confident? Jiraiya walked alongside Feng, his expression serious. To be honest, it had been quite some time since Jiraiya had received news from Tsunade. Although he believed he could find her, was a month truly sufficient? Have no fear. I have my channels. I will set out early tomorrow, and I won't need a month to locate Tsunade. Feng replied, seemingly unfazed as he placed his hands behind his head, exuding an air of ease. It's just a matter of finding Tsunade. I'll simply spend 10 to 15 days in the market district first. Once I've had my fun, the big fish will likely show up. The rest will follow the script. In a gloomy underground structure within Konohagakure, Danzo's expression darkened as he surveyed the walls adorned with various trophies, his aura radiating menace. Feng, he dares to repeatedly thwart my plans. He must be tired of living. Danzo hissed. Lord Danzo, shall I send someone to follow Feng? Once he leaves the village, we can eliminate him. A masked root ninja proposed. Humph. If that brat were so easily dispatched, I would have acted long ago. Besides, he is traveling with Jiraiya this time. We must not make any miscalculations. Danzo coldly retorted. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge Feng's strength. At least, as long as he kept his secrets concealed, he did not have the confidence to defeat Feng, especially with Jiraiya by his side. Even Danzo could not best Jiraiya. I will keep a close watch on Feng. If he truly manages to find Tsunade, I will promptly relay this information to Orochimaru. I believe Orochimaru would be far more interested in these two individuals. In a small tavern in Konohagakure, Jiraiya and Feng were enjoying drinks, their faces slightly flushed. Although the food was scarce, they were in high spirits. You should reconsider accompanying me. Just share your channels. I can search for Tsunade on my own and avoid any underhanded tactics from Danzo and his lot, Jiraiya advised, looking earnestly at Feng. Not necessary. It's just a root ninja, right? One comes, I take one down. A pair comes, I take them both down. Besides, do you think I need your protection to step out of Konohagakure? Feng tilted his head back and gulped down his drink. With Feng's chakra reserves, activating the Byakugan required virtually no effort. Coupled with the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, any attempt by root ninjas to ambush him would be utterly futile. At present, Feng had mastered wind, fire, water, earth, and in-release ninjutsu, along with the cursed blade, Kichigai, and had honed his basic strikes to perfection. With Danzo's limited resources, he felt no fear. Wow, you really know how to boast, Jiraiya shook his head. Did those 6 years of compulsory ninja education only teach you how to show off? Yet, it seems this kid graduated from a ninja academy only a few months ago. How could he be this strong? It defies logic. Am I showing off? Feng raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. I merely wish to express that anyone who dares to provoke me shall face my blade. That hardly qualifies as boasting. I've never been one to show off. You little rascal. Jiraiya shot Feng a bemused glance. Jiraiya had always recognized Feng's strength, especially since he could defeat Zabuza Momochi. Regardless of whether that incident was mere tactical luck, it indicated that Feng possessed considerable power. Later, during their training of the summoning technique, Feng's basic strike had reshaped Jiraiya's perception of his abilities. Jiraiya had never witnessed a human sword technique capable of withstanding Gamabunta strikes. Although Feng had turned pale after that blow due to chakra exhaustion, the strength of that strike was undeniably impressive. Subsequently, outside the 4 purple flames formation, Feng effortlessly eliminated 3 squads of Umbu ninjas, leaving no survivors, and it was nothing short of a display of divine prowess. After that, Feng, like a god of death, had slain countless enemy ninjas without showing any signs of chakra depletion. And now, he could even withstand Uchiha, Itachi's Genjutsu. It was important to note that Itachi's Tsukuyomi had left Kakashi bedridden for an extended period. In summary, Feng gave Jiraiya the impression that he was constantly growing stronger at an alarming rate, as if he were under some divine blessing. Moreover, what truly incited Jiraiya's envy was Feng's exceptional talent for storytelling. Whenever the night fell silent, thoughts of a certain white-haired figure would cause Jiraiya's throat to feel parched. The quality of Feng's writing was nothing short of extraordinary, eclipsing Jiraiya's own efforts by several streets. Henceforth, he would never dare to claim he stood at the pinnacle of the literary world. Indeed, comparisons between individuals could be utterly disheartening. 2 individuals sat conversing over drinks. Suddenly, Jiraiya cast a glance towards the distant shadows, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Kid, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. And I advise you not to squander resources. Venturing out this time is perilous. Some experiences are best encountered beforehand. Haha, he jested, teasing Night Breeze before rising to depart. Night Breeze shook his head in silence, feeling exasperated by the old man. It seemed inevitable that his youthful exuberance would eventually be tainted by Jiraiya's influence. Thus, should Night Breeze ever stray from the path of virtue, Jiraiya would undoubtedly bear the blame. After Jiraiya's departure, Akane Yuki emerged from the shadows, taking a seat beside Night Breeze. You just confronted those 3 old geezers, yet here you are, recklessly indulging in spirits at this hour. Are you courting danger? She remarked, eyeing the numerous empty bottles before him. The news of the gambling match had spread rapidly. Having just returned from a mission, Akane had sought out Night Breeze upon learning he had nearly fallen victim to the old trickster. To her astonishment, he remained unperturbed, drinking merrily. Rest assured, Akane, I am known to withstand 1,000 cups without faltering. If Danzo dares to show his face, he should prepare for a swift reckoning. Night Breeze laughed heartily. Arrogant, aren't we, you little rascal? Akane retorted, collecting the empty bottles and pouring him a bowl of detoxifying soup. Drink up. Once you've finished, I'll escort you back. Night Breeze smiled, obediently consuming the restorative concoction. Together, they made their way towards the clan's territory in the mountains. Be cautious on this outing, Night Breeze. I suspect they may be scheming something behind the scenes. Akane continuously reminded him along the journey. Fear not, with Jiraiya by my side, if we cannot handle Danzo together, then my caution would be rendered meaningless. Night Breeze replied with a grin. Danzo certainly intended to cause trouble, but he would need the capability to do so. Given his limited understanding of combat, Night Breeze was confident Danzo would not pose a significant threat. Nevertheless, exercising caution is never unwarranted. Akane shot him a disapproving glance. This insufferable boy always takes everything so lightly. Very well, I shall be cautious. Speaking of which, that old man Jiraiya delights in frequenting those frivolous establishments. For my own safety, perhaps I should follow in his footsteps. Night Breeze mused seriously, stroking his chin. Stop it, you little brat. Can't you refrain from emulating that old fool and his escapades? Why not? I'm not his keeper. You're driving me mad. Ding. A new task notification chimed in Night Breeze's mind early that morning before he was fully awake. Today, he was to leave the village with Jiraiya, yet here was the system assigning him tasks. Should he leave or remain? Night Breeze shook his head and opened the task panel of the troublesome system. Upon reviewing the task description, he frowned. System, are you truly trying to sabotage me? You must be relishing in my plight. The task required him to attend the 5th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. On the surface, it seemed ideal, yet the time frame was a mere fortnight. According to Night Breeze's memory, Tsunade would soon depart for the short-term mission. Was 2 weeks truly sufficient? Would he have to abandon the task? However, from past experiences, a failed task would lead to a painfully slow refresh rate for subsequent assignments. Sighing, he prepared for the day. After breakfast with his family, he noted that Ino was out on a mission with Asuma, leaving only him and his parents at the table. Night Breeze, do not stress too much on this mission. Even if you cannot locate Princess Tsunade, we need not fear Danzo. His father, Yahi Yamashiro, assured him. We of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are not as easily dealt with as the Uchiha. Understood, Night Breeze nodded. While the Uchiha clan possessed formidable overall strength, their reputation had suffered due to their hostile interactions within the village, resulting in their eventual downfall. The Inuzuka, on the other hand, were tightly knit with the Nara and Akimichi clans, enjoying favorable relations and not fearing the elders' influence. Moreover, the next generation of the Inuzuka clan will be guided by Asuma Sarutobi, further solidifying their ties with the Sarutobi clan. Targeting the Inuzuka would not be an easy feat. Indeed, my son, should you face danger outside, do not be reckless. Use your substitution jutsu and smoke bombs liberally. We have plenty at home. Furthermore, stay close to Jiraiya. His presence should ensure your safety, his mother admonished with heartfelt concern. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now, Night Breeze replied with a smile, fastening his ninja blade to his waist before departing from home. It was natural for parents to worry when their children ventured far. However, living perpetually under their protection was not the life Night Breeze aspired to. In this world, trials by fire were an essential part of one's growth. At the village entrance, Jiraiya appeared to have arrived early, waiting for Night Breeze. Night Breeze, I was contemplating whether to bring Naruto along as well. He greeted, then elaborated. When I faced Itachi Uchiha, I discovered their target was the Nine-Tails within Naruto. I feel it would be safer to keep him close. Jiraiya did not conceal Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, knowing Night Breeze, as the heir of a prominent clan, was surely aware of such secrets. You are right. With Kakashi bedridden and Sasuke having been bested by his brother, leaving Naruto in the village might not be wise, Night Breeze responded. Previously, Naruto had the protection of the Hokage, ensuring his safety. But now that the third Hokage was gone, who knew what Danzo might do? Furthermore, Naruto's presence would be crucial for their plans to bring Tsunade back to her rightful place as Hokage, especially since they needed to address her hemophobia. Thus, Naruto's unique abilities would be indispensable. Very well, I shall consult with the elders now. You go find Naruto and bring him along, Jiraiya stated. Understood, Night Wind nodded. The two briefly conferred before parting ways. Night Wind arrived at Naruto's residence, where Naruto had just awakened and was still languishing in bed. Oh, it's you, Night Wind. Good morning. What brings you here? Naruto asked drowsily. The incident from the previous day, where Itachi Uchiha had sent Kakashi-sensei to the hospital, and now Sasuke was also bedridden, left Naruto in a foul mood. He had spent the night restless. Well, we have a mission of a certain rank, and Jiraiya and I plan to take you along. Interested? Night Wind smiled. Huh, a rank? Upon hearing the mission rank, Naruto sprang up from his bed with excitement. That's fantastic. I can finally undertake a rank mission. This is how it should be. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become Hokage. As they journeyed, Night Wind disclosed the premeditated explanation to Naruto. Kakashi and Sasuke were incapacitated, and Lee had suffered broken bones at the hands of Gaara. Therefore, the mission was to find a medical ninja named Tsunade to return and treat the three of them. Naruto's spirits soared at the thought. Their future happiness is entrusted to me, Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, the trio set forth from Konoha. Along the way, Jiraiya engaged Night Wind in discussions about the essence of being a ninja, leaving Naruto utterly bewildered. Isn't being a ninja simply about completing missions to earn money and then using that money to enjoy good food? It's such a straightforward affair. What could they possibly be discussing? However, seeing their serious demeanor, he dared not interject or inquire further. Sometimes I truly envy those carefree individuals who don't have to think much and just act, Jiraiya sighed. Really? I think your envy is rather misguided. Do you know that before becoming a ninja, Naruto couldn't even afford a bowl of ramen? He had to buy milk that was nearly expired, and if he didn't drink it in time, it would go bad. Is it a life you genuinely envy? Night Wind shook his head. He could never forget the image of that poor child who longed for ramen as he watched others enjoy it at Ichiraku, only to discover he couldn't afford it. Thus, who was truly qualified to envy Naruto without experiencing his childhood hardships? Jiraiya paused, momentarily taken aback by Night Wind's words, before shaking his head with a wry smile. Ah, the third Hokage. Sometimes even I, his disciple, struggle to comprehend his thoughts. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Setting aside everything else, the pension would be a substantial sum. Yet, the third Hokage deliberately concealed Naruto's identity and treated him as an ordinary orphan. Was it for monetary gain? That seems unlikely. I truly cannot fathom it. Hey. What are you two talking about? Why are you suddenly bringing up the third Hokage? I don't understand a word. Naruto exclaimed, utterly confused. Oh, it's nothing. We're just discussing where we should go for dinner tonight. After all, Danzai Street is a very lively place, Night Wind replied with a smile. Danzai Street, a renowned entertainment district in a land of fire, where with sufficient funds, one could procure any service. In the past, Jiraiya enjoyed visiting this place to unwind. However, they were here to find Tsunade. So what was the purpose of coming here? Night Wind, are you certain Tsunade is here? Jiraiya asked, his face filled with skepticism. While Tsunade's character might lead her to enjoy gambling at Danzai Street, Jiraiya had not heard of her visiting recently. Though she isn't here now, she should arrive in a few days. Let's wait here for the time being, Night Wind sighed after speaking. With only half a month for this mission, adhering to the script seemed implausible. Princess Tsunade, please do not disappoint me. At the Golden Hook Gambling House, one of the largest casinos on Danzai Street, the trio settled into a nearby inn, and Night Wind left Naruto behind to train his chakra. Subsequently, Night Wind and Jiraiya ventured into the casino. Night Wind, I brought you out to find Tsunade, not to lead you astray. Although it was not I who took you to the casino, but rather you who brought me here. I can only imagine how your father will react upon hearing this. He surely won't believe it, and will undoubtedly seek me out for an explanation. Can you refrain from causing me such trouble? Jiraiya muttered behind Night Wind. Ninja have 3 taboos: drinking, gambling, and womanizing. Though I've broken all 3, Night Wind, you're still just a child. I fear you might follow in my footsteps. Yet, when you begged me to update your novels, you seemed unconcerned with such matters. Night Wind shot a glance at Jiraiya, noting his double standards. Who would have thought that you, Jiraiya, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be such a hypocrite? Night Wind guided Jiraiya through the casino until they arrived at a designated dice gambling area. Night Wind pulled out a chair and sat down. Kid, this is the betting zone. If you're a novice, you should stick to the public areas, a burly man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Nightwind, indicating that this was not a place for children. Exactly. That's what I intend to play, Nightwind replied, placing a stack of silver notes on the table, choosing not to engage in further dialogue, directly showcasing his prowess. Oh, so we have a wealthy little brat here. The man's eyes lit up, revealing a look of excitement. The rules were simple. The two would compete, and whoever rolled the higher total would win. The man glanced at the silver notes on the table, licking his lips. Initially thinking Nightwind was just a lost child, he now recognized him as a prime target. Thus, the betting commenced. In the first round, both wagered 30,000 silver notes. The man took a dice cup and deftly placed 3 dice inside. After a vigorous shaking, he slammed the cup onto the table. 3, 4, 5. Your turn, kid. The man lifted the cup, his gaze fixed intently on Nightwind. All right, Nightwind replied. The night breeze casually glanced at him, picked up 3 dice, and tossed them onto the table. 6, 6, 6. Gulp. The burly man swallowed hard. Though 3, 4, and 5 were not insignificant, they paled in comparison to 6, 6, 6. Your luck is quite fortunate. Let's go for another round. The stakes were raised to 50,000 taels. The burly man shook the dice with even more fervor than before. 2, 5, 6. Then, without effort, the night breeze tossed a perfect 6, 6, 6 once more. Ah, this guy is truly uncanny, murmured the burly man as companion. Let's go again. You throw first. The man arrogantly placed another 50,000 taels on the gambling table, convinced that it was impossible for him to roll 6, 6, 6 again. Although he had never been educated in probability, his reasoning was sound. No one could possibly roll 6, 6, 6 consecutively. However, he was evidently dealing with a cheater. Once again, the night breeze rolled 6, 6, 6. Could this kid be a swindler? The burly man furrowed his brow. At that moment, Jiraiya gulped nervously and leaned closer to the night breeze, whispering, "If you're caught cheating in a casino, the consequences could be dire." Chapter 123. The dice are indeed large, and round the dice belong to the casino. I merely tossed them casually. How could I be cheating? If anyone doubts, they can challenge me with their own dice. The night breeze replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Cheating? Absolutely not. What I rely on is skill, which you simply do not comprehend. Subsequently, there were those who, unwilling to accept defeat, began to challenge the night breeze with their own dice. Yet, no matter how he threw, the dice would always land on 6, 6, 6. In fact, one individual even stealthily provided him with specially made dice filled with mercury. Still, the night breeze rolled 6, 6, 6. No matter how the gamblers scrutinized or inspected, they could discern no wrongdoing on his part. It was as if the dice transformed into 6, 6, 6 solely through his touch. Such was the marvel of it all. Thus, 3 hours passed. Is there anyone else who wishes to gamble? I am willing to play as long as the game involves dice. The night breeze held a substantial handful of silver notes, gazing at the surrounding onlookers. Some proposed alternative bets, but he declined, as his affection for dice was unwavering. Damn it. Tomorrow, I'll bring in an expert. If you're cheating, he will surely uncover it. Yes, I know someone like that. I will call him tomorrow. Nevertheless, they remained ensnared by the fear of being dominated by 6, 6, 6. For 2 consecutive days, the night breeze, with his astounding 6, 6, 6, made quite a name for himself in the various casinos of Shortbook Street. This left Jiraiya astonished. No one could consistently roll the same numbers. Yet the night breeze accomplished it. The casinos did not confront him, indicating that, at least from their perspective, they had not detected any cheating on his part. Could it be that the night breeze's luck was truly extraordinary? No wonder he didn't need to earn a living by writing. Night breeze, I want to be joining you for gambling tonight. Stay low-key, or you might attract attention, Jiraiya cautioned, having accompanied the night breeze for 2 days. Initially amazed, he soon found it rather dull. After all, every roll resulted in 6, 6, 6. What was there left to behold? Since they were in Shortbook Street, it was only natural to reconnect with old acquaintances. On the 3rd night, after a few rounds of light gambling, no one dared to challenge the night breeze to dice anymore, leaving him with no choice but to return to the inn in boredom. He drank alone, pondering that now that his reputation had spread, Tsunade would surely come if she was indeed a gambler, since she would soon appear in Shortbook Street. It indicated that she was currently active in the Land of Fire. For a competent gambler, hearing of someone who could roll 6, 6, 6 every time would undoubtedly pique her curiosity, compelling her to see for herself. And Tsunade was precisely that kind of gambler. Thus, when the night breeze awoke the following day, Tsunade stood before him, dice in hand. The dice are quite white. No, they are very large. No, they are both white and large. In any case, they are impressive. You climbed through my window this early in the morning? If my friends find out, they might think we did something last night. The night breeze observed quietly, a teasing glint in his eyes. So you are the infamous night breeze they speak of? Tsunade squinted, hands on her hips, leaning close to examine him. This young man, aside from being somewhat handsome, appeared rather ordinary. Why could he win every time while she lost at every gamble? Gulp. The night breeze swallowed hard. It was hard to fault him. Tsunade was bending over so close, making the view quite compelling. Despite his rich experiences from his past life, he was compelled to regard Tsunade as the most captivating. Indeed, I am a night breeze. Do you require my assistance? He steadied himself. His goal was to draw Tsunade to Shortbook Street, and he had succeeded. Henceforth, everything would be more manageable. I've heard you are quite skilled with dice. Tsunade straightened, looking down at him. I suppose it's not too bad, really just relying on luck. The night breeze shrugged. So your luck is exceptionally good? Tsunade toyed with the 3 dice, clearly unconvinced. When luck arrives, I cannot hinder it. However, to be honest, life is always a balance of gains and losses. While I have won money through gambling, I have lost my worries, which is quite a conundrum. The night breeze shamelessly proclaimed. Get up, let's have a game. Tsunade's lips twitched as she yanked the covers off the night breeze. Upon doing so, she noticed her face flushed slightly, and she turned away. You little brat. At such a young age, you are already so well endowed. I cannot be blamed. You came to my bedside dressed like that so early in the morning. A little special reaction from me is only natural. The night breeze chuckled nonchalantly, getting dressed. Despite being 50 years old, Tsunade still retained her charm. She had once been in a relationship with a boyfriend, yet theirs was merely a casual companionship. Both were preoccupied with their respective tasks, leaving little opportunity for them to meet. They had never even held hands. Thus, when Tsunade observed Night Breeze's carefree demeanor, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Enough chatter. Have you finished dressing? Tsunade smirked, dismissing him as just a child. She herself was puzzled as to why she felt her cheeks flush. All right, you may turn around now. Night Breeze smiled, retrieving a chessboard to serve as their gambling table. I'm a bit short on funds lately, so let us have a small wager. How about 3,000 Rio? Tsunade's cheeks turned crimson. Her luck had been abysmal of late. She had lost numerous games before arriving at Shortbook Street, and her purse was nearly empty. Had she not been so curious, she wouldn't have mustered the courage to seek out Night Breeze for a game of dice. Oh, no worries. I can handle any bet, as long as it involves dice. I'm in, Night Breeze said while appraising Tsunade. Every size has its advantages, and every experience contributes to a complete life. You little brat, where are you looking? Tsunade tightened her collar, though it was of little use. The snug attire, while concealing some aspects, only accentuated others. Chapter 125. Aren't you afraid of losing your body? While Night Breeze harbored aspirations for beautiful things, Tsunade had already begun to roll the dice. She clasped her hands, placing the dice in her palms, and closed her eyes. The sound of the dice clattering echoed as they rolled and collided within her grasp. Finally, feeling it was time, she slapped the dice onto the table and opened her eyes. Come on, give me some strength. Roll. With cautious anticipation, she flipped her hand over, revealing the disappointing total. What? Only 4 points? Staring at the dice on the table, Tsunade was at a loss. How could it be that she, a prominent member of the Senju clan and once one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, had such dreadful luck? It baffled her. Night Breeze, however, merely chuckled. It was quite normal for Tsunade to have poor luck at gambling. After all, the fortune of the entire Senju clan was skewed. Hashirama claimed the lion's share, Tobirama a bit less, while the rest of the clan shared the meager remainder. Tsunade, unfortunately, had a negative balance in luck. I'm up. Night Breeze casually scooped the dice and tossed them onto the table. The dice rolled and clattered, ultimately revealing 3 matching values. 1 point. Huh, my 4 points actually won? Tsunade had nearly given up hope, but upon seeing Night Breeze's total of just 3 points, she couldn't contain her laughter. Who said I always lose at gambling? Does her conscience not ache? She taunted. Let's go again. Tsunade was spirited, embracing the gambling ethos. Win big, lose small. In the second round, her score was again low, but Night Breeze rolled a point less than her, granting her yet another victory. Not bad, little brother. Why haven't I met you sooner? Tsunade laughed heartily. With decades in the gambling world under her belt, she had often found herself on the losing side, but today felt refreshingly different. No matter how she tossed the dice, sitting, standing, or lying down, Nightbreeze's scores consistently fell just short of hers. Half an hour passed, and Tsunade's arms were overflowing with silver notes, her earnings substantial. You were right. Life is indeed marvelous. Though I've won, I've lost my worries, she exclaimed, grinning like a fool while counting the notes. She grabbed a handful, eager to continue placing bets. I'm all in, especially after a win. Just then, a graceful figure leaped through the window. Tsunade-sama, didn't you say you were going to buy breakfast? What are you doing in someone else's room? Shizune frowned at the sight of Tsunade gambling. You don't fear losing your body to others? Haha, Shizune, don't be so alarmed. My luck is phenomenal today. Look at how much I've won. Over 700,000 Ryo. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with delight. Shizune, noticing the significant pile of notes in Tsunade's arms, furrowed her brow. This isn't right. My Tsunade-sama can win? This must be a setup. With concern, Shizune pulled Tsunade aside to inquire about the events that had transpired. After hearing the details, Shizune's expression darkened. Chapter 126. Hokage, a high-risk profession. In an instant, Shizune appeared behind Nightbreeze, a kunai shimmering with a blue sheen pressed against his carotid artery. Speak. Who are you? And what is your intention with Tsunade-sama? Shizune remained composed. Upon hearing Tsunade's recount, she quickly detected a discrepancy. Each of Nightbreeze's roles had been just slightly less than Tsunade's. Was he intentionally losing to her? Was he trying to charm her, or harboring ulterior motives? Typically, Tsunade would be composed in such a situation. Yet, having finally experienced a winning streak, she had little inclination to ponder conspiracies. Let us enjoy the game before anything else. The gambling table is the fairest of grounds. One accepts losses. And what ulterior motives could there be? Wouldn't you agree, Miss Shizune? Nightbreeze smiled lightly, even with Shizune's kunai poised at his neck. Nightbreeze's reflexes were undoubtedly swifter than her own. Shizune hesitated for a moment. Then a glint of icy resolve flashed in her eyes. You knew my name upon our first meeting, and you claim to have no ulterior motives? She demanded. At that moment, Tsunade, having regained her composure from the thrill of winning, pulled out a chair, crossed her legs, and fixed her gaze on Nightbreeze. Thank you for allowing me to win so many games. It brings me joy. Now speak. What is your true intention? Tsunade, being a fair person, recognized that Nightbreeze likely had other motives. However, she remained curious. You have the ability to bring joy to me, and in return, I shall grant you an opportunity for explanation. If you wish to gamble, you may seek me out. For all other matters, let others take charge. The Nightbreeze shrugged nonchalantly, smiling slightly as he remarked, Behold, he has arrived. As soon as the words left his lips, the door swung open. The perpetually absent Jiraiya appeared at the threshold, bearing breakfast. Ah, this young man is quite the thrill-seeker, engaging in such antics at the break of dawn. No wonder the royal novels he writes are so captivating. Jiraiya seemed somewhat dazed, clearly still under the influence of alcohol, and he had no idea how many dishes he had consumed. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Tsunade was equally perplexed. Could this young man be associated with Jiraiya? Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, Jiraiya's drunken haze lifted slightly. This was no mere game. This was indeed the real Tsunade. Soon enough, Naruto was summoned by the Nightbreeze from the adjacent room. The three of them sat side by side on the bed, awaiting inquiries from the two lovely ladies. Jiraiya, what on earth are you all up to? And what is the story with these two? Tsunade shot a glance at Jiraiya. Given his state, it was evident he had been indulging in revelry. At their age, he had shown no sign of maturity. Well, you see, Jiraiya began, expelling the alcohol from his system with chakra. I came here to explain the purpose of my visit. Unsurprisingly, he was met with Tsunade's refusal. I decline. I have no interest in becoming Hokage. It is the most tedious and perilous profession in existence. Tsunade propped her chin on her hand, responding with indifference. Her grand-uncle, Hashirama Senju, had perished for the village. Her second uncle, Tobarama Senju, had also sacrificed himself for the village. Tsunade's disciple, Minato Namikaze, had met his end for the village as well. Now, her teacher, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, had barely reached old age only to die for the village. Thus, Tsunade felt this high-risk vocation was ill-suited for her. The third Hokage may have made many foolish decisions in his lifetime, Yet he successfully passed down the will of fire in Konoha. If you refuse to return and assume the role of Hokage, that will of fire may perish at Danzo's hands. After all, it was your grandfather's will. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Tsunade. Although she continually professed disinterest in returning to Konoha, Jiraiya understood that she held a deep affection for the village. For it was the very place founded by the Senju clan. Tsunade had merely been away for too long. Jiraiya, I have made a decision, and it will not change. If you wish to continue persuading me, then farewell. However, if you wish to wager with me, I am open to that. It seems my luck is quite favorable today. Tsunade idly fiddled with a large, round die. The role of Hokage is fraught with danger. In the event of war between villages, a village leader becomes a primary target for assassination. This is precisely why Tsunade could not become Hokage. She suffers from hemophobia. This weakness is utterly debilitating. Seeing Tsunade's resolute demeanor, Jiraiya shook his head in resignation, glancing towards the night breeze. They may have found her, but if Tsunade refused to return, what was the point? Was it possible that Konoha would truly fall into Danzo's hands? At that moment, the night breeze suddenly stood up, looking at Tsunade with a smile. Tsunade, let me propose a wager. I bet that Naruto Uzumaki can defeat you in one move. Do you dare to take the bet? Everyone present was taken aback by the night breeze's words, particularly Naruto, who thought it was a joke. I, Naruto Uzumaki, aspire to become Hokage in the future, but I'm fully aware of my own limitations. This Tsunade lady is one of the legendary Sannin, on par with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Defeating her in a single move? I can't even believe it myself. Hey, I'm one of the legendary Sannin. Are you looking down on me? Tsunade scoffed. Yes, I do have hemophobia. However, even if you are aware of my fear, do you truly think a mere genin could defeat me in one move? Ridiculous. Enough talk. Will you take the bet or not? The night breeze pressed. Fine, I will accept your wager. What are the stakes? Tsunade scrutinized the night breeze, narrowing her eyes. I may be a bit lacking in luck and gambling skills, but in combat, I fear nothing. The stakes are simple. If I win, you will return to Konoha to succeed as the 5th Hokage. If I lose, I shall teach you the art of dice throwing, ensuring that no one will ever dare to call you the big fat sheep of the gambling world again. What do you think? Gulp. Upon hearing the night breeze's wager, everyone collectively swallowed hard. This wager was intriguing. On the surface, whether Tsunade won or lost, she faced no loss. In essence, succeeding as the 5th Hokage was inconsequential. Should she wish to resign later, who could stop her? However, Tsunade felt that the night breeze was not so foolish as to propose such a wager without reason. Chapter 127. I have the mouth of a ninja. Naruto can conquer 3 Sannin. The night breeze chuckled as he noticed Tsunade's hesitation. What is the matter? Does such a wager require contemplation? Do you not believe that if I were to shout this in the street, a line of willing gamblers would form from here to the Hidden Cloud Village? Tsunade shot the night breeze a glare, gritting her teeth, and declared, Humph. I will accept the bet. I do not believe a mere genin can defeat me in one move. Tsunade recognized that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. However, mastering the power of a tailed beast required continuous training and development. At this age, even if the Jinchuriki were to unleash their power, she was not afraid. All right, if that is the case, Jiraiya, let us depart, the night breeze said with a smile. In a small grove on the outskirts of a short street, the night breeze pulled Naruto aside and whispered, Naruto, the future of the village rests in your hands. Naruto suddenly felt overwhelmed. Night breeze. Well, I do have some issues with that Tsunade lady. How am I supposed to defeat her in one move? What exactly do you want me to do? He asked, bewildered. Do you remember that technique we discussed? Use that jutsu to defeat her. The night breeze winked at Naruto. But will that really work? Naruto questioned skeptically. Rest assured, it will be absolutely effective. The night breeze assured, thumping his chest. Seeing the unwavering confidence in the night breeze, Naruto steeled himself. Standing opposite Tsunade, Naruto declared, let us begin. Little brat, listen well. I am one of the legendary Sannin. To deal with a child like you, I need only a single finger. Tsunade retorted, placing her slender finger, akin to a tender green onion, pointedly at Naruto. Hey, old woman, don't underestimate me. I'm a man recognized by the night breeze. Naruto scoffed, crossing his index and middle fingers to form a cross. Ultimate Ninja Technique. Reverse Harem Jutsu. In an instant, numerous handsome men appeared out of thin air, all devoid of clothing. Each was muscular and well-proportioned, a veritable assembly of beauty. They posed provocatively and rushed towards Tsunade. At that moment, Shizen couldn't contain herself and sprayed a stream of nosebleed before collapsing to the ground. Though Tsunade managed to hold on for a second longer, she was left utterly stunned. With a sudden burst, she too experienced a nosebleed, collapsing onto the earth. Seeing this unfold, Naruto leaped with joy. Haha, I have indeed won. I am a genius. Did you see that, Night Breeze? I won. Ha ha ha. Today, Naruto Uzumaki has defeated one of the legendary Sannin. When I return to the village, I'll tell Sakura, and we'll see if she still dares to call my harem technique a trivial ninjutsu. Ah, you truly are an extraordinary ninja, Jiraiya muttered, shaking his head. For other ninjas, the multiple shadow clone technique was a forbidden and deadly skill, yet Naruto had found a way to use it creatively. Speaking of which, since this technique is called reverse harem jutsu, does that mean there's a harem jutsu as well? It seems I must converse more with Naruto in the future. Chapter 128. See? Rolling dice is that simple. Jiraiya mused silently before preparing to assist Tsunade. However, he suddenly noticed that her mental state was somewhat off. Although Naruto's technique was indeed thrilling, it shouldn't have affected her this way. At that moment, Shizen scrambled to her feet and rushed to Tsunade's side, wiping away the blood from her face. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Shizen's eyes reflected her concern. Once the blood was cleaned away, Tsunade's emotions began to stabilize. She stood up, casting a fleeting glance at Jiraiya, and said, Now you understand, don't you? I have long suffered from hemophobia. The sight of blood leaves me breathless. So, it is not that I do not wish to become Hokage, but rather, am I truly fit to hold such a position? Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, had far less combat prowess than Jiraiya or Orochimaru. Her specialty was medical ninjutsu. Yet, how could a medical ninja with hemophobia aspire to be Hokage? At that moment, Naruto, radiating with newfound confidence, proclaimed, Regardless of whether you can become Hokage, I will undoubtedly achieve that title in the future. No matter what, I will become Hokage, even if it costs me my life. Do you understand the spirit? It was clear that Tsunade understood. She saw in Naruto the shadows of her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan. Miraculously, she felt her hemophobia easing as well. Night Breeze found this transformation to be quite extraordinary, bordering on unreasonable. Of course, Naruto's persuasive abilities were not as exaggerated as legend suggested. To sway an opponent with words, one must first defeat them, as demonstrated moments ago. Otherwise, the charm would be ineffective. So far, Night Breeze had yet to feel the effects of such persuasion. Or perhaps, if you think you've been swayed, that means you truly haven't been swayed at all. Night Breeze shook his head, dismissing this disconcerting thought. Indeed, the task is complete. Let us return to the village. Night Breeze stretched lazily. Although the process was complicated, the objective had been achieved. That day after lunch, Night Breeze urged everyone to return to Konoha. Along the way, Tsunade produced dice and insisted that Night Breeze teach her the art of throwing them. Night Breeze, without hesitation, imparted all his knowledge on the technique of rolling dice to her. Huh, are you saying that because the dice have 6 faces and each face has a different number, the weight of each face varies? Tsunade exclaimed, her expression one of bewilderment after hearing Night Breeze's explanation. If one can grasp the subtle differences in the 6 faces, one can completely control the outcome of the roll. Are you jesting with me? Indeed, your comprehension is remarkable. No wonder you are destined to be the 5th Hokage. Night Breeze smiled gently. See, rolling dice is that simple. Seriously? This is your secret? Such a thing is impossible for humans. Tsunade said, somewhat disheartened. But Night Breeze has accomplished it. Naruto interjected dismissively. Curse you 2 brats. Go perish. Tsunade furiously crushed the dice in her hand into powder. Chapter 129. Are all the genin in Konoha this impressive? Tsunade was genuinely infuriated by Night Breeze and Naruto. One had used a bizarre ninjutsu to defeat her, while the other could differentiate the weights of the 6 faces of a die. Were all the genin in Konoha this extraordinary? It was simply astounding. Night Breeze could only shrug in resignation. Yes, normally, it is impossible for humans to achieve this. However, we have a system. In the eyes of our system, everything can be rolled. Dice are no exception. After all, my dice-throwing technique is of exceptional caliber. I've explained the principles to you, but whether you can master it is beyond my concern. We are not responsible for ensuring you understand it. On a small hill, Orochimaru stood alongside Kabuto, both silently observing Night Breeze and his companions as they walked away until they vanished from sight. I never expected Tsunade to be with them. It seems there will be no opportunity this time. Orochimaru's expression was grim. Since his hands had been sealed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, the functions of his body had deteriorated increasingly. Recently, Orochimaru was suffering from a relentless fever, and even the blood of Uzumaki Karui could not alleviate his torment. Thus, he resolved to seek assistance from Tsunade. However, Orochimaru was unaware that Night Breeze and Jiraiya had already arrived ahead of him to consult Tsunade, thus disrupting his plans. Orochimaru, Danzo only informed us of Tsunade's whereabouts, neglecting to mention that Night Breeze and Jiraiya were also present. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives, Kabuto remarked, adjusting his glasses, which reflected a glimmer of light. Kabuto had once been a spy under Danzo's command, but after being utilized, he was discarded. Consequently, he had long since lost trust in the old schemer. I hear Jiraiya has recommended Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Danzo must have summoned me with the intention of using me to thwart Tsunade's ascension back to Konoha, Orochimaru croaked, disdain evident on his face. Danzo understood Orochimaru well. He knew Orochimaru was in desperate need of Tsunade's aid. Thus, upon discovering her location, Danzo's subordinates promptly relayed the information to Orochimaru. According to Danzo's scheme, if Orochimaru could secretly meet with Tsunade and leverage the reanimation jutsu as a bargaining chip, there was a substantial chance she would acquiesce. Should Tsunade choose to collaborate with Orochimaru, she would inherently forfeit her eligibility to become Hokage. The plan was astutely crafted. Though Danzo could not have anticipated that, within a day, Tsunade would be successfully persuaded by Night Breeze and his allies. Logically, given Tsunade's character, one would expect her to exhibit some hesitation, perhaps contemplating for a week or so. Orochimaru, should I inform Kimimaro and Yugo to join us? Now that we are aware of Tsunade's vulnerabilities, we could simply eliminate Night Breeze, fend off Jiraiya, and retrieve Tsunade, Kabuto suggested, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. If given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to rush out and avenge himself upon Night Breeze. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's hands were incapacitated, and his combat prowess had diminished to merely 30% of its original capacity. The two of them certainly could not contend with Night Breeze and Jiraiya. That won't be necessary. You underestimate the strength of Jiraiya and Night Breeze. Let us depart, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head, his gaze drifting into reminiscence. Chapter 130. The bonds of the three ninjas Jiraiya's prowess, especially when in Sage mode, was formidable. Orochimaru would stand no chance against a fully powered Jiraiya, particularly in a state where he could not employ his techniques. As for Night Breeze, one capable of countering Uchiha, Itachi as Tsukuyomi, Orochimaru would never underestimate him, fully aware of the terrifying strength of Itachi's eyes. Though Kimimaro and Yugo were weak, and Orochimaru had numerous subordinates capable of using cursed seals, they were his foundation, and he did not wish to expend them prematurely. After all, Danzo was not a benevolent figure. Should Orochimaru and Night Breeze become gravely injured, Danzo would be the first to eliminate Orochimaru. Thus, he refrained from such reckless actions. However, just as Orochimaru contemplated turning to leave, three figures appeared before him. You again? So, you've known I was here all along? Orochimaru's pupils constricted. He should have been the predator, yet he felt as though he had become the prey. Indeed, I have known of your presence for some time. The individuals you encountered earlier were transformed by Naruto at my behest. Quite realistic, wouldn't you agree? Night Breeze replied with a calm smile. His Byakugan's extensive range had allowed him to detect Orochimaru long before, and he had orchestrated a transformation of Naruto and Shizune into their likenesses. The trio had cautiously approached from the rear mountain, intent on eliminating Orochimaru. Old classmates reunited at last. Tsunade, I hear you are to become the 5th Hokage. My sincerest congratulations. That is a position I have long yearned for, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips as memories of their glorious past resurfaced. Tsunade, I cannot believe you truly killed Lord Hiruzen. You have utterly disappointed me. Before encountering Orochimaru, Tsunade had wanted nothing more than to pummel him into the ground. Yet upon witnessing his miserable state, her emotions grew incredibly complex. The bonds between the three ninjas were indeed profound. They had emerged from a time of war, supporting one another through numerous life and death trials. Such camaraderie, forged in adversity, was invaluable. Alas, Konoha had faced too many unfortunate events. Tsunade had departed, Orochimaru had left, and eventually, even Jiraiya had gone. Years later, their reunion bore witness to this unexpected predicament. Tsunade, ever since Shinsuke's death, I have come to realize a truth. In this world, all tangible things shall eventually fade away. I allowed Lord Hiruzen to perish bearing the name of a hero. Was that not a kindness to him? Orochimaru remarked with a detached smile. What is life? What is death? Few comprehend these concepts better than I. Orochimaru. Such nonsense. Orochimaru, I never anticipated that after all these years, you would remain so obstinately misguided. Jiraiya responded sternly. Obstinately misguided, you say? Jiraiya, as a devoted disciple of Lord Hiruzen, I must inquire. On the day of the Chunin exams, you were present in Konoha, yet why did you not come to his aid? With your Sage Mode's offensive capabilities, you could have surely breached the four purple flame formation from outside, could you not? Chapter 131. Tsunade's return. Orochimaru scrutinized Jiraiya, a mocking expression gracing his features. You, Jiraiya, constantly berate me as a failure. Yet, how do you measure up? At least I, Orochimaru, left behind a legacy for Lord Hiruzen. What of you? A disgrace to the three ninjas of Konoha. Now, my friends, I believe this is hardly the time for a reunion. Night Breeze interjected with a subtle smile, stepping forward to confront Orochimaru. Orochimaru, did I not say I would wait for you in Konoha? Why did you not come? Are you afraid? Ha! One amusing little brat. Fear not. That day will come. I shall personally place you upon my experimental table. I assure you. Orochimaru bantered back. Is that so? Let us see if you can withstand this blade first, Night Breeze retorted. The demon blade, Kitch, was drawn from its sheath, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that surged towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. With a resounding explosion, both Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished, leaving behind only a piece of snake skin and an arm. Witnessing this scene, Feng furrowed his brow and glanced at the two beside him. Is this a joke? Were we not supposed to act together? Are you truly so reluctant? The two of them hesitated, unable to articulate a coherent response. Feng could only shake his head in silence. In this world, bonds truly possess a remarkable power. In Konoha village, Tsunade gazed at the massive iron gate at the village's entrance, feeling a surge of emotions. Tsunade undoubtedly held deep feelings for Konoha, as it was her grandfather who had founded this village. Well, now that I have returned, I shall leave the remaining matters to Jiraiya. I have other business to attend to. Feng sighed in relief. Since he had successfully brought them back, he could simply await the signing in without involving himself in further affairs. Are you leaving already? Not even staying for a drink? Tsunade remarked. It's been ages since I've indulged in the village's sake. Throughout their journey, Tsunade had shared numerous drinks with Feng, treating him as her drinking companion. Let him go. After all, he has a young lady waiting for him. How could he possibly drink with an old woman like you? Jiraiya chuckled, only to be sent flying by Tsunade's punch. Damn it. Although I may not be young, I am still a beautiful older sister, she retorted. In her gambling days, she often attracted handsome suitors. After bidding farewell to Tsunade and Jiraiya, Feng arrived at the familiar training ground and found Hinata. Upon seeing Feng's return, Hinata rushed into his embrace like a little swallow. After completing her mission, she had been worried about Feng and was relieved to see him safe. The next day, Konoha village buzzed with activity as all the returning Jonin gathered. Even those unable to return sent their support to Tsunade in unique ways. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, was truly deserving of her title. With the passing of the third Hokage and the return of the fifth, the shadow over Konoha began to dissipate. On this splendid day, the sun shone brightly as the ninjas of Konoha gathered in the plaza before the Hokage's office to witness the succession of the fifth Hokage, heralding a new era for the village. Feng stood below, gazing up at Tsunade, when a notification from the system chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. Reward obtained. Mastery of Ein Sealing. Feng raised an eyebrow. Ein Sealing? Tsunade's Ein Sealing? A smile spread across his face. What a splendid prize. The Ein Sealing technique, originally the ultimate secret art of the Uzumaki clan, was created by Tsunade's grandmother, the wife of the first Hokage. Normally, when a ninja's chakra channels are full, they can no longer produce chakra. However, by mastering the sealing technique, the practitioner can store excess chakra in a diamond-shaped mark on their forehead, allowing them to instantly recover a substantial amount of chakra once their reserves are depleted. Akin to a rapid charging power bank, the effects are remarkably potent. Of course, such secret techniques are not easily mastered. Even Shizune, after decades of following Tsunade, had not succeeded. But Feng was different. His ability to exploit his advantages allowed him to excel. After the ceremony concluded, Feng held Ino's hand in one and Hinata's in the other, preparing to head home for some affection. Suddenly, Hanabi appeared before the trio. Feng, please wait a moment. The fifth Hokage has something to discuss with you, she said. Oh, me? That audacious fellow wouldn't he be looking to celebrate with drinks right after the ceremony? Would he? I'm still a child, Feng shrugged. He had an inkling that Tsunade's summons would not bode well. Enough chatter. It likely pertains to the results of the Chunin exams. Come with me, Hanabi rolled her eyes. You're still a child? What kind of child flirts with older sisters all day long? You really have no self-awareness. Stepping into the Hokage's office, one couldn't help but notice the change in atmosphere since Tsunade took over. The decor had taken on a more playful tone, highlighted by the large character for gambling emblazoned on the wall. Ah, Feng, you've arrived, Shizune greeted, busy managing some paperwork while cradling a small pig. Indeed, Shizune. You are performing admirably as the Hokage's assistant, Feng remarked with a grin. Meanwhile, their fifth Hokage lounged comfortably in a recliner, gazing dreamily out the window, embodying a sense of leisure that seemed uncharacteristic for a leader. Fifth Hokage, did you call for me? Feng approached Tsunade, causing the rocking chair to sway delightfully. The results of the Chunin exams have been released, and I wish to inquire about your thoughts, Tsunade said, oblivious to the young one's distracted gaze. Oh, my thoughts are rather straightforward, Feng replied. Tsunade turned to him, her forehead creasing with annoyance. What do you mean by that? How dare you take advantage of me? You're asking for trouble. With that, she threw a stack of documents at him. Ah, in this era, speaking candidly results in punishment. Life is indeed lacking in flavor. Feng lamented. Let's get serious. I am but a genin. Why would you, the esteemed Hokage, seek my opinion on the results of the Chunin exams? Feng queried. Isn't it because you are rather unique? Tsunade stood up from her chair, her earlier demeanor shifting. Given your strength, background, character, and intellect, becoming a Chunin should be no challenge at all. Is there a but coming? Feng countered casually. Is it that only Shikamaru will be promoted to Chunin this time? Perhaps this is for the best. Night Wind, currently holding the rank of a lower ninja, relishes the freedom to undertake any mission he desires, enjoying his days with a carefree spirit. There is no pressing need for him to seek promotion. However, Tsunade cast a sharp glance at him, expressing her irritation. This brat, so reminiscent of the troublesome Nara clan's children. I heard from Akamichi that you prefer to undertake missions alone, shunning the constraints of a team. Is that correct? Tsunade inquired. Indeed, Night Wind nodded, albeit perplexed by Tsunade's intentions. Except for a few specialized teams, once a lower ninja is promoted to a middle ninja, they are expected to assume the role of team leader. As a middle ninja, the team typically comprises ninjas of average competence. Would you be willing to accept such a position? Tsunade regarded Night Wind with a knowing look. Given Night Wind's capabilities, leading a mediocre ninja squad would be a waste of talent. Of course not, Night Wind declared resolutely. Let a team? A mere child like me commanding a group of seasoned lower ninjas? It would only invite challenges and disputes, a tedious affair. Continuing as a lower ninja? Night Wind, surely you are not oblivious to your own strength? With your abilities, remaining a lower ninja might frighten ninjas from other villages. Tsunade shot him a disbelieving glare. Even I feel a shiver at your prowess, and you still wish to remain a lower ninja? Jiraiya has already recommended you for the rank of upper ninja. If you attain that rank, you can execute missions flexibly without the fear of being hindered by others. So what is your stance on this matter? What is my stance? Naturally, I view it with wide eyes. I think it would be best to reconsider. Night Wind shook his head vigorously, rejecting the notion. Being a lower ninja has its merits. I have no need for promotion, especially since I am not financially constrained. No, absolutely not. One eternal lower ninja in Konoha is sufficient. Tsunade unleashed a tirade of frustration. Each one of you, clearly possessing extraordinary strength, yet you all wish to languish as lower ninjas? The village is in dire need of talent. Do you wish to laze about? Dream on. Sigh. What is so appealing about being an upper ninja? It only entails constant travel for missions. Night Wind retorted, feeling at a loss. He initially intended to venture into the ninja world under the guise of a lower ninja, relishing the notion of cherishing life and keeping a distance from Konoha's lower ninjas. However, it was evident that Tsunade was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. Night Wind, may I inquire if your relationship with Hinata has been established? Tsunade abruptly shifted the topic. Why do you ask? Night Wind, wary, scrutinized Tsunade, sensing a potential trap. The Hyuga clan is the foremost ninja clan in Konoha, and Hinata is the princess of the main branch. Do you believe you can win her hand as a mere lower ninja? Tsunade's gaze was laden with meaning. Though you're the young master of the Yamanaka clan, aspiring to marry into the Hyuga family as a mere fish is not feasible, is it? Is it not? Night Wind queried. Absolutely not. Hinata is still young and may not care much now, but does Heishi Hyuga not care? The Hyuga clan places immense value on social standing. Otherwise, there would be no need for distinctions between the main and branch families, would there? Tsunade patiently elucidated. After hearing her reasoning, Night Wind stroked his chin, recognizing the complications of these prominent families. Thus, you must first become an upper ninja, ultimately inherit my legacy, and become the 6th Hokage, then splendidly marry Hinata. Wouldn't that be delightful? Tsunade grasped Night Wind's shoulder, enticingly attempting to influence his thoughts. Delightful indeed. By the way, what fragrance are you wearing today? Night Wind, though reluctant to notice, found the scent unavoidable. Get lost, you brat. This matter is settled. Jiraiya has already recommended you for the rank of upper ninja. To facilitate your promotion, I had a heated argument with those 3 old geezers right after I took office. If you now refuse, would that not be a slap in my face? Tsunade returned to her Hokage desk, instructing Shizune to retrieve Night Wind's file and affix the upper ninja title with her signature and seal. There you go. You are now an upper ninja. Shortly, Shizune will take you to receive your upper ninja attire. Tsunade waved her hand, sealing the matter. Huh? Night Wind was suddenly filled with questions. Is that it for becoming an upper ninja? Shouldn't there be assessments and evaluations to qualify for such a rank? Isn't this rather hasty? Middle ninjas have examinations. After all, can we not have an assessment as well? I likely do not meet the qualifications for becoming an upper ninja. Stop dawdling, hurry up. By the way, here is your mission scroll. You are to depart early tomorrow. Many high-level missions await you. Tsunade winked at Night Wind, presenting a triumphant demeanor. Night Wind accepted the mission scroll, contemplating Tsunade's intentions. Goodness, am I really about to embark on high-level missions? Isn't this a form of child labor? Who knows where I can lodge a complaint? I'm quite anxious. Before departing, Night Wind inquired, who has advanced in this year's middle ninja exam? Nara Shikamaru and Hyuga Niji, Tsunade replied. Oh, just those 2? Surely others performed admirably as well, like my little Hinata? Night Wind frowned. He paused, earnestly regarding Tsunade. He felt compelled to advocate for Hinata, for if she were to become a middle ninja, it would surely bring her joy. As for Ino, she was merely a younger sister. He could let that slide for now. Tsunade, resting her chin on her hand, casually remarked, Oh, I almost forgot. Initially, I intended to use Hinata as leverage to compel you to accept the upper ninja position. But now, it seems irrelevant, so let us include Hinata as well. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Night Wind nearly drew his sword in exasperation. Are you scheming against me? Do you not realize that my sword can be used for slicing apples? Is it necessary for you to flaunt your 2 flotation devices so brazenly? Chapter 135. My disinterest in becoming an upper ninja after Night Wind departed. Jiraiya leaped in through the window. Haha, you certainly have a way of persuading that brat to contribute to the village. It is no small feat, Jiraiya chuckled. Jiraiya had thoroughly investigated Night Wind's actions. Although Night Wind had completed numerous missions, he had primarily dispatched shadow clones to carry out trivial tasks, leaving his true self unengaged in substantial matters. With such a mindset, how could he ever embody the ideals of a new era as positive ninja? Alas, the legacy left by the old man is in disarray. Despite the seemingly tranquil facade of the Hidden Leaf Village, it is fraught with peril. Are you certain you do not wish to remain and serve as an elder to assist me? Tsunade inquired of Jiraiya. Following the death of the 3rd Hokage, the village, in an effort to demonstrate its strength and caution other factions against rash actions, dispatched the majority of its elite shinobi. However, this only emboldened those 3 old geezers, who paid Tsunade, the Hokage, no heed whatsoever. Tsunade's decision to promote Feng to Jonin was also a deliberate gesture aimed at fostering goodwill towards the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Otherwise, it would indeed be challenging for her to establish her authority within the village. The wandering dragon returns to the sea, yet I, Jiraiya, am ill-suited for such a constrained existence. Although my body may not reside in the hidden leaf, my heart remains steadfast in its support for the village. You need not worry, Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh. Over the years, he had been diligently gathering intelligence from the shinobi world, all to safeguard the hidden leaf, albeit through different means. Of course, the collection of materials was merely a secondary endeavor. Alas, I find myself at a loss with you. Truth be told, I do not wish for this lifestyle either. However, after that day, I saw Naruto. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my thoughts shifted unexpectedly, Tsunade remarked, shaking her head, reflecting on the whims of fate. Perhaps this is destiny. Well, let us not dwell in melancholy. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, his gaze drifting to a particular aspect of Tsunade. In truth, at times I find myself envious of that child, Feng. Tsunade followed Jiraiya's gaze and looked down, her forehead immediately adorned with dark lines. Get lost. With a swift punch, Jiraiya was transformed into a flurry of stars and vanished before her eyes. That day, the results of the CH Nin exams were finally announced. The candidates who had been promoted to CH Nin this time included Nara Shikumu, High GA Hinata, and High GA Niji. Consequently, the 12 young prodigies agreed to celebrate this achievement. Shizun-sensei, may I inquire when my brother will return? Ino fortuitously encountered Shizun at the entrance of the Hokage building. It will take a little longer. Is there something you need? Shizun inquired. We have made plans to celebrate for Hinata and the others at the Shima barbecue restaurant. Could you please inform my brother? Ino requested. Certainly. I will let him know to head there directly. Shizun smiled. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing, so full of vitality. At the Shima barbecue restaurant, all the young prodigies had gathered except for Feng. It is truly enviable. Those 3 have become CH Nin in the blink of an eye, while we remain genin. Lamented the wealthy girl, resting her chin on her hand with a sigh. She yearned to become a CH Nin herself, hoping to keep pace with Niji. I believe there must be something fishy about this exam. I clearly defeated Niji. Why has he been promoted to CH Nin while I remain a genin? Naruto pouted. His appetite lost. Where's the justice in that? The loser gets promoted while the victor does not? What a farce. Come on, Naruto. What do you have to complain about? My brother hasn't been promoted to CH Nin either. Ino huffed, her pride evident. Those 3 must have had some extraordinary luck. In Ino's view, if Feng did not qualify for CH Nin status, then the Hidden Leaf Village was unworthy of having any CH Nin at all. However, given the Yamanaka clan's standing in the village, it should be implausible for any manipulation to occur, right? Yamanaka Ino. The CH Nin exams are not merely a matter of winning or losing. Those are your brother's own words. His lack of promotion surely indicates that the Hokage deemed him unfit for CH Nin status. What is there to be bitter about? Niji remarked with a faint smile, though he struggled to suppress an air of superiority. What are you bragging about? My brother could take on 10 of you. There is no way he could fail to meet the CH Nin standards. Ino retorted, her lips curled in defiance. Don't ask. Just know that I am already a CH Nin, and your brother is not. Niji smirked. I'm done with you. Ino nearly burst into tears from frustration. At that moment, Feng finally arrived, slightly late. Hello, everyone, he greeted with a bright smile. Wait, Feng, what is with that outfit? Shikamaru blinked, noticing the green vest Feng was wearing. That was a uniform exclusive to J Nin and CH Nin of the Hidden Leaf. Why was Feng wearing it? About that, it's a long story. I said I wouldn't wear it, but they insisted. They claimed that all J Nin in the Hidden Leaf must wear it. I almost had a falling out with them. That Akimichi guy didn't wear it. Why should I have to? Isn't that just bullying? Feng sighed, sitting down between Ino and Hinata. Wait, what did you just say? Did you mention J Nin? Ino asked, her voice wavering. You can't be saying you become a J Nin, right? Yes, indeed. Don't you think they're being unreasonable? They want me to be a J Nin right now. That just exploited my labor? I have to leave the village for a mission early tomorrow morning. What a pain. After saying this, Ye Feng let out a long sigh. Why is it that, despite growing up together, our treatment is so disparate? Why can't I remain a forever genin? I can't take this anymore. I've lost my appetite. CHG rolled his eyes, feeling nauseated. Good grief. Shikamaru is already a CH Nin, and now Ye Feng is AJ Nin? Is he still the same friend I used to play in the mud with? Niji Hai Jie, did you see that? This is the difference. My brother is already AJ Nin. Ino teased, sticking her tongue out at Niji. See? My brother is the best. That evening, Ye Feng shared his circumstances with Yamanaka Ino. Upon hearing, Yamanaka Ino understood Tsunade's intentions and encouraged Ye Feng. Afterward, Ye Feng returned to his room and began attempting to practice the Yin sealing technique.